Chapter 1, The Infinite Check-in System.
My name is Lu Xiao, and at this moment, I find myself in a room at the Lijiang Hotel, 1 kilometer away from the dormitory of the finance department juniors at Jiangcheng University. Listening to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, I feel momentarily dazed.
Has time rewound? I was filled with confusion.
Just a moment ago, I was charging a second-hand phone I bought in an urban village, and I didn't die. How could I suddenly time travel?
Could it be that the charging cable and the phone were incompatible and exploded?
But even though my charger had a slightly higher wattage, it shouldn't have been that extreme.
After a while, I accepted reality.
No matter what, I had indeed traveled back in time and seemingly to my college days. Luckily, I was still myself after the time travel, which gave me a sense of relief. Getting a second chance was indeed a good thing. I looked around at the furnishings in the room and suddenly remembered which part this was.
This is the Lijiang Hotel next to Jiangcheng University. The person showering in the bathroom is Wu Chanqian, the sophomore campus belle.
The reason I'm here is that I ran into her at the cafeteria this afternoon while grabbing meals for my buddies.
She grabbed my arm and asked if I wanted it.
If nothing unexpected happens, in about half an hour, Wu Chanqian will come out and lie down beside me. An hour later, she'll leave wrapped in a towel, taking along the local specialties I brought from my hometown, saying she wants her nauseating boyfriend to taste them. It's July 2010 now. The timeline has rewound 10 years. Just as I was figuring out what had happened, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host.
You've bound the God of Wealth sign-in system. I froze momentarily. God of Wealth system? Instantly, excitement and anticipation bubbled up inside me.
In my past life, I struggled in the financial sector for over a decade, still remaining a nobody. I had originally planned to rely on my foresight from that life to make money and reach the pinnacle of success in this one, but now it seems I won't need to.
I quickly immersed myself in the system interface.
In my mind, a pale transparent screen displayed a line of text, the first sentence of which sent a shock through my heart. God of Wealth sign-in system, a super system dedicated to elevating its host to the pinnacle of life. Host, Lu Xiao, exclusively bound, assets, 3,070 yen. Current system level, level 1, upgrade progress, 0/1 billion, progress increases with host spending, available check-ins, any asset type. Note, host can perform unlimited check-ins. The longer the interval between consecutive check-ins, the higher the probability of acquiring premium assets, with a maximum interval of 7 days.
Note, current check-in probabilities, below 100 million yuan assets 99%, above 100 million yuan assets 1%.
Note, all assets obtained through check-ins are legally acquired. Note, host is encouraged to spend freely, a faster spending accelerates system upgrades.
Holy shit! I couldn't help but utter a national expletive when reading the system's introduction.
Unlimited sign-ins with no restrictions, 99% probability of acquiring assets under 100 million yuan per sign-in, and an upgrade upon spending 1 billion. Keep in mind, back in 2010, 100 million was a colossal fortune. Take Jiangcheng, a second-tier city where the average wage was 4,987 yuan, the median income 3,124 yuan, property prices in the high-tech zone were 4,700 yuan per square meter, old urban areas priced at 4,400, while outskirts went for around 3,200 yuan, with second-hand properties being even cheaper. In surrounding third and fourth-tier cities, housing prices mostly stayed below 3,000 yuan, with small county towns averaging just 1,800 to 1,900. By around 2018, property prices in Jiangcheng had more than doubled, with the high-tech zone surpassing 12,000 per square meter. In top-tier cities, prices in average locations hovered around 20,000, while better areas reached over 30,000. Premium districts even hit 60,000 to 70,000. The surrounding areas hadn't yet broken the 10,000 barrier. This meant that with 100 million now, one could buy a 2,000 square meter luxury villa in a top-tier city, or acquire 20,000 square meters in Jiangcheng. I took a deep breath to forcibly calm myself. Turning to the system interface, besides the data overview, there's shown a golden check-in button.
I immediately knew this was the operational control.
I glanced at the bathroom, the sound of running water had stopped, probably still 7 or 8 minutes left.
Without hesitation, I focused my mind and pressed the button. Sign in. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100% ownership of Lijiang Hotel. All business licenses for Lijiang Hotel have been updated, and all relevant documents and contact information have been placed in the bookshelf of your dorm room.
Please claim them at your earliest convenience. This is the hotel I'm staying in right now?
I froze for a moment before being overwhelmed with joy. Lijiang Hotel was a 3-star establishment with over 100 rooms, estimated to be worth around 35 million. It was a solid asset, one that would appreciate in value over the next few years. Holding onto it for 5 or 6 years and then selling could easily fetch 60 to 70 million. Couldn't even dream of this in my past life, I marveled silently. In my previous life, after graduating from university and leaving Zhengcheng, I struggled for over a decade just to afford a small apartment in the city. I dated plenty of girls, but none of the relationships lasted, mainly because of my laid-back attitude and aversion to marriage. I could never bring myself to devote my entire heart to a woman. Besides, being an orphan, I had no concept of family and zero intention of ever getting married. The system allows unlimited check-ins, wonder what else I can get if I keep signing in. Rubbing my hands in excitement, I stared at the golden button. Check in now. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,500 yuan in cash. The funds have been deposited into your bank account. Please check your balance promptly. 1,500? I stared at my phone screen, torn between laughter and tears. The gap from my first sign-in reward was massive. I tapped the sign-in button again. Congratulations, host. You've received 12 yuan in cash. The funds have been deposited into your bank account. Please check promptly. Well damn, what a difference. I shook my head helplessly. There'd been a 5 to 6 minute gap between my second and first sign-ins, netting me 1,500. But only 4 or 5 seconds between the second and third, and it dropped to $12. No telling when the sign-in payout peaks, I mused, stroking my chin in thought. Continuous sign-ins definitely aren't reliable. I can't keep tapping non-stop every day. Even if I earned $300 per minute, it'd just be around 10 million a month, nowhere near as much as the first sign-in bonus. The only advantage of continuous sign-ins is trying my luck with that 1% chance to score assets worth over 100 million yuan. I'll try another sign-in tomorrow morning, see how a 12-hour interval works, I calculated mentally before exiting the system interface. The moment I put down my phone, a creak came from the bathroom. The next second, the door swung open. Chapter 2, Wu Qianqian. For me, this was already the second time meeting Wu Qianqian, and I still remembered most of the details hidden beneath her towel. There was no denying she was an absolute stunner. In my heart, I knew how lucky I was back then to have shared fleeting intimacy with her and even taken her virginity. Beauties of her caliber usually belonged only to the absolute elite at the top. Wu Qianqian gazed at me leaning against the headboard, her cheeks slightly flushed. She'd come today resolved to throw caution to the wind rather than give her first time to that scumbag. She figured encountering a handsome guy she fancied could be her contribution to society. Since she'd have to end up with that scumbag anyway, she might as well let loose and have some fun, at least she'd have a beautiful memory to cherish later. Looking at her wrapped in a bath towel and hesitating slightly, I stood up with a smile and took her hand. With such a stunning beauty right before my eyes, not indulging would go against my nature. My right arm lightly encircled her waist, and the incredible softness and elasticity of her skin made my eyes narrow instinctively. Under my gaze, her face turned even redder, her neck flushing pink as she unconsciously squirmed. My hand at her waist had somehow wandered elsewhere, and she yielded half reluctantly as I pulled her into my embrace. Today, Wu Qianqian gasped out to me, Lu Xiao, do whatever you want with me today, but on one condition, after today, we'll have nothing more to do with each other. At the final moment, she forcefully stopped me, bringing up our prior agreement once again. I smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Alright, it's up to you. But inwardly, I had other plans. If Wu Qianqian managed to slip away, wouldn't my rebirth be all for nothing? Having gotten my answer, Wu Qianqian happily closed her eyes. Inexperienced as she was, she kept pressing her body closer to mine without hesitation. But to me, whether she had experience or not didn't matter, as long as I did. Half an hour later, I held her waist with satisfaction. Reborn, I was far more adept than the awkward young man of my past life. By now, Wu Qianqian was in a completely different state compared to before, barely able to move. I smiled and handed her a bottle of mineral water. Tired? She struggled to sit up, her face flushing crimson as she took the water and murmured, "Thank you." Though she lacked experience in the act itself, she certainly understood the basics, what modern woman hadn't seen a few films these days. She'd always assumed the exaggerated moans in movies were just acting. Only now did she realize those louder sounds were perfectly natural. After sipping some water, she hastily draped the nearby bathrobe over herself. 10 minutes of rest restored her energy, yet just as she prepared to leave, the words slipped out unbidden. Do you want to go again? Her words caught me off guard. She'd never mentioned this in my previous life when she was about to leave. I was just thinking of ways to make her stay. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I promised to let you have your way today, so of course I won't leave until you're satisfied." A smirk tugged at my lips. Could this girl have actually been conquered by me? I chuckled and said, "Why not stay the night? It's not like you want to go back to that man anyway." She gave a bitter smile and replied, "Impossible. My family owes him money." I watched her with curiosity. These were things I truly didn't know. In my past life, she never mentioned them to me, and I never saw her again afterward, so naturally, I was even less informed. She hesitated, sighed, and briefly explained her situation. My family is in real estate. Recently, our cash flow broke, so we borrowed a hefty loan from loan sharks. Even after getting the money, the company still couldn't recover, and now we can't repay the debt. I know it's his doing that the company couldn't bounce back, but there's nothing we can do about it. If I don't do this, the company will go bankrupt. She added that if the company collapsed, their family savings would be frozen, her parents would be hounded by creditors, and her father, as the legal representative, would likely be pushed to utter despair. All that man wants is her body. If she agrees to be his mistress for a year, her family business will survive. It suddenly dawned on me, so that's it. I thought she was unhappy with her arranged fiancé, but it turns out to be a debt dispute. She said, yes, he's upstairs in this hotel, in the suite on the 13th floor. She had originally planned to go upstairs after a quick rinse with me, but now she wanted to freshen up a bit before facing him, just to disgust him. I pulled her back into my arms. Her body was soft, like a warm little kitten. Such a sweet girl should belong to me. I asked, does your family owe him money? She nodded in confusion. Yes. I asked again, will your family's company go bankrupt in the next couple of days? She shook her head. No, but if he withdraws his investment, it won't take more than a few days before it collapses. I cleared my throat and carefully phrased my words. Look, this person injected capital into your family's company and lent you loan sharks money. His ultimate goal was to get you, right? She nodded, I continued, then if you don't go tonight and come up with an excuse to stall him tomorrow, say, you're not mentally prepared yet, he probably wouldn't retaliate against your family, right? From what you said, his goal is you. As long as you don't outright reject him, he'll be tied up chasing you and wouldn't dare pull the funding rashly, because if he withdraws capital and the company collapses, you'd have even less reason to be with him. Am I right? She was completely stunned. After careful thought, it seemed the logic held. Even if she didn't go tonight, he likely wouldn't act against the company. If he withdrew funds tomorrow and the company went bankrupt, she'd have no obligation to stay with him. After scheming for so long, he surely had the patience to wait one more night. Seeing her wavering, I chuckled. Her face flushed slightly as she shot me a glance. What's so funny? She thought she was going crazy, yet her body remained honest, staying close by my side, clinging tightly to my arm, unwilling to let go. I patted her back and pulled her into my arms again. I knew she had already agreed. She sensed something was off about me and shyly lowered her head. Just then, Shanshan, your phone's ringing. Don't worry about it, don't answer. Your phone is still ringing. Just ignore it, turn it off. Hiss. Shanshan, wait, my phone is ringing too. Don't look, turn it off. She snatched my phone and powered it down, then tossed it 3 or 4 meters away, letting it roll across the carpet. I gave a bitter laugh. Oh well, might as well enjoy the moment. Early the next morning, we sobered up. Wu Qianqian shyly buried her head under the blankets, and I laughed as I dug her back out. She said that since nothing worthwhile would come from staying with that man anyway, and she found me pleasant enough, being together might as well count as fate, so she decided to give herself to me entirely. Naturally, I was happy to accept. I stroked her silky hair and gently pinched her nose. Go back to sleep for a while. I'll head to the front desk to grab some food to bring back. She hugged a pillow, burying her face in it, and softly responded, I chuckled, got dressed, and picked up my unpowered phone from the floor to place it on the table. At this point, I didn't plan to use this 1,000 yuan phone anymore. Whether it charged or not didn't matter to me. When I went downstairs to the front desk, the 2 receptionists greeted me respectfully with smiles. Good morning, sir. Are you checking out? I politely replied, no need to check out for now. Yesterday I acquired this hotel. Please inform your manager to come down and see me. My name is Lu Xiao. The 2 receptionists were stunned, exchanged glances, then quickly nodded in agreement. If what I said was true, I would soon become their top boss. This wasn't something they could afford to take lightly. Also, please have these dishes delivered to my room. I glanced at the menu placed at the front desk and casually ordered 4 or 5 dishes. The kitchen of a 3-star hotel was nothing special, essentially comparable to a slightly larger restaurant. The prices weren't too high, but neither was the flavor. Certainly. I walked over to the rest area, found a sofa, and sat down. Within minutes, I spotted a slightly balding middle-aged man rushing out of the elevator. His eyes lit up when he noticed me sitting in the lobby, and he hurried toward me. Hello, President Liu. I'm Zhao Ke, the manager of our Lijiang Hotel. As a professional manager, Zhao Ke was fully aware that the hotel had been acquired last night and that I was the new owner. But the situation had unfolded too quickly for him to react. The former owner had simply informed him about the transfer before catching a flight abroad overnight. He had hoped to meet the previous owner to discuss his future, but the opportunity never arose. The abruptness of it all had left him utterly stunned. He's just hoping I stay in a good mood and don't replace him. At his age, finding another job this good wouldn't be easy. Don't be nervous, I said with a smile as I noticed Zhao Ke standing before me awkwardly. I gestured for him to take a seat. I'll review the company's accounts these next few days. If everything checks out, your position won't change. You can relax.
I reassured Zhao Ko, and hearing this eased his anxious mind considerably.
Old Zhao, first help me check which guests checked in on the 13th floor last night.
Got it, boss. Zhao Ko nodded.
Guest information is typically kept confidential, but it'd be foolish to withhold it when the boss asks. Hell, I'm even the one who bought the hotel's operating system. Zhao Ko hurried over to the front desk computer, tapped around for a bit, and soon returned. Boss, there were 2 guests who checked into the 13th floor last night, one named Guan Yuanying, the other Li Tian.
Only 2 people?
I was somewhat surprised, thinking there might be a need for some screening process.
This Guan Yuanying clearly sounds like a woman's name, so it definitely wasn't her.
That goes without saying. The one waiting for Wu Qianqian last night must have been this person called Li Tian.
Yes, boss. The 13th floor has premium suites.
Actually, there are only 4 rooms on the entire floor. 1 is reserved for the boss, and only the remaining 3 are open to the public.
Zhao Ko nodded. Boss, the one named Li Tian is that guy.
Just as Zhao Ko was about to continue speaking, she suddenly noticed someone stepping out of the elevator and quickly turned to me.
Guests living on the 13th floor are usually anything but ordinary.
Having paid attention just yesterday,
he naturally remembered Li Tian's appearance.
I followed Zhao Ko's gaze. The man's looks were average at best, though his age was certainly advanced, his head mostly bald, sporting a prominent beer belly, and standing rather short. Dressed in a blue suit, he resembled nothing so much as a rotund little ball.
I shot Li Tian a look mingled with admiration. To grow into such a form truly takes talent. No wonder Wu Qianqian refuses so vehemently.
Wu Qianqian is only 19 this year, while this man is at least 47 or 8, easily old enough to be her grandfather. Combined with his looks, it's a miracle she isn't gagging in disgust. Li Tian over there noticed me looking in his direction and saw Zhao Ko standing respectfully by my side. Realizing my status might be unusual, he quickly flashed me a smile in return. Though he didn't understand why Wu Qianqian hadn't shown up last night and couldn't reach her by phone, he felt completely certain she'd eventually come around. There was no need to rush, as the saying goes, good food isn't afraid of being served late. In his view, Wu Qianqian's absence last night was probably just her struggling with her own moral barriers. He could easily give her a few more days to think things through properly. After all, the lifeline of her family's company was in his hands. There was no way she'd dare entertain other ideas.
Seeing me nod in acknowledgement, Li Tian decided to walk straight over. Hello, I'm Li Tian, the owner of Tian Tian Real Estate.
Li Tian smiled as he handed over his business card, his round face squinting so tightly his eyes nearly disappeared.
I'm Lu Xiao, the owner of this hotel.
I was momentarily taken aback, my expression turning peculiar. This guy had actually sought me out on his own initiative.
You're the owner of Lijian Hotel?
Hearing my words, Li Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Though a real estate tycoon, he'd only made his fortune in recent years, with assets under 30 million and shallow roots. He lacked connections in higher circles.
In the end, small property developers are just working for the banks and don't hold much status in the industry.
Only the decision makers of companies with tens or hundreds of billions can truly have a say in the circle and pose a constraint to the capital side. For someone like him, if he fails to please the capital side, they could simply cut off his loans, and in less than half a year, he'd end up worse off than Wu Qianqian's father. From his perspective, when it comes to real assets and connections, the owner of the Lijiang Hotel must be far more capable than him, and judging by my young age, he guessed I was likely the scion of some influential family. Forming a good relationship with me would undoubtedly be a strong advantage for him.
20 minutes later, I watched Li Tian exit the hotel entrance with a peculiar expression as he looked utterly satisfied.
I had originally planned to investigate Li Tian's identity and background, but to my surprise, without me saying a word, he eagerly volunteered all the information, down to his recent investment plans and financial status. I merely offered a few casual responses, yet when he left, his face practically beamed with joy. By the time he finished his rundown, I had already formulated exactly how to handle him.
Even the most unloyal turncoat would be moved to tears by his level of cooperation. Boss, should we perhaps list Mr. Li as a VIP client for our hotel?
Seeing Li Tian, who had been chatting happily with me, walk out the door, Zhao Ko perceptibly stepped forward to inquire. This was standard hotel practice. VIP customers enjoyed a 50% discount on all expenses, and those with even closer ties would receive the hotel's exclusive platinum card, exempting them from paying for any charges.
VIP customer?
I suggest upgrading him another tier to SVIP. Whenever he stays at our hotel in the future, all his expenses will be marked up by 20%.
Ha, a 20% markup? Zhao Ko was slightly bewildered. Shouldn't good friends be given discounts instead? Go ahead and add more.
Someone like him with a few screws loose probably won't notice anyway.
Making more money is always good.
I chuckled softly, waved my hand dismissively, and noticing the waiters were already heading upstairs with the food, I didn't linger in the lobby any longer, following them upstairs. Only Zhaoko remained standing there, utterly bewildered.
Zhaoko stood rooted to the spot for a long while before finally piecing together what was going on. No wonder I had just asked him to look up Li Tian's check-in details, turns out they're enemies. That Li Tian guy must be out of his mind, right?
Recalling how Li Tian had just laid out his company's operations and cash flow in meticulous detail right in front of me, Zhaoko silently said a little prayer for him in his heart.
May God bless Boss Li with an even more miserable death.
I'll take the meal cart, I said as we reached the room door, taking over the food delivery cart from the attendant.
At this moment, Wu Chanshan was probably only wrapped in a bath towel, hardly appropriate for anyone else to enter. Understood, boss. Now that I'd sized up Li Tian's background, I felt considerably more at ease. Though I hadn't checked in for half a day, with my current capabilities, solving Wu Chanshan's family's funding issues would be no trouble at all. Wait a bit longer to check in. If luck's on my side, dealing with Li Tian would be a piece of cake. And to put it bluntly, if all else fails, I can just grind through hundreds or even thousands of check-ins to snag that 1% chance of landing assets worth hundreds of millions. Sure, the odds are slim, but there's always hope, right? Scoring even a single billion-level asset would instantly elevate my status in Jiangcheng's social circles. After all, Jiangcheng is just a second-tier city, its top-tier players are merely a handful of enterprises valued in the tens of billions. Shanshan, open the door. I pressed the doorbell.
Hearing the chime, there was immediately a rustling sound from inside. About 10 seconds later, the door opened a crack, and Wu Chanshan's small head peeked out curiously.
Only after confirming it was me did she fully open the door. Silly girl, couldn't you recognize my voice?
I pushed the dining cart inside, laughing and scolding her.
I just wanted to be sure. Wu Chanshan swayed my arm sheepishly. To be honest, she probably couldn't quite remember either. They'd only just met last night, and most of the sounds between them had come from her anyway. But she'd be too embarrassed to say that to me. Alright, let's eat. I rolled my eyes at Wu Chanshan and unpacked the dishes from the trolley. From yesterday until now, both of them had expended quite a bit of energy. Although the portions were on the smaller side, there was a good variety of dishes, certainly enough to fill them up. Wu Chanshan and I dug in heartily, polishing off every last dish on the table in no time. I'm so full.
After eating and drinking her fill, Wu Chanshan gave a satisfied little burp and stuck out her tongue, saying, I'm going to take a shower, I feel all sticky. Summer had just begun, and the temperature was gradually rising.
Although the room had air conditioning, eating still made one sweat, and some things hadn't quite left her body yet.
I nodded with a smile and said, go ahead, call me when you're done. Watching Wu Chanshan disappear behind the bathroom door, I first pushed the meal cart out of the room, then immersed myself in the system. I pondered to myself, the last check-in was at 7:20 p.m. yesterday, and now it's 8:20 a.m., a 13-hour gap.
I felt somewhat excited.
The first check-in reward was the Lijian Hotel, but the system didn't specify whether the first lottery draw followed the maximum 7-day cycle or was randomly timed. The subsequent 2 lottery draws, due to the short intervals between them, only yielded about 1,000 yuan, and I still couldn't figure out any pattern. Therefore, today I plan to experiment with 2 check-in modes, one with a half-day interval between check-ins and another with over 100 consecutive check-ins. I thought to myself, each check-in takes about 3 seconds, so 100 check-ins would only take 5 minutes. I just don't know if I can trigger that 1% probability within those 100 attempts.
If I could land assets worth hundreds of millions, that would be absolutely amazing.
I rubbed my hands together and didn't hesitate any longer, directly opening the system interface and calling out, System, sign in.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining cash, 10 million yuan. All cash has been deposited into the host's account. Please check it as soon as possible.
10 million? My eyes lit up. The reward for signing in again after half a day isn't bad.
Although it doesn't compare to the Lijiang Hotel I got the first time, this is still 10 million in cash.
With my current purchasing power, I could definitely buy several premium villas in Jiangcheng without any problem.
Since Wu Chanshan would probably take a while to finish showering, I wasn't worried about being disturbed.
I thought, let's try signing in 100 more times.
With a thought, I started tapping frantically on the sign-in button.
Ding!
Congratulations host on successful sign-in, reward, 11 yuan cash. Congratulations host on successful sign-in, reward, 1 yuan cash. Congratulations host on successful sign-in, reward, 88 yuan cash. I have quick reflexes, pressing the button again almost immediately after the system delivers rewards, with about 3 seconds in between. However, the rewards are quite ordinary. After consecutively checking in 50 or 60 times, the cash prizes range from 1 yuan to 1,000 yuan.
98 times now.
I silently counted in my heart, feeling a faint sense of anticipation. Yet after 3 consecutive check-ins, the cash rewards were only 10 yuan, 104 yuan, and 2 yuan respectively.
Nothing came out?
On my 100th check-in, I only received a 2 yuan cash reward, and I felt a bit let down. But I knew the 1% probability didn't guarantee a hit after 100 attempts, so I didn't give up and clicked the check-in button again. But even after clicking over 500 times, all I got were a few yuan each time. I was getting pissed off from all those sign-ins, grumbling to myself that this system's probability must have taken lessons from Pinduoduo, the kind where 100,000 people can barely scrape together 100 yuan. At that moment, Wu Qianqian, who had just finished showering, saw me sitting absent-mindedly on the edge of the bed. Wiping her damp hair, she leaned over curiously and asked, "What are you up to?" I smiled and said, "Just thinking about something." I pulled Wu Qianqian closer, my hands freely exploring, the astonishing softness making my thoughts wander. Still skeptical, I pressed the check-in button again. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a Bugatti Chiron." The Bugatti Chiron has been placed in parking space 01 in the underground parking lot of Lijiang Hotel. All purchase documents have been stored inside the vehicle. Please receive it as soon as possible. My heart skipped a beat, and I unconsciously tightened my grip, followed by a surge of joy. The Bugatti Chiron is one of Bugatti's limited edition models, with a base price of 70 million yuan, reaching around 80 million fully loaded. What's more, this car is perpetually in demand but seldom available. Its resale market value can surge by at least another 10 to 20 million, making its actual total worth exceed 100 million. The catch? Even if you had 100 million to spare, no one might be willing to sell. Overjoyed, I gave Wu Qianqian a big kiss on the cheek and scooped her up in my arms, nearly unraveling her bath towel in the process. Laughing, I said, "Haha, Qianqian, you're my lucky charm." "Ow, you're hurting me," Wu Qianqian cried out. After all the exertion yesterday, her bruises hadn't even healed yet. I chuckled and quickly set her down. Given it was her first contact with me, she'd really held out impressively long. By now I could tell, you really can't take the system's sign-in probabilities too seriously. After clicking non-stop for 20-some minutes and signing in over 500 times, I'd barely gotten a little over 100,000 in cash. If it hadn't been for finally touching Wu Qianqian, that legendary luck magnet, I doubt I'd have gotten anything even after 1,000 tries. 500 check-ins yielded 100,000 yuan, averaging just 200 yuan per draw. This shows that the system's 1% probability doesn't increase with more attempts. Each draw remains independently 1% likely, meaning even after 1,000 tries, you might still get nothing unless luck strikes on the very first attempt. Moreover, the assets obtained this time barely surpassed 100 million, just as the system's description states. The longer the interval between check-ins, the higher the chance of valuable rewards. I suspect that with a 7-day gap between sign-ins, hitting that 1% probability could yield rewards worth billions, even tens of billions, rather than just scraping past the 100 million mark. On the other hand, this lottery mechanism seems comparable to, or even slightly worse than, rapid-fire clicking for rewards, proving that mindless spamming isn't particularly worthwhile. It seems this approach won't work either. I shook my head silently, though this experiment gave me a basic understanding of the system. I pondered inwardly. Currently, to sign in for cash rewards, keeping it to twice daily seems optimal. But for asset rewards, the interval might need to be at least a full day. I'll need to run more tests to confirm. Tomorrow I'll try signing in just once per day. If it still gives cash rewards, I'll continue for a few days. Once most cash options are drawn, I'll test weekly sign-ins. The system's level up task involves spending money. Advancing from level 1 to 2 requires spending a billion. Having more cash from sign-ins makes spending easier. Otherwise, transferring corporate assets to personal dividends has limits, which would be too troublesome. Seeing me lost in thought and silent, Wu Qianqian picked up her phone and turned it on. The moment the phone powered on, nearly 20 missed calls appeared. Recalling our analysis from last night, she found it amusing. Though reluctant to respond, she knew she'd have to return the calls today. After hesitating for a moment, she threw on some clothes and headed to the bathroom. I guessed it might be because I was her first man, and she didn't want me to see her vulnerable side. Wu Qianqian had just dialed the number when Li Tian on the other end immediately questioned her angrily. "Wu Qianqian, what on earth do you think you're doing? Don't you want to help your family out of their predicament anymore? This is 5 million in cash we're talking about." Wu Qianqian scoffed lightly and said, "Uncle, I never said I wouldn't agree. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like waiting a couple more days would kill you, right?" Just as I'd told her, Li Tian's only goal was to sleep with her. As long as she didn't outright refuse, he'd agree to anything, so why bother giving him any pleasantries? Sure enough, with Wu Qianqian's words, Li Tian's temper instantly subsided by more than half. Li Tian had worked hard for most of his life. Wasn't it all for enjoyment? Women as stunning as Wu Qianqian were few and far between in his experience, so of course he didn't want to pass up the chance to score. I had already told Wu Qianqian I'd accompany her for a year. As long as I could have my first time with her, this year would be secured. As for after that year, I'd probably be tired of her anyway. If she wanted to find some naive guy to settle down with, I wouldn't care. Thinking of this, Li Tian softened his tone and asked Wu Qianqian where she'd gone last night. He dared not truly anger Wu Qianqian, lest all his efforts come to nothing. Wu Qianqian explained there'd been school matters last night, her phone was broken and wouldn't turn on, telling Li Tian to contact her the day after tomorrow.
She considered this the longest delay Li Tian would tolerate.
With a faint snort, Li Tian demanded she meet him at their usual spot on the 13th floor that afternoon, threatening to withdraw his investment immediately if she failed to appear, leaving her parents homeless, before abruptly hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Wu Qianqian leaned against the bathroom sink, frustration written all over her face. She knew escaping Li Tian's defiling clutches was impossible, it was only a matter of time. The mere recollection of Li Tian's greasy appearance made her skin crawl. Still, she took some comfort in knowing she'd already milked every benefit possible from their twisted arrangement, at least he'd only gotten second-hand goods. This bitter thought marginally lifted her spirits. She stepped outside burdened with worries. I spotted her heading to the restroom and seized the moment to power on my phone. The home screen instantly displayed 7 or 8 missed calls. Holy shit, something big's happened. I smacked my forehead, every call was from those damn roommates of mine. Yesterday I took their money when heading out, promising to bring them food, but ended up spending the night at a hotel. In my past life, I went back that same night. Although they scolded me, nothing serious happened. But this time I stayed out overnight, who knows what awaits me back at the dorm. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. After some thought, I decided not to respond yet and wait until I'm back in the dorm. At worst, I'll spend some money to smooth things over. If one meal doesn't cut it, I'll throw in a late-night snack run too. Seeing Wu Qianqian approach, I tucked away my Redmi phone. She sat down beside me, hesitated, then asked, "Lu Xiao, are you okay now?" I froze for a moment, what kind of outrageous talk was this? She blushed crimson and explained that if I recovered, her promise would be fulfilled. I understood what she meant, she was preparing to leave. With a teasing smile, I asked her, "What if I don't recover?" She smiled bitterly and replied that she would still have to go, to face her own fate. I looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you really have to leave?" Flushing, she nodded, and said if I ever wanted to find her, I could call, she'd make time for me. Then she added, as long as I didn't mind her being unclean. She believed there were no real feelings between us, last night was just her indulging herself, a way to spite Li Tian. Moreover, if we stay together for too long and Li Tian finds out, as an ordinary person, I can't handle his retaliation. So I must leave today. In the future, I can barely be considered her first love, and she can occasionally spend time with me. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, finally understanding why men don't like marrying women with ex-boyfriends. One argument and she'd just go straight to someone else. This didn't happen in my past life. Turns out women are tactile creatures. I thought it was my handsome looks that won her over, but it was actually this. I nodded and said, "Alright, are you heading back to school? I'll walk you." Truth be told, keeping her around would be easy, just take her to the parking lot where a luxury car worth over 100 million is parked. She intended to refuse, but the words died on her lips as she swallowed them back, ending with a sigh. 5 minutes later, we reached the hotel's underground parking lot. She instinctively shook off my hand and kept her distance, afraid of being seen, and reported to Li Tian. The parking lot was nearly empty in the morning. Descending to B1 level, I quickly spotted my Bugatti Chiron. This Bugatti Chiron was a concept car by Bugatti, with only about 10 units released worldwide. Packed with cutting-edge technology and finished in the classic luxurious blue, it looked absolutely stunning. Wu Qianqian also spotted the car, though she didn't recognize the model, she knew the Bugatti emblem. Even the cheapest Bugatti costs over 20 million yuan. Though her family had assets worth 20 to 30 million, they could never afford such a car. Besides, their sports cars had already been mortgaged and would be auctioned off if the company went bankrupt. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she watched me walk toward it, but she couldn't possibly believe the car was mine. Seriously, would someone driving a Bugatti really use a dirt-cheap Redmi phone worth just 1,000 yuan? But I walked straight to the Bugatti Chiron, somehow produced the car key from nowhere, unlocked it, pulled open the driver's door, and got inside. I smiled at the stunned Wu Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, what are you standing there for? Get in the car." The car's only flaw is that it doesn't have butterfly doors, they don't open dramatically enough, but the interior is luxurious, and it's comfortable to sit in. She looked at me in disbelief and asked, is this car yours?" The interior was entirely upholstered in leather, with the driver's seat and steering wheel in a regal orange gold hue. Yet here I was wearing budget shorts and a t-shirt, completely mismatched with this car, only my looks could hold a candle to it. Without answering directly, I smiled and pressed the ignition button, switching to sport mode. V-room. With just a light tap on the accelerator, the underground parking garage roared with an explosive sound wave. I patted the passenger seat and said, "Come on, hop in." She was awakened by the roar of the engine and came to her senses. Sitting in the car, watching me start the engine, she still found it hard to believe. I was right, cars like this are basically impossible to rent. Even a Bugatti Veyron is hard to come by, let alone a limited edition model like this. The rental cost is absurdly high, completely beyond the means of an ordinary person. A surge of excitement flashed through her mind. If this car was really mine, perhaps she wouldn't have to serve Li Tian anymore. But as she glanced at me behind the wheel, her mood sank again. Even if I were someone special, why would I ever help her? At Li Tian's place, borrowing 5 million would buy a year of her youth. Someone like me would never lack women around. Chapter 7, 8 million. Lu Xiao, of course, noticed Wu Qianqian's hesitation beside him, but he simply smiled faintly without taking the initiative to speak. Having vowed to be a playboy in both past and present lives, he always adhered to 2 of the 3 cardinal rules of playboys: never take the initiative during interactions, and never refuse during pursuits. After all, his ambitions reached for the stars and the seas. Taking the initiative in a relationship would be like abandoning an entire forest for a single blade of grass. Worse yet, he'd be permanently tethered to that one blade, essentially no different from marriage. As for Rule 3 of the Playboy Code, no accountability when things end, Lu Xiao couldn't agree with that. A man ought to have some sense of responsibility. Generally speaking, even when relationships ended, Lu Xiao always provided some form of compensation to the women he'd been with. He'd never been the one to initiate breakups either. In his previous life, all his relationships had ended amicably through mutual agreement. Lu Xiao considered himself, at the very least, a playboy with a conscience. But not taking the initiative doesn't mean he would let Wu Qianqian walk away. As the saying goes, a bastard is defined by his heart, not his kidney. To be a playboy, besides having the courage and boldness to embrace all rivers, one must also master the art of playing hard to get. Otherwise, he might degrade from a playboy to a simp, from a sea king to a sea dog. Take the current situation for example. If Wu Qianqian doesn't speak up first, how could Lu Xiao desperately volunteer with "leave your problem to me"? The girl hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already eagerly rushing forward. That would truly cement you as a simp. Thinking of those simps from future generations who would lick girls' feet while emptying their wallets, Lu Xiao couldn't help but shudder. What needed to be done now was to make Wu Qianqian accept becoming his woman, not his girlfriend, or turning him into her personal ATM. While the distinction might seem minor in everyday terms, fundamentally speaking, a woman isn't unique, but a girlfriend is. Now, Lu Xiao had done what he needed to do and had shown Wu Qianqian his capabilities. As for the rest, it was up to Wu Qianqian to ponder on her own. While Wu Qianqian remained tangled in her thoughts, Lu Xiao drove the car into a private parking lot near the school, following his memories. This was also an underground parking lot, and a small one at that, with only about a dozen parking spaces. Parking here wouldn't risk causing a sensation. Such nostalgia, he murmured. Exiting the underground parking lot, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he surveyed the surrounding area. Over 10 years, this old district had almost completely vanished under demolition. Although Lu Xiao had left Jiangcheng after graduation, he'd still glimpsed the city's transformation through posts from classmates and friends. In the next 7 or 8 years, the urban villages and budget motels behind them would be entirely razed, erasing countless university-era haunts that had brought his friends so much joy. But there was no stopping progress. Even if 10,000 petitions begged to preserve the working girls' dwellings, these urban villages were ultimately destined for demolition. Lu Xiao. Following Lu Xiao all the way to the school gates, Wu Qianqian, who had been struggling with how to bring it up, finally couldn't hold back any longer. She knew full well in her heart that if she just parted ways with Lu Xiao like this, she'd truly be beyond saving. Whether Lu Xiao agreed or not, she had to give it a try. After all, hadn't they shared a night of intimacy? This connection had already become closer than what many people ever experience. What's wrong? Lu Xiao smiled and looked at Wu Qianqian. Lu Xiao, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Wu Qianqian's expression was very serious. That man I told you about last night who wanted to sleep with me when my family's company had a broken capital chain, he lent out 5 million at usurious rates. My father thought this money could save our business, but unexpectedly, this man set up obstacles along the way. Wu Qianqian recounted her family's situation in full detail, only omitting Li Tian's name. So what do you need me to do? I need 8 million in cash, to be repaid within 2 years. If you're willing to lend it to me, The shortfall from earlier only required 5 million, but after borrowing Li Tian's loan shark money, which already demanded higher repayments, plus the company's worsening financial situation during this period, 8 million was probably just barely enough. At this point, Wu Qianqian's delicate face turned scarlet with blushes, yet the next moment, she resolutely spoke her mind. I'm willing to be your woman from now on. Wu Qianqian let out a long sigh as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She had said all she needed to say. Whether Lu Xiao would accept her, or whether she was worth those 8 million in his heart, was no longer up to her to decide. From now on, following Lu Xiao honestly wasn't something she found unacceptable in her heart. After all, she'd given all her firsts to this man before her, and with their minimal age difference, she truly harbored no feelings of aversion. Wu Qianqian slightly raised her head, secretly studying Lu Xiao's expression. But to her disappointment, Lu Xiao maintained that same smile throughout, revealing absolutely nothing of his stance. However, Wu Qianqian didn't have to wait long, as Lu Xiao spoke again within 10 seconds.
That man's name is Li Tian, right? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Ha, how did you know?
Wu Qianqian froze for a moment, then nodded.
I ran into him this morning when I went downstairs to order breakfast.
Lu Xiao shrugged. But what really makes me curious is, logically speaking, Li Tian and I are doing the same thing, right? The only difference is he paid 5 million to have you for a year, while I offered 3 million more to have you for life.
Are you really willing to accept that? It's different.
Wu Qianqian clearly recalled last night's events, her face slightly flushed as she stammered in reply.
You didn't use that to pressure me, and if I could stay by your side, I'd be willing to. Seeing Wu Qianqian's adorable, crimson-cheeked embarrassment, Lu Xiao couldn't help grinning. Qianqian, why are you still standing so far away from me?
Lu Xiao smiled faintly and reached out his hand to Wu Qianqian.
Ah, you agreed?
Wu Qianqian froze for a moment before realization dawned on her face, instantly lighting up with overwhelming joy.
What else?
Lu Xiao shrugged and grabbed Wu Qianqian's delicate hand in his. Yesterday, he had been too preoccupied with appreciating other aspects of her, completely overlooking Wu Qianqian's impossibly soft hands. Born into a wealthy family, Wu Qianqian had clearly never done manual labor, her hands were startlingly delicate. The adorable pink bear-patterned manicure only enhanced their charm. The only drawback might be that Wu Qianqian has been under too much pressure lately, and it had been a while since her last manicure. Her polished nails had grown out quite a bit, making them look less than perfect. But this doesn't overshadow her charm.
Send me your payment details later, and I'll transfer the money right away. But I have a small request.
Lu Xiao played with Wu Qianqian's soft little hand, then smiled and pulled her a bit closer into his arms.
Chapter 8, Wu Qianqian's sense of belonging. These 8 million yuan, I'm not lending them to you. I'll use this 8 million in cash to directly buy shares. Lu Xiao continued. Ah, shares? What shares? Wu Qianqian's face instantly flushed crimson. Was last night not enough? What are you thinking?
I meant investing capital as shares.
Lu Xiao froze momentarily, but quickly understood and couldn't help but laugh with a reproachful remark.
The system assigned him the task of spending 1 billion. According to the system's detailed explanation, using this money to buy either consumer goods or assets is permissible, but lending it out is completely ineffective unless it's directly given away. Rather than lending it out for a year or two, it would be better to directly purchase shares. After all, the real estate industry has been in a boom period in recent years, and investing in it wouldn't risk losing money.
Holding onto it for a few years could at least double the investment, which is far more profitable than lending it out. Besides, Wu Qianqian is now his woman. Investing some money into her family's company is definitely better than randomly picking some external company to invest in, right? Simple and reliable.
Wu Qianqian bowed her head shyly. Her initial thought had indeed gone astray, but what followed was sheer delight. Given their family's current situation, merely securing a loan would have been considered divine fortune, yet Lu Xiao was talking about investment. This means even if the entire amount were to be lost, her family wouldn't bear any responsibility or need to compensate Lu Xiao, though it's highly unlikely this investment would actually result in losses anyway.
But borrowing and investing are inherently two different attitudes.
The next moment, Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao smile, and her heart instantly warmed. She understood that Lu Xiao was doing everything possible to alleviate the pressure and burden on her family.
MHM. Wu Qianqian nodded emphatically, leaning slightly into Lu Xiao's embrace as warmth blossomed in her heart. It seemed she truly felt a sense of belonging with this man she'd only met the previous night, a connection that transcended the billions in wealth he represented. Without further delay, Lu Xiao took the account details directly from Wu Qianqian. Under the system's operation, Lu Xiao's bank card had long been enabled for large sum transfers. With a few quick operations on the online banking platform, the money was swiftly transferred. This phone really needs replacing, it's so laggy. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. To be honest, Android phones from 2010 were indeed far behind, there's really no sugarcoating that. And this phone only has 2 GB of RAM and 16 GB of storage, which is always almost completely full. Opening an app takes a good 10 seconds or more. By the way, just handle the shares matter yourself. If you need any materials from my side, just let me know directly. Wu Qianqian nodded emphatically, leaning her whole body against Lu Xiao, her heart feeling utterly warmed. So this is what it feels like to rely on a man? Lu Xiao originally intended to exchange WeChat contacts with Wu Qianqian but then realized the app wouldn't be launched until January of the coming year. In the end, they could only swap QQ numbers for the time being. However, Lu Xiao wasn't particularly interested in stealing ideas. To be honest, with just a few months left, the odds of successfully replicating their business model were slim. Their entire empire was fundamentally built on QQ's infrastructure and insurmountable advantage. Even the legendary entrepreneur Ma had initially stumbled when trying to copy their homework. Nanshan Pizza Hut only copies others, no one can copy their original work. With the system in place, just go with the flow. The assets acquired through system sign-ins are already sufficient. Moreover, since time travel is such a rare opportunity, indulging in life's pleasures is what really matters. Once the system levels up a few times, even these corporations won't amount to much in his eyes, making those efforts even more unnecessary. It's just like signing in, whether you check in daily or periodically, the end rewards are the same. In fact, constant sign-ins might yield less than spaced-out ones, so why exhaust yourself over it? Assets will come sooner or later anyway, as long as the system is around. Qianqian, how about we hang out tonight? Lu Xiao found a less crowded spot near the school gate and sat down, grinning at Wu Qianqian. Tonight probably won't work, I need to go home and sort some things out, plus I have to transfer those shares to you. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully and glanced at Lu Xiao with an apologetic look. Just promised to be Lu Xiao's woman for a lifetime, yet couldn't be together on the very first day. She genuinely felt a bit embarrassed. How about tomorrow? I'll definitely come find you early tomorrow and bring the equity documents along too, Wu Qianqian suggested. Alright, let's make it tomorrow afternoon then, same place, Lijiang Hotel. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He wasn't the kind of man to rush things, after all. Wu Qianqian had already given herself to him last night. Waiting a little longer wouldn't make any difference. In the university district, Lijiang Hotel was the only decent option. The better 4-star hotels were all too far away from this area. And 5-star. Sorry, but there really aren't any hotels of that tier in Jiangcheng, it's only a second-tier city after all. Wu Qianqian nodded somewhat shyly. You can drive the car back first, just bring it to the hotel tomorrow. Lu Xiao generously handed the car keys directly to Wu Qianqian. After all, there was no need for it near the school. The hotel was only about a kilometer away, just a 10-minute walk. No, I can't drive that car. Wu Qianqian repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. The price of this car exceeded her family's total assets, so she didn't dare touch it. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. Alright then. Lu Xiao shrugged and tucked the car keys back into his pocket. But honestly speaking, now that he had money, it really was time to buy an apartment and a proper car. This Bugatti is undoubtedly cool, but it's genuinely inconvenient for daily trips to campus, not to mention it instantly draws a crowd wherever it goes. The real kicker is, being a sports car, it only has 2 seats. When taking girls out, it's just not practical if you're hoping for certain extracurricular activities, right? Surely you can't just stick to thigh padding everywhere you go? Hailing a cab to send Wu Qianqian off, Lu Xiao walked back toward campus while mulling over buying both property and more practical wheels. I'll first buy an apartment near Jiangcheng University, then for the car, maybe just get a large SUV to drive around for now. Glancing at my phone's banking app, after transferring out 8 million, there was still a remaining balance of 2.18 million. Let's wait until tomorrow morning's check-in before deciding. The junior year basically didn't have many classes left, and since it was already July, in about 20 days or so, the semester would basically be over. Most students were either studying in their dorms or lazing around, while a small number who had internships had already gone out to work. As soon as Lu Xiao entered the dormitory building, he was greeted by a loud commotion coming from inside. It's really lively here. Lu Xiao watched the bustling crowd moving through the hallway and couldn't help but sigh. It had been so many years since he'd seen such a lively scene. Arriving at the door of his dorm room, Lu Xiao took a moment to steady his emotions, and then, he kicked the door open with one forceful swing of his foot. This was standard operation procedure during college, pretty much everyone had done it. Your daddy's home, boys. The room fell completely silent for 3 solid seconds. Then, 3 pairs of murderous gazes instantly locked onto him. Followed by, F***CK. Damn it, you damn bastard, you finally decided to show your face. Chapter 9, 2 Craftsmen? As soon as he stepped through the door, he was immediately met with the furious glares of 3 burly men in the dorm room. Hey bitch, where's the food you were supposed to bring us yesterday? Are you trying to starve your poor old dads to death in the dorm? Lu Xiao gave an embarrassed chuckle. Ran into a bit of trouble last night, almost lost my life. Cut me some slack, guys. Ha, what's going on? Hearing that Lu Xiao had nearly died, the 3 were shocked and immediately approached to check if he was missing any body parts. Lu Xiao was an orphan who had been supporting himself since childhood. His friends knew he had been doing part-time jobs outside, but he had resigned from them these days because of final exams. Knowing Lu Xiao's financial difficulties, they often asked him to bring them meals, each contributing 2 yuan as a delivery fee. On average, he made about 6 yuan a day from this. While it wasn't much, it was enough for Lu Xiao to afford a meal in the school cafeteria. They wanted to help more, but knowing Lu Xiao's pride, he would never accept direct financial aid. This was the compromise they came up with. Actually, nothing serious, just spent a night out with a girl. Seeing 3 large faces crowding in, Lu Xiao instinctively took a step back. Damn it, we really thought something happened to you. Here's your chance, spill the details, and I'll forgive you for not bringing me dinner last night. Holy shit, is this for real? The details, the details. We want all the juicy details. Pan Xingwen, the eldest in the dorm, took a giant stride forward, grabbing Lu Xiao's shoulder with a gossip-hungry grin. To be honest, old Xiao, how many people died last night? Well, just over 1 billion or so. 1 billion actually died? Third brother Zhang Yan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed at Lu Xiao with undisguised envy. As we all know, a single act is worth 300 million. He had been single for 20 years since birth. Previously, only their dorm leader, Pan Xingwen, had a girlfriend among the whole dormitory. But now, unexpectedly, the second oldest roommate Lu Xiao, the one they thought would never have a partner, became another exception. Are you even speaking human language? What do you mean by real death or fake death? Unless I'm mistaken, wasn't it you who donated 300 million in the bathroom yesterday? The youngest of the roommates, Shui Xiaosong, shot a scornful glance at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was startled, immediately followed by a flush of embarrassment. He hadn't expected such hidden behavior to be noticed, quickly resorting to the classic triple denial. I didn't do it. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiao couldn't help but look over with curiosity. He truly hadn't expected old Zhang to be skilled with his hands. Hold on, Sungzi, I went to the bathroom at 3 a.m. last night, and it was the upstairs one, wasn't it? Zhang Yan noticed the teasing looks from the others and immediately caught on. The restrooms here were designed as one large shared space per floor. The upper floor housed senior students, who were rarely around campus anymore, so it was usually deserted by nightfall. He had been so meticulous, virtually foolproof. How exactly did Shui Xiaosong find out? Ahem, well, perhaps we should focus on old Zhao's situation. Shui Xiaosong offered an awkward chuckle and swiftly changed the subject. Could he admit that his initial thoughts had mirrored Zhang Yan's exactly? Lu Xiao suppressed his laughter beside them. In his previous life, he truly hadn't noticed this point. Who would have thought such a small dorm room housed 2 craftsmen? By the way, Lao Xiao, you still haven't told us about your girlfriend. Pan Xingwen also snapped back to attention and immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Xiao once more. In this day and age, isn't having a girlfriend completely normal? Lu Xiao shrugged. So who's your girlfriend? Is she from our school? Must be so. Lu Xiao stroked his chin, answering somewhat uncertainly. If he remembered correctly, Wu Qianqian should also be a finance major at Jiangcheng University, though a year below him, currently a sophomore. Damn it! Their eyes instantly lit up. Alright, stop asking. I'll just tell you directly. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at them. You know Wu Qianqian, right? I know, the campus belle from sophomore year. Heard she's a rich second-generation heiress too. Zhang Yan nodded naturally, then suddenly froze for a moment. Holy shit, you're not saying Wu Qianqian is your girlfriend, are you? Yeah, we just got together yesterday. Lu Xiao shrugged his shoulders. You're full of it. There's no way Wu Qianqian would ever be into you. Although Pan Xingwen desperately wanted to mock Lu Xiao, his rebuke lost conviction halfway through. Poor as Lu Xiao was, he was undeniably the hottest guy on Jiangcheng University's campus. If there was actually a campus heartthrob ranking, Lu Xiao would undoubtedly be in the top 3, and that's despite him usually not paying much attention to his appearance. Everyone in his dorm knew that quite a few wealthy older women had even tried to sponsor Lu Xiao before, but he had always turned them down. Sure, being a sugar baby might bring endless pleasure, but the joy of a steel wool scrubber? Most people wouldn't dare to understand. But if you think about it this way, Wu Qianqian really might have her eyes on Lu Xiao. Wu Qianqian is inherently a rich second-generation heir, so it's normal for her not to consider a boyfriend's financial status. Oh, and there's one more thing. Lu Xiao decided to spill everything out at once. A while ago, someone approached me claiming that a distant relative of mine passed away without any heirs. According to the will, I'm the primary inheritor, so I received a modest inheritance. You could say I'm somewhat well off now. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and then, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. At first, the 3 friends were a bit skeptical, but when Lu Xiao took out his phone and casually scrolled through Wu Qianqian's QQ space to show them a few posts, they were completely convinced. Brothers, I think I've contracted some kind of fatal disease where I'll die if I don't eat crayfish. Pan Xingwen exchanged meaningful glances with Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong before plopping down on the bed, clutching his stomach in mock agony. Ioyo, seems like the boss's disease is contagious. I think I've caught it too, my stomach's killing me. Only some crayfish meat can cure me. Old Xiao, I think I've caught it too. My stomach's been growling non-stop. Am I dying or something? The 3 of them immediately started moaning and groaning in despair. Hold on, did I say I wasn't treating? What's all this about? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at them. Seeing his roommates after more than 10 years apart, Lu Xiao felt a genuine warmth in his heart. During their 3 years in college, his roommates had been nothing but supportive. Back then, the main reason he could keep going was largely due to the small but steady income from the 2 yuan errand fees his roommates often paid him. However, after graduation, none of the four brothers fared particularly well.
Pan Xingwen, the eldest, followed his family's arrangements and moved to the capital, leading to much less contact.
Zhang Yan, the third brother, stayed behind in Jiangchang.
Shui Xiaosong, the youngest, gave up a career in finance to become an esports player. While he had skill, it was only average at best, and in the end, he didn't achieve much success either. Lu Xiao glanced at Shui Xiaosong's desk, where the game currently open happened to be League of Legends, the competitive title that had just launched at the end of last year.
Chapter 10, The Ever-Busy Crematorium.
We had agreed to meet in the afternoon for crayfish, so lunch was just a hasty bite at school. Little Pine, you've got quite the impressive record. Lu Xiao had also played League of Legends before and knew the game well. During Season 1, the game League of Legends didn't have ranked matches or tiers, there was only an ELO rating system. The higher your score, the stronger your skills were considered to be. Within a year of its release, many people had already discovered how fun the game was.
As for Shui Xiaosong, his current rating was 1900. Currently, the highest score belongs to professional player Strawberry with 2,300 points.
1900 points. In later years, this would undoubtedly rank as mid to upper tier among professional players. No wonder Shui Xiaosong chose this path. However, if I remember correctly, during the early days of professional teams due to lack of capitalization, players' salaries were generally very low, with most running on passion alone. When traveling to Korea for competitions, players had to pool money for their own plane tickets.
Upon arrival, 5 players plus 1 coach would squeeze into a tiny room together while adjusting to jet lag.
Back then, it was nothing like now. Contestants live in grand villas, and attending matches feels more like idol-chasing events. Lu Xiao had once followed the competitions religiously for a while, but after everything became commercialized, he gradually stopped watching.
Not bad, this game is pretty fun. Shui Xiaosong chuckled awkwardly. Maybe next time I play this game too.
Lu Xiao chuckled and planned to take Shui Xiaosong out for a spin when he had the chance.
AP Mastery is basically an invincible demon right now.
Whether it's 1900 point Shui Xiaosong or even the top Chinese server player, he could dive straight into their fountain and slash them until they can't function. Meanwhile, Pan Xingwen was still blabbing away on his phone call. His girlfriend was studying in Beijing, and they only had the chance to meet during winter and summer breaks. The rest of the time, they relied on phone calls to stay in touch. In their first year together, they probably hadn't even gotten to third base yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan was working on practice problems next to him. According to Zhang Yan, his dream was to secure a government job. With everyone in the dorm busy with their own affairs, Lu Xiao suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Without live streaming apps or short video platforms, Lu Xiao found it quite hard to adjust.
Better get a new phone first.
After some thought, Lu Xiao decided to call Zhao Ke first. Being a boss had its perks. Anything could be settled with just a phone call. Old Zhao, get me the latest smartphone model, the one with maximum RAM and storage.
Have someone deliver it to Jiangcheng University for me. Right away, boss.
Please wait about 20 minutes.
Zhao Ke's spirits immediately lifted upon hearing Lu Zhao's request.
An employer's demands are never burdensome, the real fear is when they stop needing you at all. For Zhao Ke at this moment, this was entirely his state of mind. He had no understanding of Lu Zhao's temperament whatsoever and was even more terrified that Lu Xiao might inexplicably replace him. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ke hurried to the nearest mobile shop to buy the latest model smartphone before speeding toward Jiangcheng University in his car. When Lu Xiao arrived at the school gate to collect the phone, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised.
Old Zhao, why did you personally come for such a small matter? Ah, it's not too far.
I was just worried the staff might not handle it properly. Zhao Ke grinned as he helped Lu Xiao unwrap the phone's packaging, taking out the device and handing it to him.
Alright, thanks, old Zhao. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile.
To be honest, a subordinate who can handle things precisely to the boss's liking certainly brings a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Ke was clearly such a person willing to put in the effort to understand what the boss truly desired.
Without lingering, Zhao Ke quickly left after handing the phone to Lu Xiao.
Lu Xiao directly swapped the SIM card into his new phone, tossing the old one straight into the trash bin. A phone worth just over $1,000 typically lasted about a year, and this one had been with him since freshman year. There was no point keeping it any longer. Back in the dorm, after reinstalling all the apps, the interface instantly felt smoother, lifting Lu Xiao's mood along with it.
Done yet, you dogs? Let's hit up some crayfish when you're free.
Finally, it was past 5 in the afternoon, and Lu Xiao couldn't stand staying in the dorm any longer.
Wouldn't it be better to spend this time checking out pretty girls? Let's go, let's go.
When it came to eating, Shui Xiaosong was the first to stop.
When can't you play games? But with meals, you eat one less every time. Back in the homeland now, this time, all the crayfish that belong to me, I'm eating every last one. Pan Xingwen's face darkened as he leapt straight down from the upper bunk. Hey bro, can you not be so uni right now? Lu Xiao sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. I just finished reading a novel about the God of War's return, okay? Pan Xingwen gave an awkward chuckle. so what if it's corny? It was seriously addictive. Especially when seeing the god of war return to his homeland and single-handedly slaughter 100,000 men to protect his woman, it literally made my blood boil with excitement. Boss, the novel you're reading is totally lame. Check out this divine healer story instead. Zhang Yan chuckled and immediately pulled up the table of contents of the web novel he was chasing. Lu Xiao and Xue Xiaosong also curiously leaned their heads over to take a look. Chapter 1, If she can't be cured, this entire hospital will be buried with her. Chapter 2, Hurt her, and I'll have your 9 generations exterminated. Chapter 3, Betray me, and your entire family dies. I swear the entire Su family will pay with their lives. If she doesn't apologize, you'll pay with your life. I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. All male members of the Shangguan family will be buried alongside. If she loses a single strand of hair, this entire world shall pay with its life. Chapter 40, In this universe of yours, no one can escape their fate as sacrificial offerings. Pan Xingwen, Xue Xiaosong, Lu Xiao. At this moment, both those who read novels and those who didn't fell silent. After a long pause, Pan Xingwen finally spoke again. Well damn, I admit compared to this, my God of War Returns novel is seriously lame. The coffin seller in this novel must be the richest person in the world, right? Xue Xiaosong found it both amusing and exasperating, replying with an oddly creative remark. Lu Xiao glanced at the novel's title, Super Medical God. I think this novel should change its name, maybe something like The Restless Crematorium or No Survivors. Lu Xiao's remark instantly had everyone in stitches. The mere mention of crayfish had the gang of animals howling with excitement. Being relatively strapped for cash before, Lu Xiao wasn't familiar with the restaurants in the area, so Pan Xingwen led the way to a food stall near campus. Listen, the food at this stall is absolutely unbeatable, and get this, the 3 owners moved here from the urban village last year. Pan Xingwen led the group to their seats and introduced them with a smile. Were there food stalls in the urban village before? Zhang Yan was somewhat puzzled. He remembered there were only small eateries there with fairly average food. How could this be? They've transitioned to a new industry. This wasn't their original business. Pan Xingwen shot Zhang Yan a disdainful look. The proprietress happened to walk over just then, and her eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Pan Xingwen. Well, if it isn't Little Pan, what'll you be having today? First, let's stuff the cracks with 20 pounds of crawfish. At the sight of the proprietress, Pan Xingwen immediately perked up with excitement. Lu Xiao slightly raised his head and took a glance, and was instantly struck with an internal exclamation of woe. Her looks were average, scoring around 70 points at best, but she had the advantage of youth, only 23 or 24 years old. And those proportions? Easily a D cup or larger. The way she walked was captivating, swaying with every step, unmistakably the kind of lethal weapon that had already claimed hundreds of billions of lives. Moreover, being able to run a large-scale food stall in your 20s or 30s, especially one transformed from an urban village industry. Lu Xiao silently glanced over and suddenly understood everything clearly. Surely behind the proprietress's successful transformation, Pan Xingwen must have put in considerable effort, right? P.S. The brothers, today's fresh update is here. Please reward, please bookmark, please comment on the chapter. Chapter 11, Someone actually more daring than me? Noticing Lu Xiao's gaze, Pan Xingwen grinned meaningfully and winked at him pointedly. Right now, it was just the 2 of them in the dorm, the other 2 were mere boys, and he figured this matter might be something only Lu Xiao could relate to. Lu Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Pan Xingwen. This foolish kid, isn't he afraid of catching diseases? And now he even has a girlfriend. What if he infects her and ruins her entire life? But come to think of it, Pan Xingwen probably got together with his girlfriend this year. During the past 2 years when he patronized those businesses, he seemed to be single. Then it's all good. Come on, let's have a drink first. This first round is to celebrate old Xiao successfully getting out of singlehood. Come on, another drink. This second round is to celebrate old Xiao inheriting the fortune, no more suffering from now on. Before the crayfish even arrived, Pan Xingwen directly ordered 3 portions. After downing several cups of ice-cold beer on an empty stomach, Zhang Yan and Xue Xiaosong immediately started feeling they couldn't handle it anymore. Lu Xiao remained unaffected, simply squinting his eyes with amusement as he watched the others. Over the years of drinking engagements, Lu Xiao had long mastered the art of alcohol. He knew exactly how to pace himself with liquor. Moreover, his current youthful body handled alcohol far better than his older physique from the future. Drinking half a case of beer was no different from drinking water to him. Boss, can we slow down? Let us grab a few bites first. Zhang Yan and Xue Xiaosong pulled long faces when they saw Pan Xingwen preparing for another round. Drinking on an empty stomach is seriously unbearable. Alright, look at you 2 chicken shits, then look at old Xiao. Pan Xingwen shot them a disdainful glance. One's a shut-in, the other's a gaming addict, neither gets much exercise. Pan Xingwen, on the other hand, hits the gym regularly. As for Lu Xiao, he's always picking up part-time jobs whenever free. Staying unfit would be a challenge. Boss, that's just cruel. If I had a girlfriend, I'd be working out too. Exactly, exactly. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Shui Xiaosong nodded vigorously behind him. Alright, just tell me what kind of partners you're looking for, and I'll help you keep an eye out at school. Age, height, measurements, education, looks, just give me your requirements. Pan Xingwen rolled his eyes at them. He didn't believe for a second that these two would actually go exercise. Really? Absolutely. As a student leader who interacts with so many female students daily, I wouldn't mind introducing you to suitable matches. Pan Xingwen nodded readily without hesitation. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong exchanged glances, their interest visibly piqued. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Pan Xingwen. Boss, I just need the age and height, the rest doesn't matter to me. Sure, let me know then and I'll keep an eye out for you. This summer break is ending soon, and there'll be new students enrolling in September. Pan Xingwen said with a smile. Then I'll really say it? Speak. 1-year-old, 170 centimeters tall. But, Lu Xiao immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped. Damn it, Lao Zhang, are you asking for a beating? Pan Xingwen looked at Zhang Yan with a mix of amusement and exasperation. By now, it was clear to him that this guy hadn't been serious at all, just teasing him the whole time. What's wrong, boss? I think my request is perfectly reasonable. Oh, perfectly reasonable indeed. Exceptionally reasonable. Why don't you go find me someone who's 170 centimeters tall at 1-year-old, huh? Pan Xingwen was already clenching his teeth and fists. Boss, Neza was already 16 chi tall, about 3 meters, when he was just 1-year-old. Shui Xiaosong reminded him from the side. The room fell into brief silence. The next moment. Hey, boss, don't get worked up. Old Xiao, me and Xiao Songzi will go check if the crayfish are ready first. Zhang Yan hurriedly grabbed Shui Xiaosong and ran. Why don't you talk about the golden crow instead? That thing is as big as the sun the moment it's born. Pan Xingwen's eyes were practically shooting flames. Lu Xiao saw Pan Xingwen abruptly stand up in anger and quickly pulled him back down. Though at this point, he himself was nearly dying of laughter too. Fortunately, it was just past 5 o'clock, so there weren't many people in the restaurant, and they didn't have to worry about being too loud. After a noisy half hour, the crayfish dishes gradually arrived at their table. Lu Xiao also raised his glass. Seeing his hilarious dorm mates, whom he hadn't met for 10 years, Lu Xiao genuinely felt overjoyed. Isn't this what youth is all about? Thanks for looking out for me these past few years, brothers. Hey, Lao Xiao, don't say that. You've been the hardest worker in our dorm. Honestly, if I'd put in half your effort, I'd have passed that civil service exam ages ago. Zhang Yan finally got serious. There's still a whole year left, and no one's gonna bring me meals for the rest of it. Pan Xingwen smirked teasingly before letting out another long sigh. Old Xiao, when you're free, buy a computer and team up with me, this game's no fun playing solo. Say no more, shall we get trashed? Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at the group. Come on, bottoms up. Let's do this. Fuck. The meal lasted from 5 in the afternoon until past 11 at night. Midway through, as more customers arrived, the proprietress found their group a bit too noisy and specially moved them to a private room. According to Pan Xingwen's own words, all of this was because he had faced with the boss lady. At 11:30, the group staggered out of the restaurant in disarray. Let me tell you, Lao Xiao, from now on we're eating at this place. I'm tight with all the women running the joint. Got some serious face here. Pan Xingwen picked at his teeth while smugly showing Lu Xiao the bill that had saved him over 100 yuan. Yes, after recharging billions, of course you've got face. Nonsense, with boss's physique, it's worth at least 10 billion for sure. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong laughed from the sidelines. You two looking for a beating or what? Pan Xingwen chuckled and cursed, then rushed forward to give both of them a playful tousling. Though truth be told, Pan Xingwen himself couldn't quite remember exactly how much he topped up, but it definitely wasn't in the billions. At any rate, he'd contribute a little whenever his monthly allowance came in. According to his account, the young lady's family situations were quite dire. Their father had become paralyzed after a workplace accident, their mother had long since abandoned the household, and they had a 6-year-old younger brother to care for who couldn't even manage basic daily life. Though he couldn't quite understand why 3 or 4 young ladies all shared similar family circumstances, a man ought to have some compassion in his heart, shouldn't he? In this situation, even a dog would have to bite off a piece of the bone in its mouth just to give it away. Not to mention, Pan Xingwen was still human, let alone a man with a conscience and a big heart? How is this even possible? This makes perfect logical sense. Boss, you're the man. Lu Xiao silently gave Pan Xingwen a thumbs up. He thought he was pretty open-minded, but never expected someone to be even bolder than him. Chapter 12, Gu Yueshi. Freshmen and sophomores still had lights-out rules in their dorms, but by junior and senior year, the school tacitly allowed lights to stay on without room checks. The 4 of them staggered back to their dorm in a daze. Without even washing up, the other 3 climbed straight into bed and passed out. Listening to the chorus of snores filling the room, Lu Xiao gave a helpless chuckle. He grabbed his wash basin and headed to the bathroom to clean up. A habit cultivated over 10 plus years meant he basically showered daily. Though proper showers were inconvenient here, he still insisted on at least washing his face and brushing his teeth. What do you call this? This is called greeting an unexpected beauty in the best possible condition. Though he had a decent alcohol tolerance, the drinks from the evening had taken their toll. After washing up, Lu Xiao was exhausted. Lulled by the familiar sound of snores around him, Lu Xiao slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, he was the first one to wake up. After checking the time elapsed since the last check-in, it was precisely a little over 24 hours. Let's see if checking in after a full day will give cash rewards. Lu Xiao focused his thoughts and tapped the check-in button in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Congratulations, host. You have received cash, 28 million yuan. Cash reward has been deposited into your bank card. Please check and confirm receipt as soon as possible. At the same moment, Lu Xiao's newly replaced phone screen flickered with a beep as a bank deposit notification lit up. With the remaining balance of just over 2 million from before added to this 28 million, the total neatly rounded up to 30 million. Sure enough, checking in after a day's gap still gave a cash reward. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. However, this must be the peak of cash rewards, 28 million yuan. Compared to the previous asset of Lijiang Hotel I obtained, the difference isn't significant, and since this is liquid cash, to be honest, it might even be way more impressive than owning Lijiang Hotel. Assets are just assets, but cash flow is the real king. Lu Xiao analyzed it briefly. Half-day sign-ins earned about 10 million, while a full day's sign-in yielded 28 million. Clearly, signing in once a day was more profitable. Of course, this was just a preliminary analysis. The numbers were bound to fluctuate since the sample size was too small to be convincing yet. The system's first sign-in reward was the Lijiang Hotel, worth around 35 million, which should be just above the cash sign-in tier's reward. After a few more trials, we'll basically have everything figured out, and then we can summarize a set of guidelines. Lu Xiao made a summary. He then clicked the check-in button several more times in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Congratulations, host. You have received cash, 12 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your check-in is successful. Congratulations, host. You have received cash, 100 yuan. What a pity, I didn't win again. Lu Xiao shook his head and directly closed the system page. Checking in and clicking a few times was essentially just trying his luck with that 100 million to 1 probability. Missing out meant no loss, but hitting the jackpot would be beyond exhilarating. After all, there was no harm in clicking a few extra times. After buying breakfast from the cafeteria and returning, Pan Xingwen and the others had already woken up. Thanks, Lao Xiao. Seeing the breakfast on the table, the group quickly expressed their gratitude. They'd drunk too much last night, and their heads were still pounding. Don't mention it, just a small favor. Lu Xiao smiled as he opened his portion. As someone from the north, he still preferred wheat-based foods like tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. Of course, the tofu pudding had to be the savory kind. The sweet version always tasted a bit off to him. Hey Xiao, how's your finance review going? The exam starts at 2 p.m. sharp. Pan Xingwen yawned and got out of bed, pulling out his finance textbook. Most foundational courses were already completed by junior year, leaving only a few specialized subjects. But at Jiangcheng University, failing a major course didn't even offer a make-up exam opportunity. The only option was to retake the class. Fail to complete them during senior year, and you'd have to repeat the grade. Hearing Pan Xingwen's words, Lu Xiao's previously cheerful expression froze instantly. Exam? Of course he knew finance theory, but as everyone knows, what you learn in school and what's actually used in corporate environments are two completely different systems. Having graduated over a decade ago, Lu Xiao had completely forgotten every bit of knowledge from his school days. He genuinely didn't know anything about it now. Do you believe me if I say I'm done for? Lu Xiao looked at Pan Xingwen and the others with a pained expression. Come on, old Xiao, stop being so modest. We all know your academic skills. When exams come around, all of us will be counting on you whenever we get stuck. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong walked over, each throwing an arm over Lu Xiao's shoulders, looking as if they had nothing to worry about with him around. The proctor assigned for this exam is notoriously lenient. As long as you're not caught by the roving inspectors, he usually turns a blind eye to things like passing notes or cheat sheets. After all, they were all juniors in college. The professors had already let off most of the students they could. It wasn't like they could force an entire class to retake the course, right? Therefore, Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong didn't devote much effort to their major courses. As long as they answered a few questions correctly and copied answers for the rest, they could manage to pass without much pressure. Lu Xiao's face instantly fell. Why did this rebirth have to pick such an awful timing? But complaining won't help now. Might as well take out the books and start reviewing. As for his dormmates, Lu Xiao had zero faith in them. Last lifetime during exams, 3 out of 4 roommates barely scraped by with 60 points. If their major professor hadn't been merciful during grading, all 3 would have had to retake the courses. Besides, With all four of them seated so far apart during exams, who the hell could they even copy from? If you really can't pass, just wait until next semester to make a donation to the school. Believe me, after donating 10 or 20 million, the school won't go out of their way to make things difficult for you. After studying in the dorm all morning, trying to recall as much knowledge as possible, then Lu Xiao made the tragic discovery. Useless as hell. When cramming at the last minute, you always realize Buddha sits cross-legged, no feet to cling to. At 2 p.m., the whole dorm crew headed to the big lecture hall for the exam. Lu Xiao kept flipping through his textbook while walking, already treating this desperate situation as a hopeless case. Every bit he could memorize counted now. I say, old Xiao, no need to study so hard. You'll pass with your eyes closed at this rate. What the hell do you know? Lu Xiao retorted with a scoff. If he could really pass that easily, why the hell would he even be studying? 60% and a perfect score make no difference at all. Seizing the last moments to skim through the notes, I entered the large lecture hall where the invigilator was already waiting. Everyone, please find your seats according to your student numbers. Leave one empty seat between lateral neighbors and alternate seating positions front and back. Hey, Lu Xiao, haven't seen you in days. Lu Xiao had just settled into his seat when he heard a female voice coming from his right side. Leaning over to look, he realized it was the top student in his class and the campus belle of their junior year, Gu Yueshi. It's been a while, Yueshi. Seeing Gu Yueshi smiling at him, Lu Xiao smiled back with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Though they hadn't met for over a decade, Lu Xiao still remembered Gu Yueshi quite vividly. Their family backgrounds were similar, with Gu Yueshi's being slightly less privileged than Lu Xiao's. Lu Xiao had lost his parents in childhood and had been self-sufficient ever since, but Gu Yueshi's parents had both died during duty when she was young, leaving only a younger sister, 3 years her junior and still in high school. Over all these years, if not for the compensation money they received, Gu Yueshi wouldn't have survived the hardship. Because both had endured difficult lives, they found many shared topics during their school days. In fact, Gu Yueshi even seemed to harbor slight feelings for Lu Xiao. However, after graduation, Gu Yueshi moved to the capital with her sister for some unknown reason, and they never met again after that. Chapter 13, just wanted to give her a home. Gu Yueshi's outfit today was relatively simple, yet it carried a unique kind of beauty. She wore a white long skirt on the bottom, paired with a very ordinary pair of sneakers. Though the clothes were plain, they accentuated her fair and delicate thighs, making them particularly striking. On top, she had on a short-sleeved shirt printed with a black kitten design. The hem of the shirt was tucked into her skirt. Her hair cascaded down naturally, and as she slightly lowered her head, most of it spilled onto the table. A face brimming with adorable charm instantly came into view. Lu Xiao took a good look at her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even dressed in generic brands, Gu Yueshi's stunning looks and figure couldn't be hidden. To be honest, if she really relied on selling her body to make money, she probably wouldn't be short of cash by now. The few girls Pan Xingwen often took care of have already opened their own food stalls, not to mention Gu Yueshi, who is dozens of times more beautiful than them. She was the school's top beauty. And for some reason, even though they both worked part-time jobs often, Lu Xiao's skin, especially on her hands, was slightly rough, while Gu Yueshi's skin remained fair and silky smooth, just slightly less flawless than Wu Qianqian's, who regularly pampered hers. But today, Lu Xiao really didn't have much mind to appreciate Gu Yueshi's outfit. Aside from being the campus belle, Gu Yueshi was also a top-tier academic achiever, and that was what mattered most to Lu Xiao now. Yueshi, could you let me take a look at your answers when you're done? Lu Xiao deliberately kept his voice very low. Guy Wexi was stunned. For someone like Lu Xiao whose academic performance was always on par with hers, would he even need to cheat? For this level of exam, scoring a 95 should be a breeze for him, right? Seeing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Lu Xiao immediately blushed. Was that a look of disdain? I didn't study much for this class, so I don't really know how to do it. Lu Xiao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Alright. Gu Yueshi burst into laughter upon seeing Lu Xiao's expression. She hadn't expected Lu Dishaochao, who usually wore a cold expression, to show such a side. Seeing Gu Yueshi agree, Lu Xiao immediately let out a sigh of relief. His eyesight was excellent, and the distance between them was merely half a table away. As long as Gu Yueshi showed it to him, it was bound to work out just fine. The exam lasted 2 hours, and the number of questions in a university exam wasn't particularly large. Gu Yueshi finished answering all the questions within half an hour. Glancing sideways, she suddenly noticed Lu Xiao scratching his head in frustration beside her. Gu Yueshi suddenly found this side of Lu Xiao inexplicably adorable. The two had worked the same part-time job several times and had even collaborated for a period. In her impression, Lu Xiao was the kind of person who was resourceful and highly capable in whatever he did. This side of Lu Xiao was truly her first time seeing. Lu Xiao is really handsome. Gu Yueshi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but lose herself in thought for a moment. She did have some feelings for Lu Xiao, but years of disdainful looks from those around her and the malice from men had made her far more pragmatic. Others only knew she had a younger sister still in school, but
but didn't realize this sister suffered from a congenital heart condition, a rather severe case at that. The surgery required, plus subsequent rehabilitation medications, would cost at least 8 to 900,000. If she got together with Lu Xiao, not only would she be financially drained, but Lu Xiao would be dragged down too. Given her physical condition, earning that amount of money wouldn't actually be too difficult for her. But she didn't want to, or rather, at this stage, she wasn't willing to go down that path. The reason I chose to study finance was precisely because of the industry's exceptionally high salaries. If possible, she wanted to rely on her own abilities to cure her sister's illness. And if Lu Xiao also showed interest in her by then, she wouldn't mind exploring a relationship with him. However, recently her sister's condition had worsened significantly, causing her to hesitate constantly at this stage. As a result, her relationship with Lu Xiao had also grown somewhat distant. Moreover, according to the doctors, her sister's condition seemed to be reaching a point where medication could barely sustain it any longer. Yueshi. Gu Yueshi's mind was a tangled mess of thoughts when she suddenly heard Lu Xiao softly calling her name beside her. Seeing Lu Xiao looking at her, Gu Yueshi's face instantly burned crimson, realizing she had just fantasized about him as her future spouse. Yueshi, show me quickly. Lu Xiao glanced at the proctor and lowered his voice to a whisper, his expression filled with urgency. A full hour and a half had already passed, there wasn't much time left. Only then did Gu Yueshi remember the arrangement she'd made with Lu Xiao earlier. She snapped back to attention, quickly lifting her exam paper slightly toward him while letting her jet black hair cascade down to shield their actions from the proctor's view. Seeing Gu Yueshi from this angle, Lu Xiao froze momentarily, his expression shifting subtly. I have to admit, being so close to Gu Yueshi, especially face-to-face like this, is genuinely a first for me. However, the next moment, upon seeing the answers on the test paper, Lu Xiao immediately relaxed and started copying them swiftly with his pen. Half an hour flew by quickly. Apart from the last major question, which had font too small to read clearly, Lu Xiao had managed to copy most of the other answers. Copying answers sure is satisfying. Lu Xiao closed his exam paper with satisfaction and cheerfully handed it in. This was absolutely in the bag. Once outside the building, Lu Xiao finally raised his voice a bit more. Yueshi, thank you so much for today. Are you free this afternoon? Let me treat you to a meal. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Next time. I've got some things to take care of back home this afternoon. Gu Yueshi declined with a smile. Alright then, give me a call whenever you're free, I'll be at your service anytime. Lu Xiao eagerly slapped his chest. His relationship with Gu Yueshi was quite close, so he naturally didn't take Gu Yueshi's words as a polite rejection. Given how well they knew each other, if Gu Yueshi said she had something to attend to, she genuinely did. Wow, old Xiao, you're something else. You just started seeing Wu Qianqian over there, and now you're already hitting on Gu Yueshi here? Watching Gu Yueshi leave, Pan Xingwen approached from behind with a teasing look directed at Lu Xiao. You ordinary folks don't understand a damn thing. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. Was he really just flirting? No, he clearly wanted to give that girl a home. P.S. Whoa, Mom always told me that poor children grow up fast, with trembling voice and sobs. Brothers, I also want a home built from tips, good reviews, and update reminders. Pitifully, I'll update 10,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 14, Who says I'm just a good guy? Hey, Lao Xiao, let's go grab a bite to eat? Shui Xiaosong patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. The cafeteria just added a new braised chicken place. Let's go check it out. Cut it out. I've got things to do today. Lu Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Pan Xingwen and the others instantly had a string of question marks floating above their heads. Just earlier when you were asking Gu Yueshi out to eat it was fine, but now when we invite you it suddenly becomes inconvenient? I really have something going on. I have plans with Qianqian this afternoon. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the group. 3 years of college friendship, fading away. People's hearts aren't what they used to be. Where's that pure-hearted old Xiao from back in the day? My son is all grown up now, and as a father, I should set you free. But remember to report back to me about how it goes when you return. The three of them immediately shook their heads in disbelief. Alright, you three knock it off. I can still tell the difference between my son and a woman. Give your dear old dad some credit. Seeing their teasing expressions, Lu Xiao laughed and scolded them before giving each one a light kick to the rear. The meeting with Wu Qianqian was scheduled for the afternoon, but she hadn't called yet, probably because she hadn't finished her tasks. However, since she hadn't mentioned canceling for today, she would likely arrive a little later. So Lu Xiao left the school gates and drove straight to the Lijiang Hotel. First, he headed to the boss's office on the top floor. Old Zhao, bring me the hotel's financial records. Right away, boss. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch them immediately. Zhao Ku nodded. When Lu Xiao mentioned checking the accounts yesterday, he had already prepared them, now it was just a matter of retrieving them. After just a few minutes, Zhao Ku walked in carrying a stack of documents. Boss, take a look. This is the procurement ledger for the kitchen, this is the hotel operations account, this is logistics, and this is outsourcing. Zhao Ku talked on and on for more than 20 minutes, finally managing to categorize the major accounts roughly. Lu Xiao nodded and began flipping through from the start.
Auditing wasn't about matching every single transaction, but rather assessing the reasonableness of the accounts. For experts, some fraudulent entries could be identified just by glancing at the numbers. The logic behind this was indeed quite complex. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had spent over a decade navigating the financial world in his previous life. Whether it was audit techniques or financial insight, he far surpassed the standards of this era, so such a trivial matter posed no problem at all. To put it bluntly, the accounting methods and practices practiced in 2010 were no more complicated than basic arithmetic to Lu Xiao. Old Zhao, you can clock out if there's nothing else.
20 minutes later, seeing Zhao Ke still standing nearby, Lu Xiao spoke up.
It's alright, boss. I've got nothing to do at home anyway.
Zhao Ke quickly waved his hands in refusal.
No way. How could he dare leave before the boss? Especially since Lu Xiao was currently reviewing the accounting records he was responsible for. If any issues arose, being present would allow him to explain things to Lu Xiao, wouldn't it?
Why don't you grab a chair and sit down instead?
Lu Xiao gave a helpless smile. He knew Zhao Ke was worried that he'd be dismissed immediately after the accounts were audited. But Lu Xiao truly meant what he said yesterday. As long as there were no major issues with the accounts, Zhao Ke would definitely continue managing the Lijiang Hotel. The man was simply overthinking things.
After all, Lu Xiao currently had no capable staff at his disposal. Zhao Ke was competent and perceptive in handling matters, qualities that left Lu Xiao quite satisfied.
Okay.
Zhao Ke quickly found a chair and placed it beside Lu Xiao before sitting down. Honestly, being in his 40s, standing for so long had really made his calves tremble with exhaustion.
Old Zhao, do you smoke?
Lu Xiao pulled a Huazi cigarette from his pocket.
Sure.
Zhao Ke hesitated for just a second before taking one from Lu Xiao's hand.
No smoking buddy could ever resist a chunghwa handed right to them.
A guy took a drag from his cigarette with a smacking sound, and Zhao Ke instantly felt the bond between him and Lu Xiao grow much closer. Some sage once summarized that there are only 4 types of unbreakable relationships in this world, ranked in order: family, smoking buddies, lesbian lovers, and married couples.
As for why it ranks second,
because smoking buddies are the kind of friends who'll hold your little brother steady while you take a piss.
Damn, it's the brother holding the little bird.
Lu Xiao did smoke, but he wasn't a heavy smoker, only lighting up occasionally when the mood struck. To be honest, he picked up this bad habit from the animals in his dorm. A little past 7 in the evening, Lu Xiao was the first to crack under hunger.
Checking accounts isn't something that can be done in a day.
After going through them once, Lu Xiao was basically relieved since there were no major issues with the larger amounts. After taking Zhao Ke to the restaurant downstairs for a meal, Lu Xiao headed up to his room on the 13th floor.
Brother Lu Xiao?
Just as Lu Xiao was about to enter his executive suite, he heard someone calling his name from behind.
Oh, it's Boss Li. Lu Xiao turned around and saw Li Tian standing behind him, and couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this guy leave yesterday? What's he still doing here today? To be honest, Lu Xiao had planned to deal with this guy properly after finishing matters with Wu Qianqian. Bro, you're staying at the hotel today too? Li Tian smiled as he looked at Lu Xiao.
Seeing Lu Xiao's attitude toward him, Li Tian felt an instant surge of satisfaction. It seemed the impression he'd made on Lu Xiao yesterday was pretty decent, after all. Mainly because I've got a date with a girl, and bringing her home wouldn't be very convenient.
Seeing Li Tian, Lu Xiao couldn't resist sneering.
If Li Tian were to find out that the girl with him was none other than Wu Qianqian, he'd probably be so furious he'd have a stroke on the spot. Although judging by Li Tian's boxy physique, he might not even survive the stroke, more likely he'd just keel over right then and there. At that thought, Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Young man, still so youthful.
Li Tian immediately gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, not bad.
Lu Xiao chuckled. You wouldn't believe it, bro. I actually got a date with a girl too scheduled for tomorrow night, and she's absolutely knockout material.
Li Tian seemed anxious about being overshadowed by Lu Xiao and quickly added.
A faint chill crossed Lu Xiao's expression. Though he already knew the details and was certain Li Tian couldn't have laid a finger on Wu Qianqian, hearing it spoken aloud still left a bitter taste in Lu Xiao's mouth.
Once Wu Qianqian's matter is settled, I'll bankrupt this guy immediately.
Lu Xiao muttered to himself. It'd be better to make this guy disappear from the world sooner rather than later. Just seeing him makes me sick every time. With over 30 million in hand now, plus the information Li Tian has leaked to me, it's only a matter of time before I take down Li Tian's company.
By the way, bro, you said you booked it for tomorrow night. Why are you here today? Lu Xiao asked curiously.
Hey, no shame in telling you this, buddy, Li Tian chuckled.
I paid for a model to meet me at the hotel tonight, just a bit pricey, 15 grand. Li Tian grinned slyly.
These past 2 days, his temper has truly flared up, especially today. Wu Qianqian's phone immediately went to voicemail, undoubtedly blocked. Though he knew Wu Qianqian wouldn't get away tomorrow, this whole situation made him want a vent, so he shelled out big money to hire someone.
Oh, I see.
Lu Xiao glanced at Li Tian, stroked his chin, and nodded slightly. Well then, when night fell, he do Li Tian a favor, sent him straight to the heavens.
What can you do? He's such a good guy. Chapter 15, no exceptions, that's final.
Lu Xiao hadn't expected Wu Qianqian to arrive with the same car model that Li Tian had called. When Lu Xiao opened the door, Wu Qianqian was momentarily surprised, wondering if the car model had been invited by Lu Xiao as well.
Brother Xiao, I thought you were about to mess around.
Wu Qianqian burst into muffled laughter when she saw the car model knock on the adjacent room's door. The two rooms were side by side, with their main doors connected left and right, barely a meter apart. That person was summoned by Li Tian and paid to be here. Lu Xiao grinned mischievously, tilting his chin in that direction. Just as Li Tian's doorknob turned, Lu Xiao swiftly pulled Wu Qianqian inside and slammed the door shut with a sharp click.
That guy next door is Li Tian?
Wu Qianqian froze momentarily before realizing Li Tian had apparently been waiting for her on the 13th floor these past few days, so his presence there made perfect sense.
You know what to do now, right? Lu Xiao cocked an eyebrow at Wu Qianqian.
Got it, call the cops. That should land him in jail for a few days at least.
Giggling, Wu Qianqian immediately pulled out her phone to make the call.
Hold on, at least wait till they get started. When I came upstairs after 7, I saw 2 people on duty downstairs. They'll probably be up in a few minutes, no rush.
Lu Xiao stopped Wu Qianqian first.
As a man, he obviously knew how these things worked. Once the girl stepped through that door, it'd take at least 20 minutes before things got down to business.
Wouldn't it be delightful to interrupt him right at that moment? Brother Xiao, you're so wicked.
Wu Qianqian also figured it out, covering her mouth as she burst into laughter. Though she was a woman, she still understood how men felt when being interrupted during the act.
Nice guys finish last. Lu Xiao took Wu Qianqian's hand and looked her up and down.
Wu Qianqian's hair appeared to have been straightened, with her long black tresses cascading past her shoulders. With just the slightest movement, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. She wore a beige Chanel suit dress, paired with white Balenciaga stockings. On her feet were black Balenciaga high heels adorned with twinkling diamond embellishments that shimmered with every step. Especially Wu Qianqian, who naturally possessed extraordinary elegance, basked in the room's lighting, exuding an inexplicable allure from head to toe.
Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath.
When they had met the night before last, Wu Qianqian had been in a mindset of not caring, her attire and makeup utterly casual.
Yet even then, Wu Qianqian had been strikingly beautiful, stunning Lu Xiao to the core. Today, Wu Qianqian's designer outfit and meticulous styling finally showed Lu Xiao what absolute beauty looks like. If graded on a scale of 1 to 100, her barefaced beauty would score around 95, but today's post-shower, makeup-enhanced version easily surpassed 98. What's more crucial, Wu Qianqian was astonishingly young.
Being just a sophomore, she'd barely turned 19 this year.
The day before yesterday when they met, the stress from her family's business had left Wu Qianqian in a rather gloomy mood, with worry practically written all over her face.
But today, perhaps because the family's business issues had been resolved, she seemed much more cheerful. Her adorable appearance made Lu Xiao want to pinch her cheeks playfully.
Qianqian, you're just too cute and beautiful.
Lu Xiao laughed as he pulled Wu Qianqian into his arms, fully indulging in the warmth radiating from her.
I'll only let you see it from now on.
Wu Qianqian's face flushed slightly as she unconsciously buried her head in Lu Xiao's embrace.
But it's just so adorable. What if I can't resist the urge to squeeze it to death? Lu Xiao teased. Xiao Ge. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Xiao's words, playfully hammering his chest in mock protest. Ha ha ha.
Without further hesitation, Lu Xiao simply scooped Wu Qianqian up in his arms and carried her into the bedroom. That was the advantage of these suites, over 200 square meters inside, comparable to a premium apartment unit. Moreover, this boss suite seemed to be exceptionally well decorated, with every piece of furniture inside being of premium quality. As for the bedsheets and mattress, Zhaoko had already tactfully arranged for them to be completely replaced.
Staring at Lu Xiao's handsome face, Wu Qianqian's cheeks involuntarily flushed even deeper. Women are usually influenced by their state of mind. Her mentality from the night before last was entirely different compared to tonight. If the night before last was about giving up and just wanting to throw herself away, then today, she truly wanted to surrender herself completely to Lu Xiao. After all, this is the man who will accompany her for the rest of her life. Feeling Lu Xiao's gentleness, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but let out a soft sigh.
I'll have to make a phone call later.
Lu Xiao chuckled slyly. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiao precisely dialed the police hotline.
Ah yes, room number 02 on the 13th floor of Lijiang Hotel.
Exactly. There's a money for sex transaction going on inside.
As an upright person, I simply can't stand by and ignore such behavior. Wu Qianqian stood by, covering her mouth to stifle giggles. Half an hour later, when Lu Xiao reopened the room door while still buttoning his shirt, he happened to witness the corpulent Li Tian being escorted downstairs, his rolls of fat jiggling with each step, followed by a beauty who wore nothing but a loosely draped jacket over her upper body.
Lu Xiao gave them a once-over.
Around 88 or 89 points, no wonder Li Tian was willing to pay 15,000.
This level is indeed worth the price.
When Li Tian saw Lu Xiao standing by the door, his face instantly turned ashen.
Brother Lu Xiao,
Li Tian opened his mouth, his chubby face full of grievance, his bald head practically sweating with anxiety.
He had no idea what was going on.
It had only just begun, and then the hotel manager burst into his room with several police officers, and then, he did suspect Lu Xiao at one point, but clearly, he and Lu Xiao had a good relationship. Besides, the hotel belonged to Lu Xiao himself, why would he pull such a stunt in his own establishment? In the end, Li Tian could only conclude that he was genuinely unlucky. Most likely, the car model had been followed, and he had gotten dragged into the mess as a result. After all, such incidents aren't exactly rare occurrences.
Boss Li, what's going on here?
Lu Xiao pretended complete ignorance, looking at Li Tian with feigned surprise and a slightly bewildered expression.
Not sure myself, just awful luck. Probably going to get locked up for a couple of days.
Li Tian saw Lu Xiao's expression and was finally certain that it wasn't Lu Xiao who had reported him, but his face already looked on the verge of tears. Despite having tens of millions in assets, when faced with this kind of situation, aside from paying the fine, he'd have to spend at least a day detained before getting out. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't matter much, but the key point was he had a date with Wu Qianqian tomorrow.
And more crucially, he had absolutely no connections in the downtown area. Even if he wanted to get out, there was simply no way. Rest assured, Boss Li, I consider you a true friend. I'll pull some strings right away and get you out as soon as possible.
Lu Xiao noticed a man who looked like an official approaching and deliberately spoke louder, putting on a show of sincerity.
Really? Wu, brother, you're truly too kind. When I get out, I'll make sure to repay you properly. I'll treat you to a feast, something lavish.
Li Tian was deeply moved to hear Lu Xiao so resolutely promise to get him released. Indeed, his judgment of people had never failed him.
The friend he'd chosen truly valued loyalty. Lu Xiao was indeed a man of integrity. Who dares to pull strings in front of me?
Shall Li, slap him with the maximum penalty duration.
7 days, let's see who dares to bail him out before then. The leader instantly erupted in anger upon overhearing Lu Xiao and Li Tian's conversation. In this day and age, how dare anyone so brazenly engage in shady dealings right under my nose?
He threw his hat to the ground, firmly declaring his stance right then and there.
This guy's screwed, no one can save him now, that's what he said. Chapter 16, do you know the true worth of a good friend?
Li Tian's excited expression instantly froze in place, and seeing who had arrived made his heart sink even deeper. Lu Xiao also pretended to be startled, shrinking back and throwing Li Tian a helpless look before hurriedly shutting his own door.
Brother Lu Xiao, I don't blame you.
It's the thought that counts. As Li Tian was led downstairs, he deliberately glanced back at Lu Xiao's door, his heart filled with endless emotion.
Though this incident had occurred, it bore witness to the friendship between him and Lu Xiao, and that was enough.
Once Li Tian comes out, he will definitely take Lu Xiao along to have some fun too.
For a good brother like that, even if it cost 15,000, no, 25,000, he'd gladly foot the bill. Money is worthless as hell. As for Wu Qianqian, he'd leave her be for now, she'd be his sooner or later anyway, she wasn't going anywhere. Once inside the room, Lu Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Exchanging a glance with Wu Qianqian who'd been eavesdropping behind the door, Lu Xiao burst out laughing. By the way, have you sorted out your family matters? After laughing together for a while, Lu Xiao turned his gaze toward Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian had brought her pajamas today and had already changed into them. Though the loose-fitting clothes mostly concealed her figure, occasional glimpses of her lovely curves beneath gave Lu Xiao quite an eyeful. Everything's been handled.
The payments for several downstream projects have been processed, and my parents are taking care of the rest.
But I've been deliberately withholding Li Tian's payment.
I'll wait 8 to 10 months before refunding him.
Mentioning Li Tian made Wu Qianqian snort in anger again.
If she hadn't met Lu Xiao, her entire future would have been ruined by that square-shaped warrior. Yet even now, she couldn't exact revenge on Li Tian. Her family's business had barely recovered, and there wasn't a single cent of spare funds available.
Lu Xiao nodded and then continued. Li Tian has developed a new project in the high-tech zone. Tomorrow I'll transfer you another sum of money.
Use it to establish a new company and intercept all the material supplies for his project.
Intercept his project? Wu Qianqian's eyes immediately lit up. Calling it stealing the thunder might be a stretch, let's just say I'm going against him for the fun of it. Lu Xiao chuckled slyly. Sometimes what stabs you in the back isn't always a knife, it could very well be a good friend.
And he was quite familiar with this thing. For example, let's say Li Tian supplies steel to the project. The procurement cost is 4,000 yuan per ton, and he sells it to the project for 4,100 yuan, making a profit of 100 yuan per ton. Lu Xiao sourced materials through the same channels and supplied the project at a wholesale cost of 4,000 yuan.
Would Li Tian match the price or not?
If he matched it, not only would there be zero profit, but he'd also lose the invoice processing fee, about 10 yuan per ton of steel, which adds up to a considerable sum when dealing with large quantities.
But if he refused to match it, wouldn't the project fall through? And if Li Tian stubbornly took the loss to stay competitive, Lu Xiao would simply keep undercutting the price until Li Tian couldn't tolerate it anymore. After finishing this matter, we can just hand the project over to Wu Qianqian's family to take over. The profits made later will be enough to cover the previous losses. As for Li Tian refusing to concede and wanting to continue competing afterward, we'll just repeat the previous steps. After all, Lu Xiao still had 30 million in cash on hand. If he wanted to do it, then he'd do it. Who was he to back down from a challenge?
Li Tian runs a small company worth around 20 to 30 million, with cash flow likely only in the range of 5 to 6 million.
At the moment, those 5 to 6 million are tied up in Wu Qianqian's own company. As for Li Tian's side, his ability to withstand risks is limited to bank loans or financing support, which isn't much at all. By the way, Li Tian also has 2 construction teams under him. If I remember correctly, their contracts are about to expire. Go and poach both of those teams for us. There's also a small project of his in the city area supplying sand and cement. When I have time, I'll go negotiate at the material yard to swipe the order from him. There are also several projects in the county towns below. I'll organize them later and send them to you. Also, Seamus company is too small and not publicly traded, otherwise I could bankrupt him within a week. Speaking up to this point, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. With Li Tian arrested and no one controlling his company, given the opportunity, one could even directly bring down his business. However, for now, all one can do is push him to the brink of bankruptcy. To completely finish him off would take at least around a month. This is the limitation when dealing with physical enterprises. Unless one has sky-high connections and can force the business to cease operations for failing to meet various standards, it's only then possible to bring it down within a few days. Compared to this, manipulating finance is his true specialty. Wu Qianqian beside him was dumbfounded, her mouth agape in shock. Brother Xiao, how on earth did you find out so many trade secrets about Li Tian? He told me himself, didn't he?
Lu Xiao shrugged his shoulders.
Do you even understand the worth of having a best friend? Ha!
Wu Qianqian was completely baffled this time.
Is there really anyone in the world this stupid? Telling your business operations to your sworn enemy? When dealing with his own family, Li Tian didn't seem this foolish. By the way, Brother Xiao, here's your equity agreement and materials. Keep them safe.
Wu Qianqian suddenly remembered something, hurriedly ran to grab her bag, and pulled out a folder to hand to Lu Xiao.
8 million in financing for a 45% stake. So much?
Lu Xiao was somewhat surprised.
Logically speaking, considering Wu Qianqian's family assets of around 30 million, an 8 million investment shouldn't warrant such a large share percentage, should it? Brother Xiao, just keep it. The shares have already been allocated, it's not like we can take them back now, right? Wu Qianqian's face turned slightly red.
On their way here, her parents had specially entrusted her with this shareholding agreement. As for the additional portion, following her parents' wishes, it was to serve as her dowry. Moreover, when she turns 25 and becomes capable of managing the company's operations, the remaining 55% of shares would also be transferred to her. At that time, everything would effectively be handed over to Lu Xiao. Having already resolved to entrust the latter half of her life to this man, she no longer concerned herself with matters of money. Damn, I hit the jackpot this time, not only scoring all these shares but also getting a beautiful girl for free.
Lu Xiao tossed the stock agreement aside and pulled Wu Qianqian onto his lap with a smile. Brother Xiao, which do you think is better, the shares or me? Giggling, Wu Qianqian naturally wrapped both arms around Lu Xiao's neck. What do you say? Lu Xiao's mischievous gaze wandered over Wu Qianqian's entire body, as if contemplating where would be the easiest place to strike. Finally, Lu Xiao settled on his target. Amid Wu Qianqian's startled cry, the only Chanel nightgown she was wearing instantly tore open with a large gaping hole. Chapter 17, Zhenglu Real Estate.
After a night of repeated experimentation, by the time they woke up the next morning, both Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian felt an inexplicable weakness in their legs. Still, the upside was that Lu Xiao finally had things figured out.
Conclusion reached, my Qianqian is still the best. Stop it, Xiao Ji. Wu Qianqian weakly pinched Lu Xiao's arm. Lu Xiao smiled and pulled Wu Qianqian into his embrace, freely savoring her softness. Wu Qianqian's skin was fair, and her delicate collarbones were exquisite. She stretched lazily. Looking at the pretty girl beside him, Lu Xiao instantly felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This is exactly what the daily life of a nouveau riche should be like. Lu Xiao first transferred 10 million to Wu Qianqian and asked her to help register a company. It wasn't that Lu Xiao didn't want to transfer more, but the issue was that any funds transferred to the company that weren't spent would still be considered his assets and wouldn't count toward his spending limit. It's more reliable to spend the remaining money rather than letting it sit idle in the company account. So far, the total spending is only around 8 million. Aside from investing in Wu Qianqian's family shares, the only expense was treating my roommates to that meal of crayfish. Alright, and that pack of Zhenghua cigarettes I bought on the way here yesterday. Brother Xiao, What name are you planning to give the company? After breakfast, Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with curiosity. She didn't doubt Lu Xiao's financial capability. After returning yesterday, she had looked up the car he drove online, the officially priced 80 million yuan Bugatti Chiron, valued at around 100 million on the second-hand market, which had thoroughly shocked her. For someone who could drive such a car, having hundreds of millions in cash would be completely normal. A mere 10 million might be an enormous sum to her, but to Lu Xiao, it was probably just pocket change. The company's name. Lu Xiao reached into her Chanel blouse to feel the fabric while carefully considering the matter. How about Jianglu Real Estate? The name incorporates Jiang City's location with her surname, a perfectly conventional choice. For the full registered name, let's go with Jiang City Lu's Real Estate Company, Limited. Okay. Wu Qianqian nodded. She didn't have many requirements for the company name as long as it wasn't too flashy, and Jianglu Real Estate actually sounded quite good. Brother Xiao, be gentle. Ah, Wu Qianqian cried out coquettishly, flirting with Lu Xiao. Does it still hurt a little now? Lu Xiao chuckled slyly. Who was it that kept pushing me to study hard to get into a top-tier high school during those times? Oops. Wu Qianqian pouted coquettishly in Lu Xiao's embrace, refusing to let go. Wasn't she just acting on impulse in that moment? Besides, how could those words possibly be repeated afterwards? Nothing said in that state should ever be taken seriously. Okay, don't mention it again or you'll be breaking the rules. By the time they left the hotel, it was already past 8 o'clock. Wu Qianqian was a sophomore whose exams were scheduled a few days later than his, so she had no urgent school matters. She went out to help Lu Xiao register the new company. As for Lu Xiao, he prepared to return to the dormitory area. While driving, I casually checked in for my daily sign-in. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sign-in. Congratulations, you've received cash, 20.2 million yuan. The cash reward has been deposited into your account. Please check it as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and received cash, 104 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving cash, 1,098 yen. Today's check-in is 20.2 million? Lu Xiao frowned slightly. This time, the check-in was also done with a day's interval. However, compared to the 28 million obtained from yesterday's check-in after just one day, today's amount was significantly smaller. Seems like it really is a probability issue, but still, getting over 20 million is pretty decent. Lu Xiao nodded silently to himself. If it's 20 million per day, then reaching 1 billion would only require 50 days of check-ins, just over a month and a half. Moreover, if we calculate the average, it's roughly 25 million per day. So reaching the target would take about 40 days, just a month and 10 days more. And if I happen to draw a large sum midway through, this time frame could be significantly shortened. In other words, at most 50 days, but possibly even just a few days if luck is on my side, I'll definitely have 10 billion in cash. Lu Xiao silently calculated his timeline for leveling up. Spending a billion isn't particularly difficult, and buying cars or houses is just the most basic way to blow through cash. Lu Xiao had no intention of focusing on that, he'd just grab a few properties to live in when the time came. Once he gathered enough money, he could casually buy some shares or something, and a billion would vanish in the blink of an eye. Open the panel. With a silent command in his mind, the system interface instantly appeared before Lu Xiao's consciousness. Host, Lu Xiao, exclusively bound. Assets, 50.4 million yuan, including 10 million yuan in corporate assets. Current system level, 1. Upgrade progress, 8 million/1 billion. Check-in available, any asset. Tip. Host can check in indefinitely. The longer the interval between check-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining premium assets, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Tip, current check-in probabilities, below 100 million yuan 99%, above 100 million yuan 1%. I still have 40 million in cash left on hand. Lu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had struggled for decades to earn just a few million, yet now he was starting with tens of millions, and he actually felt somewhat dissatisfied. To put it in perspective, with 40 million in current Jiangcheng, he could buy 15 or 16 500 square meter luxury villas. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his assets would continue growing wildly at a rate of over 20 million per day in the near future. After parking the car again, Lu Xiao found himself considering whether he should just buy the parking lot near the school. Though the place isn't very big and usually doesn't have many people, there's always some crowd around. As soon as he parked the car, Lu Xiao noticed several girls excitedly pointing and whispering in its direction. It wouldn't be long before a crowd gathered. Bro, could you do me a favor and ask your boss if this parking lot is for sale? Lu Xiao patted the security guard, who was engrossed in staring at the Bugatti, and said with a chuckle, Please wait a moment, I'll ask our boss right away. The security guard snapped to attention. After all, Lu Xiao had just stepped out of a Bugatti. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao walked out of the parking lot, thoroughly satisfied. The former boss had invested over $1 million,
but Lu Xiao directly doubled it and secured the parking lot for 2 million. As for the paperwork and such, Lu Xiao simply forwarded Zhao Ke's contact info to handle it. This kind of asset isn't ideal to hold under a private name. Since Lu Xiao's current companies aren't operational yet, he decided to let Zhao Ke handle it first. Once Wu Qianxian completes registering the new company, they'll figure out how to proceed. Returning to the dorm, Pan Xingwen and the others were all buried in their books. Well, look who's back so early, old Xiao. Couldn't sleep a little longer? As Lu Xiao walked in, Pan Xingwen and the others looked at him with undisguised envy. They'd never seen her before, but damn, she was the campus belle. Sleep any longer and my kidneys would have dried up. Better save some stamina for tonight. Lu Xiao chuckled and comfortably stretched out on his bed, hugging his phone as he started reading a novel. With exams piling up these past few days, Lu Xiao didn't plan on going out anyway. Besides, he still had the owner's suite at the Lijiang Hotel outside, so there was no rush to buy a house. Damn, jealousy is making me disintegrate. Old Xiao, take a look at my face, does it look red and blue to you? Seeing Lu Xiao's comfortable demeanor, the envy in Pan Xingwen and the other two's eyes was practically turning them green. Without a word, Lu Xiao casually tossed 3 packs of Huazi cigarettes down from the bed. These days, there's nothing a pack of Huazi cigarettes can't solve. If there is, then make it 2 packs. Damn sons, smoke up, smoke hard and smoke all you want. Chapter 18, Nothing but holy shit to travel the world. Ah, that feels much better now. The 3 of them each pulled out a Zhonghua cigarette, popped it into their mouths, and took a deep drag before instantly slumping into a lifeless sprawl. Hey, Lao Xiao, how much inheritance did you get to be able to afford Zhonghua now? Pan Xingwen asked curiously. Lu Xiao had only mentioned inheriting some money but never specified the amount. At the time, they were too busy making him treat them to notice asking. I reckon with Lao Xiao's current standard of living, it must be at least several hundred grand, right? Zhang Yan guessed. Nonsense, Lao Xiao mentioned back then that there's a will contract involved. Would lawyers draft contracts for just a few hundred grand? I bet it's at least 1 million or more. Shui Xiaosong shook his head. The 3 of them looked at Lu Xiao with eager anticipation. Though they didn't have the means themselves, that didn't stop them from being curious about Lu Xiao's situation. Not much, just a few tens of millions. Lu Xiao chuckled. Several million? They froze in place immediately. But right after, the 3 of them let out a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Lao Xiao, did you inherit millions or something? Pan Xingwen gave Lu Xiao's bed a vigorous shaking. I'm going crazy. I should have known better than to eat crayfish last night. Zhang Yan muttered softly to himself. Ah, it seems I've contracted a terminal illness that can only be cured by eating lobster. Shui Xiaosong followed suit by upgrading the lobster selection himself. Alright, we'll eat whatever you say, and the mutai is free-flowing, but first get the hell off me, damn it. Lu Xiao recoiled in shock as 3 burly men clambered onto his bed. A bunk bed barely 1.20 meters wide was hardly fit for 3 goddamn dudes. Life's too hard, Lao Xiao. I want to take a shortcut, help your big bro out, won't you? Pan Xingwen gazed fervently at Lu Xiao, his hands practically itching to move. Sorry, Lao Xiao. Same as the boss, I also want a shortcut. Let's do this together. Zhang Yan's legs were already rubbing together nervously. After the boss and the 3rd left, I also want to take your shortcut. Shui Xiaosong hesitated for a moment but ultimately charged forward alongside the other 2. Fuck off, damn it. Lu Xiao's skin instantly prickled with goosebumps. Without hesitation, he delivered a solid kick to each of the 3, sending them tumbling down. Fearing they might try to climb back up, he even delivered an extra kick to their backsides as they fell, just for good measure. 5 minutes later, a row of men stood on the dormitory balcony, each with a Chonghua cigarette dangling from their mouths while clutching their buttocks and thighs. Damn, Lao Xiao went way too hard on us. My ass hurts like hell. Pan Xingwen winced in pain, his lips twitching as he squeezed further into the balcony corner. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Yan's expression. Hey, Lao Zhang, why are you crying? It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of my mom. Zhang Yan clutched his buttocks with one hand and pinched a cigarette with the other, taking a fierce drag. Unconsciously, 2 clear teardrops rolled down the corners of his eyes. Pain. So much pain. Oh, how many years has it been since your mom passed? Why haven't you mentioned it in over 3 years? Pan Xingwen asked curiously. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned, then shot Pan Xingwen a look filled with quiet resentment. My mom isn't dead. Xiaosong, why are you crying too? Nothing, just, the wind blew something into my eyes. Boss, why are your eyes watering too? Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong turned their gaze towards Pan Xingwen. It's nothing, the balcony breeze is strong, just got something in my eye. Lu Xiao watched his 3 clownish roommates and couldn't help feeling amused. He had initially intended to keep his identity hidden, but upon reflection realized this approach simply wasn't feasible. Fortunately, all 3 of his roommates were decent people, and their relationship remained unaffected. They didn't distance themselves or resent him despite his newfound wealth.
count this as my luck. It's not easy to have a few good friends for life. Lu Xiao sighed with emotion.
Only those who've struggled through society for over a decade can truly understand how precious such friendships are.
Dealing with deception and schemes all day is truly exhausting. Brothers, we have an economics exam tomorrow morning, right? Lu Xiao pulled out his economics textbook, the 2010 economics edition, revised in 2002.
After reading for half an hour, Lu Xiao decisively gave up.
Damn it, with how outdated this textbook is, it'd be a miracle if he could recall any of it.
After some horsing around, Pan Xingwen and his buddies buried themselves in their books again. They were all core subjects, they had no choice but to study them.
Why aren't you studying today, Lao Xiao? Zhang Yan noticed Lu Xiao casually scrolling through his phone with an air of ease and couldn't help but glance over curiously. What's there to study? I've got everything under control.
Lu Xiao chuckled with a sly grin.
What could he possibly do even if he refuses? If he can't answer himself, can't he just copy someone else's work? Sitting right beside him was Gu Yueshi, the top student in their class. Lao Xiao is a legend.
Zhang Yan silently gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up. He had thought Lu Xiao was good at everything. At around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Xiao was practically dragged by Pan Xingwen and the others to a nearby lobster buffet.
Seriously, you guys are settling for this? Lu Xiao facepalmed. Can't you guys have a little more ambition?
Lobster buffet, 220 per person, unlimited everything.
Can't we find a proper hotel to enjoy a real lobster that costs over $1,000 each? At this rate, I won't even be able to spend all the bank interest. Heh, I know you've got money, but we're all students here, those high-end places wouldn't feel right anyway, would they? Pan Xingwen smirked teasingly and ushered Lu Xiao into the shop. Hold on, let me strike a pose.
Zhang Yan cleared his throat slightly, mimicking Pan Xingwen's manner from the day before, then pulled out his phone to record a selfie video.
Brothers, I'm back in China. This time, I'm gonna reclaim every single lobster that belongs to me.
After recording, Zhang Yan eagerly posted the video to his QQ space.
Within less than 10 seconds, numerous likes and comments instantly poured in. Ah, boss, that line is seriously epic.
Lu Xiao shot Zhang Yan an annoyed look, then lifted his leg and gave the guy a solid kick, sending him stumbling inside. Altogether, the four of them cost 880. Even though QR code payments existed, most shops hadn't installed payment codes or scanners yet, so cash was still the primary payment method in most places. Lu Xiao pulled out 900 yuan from his pocket to settle the bill, and the group headed inside to take their seats.
TSK, just look at the class of this place. The decor here is, holy shit, it's incredible.
Pan Xingwen had originally planned to dig up some fancy words from his vocabulary to praise it, but after pondering for a long time, he could only manage to squeeze out 2 crude words from his mind.
Come on, Lao Pan, quit pretending, we all know how limited your literary flair is. Lu Xiao shot Pan Xingwen a glare.
Even by 2010 standards, spending over 200 here wasn't cheap, and the clientele tended to be more refined.
When Pan Xingwen yelled out like that, quite a few nearby patrons turned to look.
Pan Xingwen also felt somewhat embarrassed and gave an awkward chuckle.
Wanted to gift the world with poetry sublime, but alas my words betray me in rhyme, damn this feels awkward every time. See that? Your big bro here still has some literary flair. Can't even a lobster shut your mouth?
Shui Xiaosong beside them promptly picked up a lobster and stuffed it straight into Pan Xingwen's gaping mouth.
MMPH, god damn it.
But the next moment, Pan Xingwen didn't even care about the lobster in his mouth anymore.
His eyes widened in shock as he pointed at a distant figure and kept exclaiming profanities. He hurriedly yanked the lobster out of his mouth. Holy shit, there's a gorgeous girl. P.S. Why do we only have 2 seasons here? One is summer, and the other is approximately summer. So damn hot, crying face. Tonight's 12,000, hand over the tips now. Challenge accepted, 100,000 words before the 1st of next month.
Chapter 19, 3 days, I want all the information on this person.
Cut the crap. You can't tell a damn thing just from the back view.
Lu Xiao didn't bother looking back, gazing speechlessly at the overly excited Pan Xingwen.
For someone who already has a girlfriend, there's really no need to get this worked up, is there? Besides, these days there are so many beauties from behind you could form a cavalry with them, but when you see their faces, chances are you'll vomit up whatever you just ate. This was a lesson Lu Xiao had learned all too well. He now judges a beauty by 3 key points, first the face, second the chest, and third the legs, with figure and silhouette coming later in priority. No way, old Xiao, look, that really seems to be a stunning woman.
Hearing Pan Xingwen's remark, Shui Xiaosong, who was sitting beside him, curiously turned to look as well.
Absolutely, with a silhouette like that, she'd still be top tier even if her face isn't perfect. Shui Xiaosong nodded in agreement. But why does it look somewhat familiar? Shui Xiaosong felt puzzled. Had he seen it somewhere before?
Hearing their comments, Lu Xiao and Zhang Yan, who was sitting next to him, also grew curious and turned around to take a look.
At that very moment, the beautiful woman happened to turn around. Damn it! Damn it! Both men instantly cursed under their breath. Isn't that Gu Yueshi?
The moment Gu Yueshi turned back, she caught sight of Lu Xiao looking at her in frozen surprise as well. She was aware of Lu Xiao's financial situation. Although a lobster buffet costing over 200 yuan wouldn't be considered excessively expensive, it was still at least 8 or 9 days worth of living expenses for him ordinarily. There was no way Lu Xiao would come here.
Wait a moment. I spotted a few of my classmates. Let me go say hello. Gu Yueshi spoke lightly to the young man in front of her and rose slightly from her seat. Don't worry, go ahead.
The man opposite Gu Yueshi smiled with great courtesy, gracefully indicating that she should feel free to do as she pleased.
Yueshi, here for dinner with friends?
Noticing Gu Yueshi approaching, Lu Xiao first gestured for nearby Zhang Yan to scoot inward, then vacated a seat for her.
However, Gu Yueshi hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing not to sit down. Instead, she remained standing beside Lu Xiao as they began talking. Yeah, I came with a friend.
Gu Yueshi smiled slightly, though her smile seemed a bit strained. She didn't want her classmates to know about her situation.
By the way, what brings you guys here today?
Gu Yueshi looked curiously at Lu Xiao and the others. Since they were all in the same class, she had a general idea of the living standards of Lu Xiao's dorm mates. None of them seemed particularly well off, right?
When Gu Yueshi asked, everyone instinctively glanced at Lu Xiao.
Although Lu Xiao had told them about inheriting tens of millions, without his approval, it wasn't something they could casually mention to others.
Actually, it's nothing much, just that a distant relative passed away and left me some money.
Thought I'd treat everyone to a nice meal and have a good time together, he explained.
Lu Xiao smiled and gave a brief introduction.
This excuse was absolutely foolproof when used.
No matter who came asking, this reason could completely fend them off. As for anyone who came to dig deeper and ask probing questions,
I'm sorry, all of the system's funds have been legally legitimized. No matter how you investigate, there won't be any issues, including how this money ended up in Lu Xiao's hands. It's all completely above board. But for Lu Xiao, unless people probe deeper, the explanation usually stops at he came into some money.
Otherwise, if someone asks and he starts talking about inheriting tens of millions, wouldn't he just come across as some nouveau riche? Gu Yueshi was somewhat dumbfounded by what Lu Xiao said. What kind of celebration is this, inviting everyone to a feast over the death of a distant relative?
If that distant relative were still alive, no, if they hadn't been cremated, they'd probably rise from the dead just to strangle Lu Xiao. Still, seeing that Lu Xiao seemed to be doing well, even sporting the latest model of smartphone, Gu Yueshi silently wished him well from the bottom of her heart. Both of them had endured hardship, and for Lu Xiao to climb out of that pit this way was a blessing in itself.
As for how much this inheritance might be, Gu Yueshi hadn't really thought about it.
Being just ordinary people, she figured a few $100,000 would probably be the maximum.
By the way, who is that friend of yours? Why haven't I seen them at school before?
Lu Xiao slightly tilted his head to indicate the man sitting over there. Somehow, although the man was clearly smiling, Lu Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that there was something rather sinister about him. His name is Li Yun, the executive general manager of Tian Real Estate, and it seems he's also the son of Li Tian, the owner of Tian Real Estate.
We've just met, so I don't know much about him yet. When she spoke of this, Gu Yueshi lowered her head in slight embarrassment. The outfit she wore today was the most revealing one she'd ever put on in her life. Though she disliked dressing this way, for the sake of money, she had no choice but to please this Li Yun. Yesterday afternoon, I went to the hospital with my sister and learned that the medication can't sustain her condition much longer. She must undergo surgery within 2 or 3 months. Even if we don't consider the follow-up recovery medication for now, the surgery alone will cost 600,000. No matter how capable she is, there's no way she can raise that amount in just 2 months. What's more, after the surgery, medication for recovery is essential, requiring at least another 200,000 in cash. The 80,000 yuan felt like a mountain pressing down on her. Tian Real Estate? Li Yun?
Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Lu Xiao was also stunned for a moment. Li Yun was indeed Li Tian's son. Li Tian had mentioned that to him before.
But how could Gu Yueshi possibly strike up a conversation with Li Yun? With Li Tian being such a scumbag, what good could possibly come from his son Li Yun?
Though he knew Gu Yueshi had nothing to do with him, Lu Xiao still felt a pang of discomfort seeing her dressed so provocatively to deliberately please Li Yun.
Yueshi, that Li Yun and his family are nothing but trouble. You'd be better off keeping your distance from them.
Lu Xiao softly suggested.
Yes, I know. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi felt a slight warmth in her heart.
But there was no alternative, she had to do this.
Otherwise, where would the money come from?
When life hangs in the balance, even a single penny can drive a person to desperation, let alone an astronomical sum like 800,000. Even knowing Lu Xiao now had some money, how could she possibly bring herself to ask him directly? Lu Xiao has had quite a tough journey over all these years.
After finishing this topic, they started chatting about daily life. Speaking of happy things, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but have a smile appear on her face. Meanwhile, Li Yun, who had been pretending to be magnanimous while constantly stealing glances toward Gu Yueshi, saw Gu Yueshi chatting endlessly with Lu Xiao and occasionally laughing out loud. His expression immediately darkened. He knew Gu Yueshi was short on money and had finally seized this chance to spend time with her. But whenever she faced him, her smiles were clearly forced and insincere. He had no idea how long it would take to win her over, yet that man over there seemed unusually close to her. Just a few words from him were enough to make Gu Yueshi burst into laughter. Moreover, the way Gu Yueshi looked and spoke when talking to Lu Xiao was like that of a love-struck girl, almost as if she was ready to throw herself into his arms. His mood was already foul today. His father had been arrested last night for fooling around with models, something that could have been settled with extra money. But for some reason, the higher-ups had gone crazy and insisted on keeping his dad locked up for 7 days. After endless persuasion, pulling strings, and calling in favors, they finally managed to reduce the sentence from 7 days to 3. He'd been busy all night, making calls until his voice was hoarse. Already seething with anger, the sight of the woman he'd marked as his own chatting and laughing with someone else instantly fueled his fury. The two tables weren't too far apart, and Li Yun could vaguely overhear snippets of their conversation. Lu Xiao. Hearing Lu Xiao's name, Li Yun felt a faint sense of familiarity, as if someone had mentioned it to him recently. But after thinking for a moment, he still couldn't recall anything, so he simply stopped bothering. He directly took out his phone and called a longtime friend with strong connections in Jiangcheng who could investigate almost anything. Help me look up someone named Lu Xiao. Within 3 days, I want all the information on this person. The other end of the phone fell into a brief silence. The next moment, Li Yun, have you lost your damn mind? Give me your mom's details within 3 days. Just a name? What the hell am I supposed to check with that? Do you think I'm some kind of god or something? A fierce torrent of curses erupted from the phone, forcing Li Yun to quickly move the device away from his ear. His lips twitched as he let out an awkward chuckle, finally realizing he'd screwed up. Brother Chang, I've just been reading too many novels lately. You understand? You understand. Chapter 20, Poison in the Gut. Brother Chang, this Lu Xiao is probably also a student at Jiangcheng University. Li Yun forced an awkward laugh as he replied, his lips involuntarily twitching. Lately, for some unknown reason, those War God Returns novels have completely brainwashed him. Every day he sits in the office doing nothing, first pulling up the latest novel chapters to indulge in fantasies, acting as if he's the protagonist himself. A whole month had passed, and his mind had gone completely haywire. That's more like it. 20,000 bucks, and I'll get the documents to you as soon as possible. Over there, Boss Chang regained his composure upon hearing Li Yun provide concrete details. It wasn't that he had a short temper lately. For some inexplicable reason, these rich second-generation kids had been calling him non-stop, almost all using the same tone as Li Yun. Anyone unaware might think these brats were all Li Yunlong reincarnated, speaking with more swagger than even this gangster boss. After hanging up the phone, Li Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. Though he didn't understand exactly what kind of relationship Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi had, judging by the current situation, Gu Yueshi clearly had some interest in Lu Xiao. And with Lu Xiao being so handsome, it gave Li Yun an overwhelming sense of crisis. No matter what, this time he absolutely had to get Gu Yueshi into his hands. She was an absolutely top-tier woman. Old Xiao, aren't you going to pay attention? Watching Gu Yueshi leave, Pan Xingwen, who hadn't spoken much until now, jerked his chin toward Li Yun's direction. Yueshi probably has her own thoughts about this. I'll look into the situation these next couple days. Lu Xiao shook his head. Gu Yueshi wasn't his woman, so there were some things he couldn't say directly. After all, this was a choice she had actively made herself. But judging by Li Yun and Gu Yueshi's current dynamic, they couldn't have known each other for long. Moreover, Gu Yueshi had been navigating society's complexities for years now. All those undercurrents and intricacies were crystal clear to her. Lu Xiao didn't worry about her inability to protect herself. Truth be told, he could clearly see Gu Yueshi seemed to be in genuinely terrible shape. During the conversation just now, everyone else was laughing heartily, yet Gu Yueshi only chuckled occasionally, with more of her emotions hidden behind a veil of melancholy between her brows. However, she never shared the reason for her sorrow. We'll just have to wait and see in the coming days. After all, exams are coming up over these next 2 days, so there will be plenty of chances to meet. I can casually ask her when there's time. If she needs help, I'll do what I can. Pan Xingwen and the others nodded without saying much. They all knew that Lu Xiao was now dating the sophomore beauty Wu Qianqian, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ship Lu Xiao with Gu Yueshi anymore. Although in their eyes, Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi did seem like a perfect match. But Wu Qianqian wasn't lacking in any way either. Besides, everyone at Jiangcheng University knew that Wu Qianqian came from a wealthy family. Perhaps Lu Xiao dating Wu Qianqian was even more suitable than being with Gu Yueshi? Surely you aren't suggesting persuading Lu Xiao to break up with Wu Qianqian and get together with Gu Yueshi? Between men, the unspoken rule is always to reconcile, not to separate. As for those moments when no one persuades them to drink, come, brothers, bottoms up.
Pan Xingwen hauled over a crate of alcohol in one go, clinking as he opened all the bottles at once, lining up 6 bottles in front of each person.
Come, let's do this.
Lu Xiao and the others promptly raised their glasses in response. Among friends, drinking never needs an excuse. When the cups are raised, you just down it. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong functioned like a pair of deliverymen, scurrying to replenish the table with heaps of lobster whenever the platters ran empty.
After finishing the buffet meal, Lu Xiao didn't even budge from his seat. It wasn't until past 7 in the evening that everyone finally headed back out. Honestly, the lobster didn't taste as amazing as I expected. Exactly.
This place doesn't even allow loud talking, such a suffocating dining experience. Pan Xingwen and Zhang Yan vented their frustrations in a flurry of complaints.
What kind of nonsense is not allowing loud talking while drinking?
And the most frustrating part is there's even a time limit for eating. You have to leave after 2 hours.
While the food was satisfying, we never got to truly enjoy the drinking. To be honest, they genuinely weren't quite accustomed to such high-end establishments. How about grabbing another bite at the food stall?
Lu Xiao proposed. Wu Qianqian had just called to say the company's procedures were finally sorted out, and she planned to check out Li Tian's project in the high-tech zone. Since she probably wouldn't make it over tonight and had an exam early the next morning, she decided not to go to the hotel at all. With plenty of time to spare and dorm life meaning nothing but idle chatter, she'd rather hang out elsewhere for now.
Sure thing. Their eyes lit up.
Especially Pan Xingwen, whose excitement was already radiating from his face at the mention of heading to the food stalls.
Old Pan, how many 100 million are you planning to gift the boss's wife today?
Lu Xiao quipped with a chuckle. Get lost, get lost. The boss lady quit that business ages ago.
Pan Xingwen's face flushed red.
However, there was something he didn't mention, though he was no longer in that line of work. Whenever he visited, the boss's wife would occasionally still invite him for a little fun. But he had always adhered to his principles and never crossed that line. According to the boss's wife, this was a special perk reserved just for him, available anytime he wanted. Of course, there was no way he would ever say something like that out loud. With their plan set, the group of 4 made their way in high spirits to the open-air food stalls. First, 2 cold dishes, then a pound of braised intestines, and bring a crate of beer. He strode straight into a private dining room, with Pan Xingwen expertly ordering dishes like an old hand.
Forget about the large intestines?
Upon hearing Pan Xingwen order the large intestines, Lu Xiao quickly waved his hands in refusal.
He really couldn't get used to eating this stuff. How can we skip it? The intestines are the essence of the dish. What about you two, third and fourth brothers? Pan Xingwen straight-facedly vetoed Lu Xiao's suggestion. Let's forget about it too. We really can't get used to the taste.
Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong also hurriedly shook their heads.
Fine, looks like I'll have to cheer alone. Pan Xingwen had no choice but to order a small portion. He truly adored these snacks.
Half an hour later, a scream suddenly erupted from the private room.
Ah, damn it. There's poison in the intestines. Poison in the intestines. Boss, that's not poison, that's shit. Pig shit, to be precise. Judging by the dark color, this pig probably suffered from chronic constipation when it was alive. Shui Xiaosong kindly reminded him from the side. Damn it, I get it. Would you shut the hell up? Ugh. Pan Xingwen retched violently.
The proprietress quickly came over as well, and when she saw the stuffed pig intestines, she also felt a little awkward. To be honest, the large intestines sold in the shop were all pre-processed and had always been quite clean. Who would have thought we'd get unlucky today of all days?
Boss lady, how do you plan to compensate us? Gag. Pan Xingwen heaved dryly once more. How about, on the house?
The proprietress probed.
All right. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement.
He was just watching the drama unfold without a care. After all, it wasn't him who ate the greasy intestines, it was Pan Xingwen's mouth that had to deal with it.
Moreover, given Pan Xingwen's relationship with the landlady, it wouldn't be right to make things difficult for them, would it? No way. Absolutely not. Wait here for a while, I'll go out and see how to handle this.
Pan Xingwen firmly refused and specifically pulled the proprietress aside to discuss a solution. Lu Xiao and the other two stared at each other in bewilderment for 5 minutes before Pan Xingwen finally returned, his face glowing with satisfaction. The landlady, her cheeks also slightly flushed, followed behind him and took away the specially prepared pork intestines. Seeing their condition, Lu Xiao and the other two immediately grasped what Pan Xingwen had been up to and promptly gave him a thumbs up.
Of course, aside from it being a bit too quick.
Ahem, don't misunderstand, I was just discussing life philosophy with the proprietress. I told her to pay more attention to hygiene in the future, especially since food that goes into one's mouth shouldn't make people vomit it back out.
That's all there was to it. Even Pan Xingwen's thick-skinned demeanor couldn't help but falter somewhat at this moment. Old Pan, do you think this is how you should treat your girlfriend? Shui Xiaosong couldn't stand watching any longer.
Girlfriend my ass, we were together 3 months without even meeting once, just broke up yesterday.
If not for that, would daddy here be stuck reviewing with you guys? Pan Xingwen shot Shui Xiaosong a glare.
Besides, he genuinely hadn't done anything improper, just grazed it slightly.
Really, just the slightest graze. Chapter 21. Are you short of money? I have. When Pan Xingwen said this, whether you believed him or not, the disdainful expressions on Lu Xiao and the other two made the conclusion obvious. There's only a first time or countless times, and Pan Xingwen had already done it countless times in the past 2 years. Early the next morning, the group went to the examination site again. On the way, Lu Xiao conveniently completed today's check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received cash, 22.5 million. Cash reward has been issued. Please proceed to receive it promptly, host. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Obtained cash, 1,080 yuan. Congratulations, host. Successful sign-in reward, 800 yuan in cash. My luck's a bit better than yesterday, both instant sign-ins hit double digits this time. Although still not hitting the 1% probability, Lu Xiao was quite satisfied as his luck clearly improved compared to yesterday. It seems he's gradually transforming from an unlucky non-chief to a European emperor. Glancing at his current assets, 60.9 million in cash and 10 million in company assets, yet his total spending has just barely reached 10 million. It looks like I'll have to start spending money gradually. Having too much isn't exactly a problem, but I might as well use some to buy a few things first. Then when enough accumulates, I can straight up purchase stocks in one go. Lu Xiao shook his head. Others worry about not having enough money, but I'm troubled by how to actually spend it all. I have to say, this system setting, it's truly delightful. So exhilarating. As Lu Xiao walked toward the large lecture hall, he couldn't help but hum a tune. Honestly speaking, if he were to release those future hit songs now, wouldn't he become a revered superstar songwriter adored by millions? But Lu Xiao obviously wasn't interested in that. Today's exam was on economics. Though the classroom was different, he sat in his usual spot. After this exam, only the final one remained a few days later, and then it would officially be vacation. Lu Xiao glanced sideways. Gu Yueshi had barely made it into the classroom on time, and she clearly wasn't in good spirits. At last I need someone I can rest my broke heart with. Lu Xiao internally muttered, holy shit. Could it be that Gu Yueshi was with Li Yun last night? Yueshi. Yueshi? Lu Xiao called out to Gu Yueshi beside him. What's wrong? Gu Yueshi rubbed her eyes, let out a small yawn, and turned her head to look at Lu Xiao. What were you up to last night? Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. He had known Gu Yueshi for 3 years, and whether through daily interactions or working part-time together, he had gained a decent understanding of her personality. Logically speaking, Gu Yueshi was someone with strong self-protection instincts. It didn't make sense for her to reach that point with someone she'd just met. That was precisely why he hadn't pressed for details yesterday. Though he didn't know what Gu Yueshi was up to, he trusted she could protect herself. He'd never underestimated a girl who'd been navigating the harsh realities of society since junior high. But Gu Yueshi's current demeanor was clearly somewhat unusual, which inevitably made Lu Xiao overthink. What are you imagining? I had other matters last night and stayed up late. Gu Yueshi noticed Lu Xiao's concern and couldn't help feeling amused yet exasperated, promptly rolling her eyes at him. How could she possibly let that scumbag Li Yun touch her right after meeting him? The only reason she went to see Li Yun was because he promised her 800,000 yuan. Until the money was actually in her hands, she wouldn't lift a finger. She wasn't a fool. Besides, these past few days she'd been mostly at the hospital keeping her sister company, so of course she wasn't getting proper rest. Yet at the sight of Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi couldn't help feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. After all, she too could have pursued her own happiness in love. But now, it seemed all of this had slipped far away from her. Though she had temporarily preserved her chastity, Gu Yueshi knew clearly in her heart that apart from this path, there was no other way for her to raise such a sum of money. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Gu Yueshi's words. Sure enough, Gu Yueshi was still the same plebeian campus belle he knew, a rose with thorns. Yueshi, I'm doing quite well financially now. If you're ever in trouble, just let me know. Anything under 10 million won't be a problem for me. In Lu Xiao's view, the only thing Li Yun could possibly offer was likely money. Since Gu Yueshi had gone to seek Li Yun out, she was probably in need of cash. He wasn't about to keep his current assets of tens of millions a secret from Gu Yueshi, only to let her get tangled up in some ridiculous melodrama. Being straightforward was always the best approach. To put it bluntly, why would he hand over a beauty like Gu Yueshi, right in front of him, to someone else? It's fine to eat later, but it must be delivered. That's never gonna happen. Who the hell does Li Yun think he is? 10 million? Gu Yueshi was also taken aback. Although she had learned yesterday that Lu Xiao had inherited some assets, she'd never thought to compare Lu Xiao's situation with someone like Li Yun's family. After all, she knew Li Yun's family's circumstances, property developers worth 20 to 30 million. While this wasn't remarkable in the grand scheme of Jiangcheng, for ordinary people they remained unattainably wealthy. To put it plainly, I can still come up with 8 figures if needed. Lu Xiao nodded.
Although he didn't know how much Gu Yueshi needed, judging by Li Tian's company, even if they liquidated all its assets, this was probably about all they could scrape together immediately.
Seeing Lu Xiao's confident expression, Gu Yueshi was suddenly stunned. In the millions? She only needed 800,000.
The exam begins now, please remain quiet. The invigilator handed out the exam papers and tapped the desk a few times with their fingers.
Yueshi, we'll talk after the exam. Remember to let me copy your answers once you finish. Lu Xiao quickly added from behind. After hurriedly completing the questions, Gu Yueshi kept glancing back at Lu Xiao repeatedly. Her heart couldn't help but churn with turbulent emotions.
Noticing Lu Xiao frantically signaling her with his eyes, Gu Yueshi quickly tilted her test paper slightly toward him. The 2-hour exam was only 50 minutes in when Lu Xiao had already finished copying all the answers. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao was the first to stand up and walk to the podium to hand in his test paper.
Lu Xiao, well done.
The proctor, seeing Lu Xiao be the first to stand up and hand in his exam paper, immediately gave him a kindly smile.
Lu Xiao was famously the top student in his class.
Since she happened to be teaching the finance class, she naturally recognized him.
Thank you, teacher.
Lu Xiao broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly thanked the teacher before practically fleeing the classroom. If the teacher found out all his answers were copied, they'd probably burn incense to summon his deceased parents from the underworld to lecture him.
Gu Yueshi also submitted her exam and followed him out.
Lu Xiao first sent a message to his dorm group chat saying he had to leave early, then turned to look at Gu Yueshi who had just stepped out of the classroom.
Yueshi, wanna find a place? Lu Xiao gestured. The school cafe is pretty empty right now.
The cafe wasn't far, and at around 9 a.m., there were only a handful of people scattered about.
Lu Xiao, do you really have that much money? No sooner had they taken their seats than Gu Yueshi couldn't resist asking, her expression brimming with hope. Those who've never lacked money can never comprehend how desperately a drowning man clings to life. This was precisely Gu Yueshi's current state of mind.
She knew it was wrong to ask such a question outright, but she couldn't help herself because this mattered too much to her.
Lately, for that sum of money, she'd even been willing to sell whatever she had. It truly exists. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. If you need it, everything I mentioned earlier can be lent to you. No need, I don't need that much, just 800,000 will do. Gu Yueshi immediately became excited upon hearing Lu Xiao's confirmation. 80,000? Lu Xiao froze. He thought Gu Yueshi was in dire need of money. Chapter 22, a transfer of 800,000. Problems that could be solved with money weren't really problems for Lu Xiao at this point. In fact, he even wished such issues would arise more often, just so he could spend more. He wasn't sure whether the system would classify this money he didn't plan to get back as a loan or as expenditure. Send me your bank account number. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and spoke directly.
80,000 was nothing, the loose change from his daily lottery winnings was several times that amount. Even if he just lent it out, it wouldn't affect the system's upgrade.
Lu Xiao, you. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lu Xiao's words.
$80,000 was truly no small sum over a 10-year period.
The average salary in Jiancheng was only around 3 to 4,000 yuan at the time. Saving 80,000 would take 20 years without spending a single cent. What's with the hesitation? With the relationship between us, how could I not help when you're in trouble? Lu Xiao cursed with a laugh and snatched the phone clenched in Gu Yueshi's hand. Password? The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Xiao smacked his own forehead and forcibly swallowed them back. What password? Gu Yueshi's phone didn't have a damn password to begin with. He opened his mobile banking app, found the account number inside, and then directly transferred 800,000 yuan from card to card. After waiting for over a minute, Lu Xiao refreshed the page on Gu Yueshi's phone, which now showed that the 800,000 yuan had arrived. All done. Lu Xiao waved his phone slightly before pushing Gu Yueshi's phone back to her. Gu Yueshi gazed at the phone Lu Xiao had pushed back toward her, its screen glaringly displaying an 800,000 yuan balance, and was instantly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Hey, don't cry now. Seeing Gu Yueshi burst into tears, Lu Xiao stood up and sat back down beside her, pulling out a few tissues from the side. Gu Yueshi couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Lu Xiao's arms, weeping. Without parents, without family, with her younger sister still lying in a hospital bed, bearing such immense pressure alone, without even a single person she could confide in, no one knew how she had managed to endure through this time. She tried every possible way to earn money, but 800,000, it was simply too much. In the days since the doctor handed down the notice for her younger sister, Gu Yueshi had met with more than a dozen wealthy heirs, yet not a single one was willing to offer 800,000 yuan. The only one, Li Yun, wanted to have his way with her first before handing over the money. Though she knew it was most likely a sham, she went to meet him yesterday anyway, clinging to that tiny shred of hope in her heart. But Lu Xiao, who came from a similar background of lifelong poverty, had just inherited some money. Without even asking why he needed the funds, he directly transferred 800,000 yuan into his account.
Even though Lu Xiao mentioned inheriting tens of millions, 800,000 was still nearly a tenth of that amount. Don't worry, Lu Xiao, I'll definitely pay you back every cent. Gu Yueshi choked back tears as she took the tissue from Lu Xiao's hand. Of course you'll have to pay it back, you think it's a free loan? But you can set the repayment period yourself. I won't complain if it's 10 or 20 years, nor will I mind if it takes 70 or 80. Seeing how hard Gu Yueshi was crying, Lu Xiao handed her a few more tissues with a smile and joked. Who lends money like you do? You'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi, though still tearful, couldn't help but show a faint smile. Well now you've got it. A fortune can't buy my willingness, what's it to you, buddy? I've got money, so what? Lu Xiao replied with a laugh before asking. But what actually happened? My younger sister has congenital heart disease and needs to undergo bypass surgery in the capital. The total cost of the operation and post-recovery medications comes to 800,000 yuan. The doctor has already issued a notice, the surgery must be performed within 2 months at the latest. I truly don't know how to thank you. Gu Yueshi hastily straightened up from Lu Xiao's embrace, wiping away her tears with a tissue, her face flushed. The moment she pulled away from his embrace, Gu Yueshi felt an unexpected reluctance, she had to admit. Lu Xiao's arms were truly warm and comforting. Lu Xiao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder in my previous life, Gu Yueshi was rarely in Jiangcheng during her senior year and went straight to the capital after graduation. Turns out her sister had been transferred to a hospital there these past few months. Though these days, 800,000 yuan for a coronary artery bypass is indeed a reasonable price. In 10 years' time, as the technology becomes relatively mature and costs decrease significantly, it might only take 300 to 400,000 to get it done. How about this? I'll try to pull some strings and arrange for a more skilled doctor. It's always better to be cautious with surgeries, Lu Xiao suggested. Though he didn't have any personal connections to speak of, what he did have was money. Money talks, there's no shortage of experts and professors willing to perform the surgery for the right price. No, I've already inquired about this in the capital. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. Gu Yueshi shook her head repeatedly. Lu Xiao had already given her 800,000 yuan, how could she possibly let him spend more money and pull strings on her behalf? None of that, whether it'll work or not talk. It's settled. I'll check with both hospitals about their equipment later. If both are similarly equipped, we'll just have the specialist from the other hospital make a trip here. Saves your sister from having to endure the bumpy ride. Lu Xiao waved his hand and directly took charge of the matter. If we left these tasks to Gu Yueshi, she'd probably take a whole month just to arrange a doctor. And even if she eventually managed it, there's a good chance it'd just be some mediocre one. But on his end, he just needed Wu Qianqian to casually ask around in Jiangqing circles and spend a little money. The matter could be settled within a day or two. It's just a small favor to help. Stop frowning or I'll get mad. Seeing Gu Yueshi still hesitating, Lu Xiao suddenly slammed the table. Fine, I agree then. Gu Yueshi was startled and hurriedly replied. Of course she was willing to ensure her younger sister could receive the best treatment, but as for owing Lu Xiao this favor, she genuinely didn't know how long it would take to repay it. If it really comes to it, I'll. Glancing at Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi thought silently to herself, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Quietly lifting the coffee Lu Xiao had just brought over, Gu Yueshi indeed began calculating in her mind the next moment. If she were to repay him that way, with her figure and looks, she might be able to fetch a higher rate. The first time should be worth around 100,000. And the remaining sessions at 5,000 each probably wouldn't be asking for too much. So it's a total of 141 times? Even if it's once every 2 days, that would still take about a year. But since I know Lu Xiao, it's only natural to give the friends and family discount. Half price seems perfectly reasonable, right? So by that logic, the minimum would be 2 years? If Lu Xiao weren't so remarkable, it might have taken twice as long, 4 years? But since Lu Xiao is so handsome and treats her so well, paying just 10% doesn't seem unreasonable. 20 years doesn't really feel excessive. Money can be repaid, but debts of gratitude, perhaps those can never be settled in this lifetime? Unaware that Gu Yueshi beside him was having improper thoughts, Lu Xiao instead focused seriously on savoring his coffee. He'd never cared for the stuff, whether it was Blue Mountain, Kopi Luwak, or gourmet coffee. They all tasted the same to him, equally awful. The only thing Lu Xiao found somewhat decent was probably the 1 yuan pack of Nescafe. Awful taste. Lu Xiao frowned and added a large spoonful of sugar into it. After stirring vigorously, he took a small sip, then added another heaping spoonful of sugar. Damn, tastes even weirder now. Lu Xiao sighed and pushed the coffee aside resignedly, heading back to the counter to buy a lemonade instead. I just can't enjoy this. I simply can't enjoy this. P.S. Woo-woo, I'm $1 short to buy shampoo. What should I do? QAQ, cute face. 10,000 today. Chapter 23, The 4 Great Classical Novels. After finally parting ways with Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi couldn't even remember how she got home. Her flushed face hadn't cooled down since leaving the cafe, and it wasn't until she splashed her face with cold water several times that her wildly pounding heart gradually calmed.
But the next moment, Gu Yueshi saw her phone light up. Picking it up, the caller ID showed Li Yun. Gu Yueshi immediately felt sick inside. Without hesitation, she hung up and promptly blocked Li Yun's number. She'd probably figured it out these past few days. Li Yun was most likely lying to her. Otherwise, why would he insist on paying only after everything was over? But now, whether he'd deceived her or not didn't matter anymore. After all, she wouldn't need to have any further contact with this person. Glancing at her bank balance, Gu Yueshi immediately felt her spirits lift.
Even though she might have to spend her future paying off debts to Lu Xiao, at least her little sister was alive again, and she was more than willing to owe Lu Xiao money. After hurriedly packing up, she quickly grabbed her bus card and rushed to the hospital. My sister's current condition can only be sustained with medication, and with hospitalization fees included, it costs at least 800 to 900 yuan per day. We'd been relying on survivors' pensions to cover the expenses, but recently those funds ran out, and she simply couldn't afford it anymore. Due to financial constraints, her medication regimen has been reduced from once daily to once every day and a half, which is highly detrimental for her upcoming surgery. Now that money is available, her regular medication schedule can be restored, minimizing surgical risks when the time comes.
After parting ways with Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao went straight back to his dormitory. To be honest, Lu Xiao did want Gu Yueshi, but he also knew their views on relationships were quite different. In other words, the current version of himself might not be acceptable to Gu Yueshi. She was a woman with a fiercely independent personality. Of course, Lu Xiao could easily use this 800,000 yuan to pressure Gu Yueshi into compliance. He was certain that for her sister's life, she'd agree without hesitation. Moreover, Lu Xiao was almost 1,000% certain that Gu Yueshi would choose him over Li Yun.
However, Lu Xiao wasn't the type to use money to coerce others. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead.
He would let Gu Yueshi make her own choice.
Even if she eventually chose someone else in the future, Lu Xiao would simply wish her happiness. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why tie yourself to just one hopeless tree? Pan Kongyao is a genuine playboy who always manages to have girls flocking to him on their own.
As for today's incident,
even if it hadn't been Gu Yueshi but anyone else he knew, Lu Xiao would still have extended his generous help. He was a man who kept the two golden rules of playboys firmly in mind.
Never take the initiative, never refuse. Hey sons, ready to grab some grub?
Kicking the door open, Lu Xiao shouted at the dorm's nocturnal gaming trio.
What's the point of eating? I'm stuffed with lemons, not hungry.
Pan Xingwen shot Lu Xiao a disdainful glance, sourly clutching a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Didn't someone go to have dinner with the campus belle? Why are you back so early? Is the food not good enough or the campus belle not charming enough?
Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong also chimed in sourly, one holding a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, the other clutching Journey to the West. Hey, old Zhang, take a look, doesn't Xiao Xiao here bear a striking resemblance to old Xiao?
Pan Xingwen spoke up.
Hey, now that you mention it, my Jiao Baoyu also kinda looks like old Xiao here.
Zhang Yan nodded meaningfully. Hey, do you think Tang Sanzang actually broke his vows when he was in the kingdom of women?
Shui Xiaosong heaved a deep sigh. Compared to that, I'm more curious about what Sun Wukong actually did to the 7 fairies after paralyzing them in the Peach Garden.
Of course he did something, otherwise where would the 7 gourd brothers come from?
Just as the dorm was about to erupt into a debate, Lu Xiao quickly intervened, looking at the three with a mix of exasperation and amusement.
Since when did you learn to speak with such sarcasm? Alright, that's enough. I did have something to discuss with Gu Yueshi. What nonsense are you all imagining now? Brothers, can you believe it? We left the exam hall at 9 in the morning to discuss something, and didn't return until 11:30? Pan Xingwen looked inquiringly at Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong.
The two instantly began shaking their heads frantically.
2.5 hours, forget discussing matters, you could have had a kid by then, right? To be honest, all three of them were genuinely jealous at this point. Even if nothing actually happened between the two, everyone could see Gu Yueshi's attitude towards Lu Xiao. When they met at the buffet restaurant last night, didn't Gu Yueshi only seem to initiate conversation with Lu Xiao? To Gu Yueshi, the other three might as well have been air, she only exchanged polite greetings with them. Lu Xiao quietly captured the hearts of both the sophomore and junior year campus belles without making a sound. Pan Xingwen and the others were practically green with envy. Damn, she's the campus belle. And let's be real, Wu Chanchan and Gu Yueshi are hands down the two most beautiful campus belles Jiangcheng University has seen in nearly a decade, bar none. They're suitors? Forget counting by squads, we're talking battalion level numbers here. Big brothers, I admit I was wrong, alright? Can you please just speak plainly? Lu Xiao felt utterly exasperated. We are speaking plain language. Everything we've said is factual, we're not making things up, right? Ah, right.
Shui Xiaosong froze for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement as nothing suitable came to mind.
Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead.
When a man gets jealous, women really don't stand a chance.
Netizens truly didn't deceive me. Alright, enough with the sour grapes. Shanshan mentioned last time that the girls in her dorm are quite pretty too, and they're all single. How about we set up a mixer after the exams in a few days? Lu Xiao suggested. Ahem, Lao Xiao, what nonsense are you talking? We're all buddies here, and we only have sincere blessings for you. Pan Xingwen's eyes instantly turned green with envy, and he flung the copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand aside. Exactly, Xiao, don't be so narrow-minded. The truth is, we're not really interested in the joint event, we just want to offer those girls a warm embrace. And old Xiao, you were always meant to be the dashing figure leading hounds on the left and falcons on the right. Zhang Yan adjusted his glasses and responded with righteous conviction. Oh right. Shui Xiaosong was nodding frantically beside him, though drool was already betraying him as it dribbled down the corner of his mouth. But damn, you guys sure have diverse tastes, even picking up the 4 great classical novels now. Lu Xiao was a bit curious since when had his roommates become so diligent. He picked up the copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that Pan Xingwen had been reading and glanced at the marked page. His face instantly darkened. The cover clearly says Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but what the hell is this inside? By Jie? Ahem, what if I said I just happened to see up to this point, would you believe me? Pan Xingwen shrank back and weakly replied. I believe you, my foot. Was there a Baijie in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Lu Xiao laughed and cursed before tossing the book directly back to Pan Xingwen. Maybe, there is. Do you think it's possible it's the name of a horse? Pan Xingwen tried to justify himself. But the next moment, Lu Xiao felt something was off again. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is this one. What about Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber? Then he took the other 2 books from Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong. He casually browsed through it all. Sure enough, one named Ah Bin, the other by Yun Tao. Damn it! Lu Xiao defiantly flipped all 3 of them the bird with his thumb turned upside down. He was just wondering why these 3 guys had suddenly changed their ways, even reading classics so devotedly that they wouldn't even go out to eat when he invited them. So this was their damn game all along. Chapter 24, Picking up the bowl and digging right in. After spending another day in the dormitory, Wu Qianqian finally finished most of her tasks early the next morning and returned to campus. Lu Xiao was playing table tennis downstairs with a few mediocre roommates when he took advantage of a mid-game break to claim his daily sign-in reward. Just then, he spotted Wu Qianqian stepping onto the sports field. Qianqian, over here. Lu Xiao quickly waved to Wu Qianqian, who had just arrived. They had already contacted each other by phone before coming. Originally, they planned to eat out, but since he had already told his roommates that he and Wu Qianqian had been together for several days, he decided to take this opportunity to introduce her to them. Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up as she trotted over to Lu Xiao's side, then smoothly hooked her arm around his, her eyes crinkling into 2 lovely crescent moons. Every time she saw Lu Xiao, Wu Qianqian felt happy. Although she wasn't sure if this was love, Wu Qianqian felt she couldn't live without Lu Xiao anymore. Whenever she was with him, she experienced pure joy from the bottom of her heart. To her, this was already enough. Gasps of astonishment instantly rippled through the surrounding crowd. Stop. Quit hogging all the cold air, you guys are the reason for global warming. Noticing Pan Xingwen and his 2 companions wearing increasingly exaggerated expressions, Lu Xiao picked up the ping-pong ball that had just fallen and tossed it back at them with an amused scold. So, hello there, little sister-in-law. Pan Xingwen scratched his head, took a step forward, and greeted Wu Qianqian with some awkwardness. Although he had dated a girlfriend or 2, they were all ordinary girls. Compared to Wu Qianqian, the gap in both figure and looks was simply too vast. Especially since Wu Qianqian's family background was common knowledge. In her presence, one could always feel the overwhelming aura she exuded, like an unattainable fairy goddess. Hello. Wu Qianqian nodded with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Yin and Shui Xiaosong also walked over from behind. But these 2 were clearly a bit socially awkward. Barely able to form complete sentences in front of Wu Qianqian, they kept hiding behind each other, practically glitching into bugs on the spot. Nice to meet you all. This being our first time meeting, I hope we'll get along well from now on. Wu Qianqian greeted the 3 of them very politely. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at his roommates. They act all tough in the dormitory, but when they're out in public, every last one of them turns red-faced and flustered. It's absolutely embarrassing for this old father figure here. Isn't it just Balenciaga's black stockings paired with Valentino's high heels? Is it really that impressive? Look at your old man's gaze, utterly unwavering in its integrity. Lu Xiao silently swallowed the drool that had just trickled to the corner of his mouth, then immediately threw his 3 roommates under the bus. Qianqian, these roommates of mine are all beasts. If you ever need errands run around campus, just tell them totally free labor. Bro Xiao, is that really okay? Wu Qianqian smoothed her hair somewhat sheepishly. What's the big deal, sis? Just say the word if you need anything in the future. I'm a student leader after all, and not to brag, but you can count on me to handle things for you. Pan Xingwen immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. Exactly. Running errands is absolutely no problem for us. Zhang Yan also nodded repeatedly. He was still thinking about the get-together Lu Xiao had mentioned. 3 years in college, and he hadn't even held a girl's hand. What a tragedy. Same here. Shui Xiaosong chimed in from the back. The three of them patted their chests while frantically winking at Lu Xiao. They never dared to dream about beauties like Wu Qianqian's caliber, but any woman would do at this point. Especially Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, these two had been single since birth for 20 years. At this stage, they wouldn't even let a female pig slip by. Lu Xiao instantly understood. Qianqian, is it true none of the girls in your dorm have boyfriends? That's right, we're all single. Wu Qianqian smiled as she looked at Lu Xiao, roughly understanding what he meant. How about this, Brother Xiao, I'll ask them these next few days. If they agree, we can arrange a gathering and all go out together. Hearing Wu Qianqian agree, Pan Xingwen and the others immediately got excited, even impulsively signing themselves away in the process. You don't know this yet, sister-in-law, but the few of us in old Xiao share a bond forged in life and death situations. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Yeah, Qianqian, you have no idea how close I am with these guys. Lu Xiao lazily wrapped his arm around Wu Qianqian's waist as they sat on the ping-pong table, smiling at Pan Xingwen and the others. You wouldn't believe it, back in freshman year, we were so young and reckless, thinking we were invincible. Then one day we got into trouble with some local toughs, got cornered in an alley by dozens of them. If old Pan hadn't stepped up that day, you probably wouldn't be seeing me here right now. Lu Xiao sighed. Pan Xingwen was stunned. How could he not remember such an event? But seeing Lu Xiao wink at him, Pan Xingwen suddenly understood. Apparently, Lu Xiao was about to spin a tale of a hero saving a fool, shaping his image. Having grasped the situation, Pan Xingwen didn't hesitate and immediately played along. Sis, you wouldn't believe just how dangerous the situation was back then. Though it's been several years and the details are a bit hazy now, better let old Xiao fill you in on that story. Pan Xingwen gave Lu Xiao a grateful wink. Old Xiao is truly a good man. Make sure to hype it up big time, so Wu Qianqian can go back and boast all about it to her dorm mates. The privilege of choosing a mate just arrived. Brother Xiao, how exactly did you guys manage to break out in the end? Wu Qianqian listened as Lu Xiao and Pan Xingwen recounted the events with such vivid details that she couldn't help but feel genuinely curious. Sigh, honestly, it's my fault I couldn't stop old Pan. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead, overwhelmed with remorse. Back then, we were surrounded by dozens of people in that alley. Just think about it. For students against dozens of thugs armed with steel pipes and baseball bats? What's more, several of them were even carrying knives. We were terrified. Their leader told us that you're not leaving today unless you eat shit. We were completely dumbfounded at that moment. Lu Xiao's voice suddenly choked with emotion. The result? Old Pan didn't say a word, just pulled a spoon from his pocket and started showing off. If it weren't for old Pan, we might not be standing here safe and sound today. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Xiao looked toward Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong. Yeah, that's exactly how it went down. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back to attention. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't believe it, the boss didn't hesitate for even a second. He just grabbed a spoon and polished off a whole bowl right in front of them. Those thugs were utterly dumbfounded. Dozens of them dropped their clubs and scrambled away, screaming demon, as they fled. But our boss? He just kept shoveling food into his mouth while running after those hoodlums, bowl in hand. We couldn't stop him no matter how hard we tried. Honestly, even though it's been 3 years and our boss doesn't care about it anymore, none of us brothers will ever forget that scene. It's still vivid in our minds to this day. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly how it happened. Shui Xiaosong chimed in from behind, nodding repeatedly. At this point, Wu Qianqian couldn't fail to realize Lu Xiao was teasing Pan Xingwen for amusement, laughing so hard she could barely straighten up. Only after Zhang Yan finished speaking did Pan Xingwen finally snap out of his daze, followed immediately by a hoarse, piercing scream. Holy shit, damn your ancestors. Chapter 25, let's just merge the two companies together. After having lunch at the school, it was already past 1 in the afternoon when I walked out of the gate with Wu Qianqian. Brother Xiao, your roommates are absolutely hilarious. Wu Qianqian covered her mouth with a giggle. They're all good guys with great temperaments. If you know any suitable girls, you should introduce them. Lu Xiao responded with an approving smile. Although Pan Xingwen had his wild phase, that was mostly in the last couple of years. This year, aside from occasionally patronizing the proprietress's street stall, he had hardly done anything else, and he had already broken up with his previous girlfriend. Lu Xiao wasn't particularly impressed by people who quit smoking or drinking. What truly amazed him was someone who could quit lust. Honestly, a man who can quit lust must be incredibly harsh on himself. Either way, Lu Xiao was certain he could never manage it himself. Zhang Yan is a genuinely honest guy, solely focused on securing a stable government job. Making a decent living would never be an issue for him. As for Shui Xiaosong, he's quite skilled at gaming. Though he didn't make much money in his past life, his talent is undeniable. With just a bit of support from Lu Xiao,
his future could turn out just fine, perhaps even the most prosperous among them all.
My roommates are decent guys too, we'll see if they hit it off or not. Wu Qianqian nodded with a smile.
Her roommates also came from ordinary families with good personalities, and in her opinion, they were quite well matched. As they walked to the parking lot, the security guard immediately saluted Lu Xiao.
Thank you for your hard work. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Not at all, thank you, boss.
The security guard respectfully replied. After Lu Xiao acquired this parking lot, it now exclusively served him alone. Whether busy or idle, they could always head downstairs to admire their boss's Bugatti, even sneak a couple of photos to post online. Nothing could be more satisfying. Of course, he only dared to pat the car body. He consciously avoided looking at details like the license plate. Leaking the boss's personal information was absolutely not something a lowly security guard like him could afford to do.
Yet even without any caption, the comments section beneath exploded with activity. Xiao Ji, did you buy this entire parking lot? Wu Qianqian glanced at Xiao Lu in surprise when she heard the security guard's address.
If her memory served, this parking lot must have cost over 1 million yuan to build.
Buying it outright would require at least 1.3 to 1.4 million, right? Yeah, I bought it from the previous owner. Otherwise, the Bugatti would attract too much attention every day, it'd be inconvenient.
Lu Xiao nodded with a smile and headed downstairs with Wu Qianqian to get in the car. By the way, Qianqian, when you come to the school later, just park your car here.
It's quite spacious inside anyway. Just send me your license plate number when the time comes. Lu Xiao reminded him. Wu Qianqian nodded lightly, unable to help but admire Lu Xiao's wealth and extravagance. He casually spent over 1 million.
However, her car was still in pawn, and it would take at least a month to get it out. But her car was just a red Ferrari worth 1.3 million, which couldn't compare to Lu Xiao's ride. Xiaogo, let's head to the high-tech zone first and check out the Riverside Willow real estate I set up for you.
Wu Qianqian gave Lu Xiao an address.
Speaking of this, Wu Qianqian felt quite pleased with herself. Not only had she managed to establish a company in just 2 or 3 days, but she had also recruited a group of people ready to work. What's more, they had already begun taking action against Li Tian's Tiandian Properties Trust. The movement would surely become noticeable in the coming days.
Don't rush, let's go see it in the late afternoon around 5 or 6. Right now, there's pressing business to attend to.
Lu Xiao grinned slyly, casting a teasing glance at Wu Qianqian.
Noticing Lu Xiao's demeanor, Wu Qianqian's face instantly flushed scarlet. Nevertheless, she silently acquiesced and followed along. To be honest, not seeing each other for over 2 days, saying I didn't miss him would be a lie. It's just that girls tend to be more reserved about such things. A half-day tour of a suite at Lijiang Hotel. Even when following Lu Xiao to the company, Wu Qianqian felt completely drained of energy, and all she had left on were Chanel and Valentino. As for Balenciaga, it had already been shattered into pieces all over the room during the dispute. But to be fair, Wu Qianqian looked quite sexy even without wearing stockings. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Qianqian brought Lu Xiao into the new company.
Brother Xiao, the company has just been established. So far, I've only hired 4 salespeople and 2 accountants. Though the team is small, they're all seasoned professionals in the industry, and they can definitely keep the company running smoothly. Wu Qianqian smiled and called everyone out to introduce them to Lu Xiao. As for personnel and management, we're still recruiting on the headhunting platform. If we can't find suitable candidates, I'll transfer a few people over from my family's company. Everything should be fully staffed within a week. Our initial team will consist of around 50 people, expected to expand to 100 within 3 months as business develops, and increase to 200 within a year.
Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Wu Qianqian had chosen the location with great foresight. Despite the company currently having only 6 employees, they had rented an entire floor of office space estimated to be at least 1,500 square meters. Under normal operation, excluding meeting rooms, fitness rooms, and lounges, it can comfortably accommodate 200 to 300 people. This is entirely configured to the specifications of companies valued at over 50 million. Wu Qianqian really did an impeccable job with this. From every angle, it can be considered perfect. This floor was originally up for transfer, so I took it directly. All the office supplies and lounge areas are ready for use without the hassle of redecorating. Of course, all the office supplies in the offices above the manager level have been replaced with brand new ones. Wu Qianqian led Lu Xiao into the general manager's office. Is this reserved for me?
Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Wu Qianqian.
That's not the one, brother Xiao. Yours is the chairman's office.
At the mention of this, Wu Qianqian instinctively curled her toes, her head lowered as though afraid to meet Lu Xiao's gaze. This general manager title was self-proclaimed by her. She had originally planned to take over the family business after graduating from college, but after being with Lu Xiao, she increasingly lost interest in managing the family enterprise. When it came to handling family affairs, her mind was filled with all sorts of passive-aggressive tactics to slack off. But the moment it involved working for Lu Xiao's newly established company, she became even more enthusiastic than the employees beneath her. Moreover, she had even found herself a perfectly reasonable justification. After all, her parents' side already had a fully staffed management team and seasoned employees that required little oversight, but Lu Xiao's company was just getting started. She couldn't bear the thought of him running around handling all the paperwork himself, so she simply came over to help him instead. "You little rascal, if your parents find out, they're going to skin me alive." Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he ruffled Wu Qianqian's silky hair. "In my past life, though I'd never worked in the real estate industry, having a decade more of advanced experience meant steering the overall direction was more than manageable." How dare they? Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Wu Qianqian instantly grew agitated. "If it weren't for Brother Xiao, my family's business wouldn't know where it would be right now." Wu Qianqian pouted, her face full of displeasure. Besides, since she was the only one in the family, wouldn't the family's businesses have to be handed over to her to inherit eventually? Wu Qianqian secretly made a decision. She'd just merge the family business with Lu Xiao's in a few years anyway. After all, if even she herself had ended up with Lu Xiao, why bother keeping their two businesses separate? Chapter 26, Li Tian is truly an honest man. After touring the company, Lu Xiao was genuinely pleased. "Brother Xiao, I've already sent someone to check out that project you mentioned the day before yesterday, the one supplied by Li Tian." Pulling out the executive chair for Lu Xiao with a smile, Wu Qianqian made her move. "How's it going?" Lu Xiao asked curiously. Li Tian had praised himself highly, but without having actually been there, Lu Xiao wasn't sure whether he was telling the truth or just bragging. "It's pretty much as you described, Brother Xiao. The supply agreements for that project are already settled. As long as our prices remain competitive, we can maintain normal supplies. I've calculated that if Li Tian wants to keep this project, he'll have to lose at least 500,000 upfront." 500,000, still a bit too little. Lu Xiao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although Li Tian had invested most of his funds into Wu Qianqian's family company, he undoubtedly had some reserve funds on hand. Losing 500,000 would only make him uncomfortable at most, and most likely wouldn't cause any substantial impact on him. "Brother Xiao, don't forget, you also told me about 3 other projects. I've already sent people to work on them." Wu Qianqian giggled and proactively sat on Lu Xiao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. A faint wisp of fragrance wafted from Wu Qianqian's hair into Lu Xiao's nose, making him involuntarily take a deep breath. This breathtaking view was something most people could only dream of glimpsing. Among the other 3 projects, there was one large-scale venture where, if Li Tian didn't want to abandon it, he'd likely end up losing about 1.5 million yuan. In fact, if he'd been a little more ruthless, he could have outright snatched these projects. But there was no need for that. At the moment, Jianglu Real Estate has only spent some money on company construction, but there's still over 9 million yuan left in the account. Besides, Li Tian is out in the open while he's in the dark. How can Li Tian possibly win? After hearing Wu Qianqian's introduction, Lu Xiao silently mourned for Li Tian in his heart for 1 second. "It's not that your buddies want to mess with you, but you've pissed off a woman." But to be fair, old Li is a real decent fellow, digging his own grave ahead of time. Lu Xiao even felt a bit embarrassed to keep scamming him. But then, Lu Xiao solemnly gave Wu Qianqian the next step of advice. "First, let's intercept these projects. We don't need to take them over, just keep suppressing Li Tian's profit margin to force him to lose this money quickly. Then when his cash flow breaks down, we'll launch a full-scale attack on his infrastructure projects. Make sure to inform the family. Delay Li Tian's 5 million for about 10 days. Only return it when he files a lawsuit. After all, the contract he used to set the trap was flawed to begin with, so there's no need to worry about breach penalties. Material supplies are just a small part. The real focus lies in the infrastructure. If infrastructure projects fail, the losses wouldn't be mere hundreds of thousands or millions, we're talking at least tens of millions in losses. In the worst-case scenario, the operation might grind to a complete halt due to the sheer scale of the deficit. By that time, Tian Real Estate would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Actually, achieving this is quite simple. Just spread the word that everyday real estate's cash flow has broken, and without even lifting a finger, the banks will come chasing after their loans. And once it reaches that point, those demanding unpaid wages will follow suit. Wu Qianqian nodded excitedly. She was thinking the exact same thing. Same recipe, her family has endured it for over 3 months now, it's time for Li Tian to have a taste too. With work matters settled, Lu Xiao pondered before speaking again. "By the way, Qianqian, do you have any connections with hospitals?" "Hospital connections?" "Yes, my parents are quite familiar with several doctors at Jiangqing First Hospital. If you need specialists in other fields, they can make introductions, no problem at all." Wu Qianqian cast a puzzled glance at Lu Xiao. "What about cardiac specialists in Beijing, specifically those skilled in congenital heart disease surgeries?" Lu Xiao pressed further. "I'm not entirely sure about this,
but nowadays these hospitals have internal connections. If someone puts in a word, there shouldn't be any issues. Brother Xiao, do you have congenital heart disease? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with curiosity. These past few days when they were intimate, Lu Xiao didn't seem like that at all, strong and vigorous like a little tiger. Basically, every time ended with her being unable to keep up. If anyone should be sick, wouldn't the probability be higher that she was the one with problems? I don't have it. It's a friend's younger sister. Lu Xiao waved his hand with a smile, seeing no reason to hide things from Wu Qianqian. He proceeded to explain Gu Yueshi's matter to her in full detail. After hearing Lu Xiao's account, Wu Qianqian instantly understood the exact nature of Gu Yueshi's relationship with him. Though she had mentally prepared herself to accept such scenarios when she first decided to be with Lu Xiao, she couldn't help feeling slightly uneasy when actually confronted with the situation. Yet in the very next moment, Wu Qianqian firmly suppressed that faint discomfort deep within her heart. She knew in her heart that some things were simply beyond her control. If she wanted to avoid making Lu Xiao resent her, she had to learn to accept all this with grace. After all, she was Lu Xiao's first woman. From any perspective, as long as she didn't act unreasonably, her position would remain secure. This was the supreme advantage of being the first. Moreover, from her initial indifference to later being moved and finally accepting the truth, there was no denying she had truly fallen for Lu Xiao. When she took the initiative to question him, she had long been mentally prepared to face all this. She had already given herself completely to Lu Xiao. Where else could she possibly go in this lifetime? After all, such things weren't uncommon in wealthy circles. Even if her family wasn't part of that world, she had witnessed enough growing up and didn't feel particularly averse to the idea. Therefore, Wu Qianqian quickly adjusted her mindset. No problem, I'll make a call shortly and get in touch. If the equipment allows, I'll do my best to arrange for a highly skilled doctor to come to Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao also noticed the subtle change in Wu Qianqian's expression, but this was precisely why he had chosen to be upfront about it. There was no need to hide such matters. Sooner or later, the truth would come out. It was better to address it early on than to let resentment fester when eventually confronted with the reality. This approach wasn't solely directed at Wu Qianqian. Even if Gu Yueshi were to take the initiative later, Lu Xiao would clarify things immediately all the same. Surely you wouldn't ruin a girl's life and then say, I can't take responsibility for you? Now that would truly make you the scum of the earth. Hearing Wu Qianqian's unchanged tone, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel even more fondness for this woman. Her abilities speak for themselves, undoubtedly among the best of her peers. Despite being only a sophomore, she manages a sprawling company with meticulous order, nearly on par with professional managers. As for her figure and looks, they need no introduction. At just 19 years old, she's in the prime of her youth, the most radiant period of a woman's life, where every smile and glance borders on criminal allure. Xiao Ji, I can't shake the feeling that the way you're acting now is just like a major villain. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh when she felt Lu Xiao's touch. What do you mean by that? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Look at you, just 5 minutes ago, you were scheming in the office over the fate of a company, and now, right in front of your woman, you're asking her to help another girl with something. Brother Xiao, tell me, aren't you the ultimate villain? Wu Qianqian lightly bit her lip, her smiling eyes turning toward Lu Xiao. Though she couldn't voice it openly, nothing stopped her from expressing her jealousy toward Lu Xiao in this manner. Ha ha ha, you little minx. Lu Xiao shook his head with a smile. This little girl was truly cunning as a fox. It also serves as a reminder to myself. I promise I won't mention other people in front of you anymore, alright? Humph, that's more like it. Seeing her goal achieved, Wu Qianqian proudly raised her delicate little face. But Qianqian, you called me the villain, but doesn't it still lack the right atmosphere? Like, say, a corporate office villain? Lu Xiao teased, glancing at Wu Qianqian's Chanel suit dress. Balenciaga is already gone, so Chanel alone wouldn't be much fun either, right? Assistant Wu Qianqian reporting to the boss. Wu Qianqian blushed slightly but still complied, settling into Lu Xiao's embrace. Chapter 27, Imperial Dragon Vista. Returning to the Lijiang Hotel from the company, Lu Xiao was genuinely starting to consider buying a house. Although the hotel suite was quite convenient, it still leaned more towards a business-oriented environment, making it somewhat uncomfortable to live in. Especially concerning air circulation, due to the hotel's layout, it couldn't be perfectly south-facing like a residential area, always giving a slightly suffocating feeling inside. Staying for short periods wasn't a problem, but recently, with dates frequently happening here, it often felt hard to breathe. Shanshan, are there any nice villa districts near the university town? Preferably the fully furnished kind. Lu Xiao stretched lazily and pulled the freshly delivered meal inside from the doorway. Apparently aware that he had been dining at the hotel frequently lately, Zhaoke went out of her way to hire a chef from somewhere. The hotel food improved significantly overnight, and Lu Xiao was genuinely pleased with the taste. Brother Xiao, are you planning to buy a house? Wu Qianqian helped Lu Xiao set the tableware, glancing at him curiously. Most of the villas in Jiangcheng were concentrated in the old district,
though the majority were somewhat older villa communities, with relatively few newly developed ones.
What do you mean by buying a house? That's building our love nest. Lu Xiao cracked a joke, immediately making Wu Qianqian pout coquettishly. But because of that joke, Wu Qianqian went off to seriously research properties after finishing her meal. Just now, Lu Xiao mentioning that incident about finding a doctor also triggered Wu Qianqian's sense of crisis. If she could buy a place outside for them to live together, spending most of her time with Lu Xiao, wouldn't that also help slow down the development of his side business? The only question is whether her parents would agree to her living with Lu Xiao. But whatever, agree or not, she's definitely moving out. Otherwise, who knows how many more good friends Lu Xiao might bring home in the future. Though she couldn't do anything about Lu Xiao, as long as she found ways to drain and dry every day, wouldn't that suffice? Solve the problem right at its root. Xiao, take a look at this, only 5 kilometers from Jiangcheng University. There are currently 3 furnished units for sale. Wu Qianqian handed her phone to Lu Xiao, pointing at the sales information on the screen. Lu Xiao glanced at it. The location wasn't bad, and the interior looked quite nicely decorated. 6,000 per square meter, totaling 270 square meters? Lu Xiao muttered to himself and shook his head. This villa is too small, let's look for a bigger one. At the current market price, a 270 square meter unit would only cost about 1.6 to 1.7 million yuan. Is this considered small? 270 square meters, 2 floors in total, 4 rooms on the first floor and 3 rooms on the second floor, with an exterior garden and ground parking spaces. The actual delivered area definitely exceeds 320 to 330 square meters, offering unbeatable value for money. Wu Qianqian clicked her tongue slightly. Her current family villa was just over 300 square meters, occupied by just 3 people, and she already considered it quite spacious. One must understand that while property prices weren't extremely high these days, a decent villa would still cost at least $1 million or $2. But purchasing was just one aspect. The true financial burden came from ongoing maintenance and living expenses. Take her family's villa for example. The annual property fees alone exceeded 10,000 yuan, and with additional costs for electric heating, garden upkeep, and general maintenance, yearly expenses easily reached 80 or 90,000. Back then, this house only cost a little over $1 million, but after living here for more than a decade, nearly another $1 million has been spent on it. Calculating it, staying in this villa costs around $8,000 to $9,000 a month just slipping away. And the larger the villa's area, the higher the occupancy cost rises accordingly. Wu Qianqian glanced at Lu Xiao. Well, for Lu Xiao, such trivial living expenses were indeed insignificant. Wu Qianqian kept browsing online, while Lu Xiao leaned in to look alongside her. Qianqian, this one seems quite good. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up with interest. The newly developed residential property at Yulong Jingyuan had only been completed and handed over for about a year. With its premium interior decoration, the furniture odors had pretty much dissipated after that 1-year period. Another glance at the decor confirmed it. The place was undoubtedly professionally designed, absolutely high-end. Wouldn't 600 square meters be a bit too big? Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully. The 600 square meters is just the saleable area. Besides this, the villa comes with a standalone courtyard and garden outside, adding up to at least 800 or nearly 900 square meters in total. It's more than enough for 2 people. Even accommodating a small 4-generation household wouldn't be a problem. Not bad. It's a small 3-story place, with the basement level taking up part of the area too. Lu Xiao chuckled as he swiped through the photos. The first floor of the villa housed the living room and guest rooms, the second floor was the master suite, and above that came a complimentary loft space. As for the basement level, it was divided into 3 areas, a gym, a home theater with karaoke, and a parking zone. The gym and home theater looked decent enough, while the parking area had 5 designated spots, barely sufficient for their needs. It looks quite good in every aspect. But this one costs over 8,000 per square meter. Wu Qianqian pointed at the price tag. At 8,000 per square meter, the 600 square meter villa would cost around 4.8 million yuan. With deed taxes and other fees included, it'd easily break the 5 million mark. If her family were to buy this property, just this one villa could drain a major portion of the company's cash flow. Villas in this area typically go for just over 6,000 per square meter. This premium renovation at 2,000 per square is actually decent standard pricing. They're not inflating the numbers. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. He had just drawn a prize that morning, winning over 20 million, and now Lu Xiao had 81.2 million in cash on him. Buying just one set was nothing. He could afford to purchase every remaining villa in the neighborhood without batting an eye. Alright, I'll take this one. Lu Xiao flipped through the photos again and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xiao immediately dialed the sales number listed and informed them he would visit the property in the next couple of days. Wu Qianqian watched helplessly as Lu Xiao finalized the property purchase at lightning speed. Wasn't buying a house supposed to involve comparing multiple options and choosing the best value for money deal these days? It feels like Lu Xiao is buying a house as casually as picking up cabbage from the roadside. At this moment, Wu Qianqian even felt like the apartment Lu Xiao chose was a 600 square centimeter model. Your brother Xiao may not have much else, but money isn't an issue. Learn to be more generous from now on. Lu Xiao chuckled and pulled Wu Qianqian into his arms. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. Her family background was considered quite decent at Jiangcheng University, but compared to Lu Xiao, she suddenly felt like nothing special. Judging by Lu Xiao's attitude, spending 5 million yuan was practically no different from tossing out 500 yuan. Chapter 28, The Lucky Queen Wu Qianqian. But for Lu Xiao, things were indeed like that now. What he was thinking about now was how to spend the money, not how to save it. Only by quickly spending 1 billion could the system level be upgraded. After deciding to buy a house, Wu Qianqian's enthusiasm increased significantly as well. Before being with Lu Xiao, she had never even imagined becoming a woman at this age. Originally, she had expected to wait until after graduating from university, then perhaps another 2 or 3 years, only considering getting a boyfriend in her early 20s. But because of this unexpected turn of events, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Lu Xiao, who was lining up for food in the cafeteria, and impulsively asking him, "Do you want it?" God knows how she managed to say those words without blushing back then. But now, she found herself unconsciously lost in Lu Xiao's embrace. Truly, how unpredictable life could be. Leaning against Lu Xiao, she absently traced circles on his chest with gentle fingertips. If only that night could have been more proper. Wu Qianqian held Lu Xiao tightly, murmuring softly, and this was now her only regret. Yet every time she recalled that first night with Lu Xiao, Wu Qianqian felt her face flush with warmth. She still couldn't fathom how she had endured the physical pain while offering everything, her dignity completely stripped away before Lu Xiao, giving him every first. If only she could have started with a sweet, innocent romance with Lu Xiao from the very beginning, how wonderful that would have been. But things aren't bad now, though it's not how it began. She's still lying in her lover's embrace, isn't she? She couldn't quite recall when it started, but Lu Xiao had become the only one occupying her thoughts, and she felt as if there was simply no room for anyone else besides him. With her mind swirling with thoughts and thoroughly exhausted, Wu Qianqian soon fell into a deep slumber in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao contentedly lit a cigarette and, after exerting quite some effort, also held Wu Qianqian close as he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, a little bee was diligently devoting its efforts to building its home. Lu Xiao soon woke up and glanced downward, immediately provoking Wu Qianqian into a playful coquettish protest. With a mischievous chuckle, he slightly adjusted his position before immersing his thoughts into the system. Let's check in first, he thought. He had consecutively checked in for 6 days, with total acquired funds reaching 102 million yuan, and assets including a Lijiang hotel plus a Bugatti Chiron. Over these days, he had spent around 11 million yuan sporadically, leaving him with 91 million remaining, 9 million of which was deposited in the company account. In other words, Lu Xiao currently had 82 million yuan in his personal bank card. 900 million more to go, and the first level mission will be complete. Lu Xiao glanced at the system panel. Even at level 1, the system had already set Lu Xiao up for life. To put it bluntly, with an average daily cash flow of 23 to 24 million, his annual income would reach 8.4 billion yuan. With that staggering amount of money, even if Lu Xiao chose to remain idle for years, it would still propel him into the ranks of China's top-tier tycoons. Assets are assets, and cash is cash. There's a huge difference between the two. Don't be fooled by people who boast about having hundreds of billions in assets. Ask them to produce 20 billion in cash, and they definitely can't do it. Even many real estate companies have cash flow that's less than 10% of their assets, with debt ratios soaring into the hundreds of percent. Cash flow, to a certain extent, is far more powerful than assets. During an asset crisis, cash can be injected to rescue the market, and when the stock market is performing well, cash can also be rolled in to turn a profit. Overall, it offers high flexibility. This is also one of the reasons Lu Xiao has been persistent in signing in for cash every day. On one hand, it's to complete the system tasks, on the other hand, it's also because cash is genuinely useful. Sign in, Lu Xiao silently recited in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a cash reward, 22 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued. Please accept it as soon as possible, host. Another 22 million, and now I've got a total of 104 million in cash on hand. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Then continue to click on the sign-in button within the system interface. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received a cash reward, 104 yuan. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Ferrari 488. The Ferrari 488 has been placed in the parking lot under the host's name near Jiangcheng University. All necessary documents have been stored inside the vehicle. Please claim it as soon as possible. Seeing that the random draw at the back yielded a real prize, Lu Xiao was stunned at first, then instantly overjoyed. Has my streak of bad luck finally come to an end? Although the Ferrari 488 is only worth 4.5 million, doesn't this mean my luck has finally turned around? But the next moment, when Lu Xiao looked down at what he was holding in his hand, he couldn't help but let out another bitter laugh. It's not that my face has magically become lucky, it's clearly because Wu Qianqian is by my side. The first time was because of Wu Qianqian that I drew a Bugatti, and now the second time it's because of her again, drawing a Ferrari. Lu Xiao attempted to separate the two of them for just a second. Check in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Congratulations on receiving a cash reward, 117 yuan. Check in. Lu Xiao refused to give up and clicked twice more earnestly. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. Cash reward obtained, 100 yuan. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. Cash reward obtained, 8 yuan. Then, Lu Xiao withdrew his hand again. System, sign in. Congratulations on successful check-in, cash reward obtained, 10,870 yen. Congratulations on successful check-in, cash reward obtained, 1,800 yen. Lu Xiao's face darkened instantly. The harsh truth of life. Is the system nowadays really this materialistic? Even if looks truly matter, can't it at least save me some dignity? Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian felt Lu Xiao's movements and pinched his arm in protest, signaling him to stay still. She's still busy with work. Seeing Wu Qianqian's utterly bashful expression, Lu Xiao felt a sudden impulse. With a mischievous grin, he closed the system interface and lifted her up into his embrace. What if Wu Qianqian is the luckiest person alive? It's not yet mine. What's the big deal? We can just sign in together next time. Let's put the lottery on hold for now. Now that we've come this far, the most important thing is to get down to business, right? Chapter 29, Wu Qianqian's Gift. As the two walked towards the school, Wu Qianqian still felt her legs involuntarily turning weak. Brother Xiao, look what you've done. Wu Qianqian stretched out her fair, delicate legs in the passenger seat, glaring coquettishly at Lu Xiao. This, ha ha ha. Lu Xiao took one look, suddenly froze for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Wu Qianqian had indeed expended quite a bit of strength, her calves now trembling involuntarily. What's so funny? It's all your fault. Wu Qianqian let out a light hum and without hesitation pinched Lu Xiao's thigh, though her face betrayed a slight blush. This was the first time she'd learned that being too vigorous could genuinely make one's legs go weak, and no one had ever told her why weakened legs would involuntarily tremble like this. Get some good rest now, I'll give you a gift later. Lu Xiao flashed a mysterious smile. That Ferrari parked in the lot, you won't be able to drive it if your legs give out. The sophomore year exams start a bit later than junior year exams, but they've already begun as of today. The only difference is that sophomores have more subjects to take. While Lu Xiao has exams every few days, Wu Qianqian has to take 2 consecutive exams this afternoon. Then 4 more exams tomorrow, followed by 2 the day after. That's when all her exams will be finished. Lu Xiao's final exam was also the day after tomorrow, but scheduled for the morning. He drove the car into the underground parking lot. Brother Xiao, why is there a Ferrari parked over there? Just as they parked the car and got out, Wu Qianqian curiously glanced at the vehicle not far away. This parking lot was bought by Lu Xiao, wasn't it? Why are there still cars parked here? Moreover, she recognized that car, a Ferrari 488, the high-end version priced around 4.5 million yuan, with an estimated total cost of about 5 million for delivery. It was significantly better than her previous car. This car? Of course it's a gift for you. Lu Xiao magically produced a Ferrari key from his pocket and, with a smile, pressed it into Wu Qianqian's hand. Of course, saying it was a gift wasn't entirely accurate. After all, anything drawn from the system technically remained under Lu Xiao's ownership. To be precise, it was more like lending it to her. Ha! When Wu Qianqian saw the Ferrari key in Lu Xiao's hand, she was momentarily stunned, but then deeply moved. She genuinely hadn't expected Lu Xiao to prepare a gift for her. You should know, this car is worth 5 million. Go ahead and give it a try. Xiao Ji, I. Wu Qianqian clenched the car keys in her hand, hesitating. Although she had experience driving sports cars before, she had never driven one this luxurious. Seeing the encouraging look in Lu Xiao's eyes, Wu Qianqian nervously opened the door of the Ferrari. The interior of the Ferrari 488 was at least 2 tiers above the one Wu Qianqian had driven before. Just sitting inside made her feel the overwhelming premium quality of this vehicle. However, the operating system was fairly similar to what she was used to. Wu Qianqian fumbled around for a bit and soon managed to start the Ferrari. The crimson Ferrari instantly burst into flames with a thunderous roar. Lu Xiao stood outside the car, gazing through the driver's side window at Wu Qianqian inside, her long pale legs stretched out comfortably. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This car is really suitable for a woman to drive. As expected, only designers truly understand men. But it seems I should stock up on a few more stockings for Wu Qianqian, otherwise every time they get torn, she'll just have to leave her beautiful legs bare. Wu Qianqian merely experienced it briefly in the car before getting out. Aren't you going to take it for a few spins outside? Lu Xiao chuckled as he pulled Wu Qianqian into his embrace. I can't go.
Wu Qianqian clung to Lu Xiao, shyly burying her little face in his chest. Her legs still felt too weak to walk.
Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh again. It's fine, there will be plenty of opportunities to drive it later anyway. What's the hurry? I'll drive when I get used to it. Don't you think so, Secretary Wu? Stop teasing me, Brother Xiao.
Seeing Lu Xiao starting his mischievous talk again out of nowhere, Wu Qianqian immediately ran toward the parking lot exit. If we stay here any longer, we might end up reenacting that boss and secretary story right in this parking lot. Watching Wu Qianqian flee in a fluster, Lu Xiao shook his head with a chuckle and followed after her. But to be fair, ever since he bought this underground parking lot, only vehicles with pre-approved license plates could enter.
Normally, this vast parking space stood completely empty.
And with the lighting so dim down here,
maybe it's really possible?
As expected, money changes people.
Lu Xiao chuckled, and the two rode the elevator together. Back at the university, Wu Qianqian still had exams to take and didn't stay with Lu Xiao any longer.
Moreover, according to Wu Qianqian, there were still 4 exams tomorrow and another 2 the day after. There was no way she could spend those 2 days intimately with Lu Xiao. She planned to stay in the dormitory to focus on finishing her exams. Of course, these were nothing but excuses. The truth was Lu Xiao was simply too dominant, and Wu Qianqian was genuinely struggling to keep up. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Yan was engrossed in reading Pan Xingwen's copy of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Shui Xiaosong was playing video games on his side, and Pan Xingwen himself was sprawled lifelessly on his bed.
Yo, what's up with old Pan?
Lu Xiao noticed Pan Xingwen looking at his phone with a weary expression, occasionally letting out a sinister chuckle, and couldn't help but ask curiously,
what else could it be? The God of War Returns must have updated again.
Shui Xiaosong glanced at Lu Xiao sideways and shook his head helplessly. Pan Xingwen had recently become completely addicted, spending all day waiting for that little red notification dot to appear.
You don't know shit, Xiaosong. Pan Xingwen shot Shui Xiaosong a sideways glance. This stuff is seriously addictive. The more you read, the more hooked you get. Moreover, he retrieved those medical immortal reincarnation novels from Zhang Yan and started binge reading several volumes simultaneously. Absolute bliss. Is it that one where the protagonist's wife gets bullied back home, so he angrily returns to China with 100,000 warriors? Lu Xiao asked. I highly recommend you check it out too, old Xiao. It's seriously satisfying. Pan Xingwen nodded repeatedly. Forget it. I'm not interested in this sort of thing. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen and flopped down on his own bed. How could he explain that he'd already read every single one of these invincible protagonist novels in his past life? Sure, they were thrilling, but the protagonists suffered way too much agony along the way. Chapter 30, Gu Yueshi treats to a meal.
In the afternoon, Lu Xiao was just about to head out for a meal when Gu Yueshi's phone call came through.
Yushi, is something the matter? Nothing much. Do you have time now? I'd like to invite you for a meal. Over there, Gu Yueshi asked somewhat nervously.
She knew Lu Xiao was now very wealthy. He had long crossed the threshold and entered the true upper echelons of society, leaving her world far behind. But she truly didn't know how else to express her gratitude to Lu Xiao. Perhaps it was just to console herself, but for now, this was the only way she could show her appreciation.
Dinner?
As soon as they heard the voice on the other end of the phone, Pan Xingwen and the other two instantly huddled close with gossipy expressions.
Scram, get lost, this has nothing to do with you guys. Lu Xiao cursed playfully and gave each of them a kick.
He felt like these three could eat 8 meals a day and still be utterly thrilled each time, instantly perking up at the mere mention of food.
Sure, are you on campus?
Lu Xiao agreed without hesitation.
I'm by the back gate of the school right now. Gu Yueshi clearly hadn't expected Lu Xiao to agree so promptly, and was instantly overjoyed. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right out. Lu Xiao nodded. Is it Gu Yueshi?
Seeing Lu Xiao hang up the phone, Pan Xingwen curiously leaned his head over.
Yes. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Holy shit, Lao Xiao, you still dare to say you've got nothing going on with Gu Yueshi. Old Xiao, is he not coming back again tonight? The moment the three of them heard Lu Xiao's confirmation, they immediately let out miserable howls. It's confirmed, absolutely confirmed. The two most beautiful campus queens in the history of Jiangqing University have both fallen for that beast Xiao. I really can't see what's so great about you, Xiao. Even Gu Yueshi actually took a liking to you. Pan Xingwen let out a long sigh. Though uncertain why Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were dining together, it couldn't stop their envy. Anyway, being able to have a meal with the campus belle is definitely something worth bragging about for years to come. Get the hell out of here, go charge your crappy second-hand phone. Watching Pan Xingwen make such a fuss, Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and scold him. What charging? That batch of refurbished phones was decommissioned half a year ago. Besides, I heard the manufacturer is planning to relocate soon. Plenty of refurbished phones I know have already run away from home.
The electricity stored in the power supply is almost overflowing. At this rate, I'll have to follow old Zhang's lead and start discharging it manually.
Pan Qingwen sighed deeply.
Life had truly become unbearable for him. Not only had his second-hand phone disappeared, but his girlfriend had also broken up with him, leaving him with nothing but philosophical debates with these two losers in the dormitory. At this rate, he'd probably soon be sharing nighttime bathroom trips with Zhang Yan like some haunted hotel ghost.
Boss, do you always have to drag me into everything? Zhang Yan gave Pan Qingwen a resentful look. He wasn't the only artisan around, why couldn't they ever mention little Songzi?
Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the lot of them. Gu Yueshi was still waiting outside, and he had no time to waste chatting with these fools. By the time he reached the school gate, Lu Xiao spotted Gu Yueshi standing by the roadside at first glance. Her glossy black hair cascaded smoothly from her shoulders down to mid-back, swaying lightly in the breeze. A faint blush tinted her cheeks, complemented by delicate yet flawless makeup. Her large, sparkling eyes shone with a lively glow, radiating boundless vitality. Her attire was simple, the pale blue skirt set that had clearly been washed several times, with slightly faded patches here and there. Yet this very simplicity accentuated Gu Yueshi's pristine, innocent charm to perfection.
Lu Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. When he saw Gu Yueshi yesterday, she hadn't put much effort into her appearance and seemed somewhat listless. Although she was still quite attractive, she clearly didn't have the stunning effect she had now. But today, Gu Yueshi was in remarkably high spirits and dressed beautifully.
From every angle, her beauty seemed to pierce straight through the heart of perfectionism itself. And in just this short while, quite a few boys pretending to be occupied had already stopped nearby, stealing glances from a distance.
Bro, who do you think has the face to make the campus bell wait like that?
Beside Lu Xiao, a male student spoke with a hint of jealousy.
Must be a girl.
Campus bell Gu doesn't seem to have a boyfriend, probably one of her dorm mates or something. The two continued speculating there.
Even if she had a boyfriend, with Gu Yueshi's looks, it's more likely that men would be waiting for her, right?
Upon hearing their words, Lu Xiao smiled faintly and walked over. On the other side, Gu Yueshi, who had also noticed Lu Xiao approaching, couldn't hide the joy on her face and immediately hurried toward him.
Beauty Yueshi, do you realize that just by standing here for a few minutes, you've gathered dozens of admirers in this place?
Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Gu Yueshi.
It's not that serious. I just put on some light makeup and tidied up a bit.
Gu Yueshi chuckled sheepishly. She was well aware that quite a few boys nearby were secretly stealing glances at her. But over the years, she'd long grown accustomed to such gazes. But today, she had deliberately dressed up to meet Lu Xiao.
Lu Xiao shot Gu Yueshi a glare.
This little girl has no idea just how captivating she really is.
Under normal circumstances it might have been bearable, but today Gu Yueshi's outfit paired with such exquisite makeup any man would probably find it impossible to look away, right? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Do you have any idea how lethal this simple makeup look of yours is to men? Lu Xiao walked over to Gu Yueshi's side and teased her with a laugh. By the way, gorgeous, what are we eating today?
There's a pretty decent Sichuan restaurant nearby.
How about we go grab some dishes? Gu Yueshi suggested.
Sure thing.
Lu Xiao nodded in agreement.
He isn't picky about food as long as it fills him up, it's good enough. Besides, Gu Yueshi likely doesn't have much spare money left after supporting her younger sister, so keeping things simple works just fine. After finding a small private room in the restaurant, he noted the soundproofing was decent. Once the door closed, most of the outside noise faded away.
Please, you order. Gu Yueshi handed the menu over to Lu Xiao. Seems like there aren't many tasty dishes here, Yueshi. How about we get chicken?
Lu Xiao casually flipped through the menu and noticed that the signature spicy diced chicken looked decent. Still browsing the illustrated dishes with his head down, he asked his question.
Ha?
Gu Yueshi froze, her petite face flushing scarlet. What did he mean by no good dishes, asking if she wanted to eat this sort of thing?
Could it be that Lu Xiao intended to do something inappropriate in this private room?
P.S. Still 30,000 words short of reaching 100,000 by tomorrow, wailing in despair.
Chapter 31, Chang Ji's Unbelievable Connections. Lu Xiao looked up and instantly understood the situation.
Yushi, don't get me wrong, I was talking about this spicy diced chicken.
Lu Xiao quickly slid the picture of the spicy diced chicken in front of Gu Yueshi. The chicken I meant was this dish here, not that kind. Don't let your imagination run wild.
But Lu Xiao's words only made things worse.
The moment he spoke, Gu Yueshi's slightly flushed face instantly turned crimson, and she completely bowed her head down. I get it, Lu Xiao, just stop talking.
Gu Yueshi wrapped her arms around herself and buried her head completely. Lu Xiao helplessly rubbed his forehead. This was really screwed up now.
This is just making things worse by explaining. But Gu Yueshi was too thin-skinned. She couldn't handle it even though he wasn't the one driving it. If it were Wu Qianqian, she probably would have happily gone along with the misunderstanding.
Guessing Yueshi wouldn't recover anytime soon, Lu Xiao simply opened the door to let the waiter in.
1 plate of spicy diced chicken, a small portion of sour fish, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Just these 3 dishes for now. Oh, and 2 orders of rice please. Certainly, would you like any drinks? We have all kinds of beverages available from the market. No need, just tea will do. Okay. The waiter nodded and walked out. It wasn't until the dishes began arriving that Gu Yueshi's complexion gradually returned to normal, though she still barely dared to look at Lu Xiao. Instead, she desperately shoveled the freshly served rice into her mouth. Yueshi, slow down. No one's going to take it from you. Lu Xiao pushed the dishes slightly closer to Gu Yueshi with a wry smile. Gu Yueshi felt herself stammering, as if she'd forgotten how to speak properly. Actually, her invitation to Lu Xiao today wasn't solely for treating him to a meal. After all, the money she currently had was all borrowed from Lu Xiao. How could there be any logic in using borrowed money to treat the lender? The fundamental reason she chose to come to campus in the afternoon was to repay Lu Xiao. But when she actually sat down with Lu Xiao, she realized there was no way she could bring herself to say it. She couldn't possibly just blurt out something like, "You're allowed to do 141 bad things to me," could she? What's wrong with you? Lu Xiao was somewhat bewildered. He kept feeling that Gu Yueshi's behavior today seemed a bit off. Even if it was just a verbal slip-up at first, she shouldn't have been this embarrassed. I was thinking. The next moment, Gu Yueshi finally mustered up the courage to speak, but just as she was about to say something, the door of the private room was abruptly pushed halfway open. Her carefully prepared words instantly died on her lips. "Oh, sorry, wrong room." A young man scratched his head, and upon seeing Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi seated inside, quickly apologized before backing out. Lu Xiao shook his head, not paying much attention. It was quite common for people to enter the wrong private room in small restaurants like this, something that happened frequently. "Yueshi, what are you thinking about?" Lu Xiao asked curiously. "And nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything." Gu Yueshi's face instantly flushed red, and she quickly shook her head. "You should eat more too." Gu Yueshi pushed the dishes a little closer to Lu Xiao's side. Outside, the young man who had just left the restaurant made his way around to the back. "I've seen it clearly, young Master Li. The young man with Gu Yueshi looks exactly as you described, strikingly handsome. Alright, you're dismissed. Here's 200 yuan. Li Yun took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the young man. Watching the young man leave, Li Yun's expression visibly darkened. At noon yesterday, he had called Gu Yueshi, intending to invite her out for lunch. He had been convinced that Gu Yueshi wouldn't refuse for the sake of money, but to his surprise, she didn't even answer his call. By the time he made the second call, her phone was already switched off. After calling several times in a row, each attempt prompted that the number was powered off. Only then did he realize what other explanation could there be besides being blocked. Even though he had been blocked, Li Yun couldn't bring himself to give up on Gu Yueshi, a woman of extraordinary beauty. So at high noon that day, he came searching for her inside Jiangqing University. That very afternoon, he spotted Gu Yueshi by the roadside, dressed in pure and captivating style. He initially thought to go over and ask what was going on, but within just 2 minutes, he spotted the guy who seemed to be the same one from the buffet shop walking up to Gu Yueshi. The two chatted and laughed as they strolled off into the distance. He followed him all the way. But because he was too far away, he couldn't be sure at first glance. That's why he randomly stopped someone on the street and pretended to enter the wrong private room just to get a peek. It's really him. It's definitely him. Li Yun felt like his molars were about to grind to dust. After realizing that sweet talk and empty promises wouldn't win over Gu Yueshi, he had already mentally prepared to spend some money, ready to offer a 100,000 yuan deposit up front, sleep with her a few times, then ditch her, treating it as simply paying for romantic entertainment. But someone had the audacity to intercept his prey midway. How unfair! Since when had young Master Li ever suffered such humiliation? Li Yun took out his phone and dialed Brother Chang's number, suppressing a surge of anger. It was clearly agreed that the information would be provided within 3 days, yet now 2.5 days had passed without even a peep from him. Did they really have to time their information gathering so precisely? Young Master Li Yun, what brings you to me? Over there, Brother Chang seemed to be cracking sunflower seeds. He even spat out a husk idly while watching Li Yun make his phone call. Brother Chang, today's the 3rd day already. Any news on that Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao? Oh, I remember now, wait a second. Brother Chang slapped his forehead and suddenly recalled how Li Yun had paid him 20,000 yuan 3 days ago to investigate Lu Xiao. Hearing Brother Chang's response on the other end, Li Yun froze for a moment. Brother Chang, don't tell me you forgot? How could that be? It's just that there's been too much information lately. Hold on, let me find it. Over there, Brother Chang's face stiffened, but he immediately replied. Don't hang up, I'll find it right away. Alright, I'll be patient. Li Yun heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Brother Chang's confident voice on the other end. Although I hadn't asked Chang Ji to investigate anything before, several brothers had told me that the information he dug up was pretty reliable. But whenever anyone asked what channels Chang Ji used for his investigations, he'd always put on this mysterious act.
Over time, everyone in their circle genuinely came to believe Chang Ji had connections reaching all the way to the heavens.
After all, we're talking about personal information here.
Even with just basic personal information, in this information age, obtaining someone's general details still requires reaching the highest authorities.
In any case, Li Yun definitely doesn't have that kind of connections.
Over there, Boss Chang put aside the phone he had used to talk with Li Yun. Then, he turned on the computer in front of him and picked up 2 more phones from the side to power them on. The computer opened a web page, while the phone launched 2 apps.
Web page, Jiangcheng University Campus Forum. App, Kichacha, Enterprise Inquiry. App, Lipin, Professional Recruitment Network. Chapter 32, Pay More. Xiangda cracked open another sunflower seed, spitting the shell into the nearby trash bag, then first searched for Lu Zhao's name on Jiangcheng University's campus forum. Hey, not bad, luck's on my side, instant jackpot.
Seeing the message that popped up directly on the forum, Brother Chang immediately smiled and quickly grabbed pen and paper to jot down a summary. Lu Xiao orphan, received scholarships twice during school.
Good, simple information.
Xiangda curled his lips in disdain. Who knows if these rich kids have something wrong with their heads, they're actually willing to spend 20 grand just to buy information anyone can easily find online.
As for connections, he didn't have a damn thing.
If it could be verified, he charged money, if not, he refunded the payment, making himself look trustworthy.
His profit came solely from exploiting information gaps.
However, adhering to the principle of being thorough and responsible, he used 2 apps on his phone to search for the name Lu Xiao again, just in case some big shot was pretending to be a novice and ended up screwing his employer over. Matters affecting credibility must be approached with caution.
Let's check Lipin first.
Brother Chang opened Lipin and entered the keywords Lu Xiao from Jiangcheng University, then proceeded to input several other related search terms one by one.
He doesn't have one, but that's understandable. He's still a junior college student, there's a high chance he wouldn't have submitted a resume on this platform. Strong nodded and then opened Chichacha, a corporate information database. After entering Lu Zhao's name, a company profile immediately popped up on the screen. Could this be someone else with the same name? Brother Chang was taken aback. Could someone working part-time to pay for school really start a company?
Brother Chang quickly compared them again carefully.
Holy shit, it really is him. Dude's been hiding his wealth pretty deep. With that kind of money, he's still doing work-study at school?
If I had that kind of money, you bet I'd be hitting up clubs with models every damn day.
Damn, Strong muttered in his heart.
There was only one recent corporate change update listed. Lijiang Hotel had undergone recent equity changes, with its original 100% shareholding transferred. The new owner, Lu Xiao.
Lijiang Hotel assets, 30 to 35 million yuan.
However, there was only this single corporate record available. Since Jianglu Real Estate had just been established and was still in the process of filing paperwork, naturally no further information could be found on record yet. Fortunately, he had checked carefully, otherwise, he would have been completely screwed this time. The next moment, Chang Ji glanced at the information he had just summarized in his notebook and grinned slyly.
He picked up his phone that had been placed further away. Chang Ji, you ready yet?
Li Yun had already waited for 5 or 6 minutes and was growing quite impatient by now. Young Master Li, I just received the investigation results from our team below, but, Brother Chang deliberately paused to create an air of profundity.
But what? I've already paid you, haven't I?
Li Yun cursed silently in his heart.
At this very moment, his goddess might already be nestled in that Lu Zhao's arms, and you're still playing dumb with me here?
I can tell you the first piece of information directly. Lu Xiao is an orphan, a junior at Jiangcheng University who's received scholarships several times and often works part-time jobs to support himself.
Chang Ji, so you're saying he's just an ordinary student? Hearing Chang Ji's words, Li Yun's heart leaped with joy. If it were just an ordinary student, then it wouldn't matter anyway. What could they possibly do if things turned ugly? Even if I can't teach Lu Xiao a lesson in front of Gu Yueshi, there's no problem finding a few people to warn him behind his back. Just a poor student, what kind of waves could he possibly make? He believed that by acting ruthlessly enough, this Lu Xiao wouldn't even dare to come within 10 meters of Gu Yueshi in the future. That's just the information on the surface. As for this second piece,
Brother Chang chuckled darkly.
Gotta raise the price. Bro Chang, we agreed on 20 grand. Li Yun grew anxious the moment Bro Chang demanded a higher fee.
These 20,000 are just the fee for investigating an ordinary student.
If his background had been slightly more common, I might have thrown it in for free. But this Lu Xiao isn't that simple, so naturally, we can't let it go at that.
The person below had to slip someone 30,000 just to get this second piece of information. Young Master Li, surely you wouldn't want me to take a loss on this deal, would you?
Xiangda curled his lip in disdain and popped another melon seed into his mouth. Seized a chance to trick the fool, better to squeeze every possible advantage out of him. After all, this business probably won't last long, who knows, he might have to flee overnight once it gets exposed. Li Yun couldn't help but laugh in exasperation.
However, the second piece of news Brother Chang mentioned set his heart itching with curiosity again.
His family was merely moderately wealthy, with assets totaling just 30 million yuan.
In River City, there were plenty of people he couldn't afford to offend. This was precisely why he trod carefully in all his dealings.
Those worth tens of millions were inconsequential, they couldn't do anything to him anyway.
But when it came to those worth hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions, he wouldn't dare cross them, terrified that a single misstep could obliterate the business empire his father had built over decades. Therefore, without fully understanding a person's background, he would never take the initiative to act. But now, Gang is using this very point to pressure him financially. 3,000 yuan might not seem like much, but recently, nearly all the family's funds have been tied up in the company, leaving him with very little liquidity.
Li Yun clenched his teeth. Since I've already shelled out 20 grand, what's another 10?
Might as well do Brother Chang this favor.
Chang, I'll transfer another 10 grand to you.
If it weren't for the fact that he knew he couldn't afford to offend this Brother Chang, he would have been furious enough to kill someone by now.
Mr. Li, what I meant is that I spent 30,000 yuan just to get this piece of information. I have to pay my associates, and using all those channels, someone's got to cover those favors, right?
Brother Chang exaggerated for effect.
Then name your price.
Li Yun took a deep breath, his face already flushed red.
50,000. 1 cent less, and I'll keep this information to myself.
Don't worry, young Master Li. Since I dare to ask you for 50 grand, it means this info is worth every penny, absolute value for money. Brother Chang chuckled, seeing the deal was ripe for the taking, and promptly decided to cash in his chips.
You?
Li Yun was instantly left speechless, choked back by frustration.
Fine, I'll pay.
But remember, Chang, if your info isn't worth this price, Li Yun isn't someone to be trifled with. Li Yun cursed inwardly but still transferred another 30,000 to Chang's account.
That's only natural.
Seeing the payment notification flash on his mobile banking app, Chang's heart leaped with momentary delight.
Sure enough, these days it's easiest to fool idiots out of their money.
After taking the money, Brother Chang naturally shared everything he knew, passing on all the information he had gathered to Li Yun. Hanging up the phone, Li Yun glanced toward the restaurant, a trace of astonishment still lingering in his eyes. Good thing he spent 50,000 to investigate first, otherwise, who knows what kind of embarrassment might have followed.
Chapter 33, a 3 million net worth yet still working part-time?
A guy worth 30 million still working part-time at school, the dude's probably no good either. Li Yun silently analyzed in his heart. Perhaps Gu Yueshi had been fooled by his superficial image.
The more Li Yun thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Gu Yueshi was a junior in the finance department, and Lu Xiao was also a junior in the finance department.
Lu Xiao had been pretending to be poor at school to gain sympathy, and he ended up deceiving Gu Yueshi, an inexperienced girl.
It must be like this. Gu Yueshi was indeed fooled by this guy.
Li Yun cursed silently in his heart. He thought he was already shameless enough, but he never expected someone to be even more shameless than him. At least I could afford to spend some money to hook up, but Lu Xiao here didn't even need to open his wallet before beauties threw themselves at him. Even eating at this kind of cheap eatery felt completely natural.
Who could blame them? Lu Xiao was broke.
In this kind of dining environment, a meal probably cost less than 100 yuan, and who knew who was footing the bill anyway?
Damn it! For some reason, a flash of envy suddenly appeared in Li Yun's eyes. If only it were me instead.
Wait, if Gu Yueshi found out this guy pretends to work study while secretly being the owner of a 30 million yuan market value hotel, she'd probably get so mad she'd start cursing on the spot? If I just expose Lu Xiao's lie right on the spot, I won't even need to say much.
Won't Gu Yueshi, furious, just naturally follow me? Ha ha ha.
Ugh, damn, too much of those invincible protagonist novels.
Even my laugh has turned like this.
Li Yun quickly slapped his own face to snap back to normal, then burst into laughter as if suddenly enlightened, feeling that those 50,000 yuan were absolutely worth it.
The anger toward Brother Chang instantly melted away in my heart.
Indeed, Brother Chang is still Brother Chang after all.
His investigative methods are truly extraordinary to uncover such crucial information. These 50,000 yuan were absolutely worth it.
As for Lu Xiao's net worth, Li Yun couldn't care less.
Isn't it just on par with my own family? So what if I offend him? What's the big deal? Should I give up the top-tier beauty almost within my grasp just to avoid offending someone like him? Stop joking around already. That's Gu Yueshi we're talking about.
Inside the private room, the food had already been completely devoured. In Sichuan cuisine typically doesn't come in portion sizes like small or large, but when it's spread to northern regions, besides minor adjustments to side ingredients to suit northern palates, serving sizes were also modified, many dishes now offering both small and large portions. Even if it's a large portion of Sichuan-style fish with pickled vegetables, just between Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, it would undoubtedly be enough to satisfy them. Therefore, to sample more varieties, Lu Xiao exclusively ordered small portions for every dish.
Lu Xiao, are you full yet? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, who had stopped using his chopsticks because there were no more dishes left, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had no idea how much Lu Xiao actually ate. She had a small appetite and was full after just a few bites, so Lu Xiao finished the rest. That's enough, just perfect. Shall we go settle the bill? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. He had just looked at the menu while ordering. Spicy diced chicken for 15, boiled fish for 25, stir-fried shredded potatoes for 6, plus 2 servings of rice, totaling 48 yuan. Lu Xiao, wait a moment. Seeing Lu Xiao stand up, Gu Yueshi anxiously called out to him. If we leave now, I really don't know when we'll get to say this. From the beginning of the meal until now, Yueshi Gu knew she couldn't delay any longer. Summoning her courage, she hurriedly. Lu Xiao, I want to. Yueshi, he's lying to you. Just as Gu Yueshi was about to speak, the private room's door swung open with a sharp slam. Li Yun stormed in, seething with anger. The moment he entered, he bellowed loudly before fixing his piercing gaze on Lu Xiao, as if trying to see right through him. Li Yun? Gu Yueshi froze momentarily upon seeing who had arrived. Hadn't she already deleted Li Yun's contact information? Lu Xiao was equally startled. He never expected Li Yun to appear in a place like this. Lu Xiao, I've already investigated you. Stop lying. Yushi, he's nothing but a complete fraud. Don't let him fool you. Li Yun declared righteously while stepping toward Gu Yueshi, reaching out to take her hand. Are you out of your mind? Lu Xiao stepped forward, shoved Li Yun aside with one hand, and swiftly pulled Gu Yueshi behind him by grasping her wrist. Li Yun glanced around, not wanting the situation to escalate into an embarrassing scene, and took the opportunity to shut the private room's door. But when he saw Lu Xiao holding Gu Yueshi's hand, his anger flared up again instantly. You hypocrite, don't think no one knows what you've done. Hearing Li Yun call him both a fraud and a hypocrite, Lu Xiao was genuinely baffled. Are you sure those words aren't actually describing yourself? Clearly, it's you and your father Li Tian who fit those labels. Before Lu Xiao could respond, Li Yun continued relentlessly at his side. Tell me honestly, how many people have you tricked over the years with your hard-working student persona? Yueshi, don't let him deceive you. He pretends to be a poor student in front of you, but he actually owns an entire hotel. Hearing Li Yun's words, Gu Yueshi froze momentarily. She had only heard Lu Xiao mention inheriting some assets, but she never imagined he'd actually inherited business properties. Lu Xiao, you own a hotel too? Gu Yueshi looked curiously at Lu Xiao. Yeah, there is one hotel, the Lijiang Hotel near the school. It's 3-star rated, worth around 30 million in market value. Can't remember the exact figure. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Yueshi, look, he admitted it, he really admitted it. Li Yun looked at Gu Yueshi with a delighted expression after hearing Lu Xiao's admission. He had originally thought Lu Xiao would keep denying it for a while, forcing him to present evidence and humiliate him thoroughly. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao confessed right after he brought it up. Apparently, his mental pressure was so overwhelming that Lu Xiao instantly caved in, a flawless victory. But the next moment, seeing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Li Yun suddenly felt utterly baffled. I got it. Thank you Li Yun. Was there anything else? Gu Yueshi looked at Li Yun with an indifferent expression. Ha! Li Yun was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be? Shouldn't she think Lu Xiao was a hypocrite and he was the genuinely good guy, then throw herself into his arms? Yeah, Li Yun. I hadn't gotten around to telling Yueshi yet, thanks for making the trip to mention this. Lu Xiao walked over and patted Li Yun on the shoulder. Nothing's wrong, we'll be leaving first. Lu Xiao walked past Li Yun, who was frozen in place, holding Gu Yueshi's hand. Bang! The private room door creaked open with a push, then slammed shut with a thud. Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi disappeared together. Only Li Yun remained in the private room. After a long while, Li Yun finally snapped out of it, utterly perplexed. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. How could Gu Yueshi's reaction be so indifferent? Seeing that the two people in the private room had already left, Li Yun scratched his head in frustration and pushed the door open again to step out. Did I just make a fool of myself for nothing? Excuse me, sir, please wait, you haven't paid the bill yet. Seeing Li Yun about to leave, the waiter nearby quickly called out to stop him. Ha, I haven't eaten anything? Li Yun looked at the waiter with a bewildered expression. Sir, the two guests who were in your private dining room left earlier and said you'd be covering the bill. The waiter gave Li Yun a friendly smile. Fine, fine, here's 100, keep the change. Li Yun sighed helplessly, realizing he'd been scammed by Lu Xiao. But fortunately, it wasn't much money, might as well just pay the bill. He directly pulled out a $100 bill from his bag and handed it to the waiter. But to his surprise, the waiter didn't take it at all. Not enough, sir. The total comes to 1,448 yuan. The server smiled cheerfully at Li Yun. Are you trying to rip us off? How can a few dishes in a private room cost over 1,000? Li Yun was already in a bad mood, and hearing the waiter announce a bill over 1,000 yuan made him furious. Sure, Li Yun had money, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. Just 2 days ago, The two of them had only spent 440 yuan on a lobster buffet. Now this little restaurant dares charge 1,400 yuan for one meal? Why don't you flap your wings and fly up to the sun while you're at it? Even first-tier cities don't have prices as high as yours. Sorry sir, your companion ordered 2 boxes of soft Chinese cigarettes on their way out, 700 per box, so 1,400 in total. The meal was 48. Any questions? The server was still smiling, but their hands suddenly gestured behind their back. The next moment, a brawny chef, 1.9 meters tall, 125 kilograms, with a cleaver in hand and a face full of intimidating brawn, stepped forward. Sir, is there an issue with the price? No problem. I'll pay right now. I'll pay right away. Li Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet, counting out 15 bills before handing them over. 3 minutes later, Li Yun stepped out of the restaurant. Seeing that Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi had completely vanished without a trace, a surge of anger welled up inside him, leaving him choked with frustration. Unable to contain himself, he roared at the sky. Damn your ancestors! Chapter 34, he still needs to apologize to me. On the way back to school, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but laugh as she watched Lu Xiao casually tossing 2 packs of Chunghwa tobacco in his hand. You're just too wicked, Lu Xiao. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Yueshi intended to settle the bill but was firmly stopped by Lu Xiao. To be honest, she had felt uneasy when stepping out earlier, but now all that remained was pure exhilaration. Getting to piss off that bastard Li Yun was truly satisfying. Nice guys finish last, that's just how it goes. Besides, didn't Li Yun offer you 800 grand? A couple thousand must be pocket change for him. Lu Xiao chuckled slyly. He had originally intended to order something expensive, but the most upscale liquor available at this small eatery was just an ordinary 6-year-aged Shifeng wine priced at 188 yuan per bottle. Left with no alternative, Lu Xiao eventually instructed the server to purchase 2 cartons of premium soft Chinese cigarettes from the neighboring convenience store. Aren't you afraid Li Yun might cause trouble for you? Gu Yueshi covered her mouth and giggled for a while, though traces of worry still lingered in her expression. Though she knew Lu Xiao's current assets weren't inferior to Li Yun's family fortune, the problem was that Lu Xiao had just inherited his fortune and hadn't established deep roots in River City yet. If it really came to a confrontation, he might not necessarily be the stronger party. She'd heard that those who made fortunes in real estate often had shady methods. If Li Yun resorted to underhanded retaliation without scruples, wouldn't Lu Xiao be in real danger? Why should I be afraid of him? I'm even good friends with his dad. Lu Xiao curled his lips. We live in a society governed by law now. Who would be crazy enough to try that kind of stuff anymore? If anyone actually dared pull that nonsense nowadays, they'd be 404D instantly and wouldn't even get a chance to appear on stage afterward. At most, they'll just throw around some threats and tough talk. But as for actually throwing hands, unless it's some life or death grudge, who'd be stupid enough to risk getting a criminal record? Even if you hire someone to commit murder, there's always the risk of being exposed someday. It's completely unnecessary. In this day and age, there's no such thing as true death warriors. Everyone's just in it for the money. When people are broke, those who rose through bloody means might fight viciously, but once they have money, they inevitably become cautious in their actions. The more ruthless they were originally, the more timid they become after getting rich, terrified of provoking the wrong people and having their criminal past exposed. Of course, you still need to keep your wits about you. Can't let some idiot actually manage to ambush you. It'll really be too late to say you weren't fast enough by then. To put it bluntly, if these words reach his father's ears, he'll definitely drag the guy here by his ear to apologize to me. Lu Xiao smiled faintly. However, judging by what that superior official said last time about making Li Tian serve 7 days, it's likely he'll have to stay in jail for a few more days before being released. Seems this outcome won't be realized anytime soon. By the time Li Tian comes out, he'll probably be too overwhelmed with company affairs to even pay attention to me anymore. Ha, you know Li Tian? Upon hearing Lu Xiao mention his acquaintance with Li Yun's father, Gu Yueshi immediately grew curious. His father isn't exactly a good person either. Back when my girlfriend Wu Qianqian's family was going through some difficulties, he took advantage of the situation to take 5 million. Lu Xiao casually brought up the matter of Wu Qianqian as if it were unimportant. Gu Yueshi had been affectionately strolling down the street with Lu Xiao, but when he suddenly mentioned his girlfriend Wu Qianqian, she froze in place, so stunned that she didn't hear a single word of what he said afterward. You have a girlfriend? For some reason, Gu Yueshi's footsteps faltered, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Yes, you've probably heard of her too, the campus beauty Wu Qianqian, a sophomore. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. He had deliberately said those words. Lu Xiao wasn't a fool. From Gu Yueshi's very first sentence at the dinner table today, he had already understood exactly what she meant. As a man determined to become a king of the sea, his emotional intelligence had long surpassed ordinary levels. Though Gu Yueshi didn't voice the rest of her thoughts, Lu Xiao could pretty much guess what she meant. The matters between men and women are really just those trivial things when it comes down to it, hardly worth mentioning.
Initially, Lu Xiao had planned to clarify the situation with Gu Yueshi right then and there, but both attempts were interrupted.
As a result, Gu Yueshi never got to speak her mind, and Lu Xiao didn't get the chance to bring it up either. Choosing this moment to come up with an excuse to say it was partly to give Gu Yueshi some mental preparation. Again, it's just as the saying goes. Lu Xiao had no intention of hiding anything. It was the same with Wu Qianqian, and even more so with Gu Yueshi. This was a matter of mutual choice. Lu Xiao would never force others, nor would he ever be forced by others. No matter how far things progressed, Lu Xiao would always uphold this principle. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. If your values don't align, simply move on. No need to mess around with a girl and then say we're not compatible after everything's said and done. Along the way, Lu Xiao kept talking, while Gu Yueshi beside him fell silent, merely following him mechanically as they walked forward. Meanwhile, her heart was tangled in conflict. Reason told her that with Lu Xiao's character, good looks, and capabilities, now coupled with inheriting such a substantial fortune, it was perfectly normal for him to have a girlfriend. What mattered most was that she didn't truly want to be in a relationship, she merely wanted to repay the favor. By her calculations, repaying this debt of gratitude would only take a few years at most. Even with friend discounts stacked upon friend discounts, 4 or 5 years would suffice. If Lu Xiao genuinely refused acceptance, she could always repay him later after earning more money. The emotional debt could be settled separately. But emotionally, Gu Yueshi simply couldn't bring herself to accept this arrangement right now. Lu Xiao, do you think Wu Qianqian would be okay with it if you had someone else outside? As if guided by some supernatural whim, Gu Yueshi suddenly blurted out this question. Ha! Lu Xiao was stunned. He truly hadn't expected Gu Yueshi to ask something like that. But the next moment, Lu Xiao burst out laughing. Let me finish what I was saying just now. His story with Wu Qianqian was indeed a coincidence. But this very coincidence also formed a unique relationship between him and Wu Qianqian. The distance between the restaurant and the school wasn't very far. When Lu Xiao escorted Gu Yueshi to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, the story happened to reach its conclusion. I understand. Gu Yueshi blushed slightly and nodded gently. She truly didn't expect that Wu Qianqian would just casually give Lu Xiao the most precious thing she had. But the next moment, Gu Yueshi felt somewhat disappointed again. Why didn't she and Lu Xiao ever have this kind of coincidence? What's more, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian had only known each other for barely a week. Yet she and Lu Xiao had already known each other for 3 full years. But now she also had an opportunity. It all depended on how she handled it. Suddenly, Gu Yueshi felt a quiet gratitude toward this girl who was a year below her. Though the girl had stolen a march, she had still left her a sliver of chance, keeping her from being completely out of the game. As for whether to accept it or not, she'll have to decide for herself. Chapter 35, Utterly Terrifying. Boys, your daddy's back. He kicked open the dorm room door. No surprise, those slackers are still rotting in the dorm. Damn it, you dare to say that again. Ah, Dad. Pan Xingwen sat up and glared in anger, but after just a second, his expression instantly changed. Old Xiao, don't think having money means you can start acting wild. In this dorm territory, you'll always be my son. I mean my dad, my dear old dad. As Zhang Yan spoke, he put his glasses back on, but the moment his vision cleared, he immediately trembled with excitement. Are you two out of your minds? Holy shit, how could you not welcome your dad home? Shui Xiaosong was still puzzled by their sudden change of expression, but the next moment, he spasmodically joined them. Lu Xiao placed 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes on the bed, found a seat to sit down, and unconsciously crossed his legs. Oh ho, seems like you guys aren't convinced at all. Guess these 2 packs of soft Zhonghua will have to remain in my own pocket. How could that be? Old Xiao, you're practically my dear father. Guess what? I went for a paternity test the other day, and turns out, hey, all 3 of us are your sons. 24-carat pure biological son. Pan Xingwen shamelessly sidled up to Lu Xiao. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong approached with eager faces, practically licking their lips, giving off the vibe of feel free to bully us, just give us cigarettes afterward and we won't mind a bit. That expression made Lu Xiao feel so repulsed he could barely stand it. He hastily grabbed a pack of Wan Zhonghua cigarettes from the bed and tossed them over. By the way, Lao Xiao, didn't you go out with Gu Yueshi tonight? Pan Xingwen looked at Lu Xiao curiously. What are you thinking? There's nothing going on between me and Gu Yueshi yet. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. Little Sonzi, please explain what yet means in this context of nothing going on yet? Zhang Yan adjusted his glasses and looked seriously at Shui Xiaosong. This one, probably just needs a bit more effort, but it's definitely doable, right? Shui Xiaosong chuckled slyly. Cut it out, you guys. Why not spend more time reading? Are Journey to the West and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms suddenly not interesting enough? Lu Xiao noticed no one had touched the cigarettes he tossed over, so he tore open the package and handed 2 packs to each person. Instantly, the dorm room filled with a haze of smoke. Taking a drag, Pan Xingwen heaved a sigh. I went to a vendor today looking to buy a second-hand phone,
but I never expected this year's used market is oddly hot. A nearly new phone with only about 50 charge cycles still costs $500. I was thinking of bringing old Zhang and little Songzi along, but alas, their financial status couldn't keep pace with the times.
Pan Xingwen took another fierce drag.
Living expenses hadn't increased, yet prices kept rising.
He had transformed from a galloping horseman into a resentful housewife. But Lu Xiao nearly spat out his drink as he failed to hold it in. So old Pan's afternoon remark about barely hanging on was actually true? 9/10 new was still a bit extravagant. Wouldn't a second-hand one at 7 or 8/10 condition be fine too? What were you thinking, Lao Xiao? Would you dare buy something that's been charged 200 or 300 times? Poor quality could make it explode, you know, Pan Xingwen said irritably.
On this matter, he was the most qualified to speak.
As for Lu Xiao, well, guess what? No need at all. Isn't that just infuriating? Alright, forget I said anything.
Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen.
But honestly speaking, old Pan, if you keep pulling this kind of stunt, you can forget about going to the mixer.
If you really end up ruining some girl's life, I won't know how to explain it.
Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Pan Xingwen couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Don't worry, Lao Xiao. Since I arrived this year, I haven't, it's all just talk. I quit that stuff a long time ago. I'll just go for a physical checkup tomorrow if all else fails. Mentioning the mixer instantly perked everyone up.
Lu Xiao also took the opportunity to run some numbers with the group. Shanshan texted me this afternoon saying all the girls in her dorm agreed.
Like us, they're finishing exams the day after tomorrow, so we've tentatively planned the get-together for 3 days from now in the morning, going hiking up the mountain and returning in the afternoon.
Guys, no need to book your train tickets home yet, save yourselves the trouble of having to buy 2 later.
3 days from now, ha! Upon hearing Lu Xiao's explanation, the guys immediately got excited.
By the way, I've already sent your photos to Shanshan. She only agreed after seeing your pictures, so guys, make sure to seize this opportunity.
Lu Xiao teased them. Pan Xingwen and the others weren't bad looking either. Though they couldn't compare to Lu Xiao, the campus heartthrob, they definitely bordered on handsome.
As for their family backgrounds, given how often the 3 of them had helped Lu Xiao over the past 2 years, they were probably decently well off.
If they really settled in Jiancheng, their families could easily afford a down payment.
The main reason they went their separate ways in their previous life was actually mostly due to career paths. That's why Lu Xiao genuinely felt the 3 of them had a real chance. After all, Wu Chanshan's roommate also majored in finance, their fields aligned, giving them common ground and a decent shot at hitting it off. Of course, whether it would actually work out still depended on whether they clicked, something they'd only know once they met in person. If we're not attracted to each other, no amount of matchmaking will help.
After all, not everyone is blessed with looks as devastatingly handsome as mine. Old Xiao, do you happen to have photos of these girls? Shui Xiaosong gave Lu Xiao an awkward chuckle. Yeah, Lao Xiao. Why not let us take a look first and plan how to split it in advance? Zhang Yan's eyes also lit up.
Although Pan Xingwen didn't speak, the eager curiosity written all over his face made it clear he shared the same sentiment as the other 2.
Get lost. Lu Xiao shot the 3 of them a fierce glare before climbing straight into bed. Dreaming about preemptively dividing such good things, why not just have him deliver the girls straight to your beds?
After spending the night in the dorm, around 2 in the morning, Lu Xiao was half asleep when he suddenly felt the upper bunk shaking. Then, through his groggy haze, he saw Pan Xingwen silently climb down from bed and sneak toward the doorway. Then, just as Lu Xiao was about to drift off to sleep again, he vaguely saw Pan Xingwen climbing onto the bed. Lu Xiao was naturally a light sleeper.
Whenever he got woken up, it took him at least 20 minutes to fall back asleep, and sometimes even half an hour. However, Lu Xiao was far too exhausted at the time and didn't pay it much mind. But when he thought back on it the next morning, something seemed off. Who takes 20 minutes to use the bathroom in the middle of the night?
The dorm toilets are all squat style.
If you're constipated and have to squat for so long, numb legs are the least of your worries, you might damn well squat yourself into a hemorrhoid. Lu Xiao glanced at Pan Xingwen, who was standing on the small balcony with slightly puffy eyes and smoking a cigarette, and suddenly thought to himself, holy shit, could it be another handcraft enthusiast had emerged in the dorm? Old Pan, did you go out to use the toilet last night? Lu Xiao uttered as if verifying something.
Pan Xingwen, who was smoking, visibly stiffened for a moment but then nodded repeatedly.
Yeah, old Xiao, my bad, I was in a hurry back then and ended up waking you.
Lu Xiao immediately found himself caught between tears and laughter.
Judging from Pan Xingwen's fake and evasive expression, this matter is almost certainly true. So it seems that aside from himself, the other 3 guys in the dorm are all god-tier masters with real skills? How terrifying. Chapter 36, Buying a House, 600 square meters at Yulong Jingyuan.
Lu Xiao had originally planned to go exercise at the sports field, maybe play some badminton or something. Though Pan Xingwen had gotten up, judging by his shaky state, he probably still needed more time to recover. As for Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, those 2 stayed up late every night and would never get up before 11 if they had nothing to do. Then they'd most likely dash to the cafeteria at the last minute for a meal,
come back, and nap right after. They wouldn't truly start their daily work until the afternoon. Wu Qianqian had exams all day today, so she definitely wouldn't have time to come out. As for Gu Yueshi, after laying things out so plainly last night, all that remained was to let her mull it over herself. If Gu Yueshi was willing, Lu Xiao naturally had no objections. Such a stunning beauty, what man wouldn't want her? Those who say they don't want her are undoubtedly the ones who can never get her. It's human nature. How boring. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Having too much money indeed brings many troubles, such as, how to spend all this money. Another example, finding something meaningful to occupy himself with. For example, how to cause some trouble for Li Tian and Li Yun. The last thing had even become one of Lu Xiao's greatest pleasures recently. This habit could never be kicked. So damn satisfying. Brother just wants to say, most people really don't understand the charm of top-tier beauties. Lu Xiao had originally planned to go out for a stroll and finalize the purchase of that apartment at Royal Dragon View Garden he'd seen online the day before yesterday. But with only 10 minutes left until the full-day check-in time, he decided to stay in the dorm a bit longer. System, check-in. When the time came, Lu Xiao silently pressed the check-in button in his mind. Congratulations on successfully signing in. Congratulations on obtaining cash rewards, 20,300,000 yen. Cash rewards have been issued. Please claim them as soon as possible. Congratulations on successfully signing in, receive 20 yen cash reward. Congratulations on successful check-in, acquired 2 pairs of men's socks. Items have been placed in your dormitory wardrobe, with purchase receipts included. After signing in, Lu Xiao clicked twice more in succession. The first check-in was predictably unlucky, but the second one actually yielded an item. Though the socks aren't worth much anyway. So that means, with 1 lottery draw per day, without any probability boosts, it's not necessarily just cash prizes, it's just that the chance of winning cash is higher, while the probability of getting other items is relatively lower. Lu Xiao stroked his chin in contemplation. If that's the case, it might turn out to be a good thing. Anyway, the probability isn't high, getting something else could be quite entertaining. As for socks, better not. In this scorching summer, it's much more comfortable wearing sandals. Lu Xiao didn't even bother to take a glance over. Open the system panel. With another thought from Lu Xiao, the system panel instantly appeared before him. Host, Lu Xiao, exclusively bound. Available funds, 131 million yen, 9 million yen of which are corporate assets. Current system level, 1. Upgrade progress, 11 million/1 billion. Available for check-in, any asset. Current assets, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, underground parking near Jiangcheng University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. Not bad. Looking at the data panel, Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Currently available funds amount to 130 million, but when counting all other assets, Lu Xiao's net worth is already quite substantial. With Lijiang Hotel valued at 30 million and the Bugatti Chiron at 100 million, these 2 major assets alone push his total assets to 260 million. Old Pan, I'm heading out for a stroll, buddy. Lu Xiao waved to Pan Xingwen, who was smoking his 3rd cigarette on the other side of the room, then got up and left the dormitory. First, he called the salesperson from Yulong Jingyuan he had contacted the day before yesterday, informing her he'd arrive in about 20 minutes. Then, Lu Xiao directly went to drive out his Bugatti Chiron. Having been too busy to shop for clothes recently, Lu Xiao was still wearing his previous ordinary outfits. Although many claim there's little difference between expensive and cheap clothing, that's merely psychological comfort for most people. In fact, expensive clothes are indeed more comfortable to wear. And the more expensive the clothes, the more they enhance one's temperament. This is an undeniable fact. Rich people aren't fools. If expensive clothes weren't truly better, why would so many wealthy individuals buy them? To purchase a villa would count as a major expense. To avoid any melodramatic situations, Lu Xiao simply decided to drive his Bugatti there. The distance isn't bad at all. After driving all the way to Yulong Jingyuan, Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. From Jiangcheng University, it was exactly a 10-minute drive. If there's traffic, it'll probably take about 15 minutes to get there, which is quite convenient. The female salesperson had been waiting at the entrance earlier. When she saw Lu Xiao's Bugatti driving into the compound, she gasped in while jogging over to greet him. Hello sir, may I ask if you're Mr. Lu Xiao, the one who just called? The saleswoman watched as Lu Xiao, dressed entirely in bargain bin clothes, stepped out of the Bugatti, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. It's me. Lu Xiao nodded slightly, his eyes lighting up involuntarily at the sight of the female salesperson. The girl before him had to be at least a 7 out of 10 in looks, by common standards. She was undeniably a little beauty. And now that it was July, the weather had turned scorching hot. The salesgirl was dressed rather lightly,
wearing only a transparent chiffon jacket over what appeared to be a lace-up bralette, the kind that would come undone with just a gentle tug. As for her lower half, she wore a pair of white denim shorts so short that from Lu Xiao's angle, he could easily glimpse her safety shorts beneath. Noticing Lu Xiao's lingering gaze, the salesgirl deliberately swayed her hips with practiced ease. Lu Xiao could tell at a glance that he was genuinely wealthy. Though such men usually wouldn't look her way, a girl had to dream, what if he actually fancied someone like her? Is that apartment I viewed the day before yesterday still available? Lu Xiao remained completely unaffected by the female sales agent's flirtatious antics. With a siren like Wu Qianqian by his side, Lu Xiao had become utterly immune to ordinary beauties scoring below 80 points, let alone some salesgirl barely hitting 70. Using a social media influencer filter might barely pass. Yes, we're available. We can go see it right now. The female salesperson nodded repeatedly, her expression tinged with faint excitement. The entire villa complex actually only had about 50 or 60 houses at most, all of them in a high-priced luxury community. Potential buyers rarely came to view properties, their sales model essentially operated on no business for half a year, enough profit from one deal to last 6 months. Of course, the income isn't necessarily all from property commissions, those who know. As for Lu Xiao, even the car he drives is a Bugatti. Although she wasn't entirely sure about the brand, she knew that even the most basic model of a Bugatti Veyron would cost enough to buy 4 or 5 apartments in this neighborhood. In other words, Lu Xiao was highly likely to purchase a property. Following the saleswoman inside, she began introducing the property to Lu Xiao along the way. Mr. Lu, our Royal Dragon Manor consists of 55 properties, with floor areas ranging from 300 to 600 square meters. The central area is divided by a straight path, with an artificial lake on either side. Behind the artificial lakes lies a classical-style garden design, featuring rockeries, flowing water, various stepping stones, as well as dedicated children's play areas and adult fitness zones. Not bad at all. After touring the infrastructure of Yulong Jingyuan, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. While the community's environmental amenities couldn't compare to those ultra-luxury high-tech villa compounds, it was undoubtedly the best in the immediate vicinity. No wonder they were charging over 8,000 yuan per square meter. What's your current occupancy rate? Lu Xiao inquired. Currently, a total of 30 units have been sold. Since they're fully furnished, most buyers have already moved in. Okay, sounds good. Let's go take a look at the apartments. Lu Xiao nodded his head. They headed over to inspect the property, and the houses turned out to be quite similar to what was shown in the promotional images. The entrance features a fingerprint lock, using some kind of cutting-edge technology, looks pretty high-end. Past the front door lies a small garden, thoughtfully divided into a leisure area and a barbecue zone, covering about 200 to 300 square meters. The first floor houses a spacious living room and guest bedrooms, while the second floor contains several master suites. The basement is also divided into 3 sections, a home theater, a fitness area, and parking space for 5 vehicles. Mr. Lu, how do you find this apartment? Does it meet your expectations? Coming up from the basement, the saleswoman invited Lu Xiao to sit on the sofa and settled down beside him. Not bad. Lu Xiao nodded slightly, he was genuinely quite satisfied with this apartment. Mr. Lu, can we sign the contract today? I locked the door when I came in, and there's absolutely no one here today. This could be your future residence, you can stay as long as you like. It all depends on whether you want it or not. The saleswoman blinked at Lu Xiao, then slid a hand toward her own clothes. Chapter 37, who could possibly resist such a trial? Don't take it off. Seeing the saleswoman's movement, Lu Xiao inwardly cursed and hurriedly spoke up to stop her. But the saleswoman's actions were clearly much faster than Lu Xiao's words. By the time his shout left his mouth, her stunning figure was already fully revealed before him. Confronted with the scene before him, Lu Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes involuntarily. See, the number suddenly popped into Lu Xiao's mind. Put some clothes on, I'm not into that sort of thing. Though Lu Xiao reluctantly tore his gaze away, he still refused with impeccable righteousness. He was no paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui, he simply had standards when it came to women. Looks aside, at the very least, she should be a decent girl. A salesgirl who could come onto him like that today must have done the same with countless others before. She was clearly no longer pure. Just for the sake of his own well-being, Lu Xiao wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. Mr. Lu, are you still not satisfied with this villa? The saleswoman looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She did this not just because she wanted to latch onto Lu Xiao, a wealthy tycoon, but more fundamentally, because of the unspoken rules ingrained in their environment. The villa costs 8,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 600 square meters, which comes to 4.8 million. Adding in fees and taxes, the total comes to exactly 5 million. As a direct salesperson, she could get a 1% commission from this deal, that's 50,000 yuan. But these days, when a man comes to buy a villa, how could he just casually look around and decide to purchase? Men's petty little schemes are laid bare in matters like this. Buying luxury cars or mansions usually follows more or less the same procedure. The female salesperson had long grown accustomed to this. Almost every man who came to buy a villa would proposition her. If she refused, they would absolutely not place an order. Out of the 3 or 4 properties she had sold here, 2 had involved immediate demands, while the other 2 had required her to accompany them for about a week. This was actually an accepted truth within their villa social circle. Her colleagues weren't much better than her. On Lu Xiao's side, she took the initiative without him even mentioning it. Aside from believing Lu Xiao to be an ultra-wealthy tycoon, another crucial reason was that Lu Xiao was genuinely incredibly handsome. Never mind just one day, even if it were a month, she thought she would be willing. To her surprise, Lu Xiao outright refused. "Hurry up and get dressed, then take me to sign the contract." Seeing the saleswoman completely frozen in place, Lu Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Was this some kind of test of his self-control? Tell me, which official could resist such a test? What? You want to sign the contract? The saleswoman blinked her big eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. You can get money without selling? Is there really such a good thing? Am I dreaming today? Hurry up! Hearing the rising anger in Lu Xiao's voice, the saleswoman snapped out of her daze and hastily pulled her clothing back up, redoing the buttons. Seeing the female salesperson return to normal, Lu Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, although the female salesperson's looks rated only about 70 points, her figure was undeniably smoking hot. If she kept going for a few more minutes, Lu Xiao might truly end up embarrassing himself in public. Lu Xiao stood up first and walked toward the villa entrance, while the saleswoman merely hastily adjusted her clothes and trotted after him. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were." The female salesperson cast an apologetic glance at Lu Xiao. What's wrong with me in that regard? Lu Xiao suddenly sensed some ambiguous undertones in the saleswoman's words. Is this guy thinking he's not up to it? I mean, I didn't know you weren't interested in this matter. No. I meant you might not feel anything for women like us. The saleswoman kept waving her hands as she explained, but it only made the situation more awkward. Lu Xiao's face immediately darkened. If you can't speak properly, can't you just shut up? The saleswoman also sensed her words were becoming increasingly inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth, sealing her lips completely. The contract signing went smoothly, with all procedures and formalities completed within half an hour. Mr. Lu, the total payment for the property is 4.9 million yuan. You've chosen full payment, so the deed tax at 2% comes to 98,000 yuan. You'll need to make time to pay that separately. The saleswoman handed over the contract and keys to Lu Xiao. As for the property certificate and such documents, those wouldn't be available today. They'd have to wait until processing was complete before being delivered. Lu Xiao directly transferred the payment to the seller via online banking. After the transfer was completed, the contract took effect immediately. Taking hold of the contract and the keys, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. In his past life, he had also bought a home, but it was just an ordinary 100 square meter apartment and with a 40% mortgage at that. The rise in property prices far outpaced any increase in wages. But in this life, at just 20 years old, he had acquired his first property, a grand mansion spanning over 900 square meters of actual floor space. Leaving the sales office behind, he drove straight into the underground garage of Imperial Dragon Gardens. He quickly found his villa's indoor parking garage. After changing the fingerprint using the management password on the electronic lock, with just a light press from Lu Xiao, the rolling shutter door of the garage clattered as it began to rise. After parking the car, he took the elevator up from the underground level. Seeing the immaculately maintained room, Lu Xiao sprawled casually on the sofa. Feels amazing. Lu Xiao genuinely felt he was embodying a nouveau riche vibe at that moment. But this sensation, Lu Xiao genuinely wished he could experience it more often. And to put it bluntly, even if this villa just sits here untouched for 10 years, its value would still increase by at least 2/3. Most things are already here, just lacking some basic daily necessities. Lu Xiao took a stroll around the villa. Fully furnished doesn't mean everything is provided, it just means the basic renovation and facilities are fully equipped. The sofas, coffee tables, and chandeliers in the living room wouldn't normally be included, they were just added by the developer to make the space look more appealing. As for the kitchen, it only comes with a gas stove, range hood, and cabinets. Appliances like refrigerators aren't included. The other rooms are completely empty as well, with nothing furnished. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was still quite early. Lu Xiao then drove straight to the furniture market, spending over 500,000 yuan to fully furnish the villa with all the necessary items. After that, he visited the adjacent home textiles market to purchase all the required bedsheets, mattresses, and bedding. Both places promptly began delivering the goods. It wasn't until past 6 in the evening that everything was finally installed. Glancing at the villa that had undergone a dramatic transformation, Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The villa had felt too empty before, spacious, yet lacking warmth. Now, with everything fully furnished, it finally felt like a proper home. Just need to hire a housekeeper later, and it'll be basically perfect. Lu Xiao thought to himself.
Cleaning such a large room all by himself would probably be exhausting. Lu Xiao remembered that the property management likely offered this service.
He could just contact them later to arrange for a cleaner to tidy up. As for the small garden outside, the preliminary maintenance had already been done by the property management. Later on, if he wanted to maintain it himself, he could just follow the patterns for trimming. If not, he could always have the property staff come and handle it. The property management fee here was 10 yuan per square meter. With his 600 square meter base area, the monthly fee alone came to 6,000 yuan. Naturally, these services were all included. Of course, these property management fees are actually worth that price. After all, with only 55 households in the entire residential area and most units covering 300 square meters, the monthly expenses don't amount to much money. Apart from paying salaries for the property staff, these funds also cover the maintenance of communal facilities, leaving an estimated surplus of only about 10% by month's end.
With a smaller income, you really couldn't afford to stay here. Lu Xiao shook his head and gave a wry chuckle. The property fee for an ordinary residential area is usually between 1 to 2 yuan, but here it's doubled straight away. This is just the cost of the property management fees. Including the housekeeper's salary, that would add another 4,000 a month to the cost. Moreover, the larger the villa, the steeper the electricity bills become. Though Lu Xiao hadn't experienced it personally, based on Wu Qianshan's previous mention, her family's modest 300 square meter villa incurred electricity bills of 1 to 2,000 yuan per month during summer. Additionally, routine maintenance and upkeep of the villa also require substantial expenses. For an ordinary salaried worker, owning such a villa could practically bankrupt them through living costs alone. After getting everything settled, Lu Xiao felt absolutely starving. Having worked all day long, he hadn't even eaten lunch. There weren't many restaurants around the villa area, and Lu Xiao wasn't familiar with the place either. Seeing no better option, he simply drove straight back to Jiangcheng University. Just as he was about to invite Wu Qianshan to grab some food nearby, Lu Xiao suddenly noticed two people standing at the school gate. When they saw him approaching, the person leading the pair waved at him excitedly with a beaming face. "Bro, over here." Chapter 38, We're good brothers, aren't we? At the school gate, Square Warrior was enthusiastically waving at Lu Xiao. Standing nearby was Li Yun, his face filled with gloom. The moment he caught sight of Lu Xiao, his entire demeanor soured instantly, yet there was a faint trace of timidity in his expression. Seeing the two of them, Lu Xiao was equally surprised. Isn't Li Tian supposed to be detained at the police station, having received the 7-day gift package? If I remember correctly, today should only be the 4th day, right? But the next moment, Lu Xiao plastered a smile back on his face. Though he didn't know what had secured his release, since Li Tian was here, he might as well fleece him good and proper again. Impressive, bro, getting out so fast. Lu Xiao teased with a wink at Li Tian. Hey, don't even mention it. I originally pulled some strings to shorten the time to just 3 days and should have been out last night. But who would have thought that official went crazy for some reason and locked me up for another half day? In the end, it took a friend's persuasion to finally get me released. At the mention of this, Li Tian's plump face immediately drooped, and he couldn't help complaining. He felt that the female model he found looked exactly like the leader's wife. Why was she treating him like this? Moreover, he had just gotten started back then. He didn't even get to enjoy himself before getting caught. Not only did he waste 15 grand outright, but he also suffered through 3.5 miserable days cooped up inside, nearly driving himself insane with boredom. But thank goodness, I'm finally out. In a couple of days, Big Bro will take you out for some exhilarating horseback riding. Bro, what brings you here? Lu Xiao pointed at Li Yun and asked. Seeing Lu Xiao pointing at Li Yun, Li Tian's face darkened instantly. That ungrateful brat. It's bad enough that he runs wild every day without a care, but to dare provoke brother Lu Xiao to even compete with him over a woman, he's truly defied all bounds of heaven itself. Ungrateful brat, hurry up and apologize to brother Lu Xiao. Li Tianyi yanked Li Yun over from behind and slapped him squarely on the head. A slap from the 300-pound fat man nearly knocked Li Yun's head clean off his shoulders. Lu Xiao stood by, utterly astonished. This guy was even more ruthless than Liu Bei. Liu Bei was just acting, but this bastard Li Tian was going all out with his performance. Every slap looked like it was delivered with enough force to ensure future childlessness. They weren't even in the same league. Tears of grievance welled up in Li Yun's eyes. If he had known earlier about the connection between Lu Xiao and his own father, how could he have dared to speak those words in front of Lu Xiao? Yet he clenched his teeth and shouted the words he'd long rehearsed. Brother Lu Xiao, it's me. Slap. Li Tian delivered another stinging slap. You dare call him Brother Lu Xiao? Address him as Uncle Lu. Yes, Uncle Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed with you for a woman. I promise I'll never contact Gu Yueshi again. Li Yun cast a resentful glance at his father. Lu Xiao was actually 2 years younger than him. Was calling him uncle really appropriate? And it really hurts. Sure, we're devoted to our acting, but couldn't you go a bit lighter? I've just been in jail these past few days. If I'd known you dared to oppose brother Lu Xiao like this, I'd have broken your damned legs long ago. You actually dared to investigate brother Lu Xiao? Do you even know who brother Lu Xiao is? That's the sworn brother your old man here approves of, the good brother who stepped forward to protect me in front of high-ranking officials when I was suffering through hardship, understand? With every shout from Li Tian, another resounding slap landed squarely on Li Yun's head. Got it, Dad. Li Yun let out a yelp of pain, yet didn't dare to dodge in the slightest. Just kidding, with his skinny frame, his dad alone could take on two of him. Li Tian has truly reached the peak of sumo wrestling prowess. Big brother Li Tian, you sure know how to raise your kids right. Lu Xiao saw that Li Yun didn't dare to utter a single peep and immediately gave Li Tian a thumbs up. Of course, bro. I've got plenty of experience in this area. Li Tian chuckled smugly. Bro, don't sweat this little bastard's nonsense. I guarantee he won't ever bother your woman again. Get lost already. Li Tian turned his head and glared at Li Yun, who immediately scampered off into the distance. Don't pay too much attention to those youngsters, they're barely worth mentioning. A little lesson will do them good. Tell me, brother, got time tonight? Let me treat you to a meal. Li Tian rubbed his hands together, his small eyes narrowing into slits. Sure, no problem. Lu Xiao agreed readily. He certainly wouldn't be fooled by Li Tian's outward appearance. When dealing with Wu Qianshan's family, Li Tian had shown a ruthlessness that was completely different from his current demeanor. But since Li Tian had specifically come here and put on this whole apology act in front of him, there was most likely something else waiting in the wings. And truth be told, Lu Xiao was absolutely starving at this point. He found a decent restaurant nearby, where Li Tian deliberately ordered a whole table full of dishes. Following the principle that eating the enemy's bullets was just another way to defeat them, Lu Xiao specifically targeted the most expensive items on the menu. Brother Li Tian, how about we have a drink? Lu Xiao suggested. Sure thing. Waiter, bring a bottle of mutai. Li Tian slapped his thigh in excitement. He'd been waiting for this exact moment. Sorry buddy, I can't handle that stuff. I only drink pure aged liquor 30 years or older. Lu Xiao shook his head repeatedly. A regular bottle of Maotai costs how much? At most 1 or 2,000. Do you have 30-year aged pure vintage here? Li Tian looked curiously at the waiter beside him. Sorry, gentlemen, we only have regular Maotai liquor here. The more expensive options would be red wines. Though the server couldn't understand why such an elderly, portly man was addressing this handsome young man as brother, she still shook her head apologetically with professional courtesy. Aged white liquors are typically collector's items, you'd only find them available at rather specialized establishments. However, red wine is a different story. There are quite a few bottles worth tens of thousands, and they're not exactly rare commodities. Even moderately large restaurants tend to keep some in stock. Then red wine it is, let's go with this one. Lu Xiao glanced at the menu and immediately selected the most expensive bottle, a Chateau d'Auzac vintage. Although I'm not sure what this Chateau d'Or is, the fact that it's expensive is enough for me. Li Tian took just one glance, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. A bottle of red wine, 70,000 bucks. In the past, treating guests might have been no big deal, but with nearly all my liquid funds dried up these days, scraping together this amount wasn't easy at all. But thinking that he still needed Lu Xiao's help with something, Li Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to my bro, bring a bottle of this red wine." Li Tian directly made the grand purchase with ease. The red wine was soon brought to the table. Of course Lu Xiao knew how to drink this stuff, but right now he wasn't in the mood for any ceremonial gestures. He unceremoniously poured a generous portion into the cup and downed it all in one go. Ah, refreshing. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This vintage red wine truly delights the palate. Li Tian watched nearby, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Lu Xiao took a swig and downed a quarter of the bottle in one go. Could it be that I'll have to down another bottle today? When it comes to red wine, especially varieties with relatively low alcohol content, it's genuinely difficult to get drunk if you have decent drinking stamina. Bro, have one too. Seeing Li Tian hadn't moved, Lu Xiao poured him half a glass with glug-glug sounds, then did the same for himself. Bro, come here. Lu Xiao handed the wine glass directly to Li Tian, casually clinked it, and downed it in one gulp. This stuff is probably only around 10 proof. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Lu Xiao felt that with his alcohol tolerance, drinking 2 bottles wouldn't be a problem at all. If it weren't for the fact that each bottle contains 750 milliliters, Lu Xiao felt he alone could finish 3 bottles. Li Tian gritted his teeth and followed suit, downing the red wine in his glass in one gulp, his heart brimming with utter frustration. Damn it, looks like I'll have to order a second bottle today. Chapter 39, well said, another bottle coming right up. Waiter, another bottle. Seeing the bottle empty, Lu Xiao hadn't even spoken when Li Tian shouted out first. Bro, thanks for breaking the bank today. Lu Xiao nearly burst out laughing when he heard Li Tian speak to him so bluntly. Come on, brother, what kind of talk is that? With our bond, would we even care about such a small thing? Li Tian waved his hand casually, but his gaze never left Lu Xiao's wine glass.
The next moment, when he saw Lu Xiao down another large gulp of red wine in one go, Li Tian's heart ached with regret.
That's 20,000 yuan per sip.
Originally, Li Tian had planned to sound Lu Xiao out to see if he could get him to invest voluntarily, but seeing how Lu Xiao was still capable of drinking several more rounds, Li Tian completely lost his nerve. The reason he had come to see Lu Xiao today was simple: his company's funds were basically on the verge of drying up. He had already lent 5 million to Wu Qianqian's family, and then another 3 to 4 million got tied up in several construction projects, leaving him with only around 1.5 million in liquid assets. He had originally thought that the 2 million would last him until he could win over Wu Qianqian, but during these 2 days he was locked up. The projects under him kept running into problems. First, a long-standing terminal project in the high-tech zone suddenly found cheaper supplies on the market and stopped purchasing from him outright. Though he didn't understand why anyone would sell at a loss, to keep the channel open, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and front the money himself. In just 3 short days, he had already lost 100,000 yuan. If we complete this batch of goods, we'd lose at least 5 to 600,000. But before this matter could be resolved, 2 of our construction teams were poached with higher salaries. The worst part was these 2 teams were precisely at contract expiration. He hadn't had time to renew their contracts, so they could leave without even paying breach penalties. With the teams gone, ongoing projects immediately stalled. The project managers had been desperately pressuring him to find replacements all week. He just managed to temporarily appease them after a grueling noon meeting today. Yet taking over half-finished projects from others is notoriously difficult. No construction team wants to inherit someone else's potential mess, so he had to spend double the amount just to barely hire a construction team to take over the project.
But the end result was that he ended up spending an extra 500,000 yuan.
But just as this matter was settled, another call came in about the project in the old city district. He was informed that the cement mortar supply deal had been snatched away. The price remained the same, but the competitor was willing to extend 15 days of credit to the construction site. This project was his core business, so of course he couldn't simply let it go. He had no choice but to reluctantly agree to match the credit terms. This added another 500,000 yuan to his expenses. In other words, of the 1.5 million yuan he currently had, he had already spent 1.2 million, leaving only 300,000 yuan remaining. Today I treated Lu Xiao to another meal and drank 2 bottles of red wine, which set me back another 150,000. Now I've only got 150,000 left, leaving me with zero ability to weather any risks. If anything unexpected happens, he'd have no choice but to make drastic sacrifices to survive. If someone were to take advantage of this moment to target him, he might even lose several of his assets.
Having just arrived in Jiangcheng not long ago, he genuinely doesn't know many people here.
If Lu Xiao can't step in with financial support, he'll have no choice but to withdraw those 5 million from the Wu family to save himself. Of course, he wouldn't say this to Lu Xiao. Initially, when they first met, he'd mentioned a few key projects under his management to show Lu Xiao his capabilities and establish an equal footing between them. But now, with his cash flow dried up, if he admitted it, Lu Xiao would probably turn around and leave immediately. By the way, brother, I've recently started a few new projects, but the scale is a bit large. I might not have enough capital to cover everything.
I was wondering if you'd be interested, Lu Xiao? A return rate of around 20% in 3 months, absolutely high profit. Li Tian thumped his chest vigorously. A new project? Lu Xiao asked curiously.
It's all located in the high-tech zone, and the scale is indeed quite substantial, requiring an initial investment of around 5 million yuan.
Li Tian smiled and nodded.
Lu Xiao inwardly sneered in his heart. The old fox has finally shown his true colors. Wu Qianqian had been keeping tabs on Tian real estate's movements these past few days. Besides, with Li Tian already detained inside, what kind of new project development could there possibly be? Lu Xiao realized immediately, most likely, Li Tian's cash flow was about to break, and he was trying to pull him in for financing. Old pal, you know this isn't small change. Even with our good relationship, I can't just fork over the money based on your word alone, right? Lu Xiao grinned as he raised his glass of red wine and took another deep gulp. Li Tian's heart skipped another beat as he glanced at the nearly empty second bottle, his lips twitching slightly. Surely, he wasn't planning to order a third bottle? Of course, I'm definitely going to show you the real deal, little brother. To be honest, if money wasn't tight recently, I'd seriously consider keeping it all to myself. Ha! Li Tian chuckled as he took out his phone and sat down next to Lu Xiao. All these new projects are bullshit, but apart from the ones he mentioned to Lu Xiao a few days ago, he actually had a few other projects under his belt as well. He casually picked 4 or 5 from the pile. Take a look, brother. This one's a drainage ditch project with a budget of 1 million, a 4-month timeline, and a total return of 1.2 million. And then there's the material supply for this villa area, returns over 20% as well.
Li Tianyang gave a thorough introduction to all the projects. He was well aware of Lu Xiao's capability.
Unlike his own problematic real estate loans, someone who could run a hotel would naturally have around 10 million in liquid assets available. Therefore, Li Tian spared no effort in his introduction, even going so far as to paint grand visions, all to entice Lu Xiao into providing the funds.
Lu Xiao silently took note of every project Li Tian mentioned.
Once back, he would send people to investigate, preferably taking control of all these projects as well. Yet on his face, Lu Xiao wore an expression of hesitation. Bro, you know this hotel of mine makes some decent money yearly, but I'm not really interested in this field.
I'd rather earn stable income. Honestly, I'm quite content with a 15% annual profit.
After appreciating for 20 or 30 years, my assets would break the 100 million mark. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Li Tian immediately wore an expression of exasperation at his failure to fulfill potential.
Young man, that mindset is no good at all.
In business, we must always be prepared for crises.
Your hotel is profitable now, that's true, but what if something unexpected happens? Take a natural disaster, for example, if guest numbers plummet dramatically, how long could your current cash reserves sustain you? A month? 2 months? Lu Xiao hesitated slightly. You're right, bro. I really don't have much risk tolerance.
Hearing Lu Xiao's reply, Li Tian was instantly satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted.
Ah, that's more like it.
So you see, in business, the key is to diversify while the market's still good.
Do you know how long it took your old pal here to build a regular real estate company from scratch to 30 million? 10 years, 10 whole years, my boy. If I shared your mindset, I'd probably be running some small shop worth $1 million or 2 by now. I'm aiming to meet you at billion-dollar business banquets within the next 10 years. Li Tian sighed deeply, his words brimming with heartfelt sincerity.
Unconsciously, 2 teardrops welled up in the corners of his eyes, nearly moving even himself with his own words.
Brother, I genuinely respect your character. Given this opportunity, I'd gladly share it with you.
I truly hope both of us brothers can grow together.
That way, if any troubles arise here in Jiangcheng, we can support each other, right?
Hearing Li Tian say this, Lu Xiao excitedly slapped his thigh and,
Bro, well said. Waiter, another bottle of red wine, please. My friend and I won't stop until we're thoroughly drunk tonight.
Chapter 40, True Brothers Are in the Heart, Old Bro, Cheers. Seeing another bottle of red wine being brought up, even Li Tian, who had been speaking passionately moments ago, fell silent. Speaking of which, aside from taking a few bites at the start, hasn't this young man barely touched the food since then? That's the 3rd bottle already.
Come on, old friend, let's cheers to our friendship.
Lu Xiao promptly glugged down the alcohol, filling both their glasses to the brim,
and accidentally spilled a whole blob on the table. Lu Xiao gave it a careful estimate.
Must be about 1 or 2 liang of liquor.
Bottoms up. Li Tian gritted his teeth and tilted the bottle straight into his mouth.
If I can get the investment money from Lu Xiao today, forget about the 3rd bottle, I'll gladly open another one. You can't catch a wolf without risking the child, and you can't get the money without sparing the wine.
Little brother, tell me, how's my character in your eyes?
After downing this drink, Li Tian felt his head beginning to spin slightly, so he quickly seized the opportunity to press further.
Oh, absolutely no problem at all, rock solid. So do you think you can trust what your old buddy here says? Of course you can trust it, no doubt about it. Lu Xiao imitated Li Tian's gesture, pounding his chest with a thudding sound. Little brother, then take this elder brother's advice, invest in this business. Big bro, I still want to be a bit more conservative. Put. Li Tian almost spat out his mouthful of wine. So all that talk he'd spent half an hour passionately explaining had been completely wasted? But buddy, I could chip in a little too. There's no way I can handle 5 million alone, the risk is way too big. After some hesitation, Lu Xiao finally spoke up. With those words, brother, you've proved I didn't misjudge you. Li Tian was genuinely moved when he saw Lu Xiao's expression. Lu Xiao might have a cautious personality, but for the sake of their brotherhood, he was willing to draw his sword and help. See, this is what a real friend looks like. For a moment, Li Tian even felt a bit guilty about scheming against Lu Xiao. Of course you can't take all 5 million alone. With a total investment of 5 million yuan, we can't let you reap all the profits, right? Li Tian pretended to laugh heartily. Here's what we'll do, let's split it 50-50 between us brothers. But 2.5 million doesn't sound great, so I'll put in 2.51 million and you invest 2.49 million. We'll still divide the profits equally, how does that sound? About 2 million bucks. Lu Xiao stroked his chin as he pondered carefully. Judging by Li Tian's current state, his available cash flow probably wasn't much left. Though he couldn't be certain, seeing how frantic Li Tian had become suggested he probably had no more than 500,000 at hand. Does that mean he can already set a trap for Li Tian? After thinking for a while,
I genuinely think investing carries significant risks, and I'm not planning to get involved.
But since you're short on funds for these projects, how could I not support you, right? Lu Xiao spoke up. Here's how it is, old buddy. What do you think of this?
Forget about splitting it 50 to 50. I'll lend you 5 million straight from the company at 0.7% monthly interest, and you just pay me back within 10 days.
Lend me 5 million with 7% interest?
Li Tian was momentarily stunned, but delight quickly surged in his heart. An interest rate of 0.7% is exceptionally low, virtually unheard of. In the market, factoring companies typically charge between 1.2% and 1.5% interest, with only a select few top-tier corporations able to secure loans at around 0.8%. Take the 5 million loan he extended to the Wu family, for example. The interest rate climbed as high as 5%, falling squarely into the category of usury.
Perhaps this doesn't fully illustrate the point. Let me rephrase it for clarity. A 5% interest rate translates to a monthly rate of 5%. 500,000 used for a month would require paying back 25,000 in interest alone.
If borrowed for a year, the interest alone would be 300,000, making the annualized interest rate of this loan 60%. Currently, the highest personal online loan interest rates hover around 25% annually, while bank loans to businesses range from as low as 3% something to at most 10%. If her family hadn't truly run out of options, Wu Qianqian would never have considered taking out such a loan. When Lu Xiao mentioned 7 li, he meant a monthly interest rate of 0.7%. Borrowing 5 million for a month would only cost 35,000 in interest.
Moreover, if it's just for 10 days, the amount would be divided by 3, making the interest practically negligible. Li Tian did some quick mental calculations and realized this plan was genuinely feasible.
His current issue was simply a shortage of liquid funds, but all his projects and operations were still intact, and the company's structure remained sound. Once payments for the projects came through, he could immediately access millions in cash. The previous batch of projects was likely to be settled within 10 days to half a month. Even if these projects don't generate returns by then, he could directly withdraw his 5 million from the Wu family to repay Lu Xiao, leaving no risk either way.
Meanwhile, during these 10 days, he could continue pressuring Wu Qianqian to get things done. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Noticing Li Tian's tempted expression, Lu Xiao took a sip of wine and chuckled inwardly. With his current financial strength of over 100 million, actually forcing Li Tian into bankruptcy would be extremely difficult. After all, Li Tian's wealth is in physical assets and not circulating in the capital markets. Even if Li Tian's funding chain were to break, he could simply scale back his operations. At most, his company's size would shrink slightly.
There's really no way to leverage that against him.
But once he borrows these 5 million and takes on this debt, there would be countless ways to bring Li Tian down.
And as for the terms offered, Lu Xiao is confident he couldn't possibly refuse.
With the mindset of drinking as much as he could, Lu Xiao quietly sipped on his red wine, not rushed in the slightest. If Wu Qianqian weren't his woman, Lu Xiao would naturally choose to befriend Li Tian. After all, even petty individuals have their uses.
But since Li Tian had set his sights on Wu Qianqian first, and then Li Yun targeted Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao couldn't be blamed for being ruthless.
In his heart, the Li family had long been sentenced to death. Lu Xiao's principle of handling affairs was simple: either don't act at all, or act with such overwhelming force as to completely crush the opponent's every move, leaving them no chance whatsoever. To achieve this, strategic planning was essential. Li Tian pondered carefully for 5 minutes beside him, while Lu Xiao downed another half glass of red wine.
Watching this, Li Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized he could hesitate no longer. If he did, whether the 30,000 yuan he had on him would even cover the bill was anyone's guess. Brother Lu Xiao, how can I bear to take such a paltry interest rate after borrowing money from you? My conscience won't allow it. Li Tian spoke hypocritically. What does it matter? We're all friends here. Lu Xiao waved his hand with an air of magnanimity. How about this, bro? Li Tian, having had a bit to drink at this point, was genuinely touched by Lu Xiao's generosity. Brother, since I'm investing in businesses, they gotta be profitable. Forget about that 0.7% interest rate. I'll give you the highest market rate at 1.5%. 1.5% daily interest for 10 days comes out to 25,000 yuan in total. This dinner tonight has already cost over 200,000. You think he'd even blink at such a trivial amount? Fine, it's not like it's a huge amount anyway. Let's go with your suggestion, bro. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Li Tian also made a snap decision on the spot and immediately called the company's staff to work overtime on preparing the contracts. Lu Xiao, on his part, naturally cooperated smoothly with the loan arrangements. About half an hour later, Zhao informed Lu Xiao that the money had been transferred from his end. At the same time, Li Tian's phone lit up with a notification showing a deposit of 5 million yuan into the company account. Seeing the money credited to his account, Li Tian immediately got excited. Look at this, just look at that. True friends don't just pay lip service, they show it through genuine actions. 5 million yuan transferred instantly without a second thought. What is true brotherhood? That's what true brotherhood is all about. What a kind soul. The two exchanged glances, the same thought involuntarily flashing through their minds. Bro, come on, bottoms up. Waiter, another bottle. Chapter 41, 3 sips to a glass. By the time 9 o'clock in the evening rolled around, Lu Xiao realized he was already feeling quite dizzy from drinking. As for Li Tian, he barely had any consciousness left at all. By this point, Lu Xiao didn't dare keep drinking either. What if this guy really got wasted? Having no one to foot the bill would be awkward as hell. Big bro, let's call it a night here. I should probably head back now. Lu Xiao picked up the remaining half bottle of red wine. No problem, little bro. Rest assured, anything you need in future, just give your big bro a holler. If it's within my power, I'll sort you out properly, no questions asked. Li Tian staggered to his feet. Waiter, the check. Sir, your total today comes to 295,300 yuan. We've waived the odd change, so you can pay 295,000. Because the order amount was too large, this transaction was personally handled by the lobby manager. The lobby manager smiled warmly at Li Tian. This was today's big spender, and clearly a wealthy one at that. 295,000, he said. Although Li Tian was quite drunk, he still felt utterly speechless. Fine, just swipe the card. Lu Xiao was great in every way, except for how exorbitantly expensive his meals were. Last time he'd just spent over 1,000 of his own son's money on a meal, and this time it was nearly 300,000 of his own. If Lu Xiao hadn't just lent him the 5 million, he'd have been completely broke after today. The thought of the 5 million yuan lying in his bank card excited Li Tian once again. With this sum of money, the urgent crisis could finally be resolved. These past 2 days, I've been focusing on dealing with those backstabbers who only dare to strike from the shadows. Just wait and see if Li Tian dares to mess with you, that'll settle everything. Bro, I'm heading out then. Seeing the successful card swipe, Lu Xiao chuckled and greeted them before heading back to campus first. It feels damn good to screw this old bastard out of some money. After lending out this sum, all that's left is to wait for Li Tian to spend it all. Let's see how he'll manage to pay it back when the time comes. Pan Xingwen and the others were shocked to see Lu Xiao return to the dormitory reeking of alcohol. Lao Xiao, did you get heartbroken and are trying to drown your sorrows in alcohol? Zhang Yan quickly stepped forward and took the bottle from Lu Xiao's hand, placing it on the table. Broken heart my ass, I just had a few too many drinks by accident. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Yan. Damn, why is this bed growing in the middle of the road? Bro, stop stumbling around when you're wasted. Pan Xingwen watched as Lu Xiao wandered aimlessly around the dorm room, feeling utterly speechless. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Lu Xiao to a stop. My god, how much did you even drink? Shui Xiaosong handed over a bottle of mineral water and pulled up a chair for Lu Xiao to sit. Lu Xiao opened the water bottle and took a big gulp, finally starting to feel a bit better. Not much, just 4 bottles in total. We've only had 1 glass from this 4th bottle. As for the first 3, I probably drank a little over 2 bottles. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. Damn, Lao Xiao, you're really something. Never had red wine before? Drinking this stuff like water? Exactly, we're just having some beer. What's the point of drinking this imported liquor? Absolutely no fun at all. Xiao, you've got no self-control at all. Even if this liquor were placed right in front of me, I wouldn't touch a drop. They all rolled their eyes at him. Red wine tends to feel similar to beer when you're drinking it, not too intoxicating at first, but the delayed effect can hit you pretty hard. Lu Xiao was clearly feeling that delayed effect now, staggering as he walked in anything but a straight line. Lu Xiao returned the eye roll to the trio, then silently twisted the bottle around to show them the label on the back as if to say, see for yourselves. A7. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros? This bottle of wine costs a damn 70,000? Did I misread the decimal point? See wrong my ass, there's even a colon in dots after it. Holy shit, did Lao Xiao just say how many bottles he drank? More than 2? And they actually opened 4 bottles, so that's 280,000? Everyone was somewhat stunned. These days, the average salary is only 3 or 4,000 a month. 280,000 yuan, that's 7 years worth of income for an ordinary person. There's a big sucker treating us, I didn't spend a dime. By the way guys, you should all try some too. There's definitely enough for each of you to have a glass. I brought it back especially for you all. Let the whole world celebrate together. Lu Xiao chuckled and climbed straight into his bunk. He was genuinely feeling a bit tipsy by now. Seeing Lu Xiao getting into bed, the group exchanged glances once more, their eyes lingering on the bottle of red wine atop the table. Then, the 3 of them silently took out their water bottles. 5 minutes later. Wow, each sip is worth $1,000. Truly blessed to be following old Xiao. Let me take a sip worth 2 grand first. Zhang Yan over there immediately pulled out his phone and started recording a video. Let everyone see what it means to down a drink in 3 gulps, $7,000 per sip. Lu Xiao lay on the bed, casting a helpless glance at the 3 good-for-nothings messing around. You said you wouldn't drink even if it was delivered right in front of you? Where are your principles now? Glancing at his phone, he saw that Wu Qianxian had just messaged him. She found leads on cardiac surgeons and was currently making arrangements. The specialists would arrive soon, and the surgery could be performed at Zhangcheng First Hospital.
The rest of the messages were affectionate words expressing her concern for him.
Seeing the message Wu Qianxian sent, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little girl is really bold, daring to say anything. What's this about secretly giving it to me when we go mountain climbing the day after tomorrow? What kind of outrageous talk is this? But to be fair, with 8 people going together, what are the chances, really? Lu Xiao couldn't help but quietly nurture some expectations in his heart. After replying to a few messages from Wu Qianxian and briefly updating her about Li Tian's situation, leaving the business matters to her discretion, Lu Xiao couldn't hold on any longer and immediately fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Xiao was roused by the noisy chatter of his dorm mates. Still poring over books, guys? Lu Xiao yawned and glanced sideways, noticing the others were already buried in their books. Can't be helped, still gotta pass the exams. The others rolled their eyes at Lu Xiao but remained silent. Beside them, there stood no supreme expert like Gu Yueshi. Moreover, Lu Xiao was originally a genius, these basic questions couldn't possibly stump him. Lu Xiao glanced discreetly at the time before entering the system interface to complete today's check-in first. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received cash, 24 million yuan. Cash reward has been issued. Please check your account promptly, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a cash reward, 1,202 yuan. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 10 sets of Durex condoms. The items have been placed in the master bedroom of your Imperial Dragon View Villa. Please collect and use them at your earliest convenience. Go to hell with your crap. What the hell good is this thing to me? Lu Xiao looked at the newly acquired item with a mix of amusement and exasperation. And this thing isn't even ultra-thin, totally impractical. Negative review. Chapter 42, Taking Wu Qianxian to Royal Dragon View Garden. Gu Yueshi arrived early today, and when she saw Lu Xiao sitting beside her, her face still flushed slightly. To be honest, apart from taking care of her younger sister at the hospital yesterday, she had been thinking about how to get along with Lu Xiao in the future. But even now, her mind was still in a tangled mess, uncertain how to face Lu Xiao. Parting ways truly pained her, yet staying together always felt somewhat awkward. Yet treating it purely as a transaction was unacceptable. After all, her feelings for Lu Xiao were genuine. Lu Xiao recognized Gu Yueshi's hesitation with a single glance. She clearly hadn't reached a decision. But Lu Xiao wasn't anxious. With ample time at his disposal, he'd simply let Gu Yueshi weigh her options at leisure. Yueshi, a cardiology professor from the capital, may be arriving soon and will perform surgery on your sister at First People's Hospital. Remember to transfer her hospital admission these 2 days. Lu Xiao recalled Wu Qianxian's words from yesterday and reminded Gu Yueshi about it. The success rate of this surgery is quite good. With the professor performing it, there's virtually no significant risk. You can basically rest assured. Alright, thank you Lu Xiao. Gu Yueshi nodded gratefully, but her heart felt somewhat downcast. The more Lu Xiao showed concern for her, the more she didn't know how to face him. By the way Yueshi, remember to let me copy your answers later. Seeing that test papers were already being distributed, Lu Xiao hastily reminded her again. Okay. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but let out a sudden chuckle. With Gu Yueshi's assistance, Lu Xiao quickly finished answering the last exam paper. After taking these exams, scoring 90 might be a bit high, but 85 is more or less achievable. Plus, with perfect attendance points already secured, passing would be effortless. Piece of cake. Lu Xiao stretched lazily. The junior year exams were pretty much the last major hurdle before graduating. After the summer break, senior year would roll around, leaving just the undergraduate thesis to wrap things up. This wasn't a big deal anyway. Lu Xiao still remembered his graduation thesis from his previous life. He could just submit it again when the time came. After leaving the exam hall, Gu Yueshi went to the hospital to take care of her younger sister, while Lu Xiao headed straight back to the dormitory. I spent the whole day bragging non-stop with my roommates in the dorm until the afternoon. Only after Wu Qianxian finished her exams did Lu Xiao finally head downstairs to the girls' dormitory to pick her up. Hello there. Lu Xiao spotted the girls accompanying Wu Qianxian and greeted them with a smile. Wow, so you're Qianxian's boyfriend? So handsome. Qianxian, you're so lucky. What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly, he's the lucky one to have a girlfriend as beautiful as our Qianxian. The group of them were laughing and joking around, all caught up in the fun. Brother Xiao, these are my dorm mates. Wu Qianxian walked up to Lu Xiao with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Originally, she had planned to go downstairs and leave with Lu Xiao directly, but her roommates insisted on meeting her boyfriend. Unable to resist their persistence, Wu Qianxian had no choice but to let them tag along. Do I really seem that petty? Noticing Wu Qianxian's shy demeanor, Lu Xiao chuckled and gently smoothed her silky hair. To be honest, Wu Qianxian's roommates were quite attractive, each almost on par with the female salesperson they'd met yesterday at Yulong Jingyuan. Wu Qianxian promptly introduced them to Lu Xiao. This is Luo Jiayue. This is Dai Xiao Xiao, and this is Huang Manrong. Lu Xiao glanced at them one by one. All the girls had quite distinctive looks. Luo Jiayue was about the same height as Wu Qianqian, roughly around 168 centimeters, but her figure wasn't as good. With glasses and a tall, slender frame, she gave off the impression of someone who wasn't very talkative. Dai Xiaoxiao appeared to be just over 150 centimeters tall, a whole head shorter than Wu Qianqian. Dressed in a pink JK uniform, she looked quirky and mischievous, radiating a cute charm. Huang Manrong appeared more conventional, with looks slightly above average and always wearing a faint smile. Lu Xiao subtly nodded in agreement. To be honest, with some light makeup and styling, each of these girls could easily stand out as stunning beauties. After brief introductions, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian didn't linger and left the campus together. Qianqian, I'm taking you somewhere. Lu Xiao grinned and drove straight toward the Imperial Dragon Vista neighborhood. He hadn't told Wu Qianqian about buying this house yet, he'd been saving it as a surprise for her. A surprise? Seeing Lu Xiao drive the car into Yulong Jingyuan, Wu Qianqian had already begun to form an idea in her mind. Xiao, don't tell me you actually bought that house? Wu Qianqian's jaw dropped in astonishment. With a construction area of 600 square meters and an additional 300 square meters of complementary space, it was undoubtedly a top-tier luxury mansion. But this costs a full 5 million. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Lu Xiao chuckled without elaborating further, driving straight into the underground garage. Then he led Wu Qianqian from the basement level up to the first floor. All the furniture and appliances inside had already been installed by Lu Xiao. The wood used was all solid, with minimal glue applied, so there was barely any noticeable smell. Wow! Wu Qianqian was overjoyed as she looked around at the house's layout, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Xiao had chosen furniture with beautifully coordinated color schemes. Initially, just seeing the property photos had convinced both of them it was perfect, but after adding these soft furnishings and furniture, the villa's luxury was elevated yet another level. The color palette in particular, Wu Qianqian genuinely adored it from the bottom of her heart. Brother Xiao, you really bought it. Of course it's true. I've already furnished it with all the furniture and home essentials. With a smile, he affectionately patted Wu Qianqian's head before leading her outside to the open air. This area will be perfect for outdoor barbecues. And this garden space, we can plant whatever flowers you like here, or even keep pets. There's designated space prepared for pets too. Lu Xiao pointed. One advantage of living in a villa is that you don't have to worry much about your cats or dogs peeing or pooing everywhere. As for hygiene, there are regular cleaning services to keep the villa spotless. Well, do you like it? Of course I love it, thank you Xiaoji. Wu Qianqian joyfully threw herself into Lu Xiao's arms, instantly colliding with his embrace. She was genuinely excited right now. Although they'd already been together before, every previous date had taken place at their hotel, the setting was different now, and so was her mood. Those hotel rendezvous had felt more like standard college dating experiences. But now, Lu Xiao had bought an apartment here. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be the sole mistress of this apartment at Yulong Jingyuan in the future. This also represented Lu Xiao's acknowledgement of their relationship. At Yulong Jingyuan, Wu Qianqian truly felt that she and Lu Xiao had become a complete couple, with no more barriers between them. If you want to thank me, this little bit isn't nearly enough. Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianqian tightly like she was a koala clinging to a tree and said with a laugh. A quick glance confirmed that both the front and back doors of the villa were shut, surrounded by walls that completely blocked any outside view. Lu Xiao inwardly marveled at this, finally understanding why the female salesperson had told him yesterday that once the villa's doors were locked, he could do absolutely anything inside. Indeed, it doesn't deceive me. Wu Qianqian bit her lip, gazing affectionately at Lu Xiao. She had always been a proactive girl by nature. When love runs deep, anything can be given away. Chapter 43, confirmed, definitely unlucky looks. The two of them had been busy until midnight, and they didn't even get to eat dinner. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had bought some instant noodles, eggs, ham, and other basic groceries from the convenience store at the residential entrance yesterday while purchasing furniture, or else they really would have gone hungry tonight. Xiao, don't laugh at me. In the kitchen, Wu Qianqian was busy cooking noodles when she noticed Lu Xiao staring at her with a grin. She immediately put down her chopsticks and playfully shook his arm in protest. It's not me laughing. Lu Xiao suppressed a chuckle and helplessly spread his hands, pointing at the instant noodles boiling in the pot. Why do you think the word instant is used for instant noodles when there's another word for bubble in it? Don't you think you put in way too much water? The cooking process itself was fine, but the problem was, for just 2 packets of instant noodles, Wu Qianqian had filled the entire pot to the brim with water. This amount of water wasn't just enough for 2 packets of noodles. You could easily double the quantity and it would still be sufficient. How could noodles cooked like this possibly have any flavor? And the gas has been on for 5 minutes. But this pot of water remains lukewarm, showing no signs of boiling whatsoever. Lu Xiao really couldn't tell whether his stomach or this pot of water would give in first. Fine, I'll do it. You go finish whatever business you left undone earlier. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, gestured for Wu Qianqian to step back a bit, and then started cooking the noodles himself. He had been an orphan since childhood, so his cooking skills were naturally decent. After all, there weren't many food delivery options back then. You either ate out or cooked for yourself. Choosing the latter was healthier and cheaper, and over time, his culinary skills naturally flourished. Even as she sat at the dining table, Wu Qianqian still couldn't shake off her frustration. Brother Xiao, I'm going to start learning how to cook from now on. One day, I'll definitely succeed in making noodles for you. Wu Qianqian defiantly shoved a mouthful of instant noodles into her mouth. Although her background wasn't considered particularly high-ranking, she still came from a prosperous family. Since childhood, apart from tidying her own room, all household chores had been handled by family helpers. She could recognize common vegetables, but when it came to less frequently eaten varieties, she sometimes struggled to name them. She had certainly entered the kitchen before, but merely to grab bread or milk. The gas stove had barely been turned on a handful of times. One might say Wu Qianqian was the epitome of a pampered young heiress. However, compared to those spoiled and willful ones, Wu Qianqian could indeed be considered quite sensible and exceptionally endearing in every aspect. Not being able to cook might naturally be a drawback in an ordinary household, but it's completely irrelevant to Lu Xiao. Just hire a housekeeper, problem solved. A mere matter of earning a few $1,000 every month. Alright then, I'll just wait to eat I'll be waiting for the noodles you cook, huh? Glancing at Wu Qianqian, who was determined to become an excellent housewife, Lu Xiao couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. You're so annoying. How could Wu Qianqian not understand that Lu Xiao was deliberately teasing her? Wait a second. Lu Xiao picked up a tissue and gently wiped Wu Qianqian's lips, cleaning off the traces of the drink she'd secretly sipped in the kitchen. Be more careful next time, you're acting like a kid. Wu Qianqian's face instantly flushed red, and she couldn't help shooting Lu Xiao a glare. Don't you have even the slightest idea of what's going on? Compared to the first day she got together with Lu Xiao, her injuries had long since healed. Yet even so, she still felt somewhat powerless. She wasn't quite sure why Lu Xiao had such abundant energy, seeming to possess an inexhaustible supply of vigor. Lu Xiao pouted slightly beside her. Youth naturally brings great strength. And it's not just about raw power, that stamina is remarkably enduring too. He could race down the highway shoulder to shoulder with the sun without breaking a sweat. But this was something Lu Xiao hadn't noticed in his previous life. Perhaps this is true for most people. When they have the ability and energy, there are no opportunities to work. But when both ability and energy are lacking, they have to work every day. Being a man is tough. Alright, eat up and rest quickly. We still have to go mountain climbing tomorrow morning. Instant noodles weren't particularly tasty, just enough to fill the stomach. Lu Xiao let out a yawn. The kitchen was equipped with a garbage disposal and dishwasher. Simply toss the trash in to be shredded, then load the dishes into the washer. Extremely convenient. Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement. These past few days, between studying for exams and handling matters at Jianlu Real Estate, she'd been so busy she could barely think straight. Staying up late last night hadn't helped either. Right now, she was practically falling asleep on her feet. Early the next morning, Lu Xiao first called Zhao Ku. Old Zhao, have someone bring a business van to Jiangchun University's front gate later. There are 8 of us, so a 10-seater will do. Got it, boss. Zhao Ku promptly agreed. Brother Xiao, are we heading out now? Over there, Wu Qianqian had already finished her makeup and was ready to go. Lu Xiao glanced over and was instantly dazzled by what he saw. They were going hiking today, and Wu Qianqian had deliberately changed into a white tracksuit, tying her hair up in a bun which made her look very efficient. But because of this, Wu Qianqian's lovely face and figure were completely on display. Come here, give me a kiss. Lu Xiao chuckled mischievously, pulling Wu Qianqian over to sit on his lap. Xiaoji, I just did my makeup, don't mess it up. Afraid Lu Xiao might misbehave again, Wu Qianqian quickly puckered her lips and planted a kiss each on his lips and cheek. Seeing the faint red lipstick marks she'd left on his face, she couldn't help bursting into laughter. Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian a sidelong glance, then took a wet wipe to clean the remaining traces from his face. At the same time, today's check-in has also been completed. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Congratulations, host, on obtaining cash, 35.4 million. Cash reward has been issued. Please claim it as soon as possible. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a cash reward of 108,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 300 Durex ultra-thin condoms. The items have been placed in the bedside drawer of the master bedroom at the Royal Dragon View Villa. Please collect and use them at your earliest convenience. Damn, this is what they call accursed luck. Before today, Lu Xiao had absolutely no idea that just one day apart in the lottery draw, he could actually win over 30 million cash. From the very first day, the cash rewards he obtained had always hovered around 20 million. Once, he even won 27 million, which kept Lu Xiao happy for a solid half day. He had always assumed that the daily lottery limit was roughly 30 million. But the outcome, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. For now, he could only resort to self-comfort tactics. As long as Wu Chanxian was his, that was all that mattered. Chapter 44, even if it's a stone monkey, I'll warm it up for her. By the time Lu Xiao and Wu Chanxian arrived at the school gate, they found Zhao Ke already waiting there. Old Zhao, why did you come yourself again? Lu Xiao smiled as he took the car keys from Zhao Ke's hand. Last time, it was also Zhao Ke who delivered his phone to him. It's quite close, and I don't trust others to handle this for me. Zhao Ke scratched his head and chuckled, still using his old excuse. Oh, boss, the tank is already filled up. I also had the kitchen pack 10 breakfast meals for you, they're all in the car. Zhao Ke pointed at the business van parked on the roadside. This business vehicle is a Mercedes-Benz model, though Lu Xiao couldn't quite recall the exact series. According to Zhao Ke's estimate, it's roughly priced around 1 million yuan. The hotel essentially acquired all these vehicles for free because car purchases could be used for tax deductions. Hence, they would buy at least one every year before tax auditing. Over the years, they've accumulated 7 or 8 cars this way. Moreover, as long as invoices can be issued for fuel and maintenance of these cars, everything can be reimbursed through tax deductions. Simply put, it costs nothing. Alright, old Zhao, you've worked hard. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Zhao Ke's work was indeed thorough and meticulous, and Lu Xiao had witnessed his capabilities over the past few days. If opportunity arose in the future, he might even consider promoting Zhao Ke further. Such people are truly a pleasure to work with. Well, boss, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Seeing everything was settled, Zhao Ke tactfully suggested taking his leave. He naturally understood Lu Xiao was planning to go out for fun. Staying any longer would just make him a third wheel. After Zhao Ke left, Wu Chanxian looked curiously at Lu Xiao. Brother Xiao, is the Lijiang Hotel yours too? When they were at home earlier, she knew Lu Xiao was calling a subordinate to arrange for a car to be sent over, but she never expected that this subordinate would actually be the general manager of the Lijiang Hotel. What's more, despite having stayed at the Lijiang Hotel with Lu Xiao for so many days, she had completely failed to notice this detail. No wonder, apart from the first time when she booked the room herself, every other time was in the same room on the 13th floor. She thought it was just good luck that she and Lu Xiao always got the best decorated room, never realizing that room was actually reserved for the boss. Your husband is quite capable, you know, there'll be even more surprises in the future. Lu Xiao shrugged with a smile, pressed the unlock button, and took out 2 breakfast boxes from the car, handing one over to Wu Chanxian. Wu Chanxian took the breakfast while secretly marveling. Just the Lijiang Hotel alone was already comparable to her family's wealth. But besides the Lijiang Hotel, Lu Xiao also openly had tens of millions in cash and a Bugatti. Combined, his assets were probably close to 200 million yuan, weren't they? However, Wu Chanxian found it hard to believe that someone who could drive a 100 million yuan supercar only had a net worth of 200 million. For instance, if you had 10 million, would you spend 5 million on a car? This is absolutely impossible. Unless it's an absolute necessity, no one would be foolish enough to spend half their net worth on a means of transportation. In other words, Lu Xiao's status was far higher than she had imagined. But come to think of it, when she went to check into the Lijiang Hotel with Lu Xiao that time, was he really just watching her play alone there? So I was just playing out some role play, with Lu Xiao being both the player and the audience? At this thought, Wu Chanxian felt another wave of bashfulness wash over her. When I was insane enough to give him everything I could, why didn't Lu Xiao even try to stop me? He's such a shameless rogue. Within minutes, Lu Xiao spotted Dai Xiaoxiao and her 2 companions walking towards him. Over here. Lu Xiao waved in their direction. Wow, a Mercedes. Dai Xiaoxiao and the others approached, letting out a gasp the moment they laid eyes on the car's emblem. Just borrowing the company car for a bit, Lu Xiao explained with a smile. Everyone present was well aware of Wu Chanxian's background and his circumstances. Since Wu Chanxian's family was in the real estate business, and Lu Xiao himself had modest wealth, owning a $1 million car wasn't particularly surprising. There's breakfast in the car. Let's just grab something quick first, and we'll have a proper meal when we get to Jiulong Mountain. Thanks, Xiaoji. Dai Xiaoxiao and the other 2 excitedly rushed to the car and brought out the breakfast. Compared to their bare faces yesterday, all 3 girls wore light makeup today and dressed in cool sportswear, looking even more refreshing than before. Especially Luo Jiayue, though her figure couldn't compare to Wu Chanxian's. Among the other 3, she was undoubtedly the most curvaceous, with all the right proportions. Brother Xiao, could you keep your eyes a little more normal? Just as Lu Xiao was about to admire the view a little more deeply, Wu Chanxian's slender fingers had already unknowingly found their way to the soft part of his waist. Ahem, cough cough, I'm just vetting potential daughters-in-law for my sons. As an elder, how can you be so shallow about this? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Chanxian with righteous indignation. Is that so, Brother Xiao? Though Wu Chanxian maintained a smile on her face, her fingers had already begun fidgeting nervously. Stop, 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 I won't look anymore, I won't look. Lu Xiao instantly gasped sharply. He glared fiercely at Wu Chanxian.
This woman plays way too rough, just wait until tonight when I'll properly settle the score. Wu Qianqian raised her chin proudly and gave Lu Xiao a light snort, radiating the bravery of bring it on, who's afraid of who? Oh, just you wait and see how I deal with you tonight. Lu Xiao stood in front of Wu Qianqian and suddenly slipped his hand inside her tracksuit. Wu Qianqian's face flushed crimson. She quickly glanced around and, relieved to see none of her roommates had noticed, immediately pushed Lu Xiao's hand away before taking 2 steps back. Then she shot him a fierce glare. Lu Xiao flashed a smug smile. Little girl, think I can't handle you? After waiting another 2 minutes, Pan Xingwen and the others arrived as well. Old Xiao, you're killing it. The 3 of them had barely glanced at Luo Jiayue and her friends before stealthily pulling Lu Xiao aside, eagerly discussing the matter. Are you satisfied? Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. Absolutely satisfied. With that face and that figure, she's definitely a bombshell. By the way, I want that most vivacious girl, don't any of you try to snatch her. Pan Xingwen quickly asserted his claim. At first glance, he had quite taken a liking to the lively and adorable young girl, Dai Xiaoxiao. As for height, it didn't matter at all. In fact, the bigger the height difference, the cuter it was. That kind of contrast was all the rage these days. Then I'll take the other one who isn't wearing glasses. Shui Xiaosong turned his gaze toward Huang Manrong standing off to the side. She's quite pretty, standing a little over 1.6 meters tall, and always wears a gentle smile on her face, clearly the tender-hearted type who knows how to care for others. Zhang Yan. To be honest, I think the not-so-tall one is quite nice, and the one without glasses isn't bad either. How about it, guys, should we make it a friendly competition? Zhang Yan tentatively asked. Get lost. Zhang Yan's words immediately earned him a flurry of playful punches from the duo. Alright then, I suppose I'll reluctantly settle for this bespectacled one. Zhang Yan sighed. Luo Jiayue was actually quite attractive, with a figure that was at least a C-cup. Overall, she might even be the prettiest among the 3 girls. But the problem was that Luo Jiayue had a somewhat shy personality and rarely smiled, making it obvious she wasn't the easiest person to approach. Faced with Zhang Yan, an old otaku who had never been in a relationship, he naturally backed off. I heard from Qianqian that Luo Jiayue comes from a well-off family. Anyone who could win her over would, needless to say, save themselves 20 to 30 years of hard work in the second half of their life. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Moreover, I heard Luo Jiayue has a close relative who's a certain leader in Jiancheng. Getting into public service shouldn't be too difficult for her, right? Damn, I'm kind of regretting this now. What should I do? Me too. Hey, Lao Zhang, why don't we swap? Pan Xingwen suggested. Get lost. What do you mean swap it? This isn't something you just exchange. Hearing about the public sector position, Zhang Yan's eyes immediately burned with an intense combat fervor. Brothers, let me tell you straight, you can all fail today, but I'm definitely gonna succeed. Even if it's a stone monkey, I swear I'll make her warm today. P.S. Brothers, today's update is 3,200 words. Already hit 100,000 words total. Come on, spam legendary in the chat. Chapter 45, Progress Every Day. Jiulong Mountain was still quite a distance from downtown Jiang City. The group set off at 8 in the morning and didn't arrive at the foot of Jiulong Mountain until 11 o'clock noon. There's still a stretch of road ahead, should take us about halfway up the mountain. Lu Xiao glanced at the navigation. The destination on the map was the Jiulong Mountain parking lot, still about 7 kilometers away. However, for a 10-seater business vehicle, navigating such narrow mountain roads is indeed quite troublesome. The narrowest part of these winding mountain roads can barely accommodate 2 small cars passing each other, with not an inch to spare. Old Xiao, can you handle this? The spacing front and back. Pan Xingwen, sitting behind Lu Xiao, couldn't help but tease as he watched Lu Xiao constantly adjusting the vehicle's position. You can you up, no can no BB. Lu Xiao glared irritably at the back seat. This car handles like it's possessed, making a turn feels like doing a full 360. If I tried taking that corner in one go, the rear wheels would be airborne for sure. I'm being responsible for everyone's safety here, alright? He's no initial D drift king, those maneuvers are way too difficult to pull off. And Pan Xingwen, that guy who doesn't even have a driver's license, what the hell is he blabbering about? Hearing Lu Xiao suddenly speaking English, everyone was momentarily stunned. As students at a prestigious university, even if they hadn't passed CET-4, they still had some language foundation. Yet why couldn't they immediately understand Lu Xiao's words? Don't try to translate it, just take it literally. Shui Xiaosong suddenly blurted out from behind. If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself? If not, then shut up. Dai Xiaoxiao attempted to translate it and immediately found herself torn between laughter and tears. Ha, old Xiao is such a legend, this is absolutely priceless. Zhang Yan finally caught on, clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. Brother Xiao, where did you learn this from? It's absolutely brilliant. Wu Qianqian, who was sitting nearby, was also laughing uncontrollably. On Baidu Tieba. And don't forget the classic, good study, day up. Lu Xiao curled his lips disdainfully and said with a laugh. However, with Lu Xiao's teasing remark, the previously somewhat silent atmosphere in the car became noticeably more cheerful.
The 7-kilometer journey took the group nearly an hour to complete.
By noon at 12 o'clock, Lu Xiao finally managed to park the car successfully in the parking lot. Jiulong Mountain is considered a mid-sized scenic area, and the parking lot is quite a bustling spot with plenty of restaurants inside. They randomly picked a restaurant for a meal, where Pan Xingwen, Luo Jiayue, and the others introduced themselves and got acquainted. By the end of the meal, the group had grown much closer, with none of the initial awkwardness from when they first set out.
We're currently at the mountainside.
From here onward, it's all narrow trails, no more driving.
The rest of the hike to the top will take about 2 hours. I heard there's still snow at the peak of Jiulong Mountain, is that true?
Behind them, Dai Xiaoxiao seemed somewhat curious.
She was from out of town and not familiar with Jiangcheng.
Probably impossible this season. It would have been better in spring.
Though the mountain area is bound to be a bit chilly regardless.
Pan Xingwen rubbed his hands together, smiling as he explained. At this halfway point up the mountainside, the sun's warmth could no longer be felt. The gusts of wind blew past intermittently, creating a truly refreshing coolness.
Xiao, should I help carry your bag for you?
Sure, but I've got quite a bit of stuff with me, so it might be a little heavy. Dai Xiaoxiao cheerfully handed over her bag without hesitation.
Why worry about the weight? Look at my physique, this'll be a piece of cake.
Pan Xingwen chuckled and immediately took the bag from Dai Xiaoxiao's hands. He turned to flash a victory sign at Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, then noticing Dai Xiaoxiao had already started up the mountain path, he quickly jogged to catch up with her.
Seeing Pan Xingwen succeed, Shui Xiaosong behind him immediately turned green with envy.
He quickly mustered up his courage and struck up a conversation with Huang Monrong beside him.
Monrong, let me carry your bag for you too, shall I? No need, there isn't much to carry. Huang Monrong declined politely with a smile. Don't mention it, we're all here to have fun together. Carrying a bag is nothing, and besides, I'm pretty strong. It's no big deal.
Shui Xiaosong thumped his chest loudly.
Alright then, here you go.
Huang Monrong had a rather favorable impression of Shui Xiaosong, and the two chatted and laughed as they climbed upward together.
Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian exchanged glances.
Seeing the remaining pair awkwardly rooted in place, they quietly began their ascent up the mountain as well.
No need to think to know that these two would need at least 5 minutes to process what just happened. However, in Lu Xiao's opinion, the most suitable matches among the 6 were probably Zhang Yan and Luo Jiayue.
Both their personalities, values, and attitudes toward life aligned quite well. Zhang Yan had no idea why he was always so smooth and talkative in front of his dorm mates, but whenever he encountered girls, especially pretty ones, he'd suddenly become tongue-tied to the point of utter speechlessness. Seeing the others leaving one after another, he looked at Luo Jiayue beside him. After suppressing the urge for a full 5 minutes until he felt it would be truly inappropriate not to say anything, he finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up.
Maybe we should go up the mountain together too? Let me carry that bag for you. I'm fine, I can manage on my own.
Luo Jiayue glanced somewhat awkwardly at Zhang Yan before shaking her head. Zhang Yan glanced at Luo Jiayue beside him, then at the bag slung over her shoulder. He wanted to say more but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. At least the two of them finally started trudging up the mountain with the larger group. Seeing Luo Jiayue hadn't spoken again but had started moving, Zhang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed her up the slope.
Qianqian, you must go mountain climbing pretty often, right?
Lu Xiao glanced at Wu Qianqian, who was breathing steadily beside him, and asked with a smile. Not too bad, maybe once every 2 or 3 months, but I often do some cardio on my own.
Wu Qianqian nodded.
This is also her secret to maintaining her figure.
Do you want to do some interesting cardio here?
Lu Xiao chuckled and pointed to a small side road beside him. The main road winds upward along the mountainside, while this adjacent path slopes downward. Moreover, due to the steep mountain terrain, simply walking 50 or 60 meters down that small path would completely obscure the view from above, making it an absolutely concealed location. Additionally, this trail is quite remote, so most people likely wouldn't even notice this spot.
Wu Qianqian followed Lu Xiao's pointing finger and instantly blushed crimson. She knew exactly what he was referring to. But didn't we just do plenty of cardio yesterday? At this point, she was genuinely worried about whether Lu Xiao's body could hold up much longer. Qianqian, do you remember what you told me last night?
Lu Xiao teased, looking at Wu Qianqian with a sly grin.
Oh, brother Xiao, that doesn't count. Wu Qianqian stamped her foot coquettishly in embarrassment.
Reading Wu Qianqian's expression, even though he heard a rejection, Lu Xiao knew full well that women often say the opposite of what they mean, especially when flustered. Their words should be taken in reverse. Now what Wu Qianqian said about it not counting means it absolutely must count. Lu Xiao immediately chuckled mischievously. Seeing no one around, he grabbed Wu Qianqian's hand and pulled her toward a side path.
Ouch, Xiaoji, be gentle. You're twisting my ankle.
Ha, I'd be thrilled if you're still saying that later. Chapter 46, The end of student life comes in junior year. Among the group, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were the last to reach the mountaintop.
Old Xiao, your stamina's really not up to par. Pan Xingwen couldn't help gloating when he saw Lu Xiao arriving late.
He and Dai Xiaoxiao were the first to reach the top, and halfway through, Dai Xiaoxiao had no strength left, so he pulled her up hand in hand the entire way.
Yeah, sure. You two are just so physically fit, okay?
Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen.
If it weren't for my buddy wasting half an hour on the way, could you have been the first to reach the top? Qianqian, you usually have such good stamina. Why are you sweating so much today? Dai Xiaoxiao walked up to Wu Qianqian and glanced at her curiously. Yeah, Qianqian, it should be pretty cool up here on the mountain, right? Huang Manrong also curiously moved closer.
Even though she was usually a homebody who rarely went out, she wasn't sweating much either.
From what she knew of Wu Qianqian, climbing a mountain of this level shouldn't have left her this exhausted, right? Maybe she's been too tired from exams these past few days and hasn't rested well? Wu Qianqian gave an awkward smile and didn't dare respond, deliberately putting a bit more distance between them instead.
Apart from the smell of sweat, there was also Lu Xiao's scent lingering on her. Although it was unlikely for several single girls to recognize the scent, getting caught would mean instant social death in public.
It was still a weekday, so the mountaintop wasn't crowded.
At the center stood a large platform transformed into a campsite, surrounded by a few vendors selling tents and barbecue supplies.
Since vehicles couldn't reach the summit, these items were pricey, though for Lu Xiao, such expenses meant nothing.
Checking his watch, he noted it was only 3:30 p.m. still plenty of time. So I simply rented a grill over there, bought some meat, and started barbecuing. The group of girls were busy grilling meat over there, while Pan Xingwen and the other guys were busy trying to curry favor with them. Lu Xiao sat to the side, lighting a cigarette as he watched his roommates with a touch of nostalgia. Although it's said to be junior year, with graduation still a year away, most people who've been to college know exactly what senior year is like. Those who should do internships are interning, those who should take graduate entrance exams are studying, and those who should go home to inherit family businesses have mostly returned by this time. Thus, when senior year arrives, it's really hard to say how many from this class will still be around on campus. This is especially true for finance majors. Most start working as interns from their senior year onward. Since this is an industry where seniority matters, entering a year earlier can mean a world of difference in terms of treatment and opportunities, so naturally, most people strive to start as soon as possible. After this, if we want to gather again, it's unlikely we'll have everyone present like today. You could say this mixer was basically the last hurrah of our college days. Of course, a single mixer isn't enough for couples to just decide on a relationship. The advantage was that everyone could exchange contact info. If there was real interest, they could keep in touch afterward. Whether anything came of it would ultimately depend on fate. Brother Xiao, try this meat I grilled and tell me how it tastes. Wu Qianqian grabbed a few meat skewers and eagerly ran over to Lu Xiao, abruptly pulling him out of his reverie as he had been lost in thought. Lu Xiao glanced at the skewers Wu Qianqian handed over, unable to hide his surprise. To be fair, just in terms of color and presentation, the skewers Wu Qianqian had grilled actually looked quite impressive. Did you really bake this yourself? Lu Xiao cast a skeptical gaze at Wu Qianqian. Last night you couldn't even cook instant noodles properly. How come you've managed to make grilled meat today? Oh, it's not that hard. I learned after watching them do it once. Come on, try the taste. Wu Qianqian pouted when she noticed Lu Xiao doubting her. It was indeed something she'd just learned from Dai Xiaoxiao and the others. Alright, I'll give it a try. Lu Xiao smiled as he took the skewers of meat. You know what? This actually tastes pretty good. Really? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed the skewer to stuff into her mouth. Why is it slightly salty? The saltiness you taste isn't from this. Don't forget what happened when we climbed the mountain. Lu Xiao kindly reminded him. Xiao, you're begging for a beating. By the time they were descending the mountain, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. However, the descent was noticeably faster than the ascent, and by just 7 o'clock, everyone had returned to the mountainside. Lu Xiao retrieved the car and drove back the entire way. Compared to the awkward atmosphere during the trip up, the mood inside the car on the way back was significantly more harmonious. Initially, during the trip up, the three girls sat on one side while the three boys sat on the other, with Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian seated in the front. Now, Pan Xingwen was already sitting beside Dai Xiaoxiao, cracking some joke that had her laughing non-stop. Meanwhile, Shui Xiaosong sat by Huang Manrong's side, bragging incessantly about his gaming skills, while Huang Manrong watched him, offering appropriate smiles whenever he got particularly animated. What surprised Lu Xiao the most was Zhang Yan and Luo Jiayue. During the hike up, they'd been visibly awkward around each other, but on the way back, they were sharing the same pair of earbuds to listen to music. Seeing his sons in such states, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel the quiet satisfaction of an old father. Lu Xiao drove all the way back to Jiangcheng University, dropped his friends off at their dormitory, and then returned to the underground parking lot to retrieve his Bugatti. Qianqian, did you arrange those engineering tasks I mentioned to you yesterday? Once in the car, Lu Xiao finally brought up company matters.
He had just let Li Tian 5 million the night before last, so of course, it was time to let Li Tian properly address any shortcomings and fill in the gaps that needed to be patched up first. It's been a day now, so Li Tian should have handled things properly by this point. It's been arranged, though Li Tian actually called me last night. His number was just in my block list, so I only saw it when checking my phone this morning. Wu Qianxian recalled the detailed information about those 5 construction projects that Lu Xiao had told her, and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. Just ignore his calls. If he can't reach you, he'll definitely go to your parents. Just have your parents stall him on the payment disbursement. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Just delay for 10 more days, and Li Tian's side will be completely finished. Alright, there are only 8 days left now. Chapter 47, The Two Titans of Jiangcheng. Early the next morning, Lu Xiao first completed his daily check-in, then went to Jianlu Real Estate with Wu Qianxian. After a few days' absence, the company's staff had expanded significantly, now numbering around 70 or 80 people, barely resembling a sizable corporation. Brother Xiao, the company still has 3 departments: finance, operations, and logistics. The logistics team is basically settled, but we're still short some people in finance and operations. As they walked inside, Wu Qianxian briefed Lu Xiao on the company's recent developments over the past couple of days. Old Wang, how's progress on those 5 projects your team was assigned yesterday? As soon as she entered the office, Wu Qianxian summoned Lao Wang, the project lead from the business department, to inquire about the progress of yesterday's assignments. Boss, General Manager. Noticing Lu Xiao was also present, Lao Wang first offered greetings before beginning his project update. We've successfully secured all 5 projects from yesterday. The other party agreed to let us supply them at the market's lowest price. We've just procured a batch of goods expected to arrive tomorrow. Though the quantity isn't substantial, this move is primarily to undercut our competitors. Old Wang said with a smile. In fact, their recent work assignments had been almost laughably effortless. After all, the baseline price their company set was already 100 below market value. Barring outright incompetence, project owners would almost certainly agree. And to keep his performance metrics looking pristine, he'd never once resorted to using that minimum threshold price. Lu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. If each project requires an upfront investment of 400,000, then for Li Tian to secure all 5 projects, he'd need to fork out at least 2 million. As for the information on Tian Real Estate, try to gather more details. Whenever you spot a project, go after it aggressively, aim to make them spend as much as possible. But keep this between us, don't spread it to the lower tiers. Lu Xiao reminded him. Don't worry, boss. I've got 2 more projects in the works right now, expect them sorted within a day or 2. As for the team below, I assign tasks directly, so confidentiality is guaranteed. As a senior executive in the company, Wu Qianxian had revealed some of the company's plans to him, so of course he understood the boss's intentions. In fact, these past few days he had been acting according to Lu Xiao's instructions. He divided the personnel into several groups, disguising them as representatives from different companies to negotiate business. At present, the Tian company still believes it's being targeted by multiple firms working simultaneously. Alright, you can go ahead with your work. Having grasped the situation sufficiently, Wu Qianxian nodded to indicate Old Wang could leave. This Old Wang was someone she'd headhunted at a premium salary. His capabilities were truly beyond reproach. Judging by his performance these past 2 days, entrusting him with spearheading the offensive against Tian Real Estate presented absolutely no issues. Brother Xiao, should we also get into some end-user projects? I've noticed several recently developed projects we could bid for. Given our capabilities, securing them shouldn't be an issue. Wu Qianxian flipped through a few newly submitted project proposals. In recent years, as long as cash flow was available, real estate remained quite lucrative. Even Lu Xiao's surface-level assets were quite impressive, using them as collateral made loan applications straightforward. No end-user projects. Lu Xiao chuckled and shook his head. He had never intended to take this path. Registering this company was fundamentally to help Wu Qianxian, and also to give her something to do. As for Lu Xiao himself, if he wanted to make money, there was no need for him to engage in any business ventures. With his current capital, what kind of business could generate over 20 million yuan in daily cash flow for him? As for industries, once the accumulated cash flow slows down, he could try longer-term sign-in rewards and acquire a few more assets. With the system by his side, Lu Xiao wasn't lacking in money. He was simply indulging in life to the fullest. Just as the system promised, even if Lu Xiao did absolutely nothing, he would still become the world's richest man someday, the only variable being how soon it would happen. Unless the day comes when he genuinely loses interest in women, perhaps only then will he shift his focus to his career. To put it bluntly, every morning Lu Xiao wakes up these days, another Wu family estate gets added to his asset list. An ordinary person might spend a lifetime without managing to deplete the wealth Lu Xiao acquires in a single day. Given this, what possible reason would he have to bother with such pointless pursuits? Although Wu Qianqian didn't quite understand Lu Xiao's intentions, she didn't press for details. After all, with Lu Xiao's assets being at least in the hundreds of millions, a small investment company worth merely 10 million was indeed insignificant. After spending the morning at the company, watching Wu Qianqian handle all the regular business matters, Lu Xiao was feeling rather bored. "Qianqian, if you're free this afternoon, how about going to the mall together?" Lu Xiao suggested. Several days had passed since his rebirth, yet he still hadn't purchased any decent clothes. His current wardrobe still carried that unmistakable student vibe. "Sounds good, I haven't been shopping in ages either." Wu Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up, and she began nodding rapidly like a chicken pecking at rice. For months, her family's company had been in crisis, and the pressure she bore was no less than her parents'. Her nerves had been stretched to the breaking point, otherwise, she wouldn't have impulsively dragged Lu Xiao to a hotel in such a frenzy. It was only after the family crisis was resolved in recent days that she gradually began to relax. After a quick meal at the company, just past noon, Wu Qianqian took Lu Xiao to Jiangqing's largest shopping mall, Grand Shopping Plaza. "Brother Xiao, the Xingda Shopping Plaza has 5 or 6 branches in Jiangcheng, all under the Xingda real estate owned by the Jiangcheng Zheng family. The market value of Xingda Shopping Plaza is about 1 billion, while Xingda real estate is valued at roughly 40 billion. The Zheng family's influence spans nearly all of Jiangcheng. Half of the city's real estate enterprises were either established by the Zheng family or have received their investments." Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. For the current Lu Xiao, the Zheng family was indeed a behemoth. To rival such a behemoth, you'd probably have to wait at least a few days until the system reaches level 2 before it's even possible. "I remember Jiangcheng has 2 major giants, right?" Lu Xiao said. "Right. The Zheng family is the most powerful, undeniably number 1 in Jiangcheng. But aside from them, the Lin family is also quite formidable," Wu Qianqian explained with a smile. The Lin family operates in the energy sector, but mostly as agents for industry giants, dealing with things like petroleum and natural gas. Their market value is around 30 billion, slightly less than the Zheng family. Besides the Zhang and Lin families, the largest enterprises in Jiangcheng are at the 10 billion level. None of them really have any overt influence in Jiangcheng. After all, Jiangcheng is just a second-tier city with a limited population. It's truly difficult to develop industries worth hundreds of billions here. In fact, the assets of the Zhang and Lin families have remained at their current scale for several years now. Let's not talk about them for now. Let's go shopping in the mall first. Chapter 48, Nailing the Aesthetic Vibe. Wu Qianqian accompanied him as they entered the mall. The first 3 floors are basically areas for food, drinks, and entertainment. The 6th and 7th floors are for clothing, while the top 8th floor houses luxury stores, mainly featuring watches, jade, and some high-end bag boutiques. The layout of several grand shopping malls was identical. Wu Qianqian, who had clearly visited many times before, effortlessly guided Lu Xiao through the stores with familiarity. There really are quite a lot of people here. Lu Xiao glanced at the bustling crowds coming and going, slightly astonished. "You should know, today's a weekday. If it were the weekend, wouldn't the place be absolutely swarmed? Especially in those snack stalls on the first floor, where lines are already stretching endlessly. After all, this is the most upscale shopping mall in Jiangcheng." Wu Qianqian chuckled as she pulled Lu Xiao toward an elevator. She hardly ever shopped on the first 3 floors normally. Below the 3rd floor, items are generally priced for the average consumer. From the 4th to the 6th floor, prices start to climb slightly. However, it's only the 7th and 8th floors that truly attract Jiangcheng's wealthy elite. Wu Qianqian's Chanel and Balenciaga pieces were mostly purchased from these 2 floors as well. However, this particular store wasn't particularly close to her home. She usually frequented another branch location for her shopping. Lu Xiao had no intention of lingering on the lower floors either. The two took the elevator straight up to the 7th level. Compared to the lower floors, the crowd thinned out noticeably upon reaching the 7th floor, with only scattered individuals here and there. Looking through the transparent glass, most shops only had 1 or 2 people inside browsing the merchandise. "Brother Xiao, how about we check out the men's clothing store first?" Wu Qianqian turned her gaze towards Lu Xiao. Though summer clothes were mostly short-sleeved and casual, the outfit Lu Xiao was currently wearing really didn't look very presentable. To be honest, it was solely Lu Xiao's strikingly handsome face that carried off the look. Anyone else would have utterly failed to make bargain bin clothes exude such flair. "Sure." Lu Xiao spotted a custom menswear boutique named Fate up ahead and nodded in approval with a smile. The clerk who had been standing nearby immediately brightened up at the sight of Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian entering, quickly stepping forward to greet them. Lu Xiao might be dressed modestly, but with a female companion of such figure and looks by his side, could he really be poor? She knew all too well how today's wealthy folks love to put on a show. Her own looks weren't bad either, which was precisely why she understood what a beauty like Wu Qianqian truly represented. A woman like this, not just ordinary people, even the average wealthy wouldn't be able to handle. Besides, dressing your woman up like a dazzling peacock while you stroll out in Bermuda shorts and flip-flops, somehow that feels like an achievement. Who knows, maybe someone dressed in flea market clothes is actually driving a Lamborghini Aventador. Sir, may I ask if you're looking to buy a shirt or a t-shirt? Buy a few pieces then. At our Fate Boutique, we specialize in private custom orders. Each design is limited to around 500 pieces, distributed for sale nationwide. This means any garment you purchase here definitely won't have duplicates in your city. The shop assistant promptly responded. No duplicates? This is quite fresh. These days they're actually doing this kind of hunger marketing? Then I wonder if your store has any designs limited to just one piece worldwide? The kind that's truly unique? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. The shop assistant was instantly rendered speechless by Lu Xiao's remark. That's really not available. We have a standard batch of 500 pieces. The sales clerk gave an awkward smile. Even if they existed, how could an exclusive one-of-a-kind garment end up in a second-tier city like Zhangcheng? She was certain she'd never seen such pieces before. Let me try these two outfits, bring them down for me. Lu Xiao smiled and stopped teasing the salesperson, then pointed to a white suit nearby. The quality of the clothes was indeed excellent, giving a cool and refreshing sensation when worn. They were noticeably breathable and so lightweight it felt like wearing nothing at all. Lu Xiao marveled at them, spending an extra half-minute in the fitting room until he grew accustomed to the sensation before stepping out. Otherwise, it genuinely felt like running around naked. As soon as she stepped outside, Wu Qianqian's mouth fell open in astonishment. If before, Lu Xiao had a somewhat handsome appearance, now he seemed even more upright in stature, with an added air of uniqueness about him. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Not bad, right? Lu Xiao turned to Wu Qianqian and smirked mischievously. It's really nice to look at. Wu Qianqian nodded sincerely from the heart. Lu Xiao's current state was so handsome it pierced right through her heart. She felt that even if Lu Xiao wanted to take her into the fitting room right now, there might be a 50% chance she'd simply agree. Alright, let's buy this one first. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. These clothes don't have any tags at all, so there's no need to cut off price tags or anything annoying like that. The absence of those bothersome white labels further enhances the comfort significantly. Lu Xiao walked around the shop again and found that the quality of other garments in this store was indeed comparable to what he was currently wearing. Please package all the items in the same size as what I'm wearing right now. After walking around, Lu Xiao decided not to bother trying them on one by one and went straight for buying the entire lot. Men's summer clothes are pretty much the same, just a few styles to pick from no matter how you choose. Ha, all of them? The clerk was completely stunned by Lu Xiao's remark. Although her shop didn't have many clothes, there were still over 200 pieces, and given Lu Xiao's well-proportioned figure, at least 50 of those would suit him. Was he really buying them all? That's right, I'll take them all. Go ahead and package them up. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. He was someone who hated hassle, especially when shopping for clothes for himself. Wu Qianqian beside him was both amused and exasperated, yet she didn't stop him. The clothing quality in this shop was indeed quite good, and Lu Xiao really did need to replenish his wardrobe now. Sir, if you're buying this much, it'll cost at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. The salesperson hesitated but still spoke up to remind him. The clothes in her shop cost at least 3,000 yuan per item, with some even reaching 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. Put it on the card. Lu Xiao directly handed over his bank card. Seeing the bank card Lu Xiao offered, the shop assistant was overjoyed and quickly took it, immediately rushing to find the right size for him in the store. All the clothes were quickly packed and ready to go. Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered to change back into his old clothes and simply decided to wear the new ones right away. Sir, the total comes to 276,000 yuan. With a 10% discount, that'll be 248,000. The clerk respectfully handed Lu Xiao's bank card back to him. Do you offer delivery at your store? Wu Qianqian spoke up. Yes, anywhere within Zhangcheng City, we guarantee delivery within 24 hours. Then have all these clothes delivered to this address. Wu Qianqian nodded and wrote down the address of Yulong Jingyuan. The service at luxury stores is generally impeccable. Even if they weren't located in Zhangcheng, they would normally offer free delivery. After leaving the Fate store, they went to a nearby shoe shop where they bought over 10 pairs. Again, wearing one pair immediately while arranging home delivery for the rest, spending a total of 100,000 yuan, though this time Wu Qianqian insisted on footing the bill herself. Brother Xiao, I think all you're missing now is a proper hairstyle. Seeing the completely transformed aura that Lu Xiao radiated in his new outfit, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. I'll stick with this hairstyle for now. When my hair grows out a bit more, I'll go get a billionaire cut. Lu Xiao grinned mischievously. Richest man in Zhangcheng City? Men's clothing actually comes in just a few basic styles. No matter how high-end the brand, it pretty much tops out there. If you want something even more expensive, you'd have to look at winter wear with thicker materials, or perhaps casual suits. Since it's summer now, Lu Xiao isn't planning to buy those kinds of things anyway. A simple short-sleeve shirt is actually quite comfortable enough. Chapter 49, 10 million, spend it freely. Shanxian, let's check out the women's clothing store. Brother Xiao, I still have plenty of clothes. There's really no need to buy any more. Wu Qianqian quickly shook her head when she heard Lu Xiao mention going to a women's clothing store. She knew Lu Xiao was well off, but she didn't want him to spend unnecessarily, and she truly had enough clothes to wear at the moment. What do you mean enough? I barely see you with many outfits. Oh, they're all stored at home. I just haven't changed them out yet. Just leave those clothes at your place then. We can't have absolutely nothing at our home. At least keep a couple here that I can tear up for fun. Lu Xiao grinned mischievously. Bro Xiao. Wu Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration. What did he mean by leave two pieces that can be torn? Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianqian's hand. Though he said it jokingly, he truly intended to buy some clothes for Wu Qianqian to keep at home. From the time he'd met Wu Qianqian until now, she had only changed clothes twice. Although he had invested 8 million in Wu Qianqian's company, Lu Xiao was well aware of its current state. Surviving was good enough, but recovering fully would undoubtedly take at least half a year. As for Wu Qianqian, she probably only had around 100,000 to her name, and yet she had actively gone over to pay when they bought shoes earlier. It must be said that these months of dealing with her family company's debt crisis have truly tempered Wu Qianqian. The current Wu Qianqian has matured so much that it's downright heartbreaking. Lu Xiao couldn't help but stroke Wu Qianqian's silky hair. After a moment's thought, he directly transferred 10 million into her bank account via his phone. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Wu Qianqian hadn't noticed what Lu Xiao was doing with his phone. When her own phone dinged with a notification of a 10 million yuan transfer, she was completely stunned. This wasn't a company account, it was her personal bank account. You have to understand, even at the peak of her family company's prosperity, they could never have come up with such a massive amount of ready cash. Not to mention, transferring funds from public to private still requires going through dividend procedures, which involves paying personal income tax. If all their family assets were converted into cash, they'd be lucky to pocket even 2/3 of it. Look at you, only good at using Huawei. What else can you even do? Lu Xiao said with a smile. My woman should always have some money on her. In the system's judgment criteria, assets given away by Lu Xiao for the purpose of gifting to others were not counted toward his spending limit. But this 10 million yuan was truly no big deal for Lu Xiao. To be fair, it was only thanks to Wu Qianqian's incredible luck that they'd even drawn such a sum. Tomorrow morning, while playing with Xiong Xiong, he could just casually check in with his system, and the money would likely be replenished in no time. Besides, what's wrong with spending a little money on his own woman? Isn't this what brings joy to a man's life? Lu Xiao glanced at his account balance. After transferring money to Wu Qianqian, he still had 180 million yuan in cash remaining, with a total spending limit of 17 million. He had no idea when he'd managed to spend all this money. But 1 million, that's way too much. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with a bitter smile. She had always known Lu Xiao was wealthy, but today's events still managed to push the boundaries of her understanding. 1 million in cash, given away just like that, feels no different than handing out 10 grand. However, even an ordinary man would still probably think twice before handing over 10,000 bucks to his girlfriend, right? Brother Xiao, I should really return this 10 million to you. I truly don't need this much money. Wu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then picked up her phone intending to transfer the money back to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao snatched Wu Qianqian's phone away with a huff. You're already mine, why still so formal? Glancing casually at Wu Qianqian's mobile bank balance, indeed, apart from the 10 million he just transferred, there was only a little over 1,000 yuan left. What do you mean? Of course I wouldn't stand on ceremony with you, Brother Xiao. It's just that this feels like far too much. Wu Qianqian quickly snatched her phone back, not wanting Lu Xiao to see her remaining balance. But noticing he'd already caught a glimpse, she immediately pouted. Don't judge by my bank account, I've still got tens of thousands in cash to spend. I'm not short on money at all. You own nearly half of your family's company shares now. Did you really think I wouldn't know what's going on? It seems I'll have to put in some extra effort tonight to cure you of your stubborn tongue. Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian's bottom a sharp slap, instantly turning her face beet red. Brother Xiao, there are so many people watching. Wu Qianqian quickly glanced around. When she noticed two girls not far away staring right at them and giggling, she immediately grabbed Lu Xiao's arm and fled the area as if escaping. However, Wu Qianqian didn't say anything more at the moment. After all, the money was just sitting with her. As long as she didn't spend it, it would still be there. If Lu Xiao ever needed funds for his business ventures, she could always withdraw it then. Ah, how did I suddenly become the financial caretaker? At this thought, Wu Qianqian's face involuntarily turned red again. But in her eyes, this was indeed the case. No one in business could guarantee lifelong prosperity and wealth. By keeping this money in hand, even if Lu Xiao's ventures failed in the future, at least there would still be a safety net, wouldn't there? He entered a Givenchy store. These luxury boutiques don't solely deal in luxury items, they also produce ordinary clothing lines. It's just that when most people hear Givenchy, they immediately think of lipsticks and cosmetics. Good afternoon sir and madam, welcome to Givenchy.
As the two stepped inside, the eyes of several sales associates lit up.
We'll look around on our own.
Seeing that several sales assistants were about to approach with introductions, Wu Qianqian quickly spoke up to stop them. These sales associates in women's clothing stores know exactly what they're doing. While they might not have many tricks when dealing with female customers, they've got plenty of tactics when it comes to men. Their standard lines include "Your girlfriend would look absolutely stunning in this dress, like a fairy princess," and similar flattery, making you feel guilty if you don't open your wallet. Since Wu Qianqian could see right through their tactics anyway, he simply didn't let them continue their sales pitch. She made up her mind that no matter what clothes she saw, she would say they didn't look good on her. At most, she'd buy just one outfit and leave. After all, she couldn't let Lu Xiao spend too much on her.
"Qianqian, this dress looks great on you." Lu Xiao stepped forward to feel the fabric of the dress. The overall beige garment followed a cute style, adorned with several scattered diamonds, making it truly beautiful. "Oh, this."
Wu Qianqian genuinely adored it, but upon seeing the price tag, she immediately shook her head in refusal.
"This one isn't nice, I don't like it." "Alright then." Lu Xiao shook his head.
He genuinely thought this outfit suited Wu Qianqian perfectly, and it only cost a little over 100,000 yuan anyway. It must be said that when it comes to luxury goods, a single item of women's clothing can cost as much as over 10 items for men. Indeed, there's a reason why men rank at the bottom in consumption statistics.
This is blatant discrimination.
Though come to think of it, no one actually forbids men from wearing skirts.
That one too, this sky blue outfit is also gorgeous.
Lu Xiao then pointed to another set nearby. Wu Qianqian had only just glanced at it when her heart instantly melted. It truly was incredibly beautiful.
She really wants it.
But after glancing at the price, 167,000, it's even more expensive than the first one.
"Brother Xiao, this one isn't nice either." Wu Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. "This one's not bad either. Not pretty at all. How about this one?" "No, not good, it doesn't suit me." "Brother Xiao, this one's nice." Wu Qianqian quickly pointed out a dress priced at 16,000 yuan. "Trashy clothes, not buying any."
Lu Xiao pointed at everything in the store he thought would suit Wu Qianqian, only for her to obediently reject every single suggestion right beside him. Wu Qianqian's attitude left the sales assistant, who had been silently following behind, completely exasperated. If they hadn't been speaking in hushed tones the whole time, she might have suspected Wu Qianqian had come to the shop today specifically to cause trouble.
"Salesperson, this one, and this one too." Lu Xiao called over the sales assistant behind him and pointed out all the clothes he had just browsed through. "All these, and these too, pack them all up for me." Chapter 50, over 1 million worth of clothes. Xiao Ji. Wu Qianqian immediately became anxious upon hearing Lu Xiao's words. "Didn't I already say it doesn't look good? Why would you still want to buy it? We'll talk about it outside." Lu Xiao smiled and gently pressed Wu Qianqian's shoulders. How could he not know what was going through her mind?
While checking out the third outfit, he had already guessed Wu Qianqian's intentions. However, he didn't comment and simply walked through the store with her. By the end, he'd mentally noted nearly all the clothes she'd shown interest in. Though Wu Qianqian wanted to speak further, she swallowed her words when she noticed the shopping assistant hovering nearby. Without outsiders present, they could be as uninhibited as they pleased. After all, the final reckoning would inevitably play out in bed, where such teasing belonged. But if outsiders are present, a woman must never contradict what a man says. If she truly feels something is inappropriate, she may only offer a soft suggestion, nothing more than that. Especially with men like Lu Xiao, whose lofty social status already sets them apart, one must be even more mindful of this when interacting with them.
A man's dignity must always be upheld in public.
This is the reason a woman can keep a man's affection continuously, and it's also a reflection of good upbringing. Of course, the same goes the other way around. It's always a matter of mutual respect.
Well, this sentence is to show respect for feminist crusaders.
By the time the bewildered sales attendant behind regained her composure, Lu Xiao had already handed over his bank card.
"Please wait a moment, I'll pack it up for you right away."
The salesperson jolted in surprise and immediately scurried over to the front desk to register the information. The commission rate at their store is 0.8%, so selling a 100,000 yuan outfit would normally earn them 800 yuan. It may seem like a lot, but the reality is that very few people shop at luxury stores. Even the best sales associates might only have a dozen customers per month, and not every customer buys clothes costing over 100,000 yuan. There are plenty of items priced around 10,000 yuan in the store. Calculating the average salary, it's only about 5,000 yuan per month, maybe 6 or 7,000 for the top performers. But Lu Xiao just picked at least a dozen items, and the total amount must easily exceed 1 million yuan.
If commissions were paid, wouldn't that mean over 10,000 yuan in earnings?
And she didn't even have to explain or promote anything, she just followed Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian around the store the whole time.
In less than 20 minutes, without doing anything, $10,000 was earned. Is there anything more thrilling than this?
With the sales assistant's full cooperation, All the clothes Lu Xiao wanted were packed and ready in 10 minutes.
I'm a member here, my phone number is.
Wu Qianqian saw that her efforts to salvage the situation were futile and reluctantly reported the membership card she had at Xingda. After all, we can still get a 12% discount. Every little bit saved counts. Your total after discounts comes to 1.23 million.
Please enter your PIN.
Lu Xiao entered the password directly, and the next moment, the screen displayed a successful deduction confirmation. Sir, the 1,230,000 points have been credited to Miss Wu's account. She can redeem them for cash at the designated exchange rate during her next visit.
Seeing the successful payment, the salesgirl immediately beamed with joy. Over 10,000 in commissions, this deal was completely secured. Yes, deliver everything to this address.
After following Wu Qianqian to 2 stores, Lu Xiao had already become quite familiar with this routine and repeated the address of Yulong Jingyuan once more.
Very well, sir.
We're located very close to Imperial Dragon Garden and will deliver within 2 hours.
All right. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement.
This women's clothing store was truly different. The men's section promised delivery within 24 hours, probably at fixed times through consolidated shipments.
But the women's section?
They calculated delivery based on immediate dispatch times.
Men have it rough.
There's just no comparison, absolutely no comparison. Stepping out of the Givenchy store, Wu Qianqian still felt as if she were in a dream.
Was it really just over 1 million yuan spent so casually?
To be honest, although she frequented luxury boutiques regularly, she wouldn't normally purchase outfits costing over 100,000 yuan each. Her usual purchases were clothes priced around 10,000 yuan. Even her most expensive pair of Valentino heels had only cost slightly over 30,000 yuan, her priciest footwear purchase. Most of her other shoes were in the few thousand yuan range. The only relatively expensive item was this Chanel suit dress she was wearing, costing 90,000 yuan, one of the birthday gifts her parents gave her last year for her 18th. As for the Balenciaga stockings, those were even cheaper, just over 100 yuan per pair. Lu Xiao felt that this shopping spree of hers could have bought enough clothes to last her from childhood through adulthood 3 or 4 times over.
Since you've already bought them, stop hanging that long face.
Lu Xiao noticed Wu Qianqian was just following him in a daze, so he couldn't resist pinching her cheek playfully.
It's just that I feel bad about you spending money, she said. Wu Qianqian pouted and grabbed Lu Xiao's arm, shaking it incessantly. Since it was already bought, what else could she do but wear it?
To be honest, those clothes might be expensive, but they're truly stunning.
Your husband isn't short of money, you know? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with some amusement. He couldn't wait to spend more money.
That being said, Lu Xiao genuinely felt moved. Nowadays, girls like Wu Qianqian who are willing to spend money on men are truly rare. Those fake, manipulative types would probably be jumping for joy if someone spent cash buying them clothes. Lu Xiao promptly decided in his heart that he'd reward Wu Qianqian with a bag of candied chestnuts when they headed back that evening.
Yeah, that's it. Wu Qianqian couldn't just work without getting paid, just like a car needs regular refueling and maintenance to perform at its best.
This was something he had to get sorted out properly. After a brief moment of consideration and another glance at Wu Qianqian, her slightly flushed face making her unbearably cute and sexy, Lu Xiao abruptly changed his mind again.
Once might not be enough, we must reward it twice. Wu Qianqian noticed the peculiar look in Lu Xiao's eyes directed at her and immediately understood what he had in mind.
She was all too familiar with this particular gaze of Lu Xiao's by now. And at this point, she could entirely deduce from Lu Xiao's expression exactly how long his intentions would last. She had virtually developed a newfound admiration for the skill she'd recently acquired, professional pervert identification.
Buying clothes for herself and Wu Qianqian had only accomplished half of today's mission.
His purpose today was to spend a portion of his cash reserves. Though a single outfit costing over 100,000 yuan made a dent, truly burning through his current funds still proved challenging. Thus, Lu Xiao had long set his sights on the genuine luxury boutiques occupying the 8th floor. Hearing Lu Xiao say he was going to buy something at a luxury store, Wu Qianqian didn't object this time. By now, she had completely given up resisting. She'd only protested a little while shopping for her own clothes earlier, and Lu Xiao had rewarded her with a punishment for talking back plus 2 helpings of candied chestnuts.
If she kept resisting, she might even end up owing tomorrow's share in advance. It's really going to break, okay?
Moreover, Wu Qianqian also realized that her perspective had indeed been too narrow. Lu Xiao was never short of such trivial amounts of money in the first place.
In that case, she might as well just obediently be a tag-along.
P.S. Ever since I was little, my grandma told me that when I grow up, I should eat Jelly Joy so much that I'd become an astronaut. Adorable squee. Asterisk.
Chapter 51, gave away 16 million in a single day? Oh, there's even a Patek Philippe store here?
Upon reaching the upper floor, Lu Xiao looked with some surprise at the Patek Philippe boutique positioned right in the center.
If watches had their own social hierarchy, Patek Philippe would undoubtedly be the aristocracy among aristocratic timepieces. Even among world-class brands like Rolex, Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, and Blancpain, Patek Philippe unquestionably ranks within the top 3. In terms of brand recognition, only Rolex might slightly overshadow it. However, that doesn't mean Rolex is superior to Patek Philippe. In reality, Patek Philippe holds a slight edge in craftsmanship. He had originally thought a second-tier city like Jiangcheng might not have such exclusive boutiques, but unexpectedly, Xingda Mall actually housed one. The branch store in Jiangcheng doesn't carry their most high-end watch models. Wu Qianqian chimed in from the side. She'd been here a few times before, but due to Jiangcheng's consumption level, limited editions worth tens of millions like Patek Philippe definitely weren't available here. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Lu Xiao walked into the shop with eager enthusiasm. As soon as I stepped into the store, my eyes immediately landed on one of Patek Philippe's classic models, the 5711. This one suits older men better. My dad actually bought one back then, Wu Qianqian said with a smile. A sales associate was about to come over and introduce the products to the two of them but was stopped by Wu Qianqian. Although she couldn't afford many of the watches here, she was quite familiar with them, knowledge of such luxury brands being essential within her social circles. The Patek Philippe 5711 watch features a deep teal blue design throughout, a color palette deliberately chosen with a more mature demographic in mind. Moreover, this particular model is merely one of their standard mass-produced editions, priced at just over 260,000 yuan. Lu Xiao nodded and continued looking ahead. On the left side were all ordinary models of watches. Patek Philippe 5167, 5226G, 5711. None of them cost more than 500,000, which could only be considered quite bourgeoisie. Although it looked decent, it couldn't catch Lu Xiao's eye. Moreover, these watches merely had strong mechanical aesthetics. They fell far short in terms of exquisite craftsmanship. After walking over 10 meters, Lu Xiao finally spotted a slightly better watch. This one isn't bad, he remarked. Lu Xiao turned his gaze to the Patek Philippe 5270P priced at 1.65 million yuan. This model is indeed more suitable for younger people to wear. Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement as well. The design of this wristwatch is quite fashionable. Lu Xiao walked around the store. To be honest, the shop was quite mediocre. Just as Wu Qianqian had said, there wasn't a single piece worth over 10 million. Forget about 10 million, even items priced above 6 or 7 million were few and far between. The handful that existed were styles more suited to middle-aged or elderly people, completely inappropriate for younger wearers. In the end, Lu Xiao could only pick out 3 pieces from the entire selection. One is the Patek Philippe 5270P, with a pure green dial that doesn't look old-fashioned. Priced at 1.65 million, it's primarily a men's model. The second is the Patek Philippe 5160, featuring a minimalist style in pure white that looks slightly adorable. Priced at 1.52 million, it suits both men and women. The third is the Patek Philippe 5145 in white gold, with a pale gold bezel and a pure white dial, featuring a mechanical flyback hand design, also fully embodying minimalist style. At 4.87 million, it's the most expensive of the 3 and suitable for both genders. So hard to choose. Wu Qianqian gazed at the 3 watches, momentarily at a loss. She had already examined all 3 timepieces, yet each one looked equally exquisite on Lu Xiao's wrist, leaving her utterly indecisive about which to choose. Why choose at all? Why not buy them all? Lu Xiao chuckled as he looked at Wu Qianqian. He hadn't originally planned to buy just one. His intention was to purchase an entire collection for investment. But unexpectedly, this store carried far too few high-end watches, with even fewer attractive designs. After carefully browsing their entire selection, he'd only managed to pick out these 3 pieces. Lu Xiao turned to look at the sales assistant who had been following at a discreet distance behind them. Please help me pack up all 3 of these watches. Why yes, right away. The salesperson was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, she snapped back to attention. She had initially assumed Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were just browsing casually in the store. To her surprise, before she could even give any product introductions, Lu Xiao had already placed an order outright. When Lu Xiao walked away with all 3 watches, the sales assistant finally snapped back to reality. She couldn't even recall how she'd processed the entire transaction during the whole process. Wu Qianqian, who had been following Lu Xiao, was secretly clicking her tongue in amazement. 3 watches, a total of 8 million yuan spent without batting an eye. Including the clothes and shoes purchased earlier, Lu Xiao's total spending today was about to hit 10 million yuan. Qianqian. Lu Xiao called out to Wu Qianqian beside him, took her hand, and slipped on the newly purchased Patek Philippe 5145 white gold watch. After carefully admiring it, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This beige minimalist style watch perfectly suits Wu Qianqian's temperament. Wu Qianqian's fair complexion made the pairing truly complementary. Brother Xiao, this. Seeing Lu Xiao fasten the watch around her wrist, Wu Qianqian momentarily couldn't comprehend the situation. Isn't this being bought for Lu Xiao himself? Out of these three, only this one is decent enough.
The other two models can be saved for gifting to others.
Lu Xiao responded with a chuckle.
As for the remaining two watches, Lu Xiao genuinely didn't think much of them, just picking the best of a mediocre bunch, purchased casually to complete the set. After all, this thing can also be used as a collectible. As for what Lu Xiao himself would wear, he could always buy it later if he ever got the chance to visit the capital.
Brother Xiao, you're too good to me. Wu Qianqian was deeply moved by Lu Xiao's explanation.
Although she'd only been with Lu Xiao for 10 days, he had already gifted her countless things.
A Ferrari worth 4 to 5 million, a 5 million yuan apartment in Yulongjing Yuan, over a dozen Givenchy outfits, and now this Patek Philippe watch.
Added together, all these gifts amounted to more than 16 million yuan already. Even if the Ferrari and the property were under Lu Xiao's name, she was the one driving and living in them, there was practically no difference from them being hers. Moreover, apart from that, Lu Xiao had just given her 10 million in cash. In just 10 days, Lu Xiao had spent over 26 million on her alone. Though she didn't know how long it took Lu Xiao to earn such a fortune, deep down she understood that even the richest person in Jiangchang would need at least 10 days to half a month to make that kind of money. Chapter 52, The Bugatti Draws a Crowd. Lu Xiao glanced at the system. The total spending so far had just reached 26 million, while the remaining balance in the account still stood at 180 million.
Sigh, can't spend it all. Simply can't spend it all.
Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Xiao instantly decided he would never shop in Jiangchang again.
Not to mention the low prices. But there aren't even any good products available.
After wandering around for half a day, I only managed to spend 10 million.
This is total nonsense.
If I want to spend all 10 billion in Jiangchang, it looks like I'll have to clean out all the branch stores of Xingda Shopping Mall too.
Buying shares would still be more reliable. After wandering around the 8th floor with Wu Qianqian for a while longer, Lu Xiao just took a brief look inside the adjacent fur boutique without making any purchases. Though the items appeared quite luxurious, he still couldn't quite get accustomed to such things. The mere thought of their original bloody state triggered an instinctive revulsion within him. Besides, he genuinely found clothing made from synthetic fibers perfectly comfortable. Lu Xiao also stopped by the jade shop to take a look, but didn't find anything he wanted, so he ended up not buying anything. Brother Xiao, shall we head home now?
Wu Qianqian rubbed her hollow stomach. It was already 7 p.m. in the evening. She had only eaten a light breakfast earlier and was now absolutely starving.
Alright, time to get back to work. Lu Xiao nodded with a mischievous grin. This trip was just to buy some clothes and such. And truth be told, he couldn't wait to see Wu Qianqian wearing those Givenchy outfits. A Givenchy dress paired with Balenciaga stockings and Valentino shoes. Then top it off with a Chanel hairpin? How stunning would she be if everything came together? Isn't this exactly the kind of moment men spend money on women to enjoy? Lu Xiao instinctively grew excited.
Wu Qianqian slowly leaned against Lu Xiao, wrapping her arms around his neck, before leaving a red mark on his cheek. Brother Xiao, I just got a new set of pajama from Pala that arrived today.
I'll wear it for you tonight. Wu Qianqian giggled mischievously before darting off towards the elevator like a startled rabbit. Holy shit! Lu Xiao's mouth watered instantly.
Of course he'd heard of the Pala brand.
Lovely loungewear. Lu Xiao never expected Wu Qianqian to secretly buy something like this.
With Wu Qianqian's already exceptional figure, if she were to wear this kind of outfit, for a moment, even Lu Xiao found it hard to keep his footing.
It's not that his willpower was weak, but the enemy's firepower was simply overwhelming. He took the elevator straight down to the underground parking lot.
Just as he was about to fetch his car, he noticed from afar that a crowd had tightly gathered around it.
Bro Xiao, looks like your car's drawing a crowd. Wu Qianqian glanced over.
Lu Xiao suddenly smacked his forehead. No matter how careful he was, he'd forgotten this crucial point.
The Shanghai shopping mall was bustling with people.
Leaving his Bugatti so conspicuously parked there, it'd be strange if no one noticed it. I should have taken Wu Qianqian's Ferrari out instead.
Just as Lu Xiao pulled Wu Qianqian into the bustling crowd, he spotted two security guards desperately blocking people's entry, their faces drenched in sweat. Make way everyone, please make way. You're the ones who should move. Can't we just go up to take a few photos? Exactly. We just wanted to go up and take a group photo. If it weren't for you stopping us, we'd have been done and left by now. These security guards really love throwing their weight around. The car owner parked it here without any fuss, but now they're acting like they own the damn thing, blocking us from getting close. Several spectators in the front row snorted disdainfully in agreement. The crowd behind immediately chimed in with murmurs of approval. It's not easy to get a glimpse of such a luxury car. What's the point of taking distant shots? Of course, you've got to get yourself in the frame too. That way, you can brag about it in front of your friends later, right? Everyone, stop crowding around. Just take a few photos from the outside and disperse, quickly. If anything happens to this car, none of us can afford the consequences. The security captain desperately tried to push the crowd back,
but with only a few guards against 60 or 70 onlookers, they were completely overwhelmed.
Besides, these people weren't causing trouble, they were just there to admire the car. How could the guards possibly justify driving them away for no reason?
But if they completely ignored the situation and allowed these people to get too close to the Bugatti, there's no telling who might get careless and touch it. If the car got scratched and the crowd suddenly dispersed, they'd be left completely helpless. They had already looked up the car's value. This luxury vehicle was worth nearly 100 million on the market. Even the slightest paint scratch would cost at least $1 million or $2 million to repair. So for now, all they could do was try to persuade the onlookers to leave and hope the owner of this luxury car would return quickly to drive it away.
But the crowd wasn't having any of it. In their view, it was just taking pictures. How could that possibly damage the car? Besides, with so many people gathered now, if something really happened, they could just run away. Could the blame really fall on them? There's safety in numbers, after all. So, seeing the security guards constantly shooing people away only made the crowd more impatient. They were eager to snap a couple of photos before the car owner returned.
Calling dispatch, could you send a few more people down? Our guys are barely holding up here.
Shanshan, I think we've really put these poor security guards through the ringer.
Lu Xiao watched the security guards in the middle who were practically dripping with sweat, scratched his head, and couldn't help but laugh.
Wu Qianqian also looked at the surrounding crowd with a mixture of amusement and exasperation.
It's not that these people are particularly malicious at heart, they're just being opportunistic, wanting to snap a photo for future bragging rights. In River City, entry-level luxury cars typically start around 800,000 yuan, just meeting supercar qualifications. A step up would be models like Wu Qianqian's Ferrari, priced around 1.5 million yuan. Upper middle-tier wealthy individuals usually drive vehicles costing roughly 5 million yuan, while the true elite own cars valued in the tens of millions.
This represents the peak of luxury automotive standards in River City.
Higher up, the cars driven by the Zhang and Lin families might be even more luxurious, but these people usually travel point to point, so they're rarely seen in public. Thus, when a 100 million yuan luxury car suddenly appeared in an ordinary underground parking lot, parked there for anyone to admire, it naturally caused quite a sensation.
Lu Xiao was just about to step forward to drive the car out when he suddenly spotted a graceful figure squeezing into the center of the venue under the protection of several security guards. No sooner had she entered than she promptly picked up a loudspeaker and began addressing the crowd. Please settle down, everyone.
I'm Zhang Qingwan, general manager of Xingda Shopping Mall. Zhang Qingwan's voice was clear and melodious, yet carried a hint of sternness.
One could tell at once she was a capable woman.
While you're pushing forward, I'd like to remind everyone first, this is a globally limited edition Bugatti Chiron from the Bugatti brand, valued at 100 million yuan.
What does this mean?
Some might not fully comprehend, so let me state clearly, even a minor scratch on this car would incur repair costs exceeding 1 million. Anyone causing scratches would face maintenance fees of at least 5 million yuan, while dents or electrical damage could escalate repair costs beyond 10 million.
Now take a look at that infrared monitoring device in the top left corner. All of you are currently being recorded by this surveillance system.
If any damage occurs to this car due to your crowding, our Xingda group will undoubtedly provide the surveillance footage to the car owner. Whether it's the person who caused the damage or the entire crowd responsible for the congestion who ends up paying compensation, Xingda will unconditionally support any demands made by the car owner. As these words were spoken, dozens of people on the scene instinctively took a step back. Few among them had recognized this vehicle, and even those who didn't fully grasp its significance, they merely knew it was extraordinarily expensive. But now that Zhang Qingwan had put it this way, everyone suddenly felt a twinge of fear.
A scratch could cost $1 million or $2 million. Many people instinctively looked toward the upper left corner. Sure enough, a surveillance camera with a blinking red light was pointed directly at them. Zhang Qingwan chimed in at just the right moment. There are about 50 to 60 people here.
Even if it's just a simple scratch, it would average out to 30 to 40,000 yuan per person.
If you're all willing to pay that amount, I'll have the security step aside immediately. The scene instantly fell into complete silence. How about we just take a couple of photos from a distance? After all, taking a couple of photos doesn't matter. The people around me all know my financial situation. Who would believe I could afford to touch a car like this anyway? Right, forget it. Just forget it. The onlookers instantly backed down.
Many people in the back were already quietly stepping backward, afraid they might accidentally bump into those in the front and knock the car over.
What if they ended up having to pay for it? With surveillance cameras covering the entire area, even if you wanted to run, you might not get away with it. Lu Xiao looked unexpectedly at Zhang Qingwan in the arena.
The crowd ahead was too dense, blocking Lu Xiao's view so he couldn't see Zhang Qingwan in her entirety, but he could still glimpse a corner of her figure. There's no denying it, just this little glimpse was enough for Lu Xiao to conclude without a doubt that she was bound to be a stunning beauty. And it must be said, this woman's ability to adapt is truly unmatched.
Chapter 53, Are you sneaking around trying to take photos?
Seeing that the matter had been resolved,
Lu Xiao decided there was no need to rush over. The onlookers had already begun to disperse. If he started the car now, there was at least an 8 in 10 chance that he'd draw another crowd. Because of this, Lu Xiao simply waited patiently for the spectators to leave. Seeing that almost everyone had left the scene, the few security guards also breathed a long sigh of relief. Please stay here and keep an eye on this until the owner arrives before leaving. Zhang Qingwan smiled at the security guards and then turned to her secretary beside her. Oh, and Xiaoli, make sure to record each of their names, give them a 2,000 yuan bonus at the end of the month. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Upon hearing about the 2,000 yuan bonus, the security guards immediately got excited. As entry-level employees earning just 2 to 3,000 yuan a month, that bonus was nothing to sneeze at for them. Rest assured, President Zhang, our crew will definitely wait here until the car owner returns today. The security captain nodded eagerly, watching Zhang Qingwan and her companions depart. His previously exhausted body instantly regained vigor. Hey, you two over there, why are you still hanging around? Sneaking around like thieves, you trying to take photos or what? Wu Qianqian was speaking with her back to the security captain and Lu Xiao, so the captain only noticed Lu Xiao frequently glancing in their direction. From the security captain's perspective, Lu Xiao was clearly waiting for an unguarded moment to rush over and snap a group photo. Had these two not heard a word of what the general manager just said? Can you really afford to pay for it if you break it? Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were both startled by the security captain's loud shout. Originally, the two had been waiting nearby for the crowd to disperse before retrieving their car. Glancing around, it seemed they were now the only ones left in the area. But Lu Xiao still couldn't quite believe it. He turned back hesitantly and asked again, "Are you talking to me?" Lu Xiao hesitantly pointed at himself. He had just changed into a handsome outfit. Did he really look like some random bystander? Can you see anyone else around here? Let me make it clear, this is a luxury car worth 100 million yuan. Even a tiny scratch would cost over 1 million to fix. If you damage it, selling your house might not cover the cost. And if the owner decides to press charges, your whole family will suffer because of you. The security captain kindly repeated Zhang Qingwan's words verbatim. Then, he watched as Wu Qianqian, standing beside Lu Xiao, turned around. The security captain's eyes instantly widened to full circles. This woman, how could she be even more beautiful than their general manager? Pah, as if anyone could be more beautiful than their general manager, she's just equally stunning. Before the security chief could even react, he saw Lu Xiao pull out a key from his pocket and press it lightly. At the same moment, the Bugatti parked behind him suddenly emitted a honk. And then, the security captain stretched out his hand, first pointing at Lu Xiao, then at the Bugatti behind them, and finally at Wu Qianqian, his mouth gaping wide but unable to utter a single word. Lu Xiao stepped forward, yanked open the Bugatti's door, and pulled out 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes from inside. These cigarettes were purchased a few days ago, with several cartons left in the car specifically intended for gifting purposes. Thanks, bro. You guys worked hard today. Here, have these packs of cigarettes to share. With a smile, he patted the security team leader on the shoulder and winked at Wu Qianqian before quickly getting into his car and driving off without lingering. As the roar of the Bugatti gradually faded into the distance, the security team leader, still clutching 2 cartons of cigarettes in his hand, felt somewhat dazed. Did he just yell at someone driving a $100 million luxury car? And the VIP didn't even blame him, instead giving him 2 premium cigarette cartons. My God, what have I just done? Snapping back to reality, the security captain suddenly felt his scalp go cold. If Lu Xiao were a petty and vindictive person, wouldn't he have nearly gambled away half his life just now? But the next moment, catching sight of the 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand, his excitement surged once more. Alright, you little rascals, come get your cigarettes quick, these were gifted by someone important. Wait till the end of the month, then I'll go to the finance office and demand bonuses for you bastards. The remaining security guards also snapped into action, and the scene instantly erupted into howls of chaos. On the way back, Wu Qianqian sat in the passenger seat laughing non-stop. Brother Xiao, this is the first time I've seen you get scolded, haha. It's not like he was just cursing me alone, right? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian. If he remembered correctly, what the security captain clearly pointed out were those 2 over there, right? But Qianqian, do you know that Zhang Qingwan from earlier? Compared to the security captain, Lu Xiao was more concerned about that aloof woman from earlier. While the crowd made it hard to catch a clear glimpse of her face, he distinctly heard her name mentioned. Zhang Qingwan. Wu Qianqian pondered. If I remember correctly, Zhang Qingwan should be from the Zhang family, and she seems to be the youngest daughter of the family head. Although her family was also wealthy, their status was far inferior to the Zhang families, and she normally had no chance to interact with them. As for Zhang Qingwan, she had only heard of her. After all, Zhang Qingwan seemed to be her age, still in school, and rarely involved in business dealings, so their interactions were even fewer. Lu Xiao nodded thoughtfully.
When Zhang Qingwan introduced herself, Lu Xiao had been wondering whether this Zhang had any connection to the Zhang family. Now that I see it, it's indeed someone from the Zhang family. However, only such a prominent family could cultivate someone so outstanding at this age.
Xiaoji, could you possibly have taken a liking to Zhang Qingwan? Noticing Lu Xiao's expression, Wu Qianqian couldn't help teasing him with that jab.
To be honest, Zhang Qingwan and Lu Xiao do seem quite well matched. During this time, Wu Qianqian has also noticed that Lu Xiao's assets are probably on par with the Zhang family's, otherwise, he wouldn't be spending at such a level. Since Zhang Qingwan is the same age as her, it's only natural she'd be a good match for Lu Xiao. She never once considered monopolizing him for herself from the start. You see, just the other day she was still putting in her utmost effort to help Lu Xiao find a cardiology specialist.
But it remains to be seen whether Zhang Qingwan would be willing. Cut the crap, do I look that desperate to you? Lu Xiao retorted with a laugh. He merely thought this Zhang Qingwan was quite capable. And to be honest, he hadn't even gotten a clear look at Zhang Qingwan's face just now. Even if he is indeed a pervert, shouldn't he at least check to see if she's attractive first? He's picky. P.S. Whoa, I'm not picky, please bless me with one. Chapter 54, The Grand Prize, Sky Tower.
The next morning, Lu Xiao first psyched himself up, then deliberately moved his hand to a different spot, preparing for the check-in. Brother Xiao, let me sleep a bit longer.
Wu Qianqian hadn't even opened her eyes yet.
Feeling Lu Xiao's touch, she just wriggled slightly and coquettishly refused to comply.
Lu Xiao chuckled darkly, first suppressing his YW, Yangwei, then directly immersing his thoughts into the system. Truth be told, he didn't want to act like a horny teenager, but what could he do? The system just ate this stuff up.
Whenever he wasn't with Wu Qianqian, his earnings were rock solid at just over 20 million. But the moment he had even minor contact with her, the minimum shot up to 27 or 28 million. Honestly, he could only helplessly, and happily, resign himself to the system's shallow obsession with looks. Moreover, although he was holding Wu Qianqian in his arms, Lu Xiao didn't make any inappropriate moves. After all, a model youth would never engage in such shameful behavior.
This was a matter of principle. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained ownership of Jiangcheng Sky Tower. All operational qualifications and procedures for Sky Tower have been placed in the study desk of your Imperial Dragon View Villa. Please retrieve them at your earliest convenience.
Damn.
Upon seeing the system's check-in reward, Lu Xiao sprang up from his seat in an instant, his eyes wide with astonishment.
This Sky Tower still left some impression on him. Brother Xiao, you're hurting me. Wu Qianqian cried out in pain. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Are you okay?
Lu Xiao quickly lifted the blanket to check the spot where he had accidentally hurt Wu Qianqian. Due to her delicate skin, the area where her arm had been tugged already showed a patch of redness. Another spot appeared even more inflamed, though fortunately without any bruising coloration. Wu Qianqian sat up, her eyes slightly misty, but she shook her head nonetheless. Though his touch had been somewhat rough, the pain was only temporary and would likely fade soon. Seeing that Wu Qianqian seemed genuinely unharmed, Lu Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. If it had just been an arm, it likely wouldn't have been a problem, but he knew that plush toys like these were generally quite fragile. A real injury would have been a serious matter. After comforting her for a while and confirming that Wu Qianqian was truly fine, his worries completely dissipated. He didn't even take the time to complete the remaining 2 luck-based draws from the system. Still half-dressed, he dashed straight to the study. It really is the Sky Tower. Lu Xiao rummaged through his desk drawer and pulled out the Sky Tower documents, his face lit up with excitement. The landmark building in the high-tech district, located right at the center of the commercial street, stands 60 stories tall and serves as an office complex. At this point in time, Sky Tower had only been completed for about a year, having just finished its first round of tenant recruitment. Each floor spans 2,000 square meters, totaling 120,000 square meters of commercial space across 60 floors. The average selling price is 10,000 renminbi per square meter, with a daily rent of 10 renminbi per square meter. In other words, just in terms of real estate value alone, Sky Tower is worth 1.2 billion yuan.
Moreover, if fully leased out, the daily rental income alone would be 1.2 million yuan. Calculated monthly, that's 36 million yuan in net profit.
After deducting maintenance and personnel costs, earning 30 million yuan per month shouldn't be a problem. Of course, this is pre-tax, but even after taxes, one could still net about 20 million yuan per month, quite substantial profits indeed.
1.2 billion yuan worth of real estate.
Lu Xiao's face beamed with joy. This was truly an explosive jackpot.
Wu Qianqian is indeed the GOAT, greatest of all time. Lu Xiao reckoned that if he were to do the check-in himself, there'd probably still be just 20 million credited to his account. A quick calculation showed that he'd already fleeced quite a sum from Wu Qianqian during this time. First came a Bugatti worth 100 million, then several single transactions of 30 million each, followed by a Ferrari, and now a Sky Tower valued at 1.2 billion. That adds up to nearly 1.4 billion. System, display panel. Lu Xiao's mind stirred with intention. Host, Lu Xiao, exclusive binding. Available spending funds, 180 million yuan, 9 million of which is company assets. Current system level, 1. Upgrade progress, 26 million/1 billion. Check-in available, any asset. Notification, the host can check in indefinitely. The longer the interval between check-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining premium assets, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Lu Xiao then took stock of his current fixed assets. Sky Tower, Lijiang Hotel, Jianlu Real Estate, Wu Family Shares, underground parking near Jiangcheng University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. Nearly 200 million in cash, and 1.3 billion in assets. He shook his head with a wry smile. Out of a total of 1.5 billion in assets, 1.3 to 1.4 billion were acquired thanks to Wu Qianqian's luck. He really couldn't top his own situation. His luck was so bad it could rival the blackest of non-chiefs. However, given Lu Xiao's current assets, he has indeed stepped into the circle of core wealthy elites in Jiangcheng. Right now, Lu Xiao lacks neither assets nor connections. What he might lack is perhaps certain social networks. But in wealthy circles, money and connections are inherently complementary. Those with connections will never struggle to earn substantial money, and conversely, those with money will never lack substantial connections. Just find an opportunity to mingle in wealthy circles, and connections will naturally come pouring in. Ding dong. His phone, placed nearby, chimed once. Lu Xiao glanced at it. It was a friend request on QQ from someone labeled as the general manager of Sky Tower Property Management. Lu Xiao agreed without hesitation. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Xiao saw another group chat notification pop up. Administrator Huang Shi invites you to join the group chat, Sky Tower Management Group. Lu Xiao clicked agree. Original group owner Huang Shi has transferred the group ownership to you. You are now the new group administrator. Welcome President Lu to the group. Huang Shi was the first to speak in the chat. Welcome President Lu. Hello, President Lu. Below, more than 10 consecutive message notifications suddenly appeared. Lu Xiao chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to reply extensively. He simply pressed the button to turn off his phone screen. He had already planned to visit today, so there was no point in engaging unnecessarily in the group chat. He'd just meet with the management when he arrived. Returning to the room, Wu Qianqian had already settled matters and was now picking out clothes to wear. Seeing Lu Xiao walk in, Wu Qianqian's face couldn't help but blush slightly. She really wasn't trying to seduce Lu Xiao on purpose. It's just that after returning last night, her entire set of pajamas had been completely torn to shreds. The pajamas weren't a big deal, costing just a few hundred yuan, but the Givenchy dress she just bought yesterday had also been ripped open by Lu Xiao, and she wasn't sure if it could even be repaired. She hadn't thought much of it last night, but seeing the ruined Givenchy scattered across the floor now genuinely pained Wu Qianqian's heart. Qianqian, you truly are my lucky goddess. Seeing Wu Qianqian's bashful appearance, Lu Xiao couldn't help but grin slyly. To Lu Xiao, Wu Qianqian's current demeanor was nothing short of deliberate temptation. Coincidentally, he was just planning to properly reward Wu Qianqian. Timing couldn't be more perfect. As Lu Xiao pounced toward her, Wu Qianqian hesitated for merely a second before being swept up in his embrace. Then, under the influence of irresistible force, they both collapsed together. Half a minute later, amid Wu Qianqian's shocked gasp, the battle reignited. Chapter 55, The Destruction Complex. By noon, Wu Qianqian's Givenchy outfit was completely ruined beyond wear. Lu Xiao leaned against the bed, watching Wu Qianqian sweeping up the fragments of her pajamas with a broom, and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao, you're not allowed to tear my clothes anymore, they're expensive, you know. Wu Qianqian picked up the remains of the Givenchy outfit from the floor with a heartbroken expression. She examined it left and right. Both sides had gaping holes, several of the embedded diamonds had fallen out, and especially the area featuring the bear designs was completely ruined beyond recognition. She wasn't even sure if it could be repaired at all. You're practically a little millionaires now, why not just buy another one? Lu Xiao chuckled as he pulled Wu Qianqian into his embrace. That said, tearing clothes is something best enjoyed in moderation. Nowadays, fabric quality is terrifyingly good. It took quite some effort to rip them apart, leaving Lu Xiao's hands slightly numb from exertion. But, damn, it was worth it. This must be the innate destructive complex men have in psychology, right? Well, the second time might also involve a bit of the broken windows theory. Anyway, it's not allowed from now on. If you must tear anything, only pajamas are permitted. Wu Qianqian shot Lu Xiao a disdainful glance. That million yuan, she was still planning to set aside for Lu Xiao. Besides, 10 million is 10 million, but clothes are still clothes. It's only natural to feel a pang of regret, right? Brother Xiao, I have to go to the company at noon. Are you coming along? Wu Qianqian tilted her head slightly and looked at Lu Xiao. Leaning against Lu Xiao's chest, she felt completely exhausted all over. I'll pass, I have something to attend to at noon anyway. Lu Xiao shook his head. Currently, Jianglu Real Estate only has one operation targeting Li Tian.
With the team not even fully assembled yet, going over would just mean idle time.
Wu Qianqian went there to keep an eye on things every day mainly because she wasn't entirely at ease.
After all the employees had just been hired, and she wasn't familiar with their individual capabilities. But in reality, overseeing this matter didn't involve much work.
Li Tian had already taken the bait. Barring any surprises, the net could be drawn in just a few more days. All she had to do was wait and make the final move. Lu Xiao planned to visit Sky Tower first. If there were any unleased floors remaining in Sky Tower, he could consider relocating Jianglu Real Estate there.
Both places were in the high-tech zone anyway, so the distance wasn't far, and the move would be quite convenient.
The environment at Sky Tower was far better than their current rented location.
After having lunch at home, Lu Xiao first went to the property management office to arrange for a housekeeper to be hired, someone to handle daily cleaning and cooking, before driving straight to Sky Tower. Along the way, he gave Huang Shi a quick heads up. Truly the largest commercial building in the high-tech district. Parking the car in a discreet spot and emerging from the underground garage, Lu Xiao couldn't help but marvel to himself. If we calculate 3 meters per floor, then the 60-story Sky Tower stands at a full 180 meters tall. At this height, it's already difficult for the naked eye to take in the entirety of the top. Only by stepping back a bit and looking at an angle can one see the shape of the summit. Towering into the clouds would not be an exaggeration to describe it. And now, this building already belongs to me. Huang Shi. Lu Xiao spotted a middle-aged man in his 30s standing by the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone, and tentatively called out to him. The man turned his head upon hearing someone call him and took a glance, initially startled but quickly regaining his composure before hurrying over to Lu Xiao with quick strides.
Director Lu, hello. I couldn't believe my eyes at first, you look so youthful.
Huang Shi promptly extended his hand to Lu Xiao, feeling somewhat nervous while sizing up his new boss with curiosity. The building's ownership transfer had happened astonishingly fast.
As a professional manager, he'd been completely unaware until discovering his company now had a new owner.
If his former boss hadn't left him the current owner's contact information, he wouldn't have known how to reach Lu Xiao at all. And to be honest, Lu Xiao's youthfulness genuinely startled him. Lu Xiao also shook hands with Huang Shi.
President Lu, since it's your first visit, shall I give you an introduction first?
Following Huang Shi into the office, Huang busied himself pouring Lu Xiao a glass of water before rustling up some snacks to arrange on a plate.
Lu Xiao nodded slightly.
This was essentially the main purpose of his visit. Currently, our Sky Tower spans 120,000 square meters. Aside from the ground floor used for offices, we've leased out 90,000 of the remaining 118,000 square meters, generating approximately 2.7 million in net monthly profits.
After deducting operational costs, net profits typically fluctuate between 2 to 2.2 million.
Currently, the top 3 floors, the 60th, 59th, and 58th, remain unleased, along with the entire 30th and 31st floors in the middle section, along with some scattered areas, totaling around 30,000 square meters. Listening to Huang Shi's explanation, Lu Xiao asked in surprise, "The top floor hasn't been rented out yet?" In business, people generally pay attention to feng shui. The top floor, whether in terms of view or scenery, is undoubtedly the best position in the entire building. Logically, the top floor should be the most sought after for leasing, and this principle generally applies to the adjacent 59th and 58th floors as well.
So why have most other floors been rented out while these 3 remain vacant? Huang Shi nodded in agreement. For office buildings, the top floor naturally commands a higher price than other floors.
However, I intentionally set our prices even higher. The top floor is priced at double the rate of other floors, while the 58th and 59th floors are about 1.5 times the average price of other floors. Although the top floor didn't lease out initially, someone has recently inquired about it. There's a good chance it'll be rented within the next couple of days. As a landmark building in the high-tech business district, setting the price at double the standard rate is quite reasonable, though few companies possess such strong financial capabilities. At 20 yuan per square meter, with the entire floor covering 2,000 square meters, the daily rent would amount to 40,000 yuan.
Monthly rental costs alone would exceed 1 million yuan. Moreover, the top floor can only be leased as a whole and cannot be divided for separate rentals.
This means that even before any operations begin, the annual rental payment to the property owner would be 13 million yuan.
If Wu Qianqian's family were to lease office space here, their entire company's assets would be spent on rent in just 3 years. There really aren't too many people in Jiangcheng who can afford this amount. No worries. If no one wants it, we'll just take it off the market. Remove the 4 sale signs from these 3 floors and keep the top 3 levels for me.
Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively.
If someone inquires about leasing, then lease it out. He wouldn't overly disrupt the normal operations of these companies under his management.
Besides, apart from Lijiang Hotel and Sky Tower, he currently only has one company under his wing. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, when he starts investing in businesses later, he'll likely establish another investment firm. With one floor for each company, most of the space would effectively be occupied. You could totally rent out one floor and keep two for yourself. If no one rents it, just keep the whole thing. By then, you'll still pay rent, shifting money from left hand to right while saving some tax. Wouldn't that be sweet? Got it. Huang Shi quickly agreed. The entire building belongs to Lu Xiao, so naturally, whatever Lu Xiao wants to do with it is entirely up to him. To put it nicely, he's called a professional manager, but in general terms, he's really just the property manager of this building, completely incomparable to Lu Xiao's status. And to be honest, most of the building has already been rented out anyway, so losing these 3 top floors isn't a big deal. The boss is willing to let it be, so of course he fully supports it. At this thought, Huang Shi felt absolutely delighted. What do you call this? This is what you call emotional intelligence. Chapter 56, Zhang Qingwan wants to rent office space? Is General Manager Huang available? Lu Xiao was just about to head upstairs to check when he heard a clear, pleasant female voice from outside as soon as he stood up. Yes, he is. Please wait a moment, I'll notify him right away. It's for you. Lu Xiao glanced at Huang Shi before sitting back down. Since it was for Huang Shi, they probably wouldn't be going upstairs anytime soon. Lu Xiao wasn't in any hurry today anyway, so he decided to observe how Huang Shi handled the situation and gauge his capabilities. But listening to the conversation outside, Lu Xiao felt the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Boss, she must be the Ms. Zhang who inquired about the price these past 2 days. Please wait a moment, I'll greet her first. Huang Shi apologized as he stood up, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Lu Xiao wanted to assess his abilities, but Huang Shi wanted to showcase his competence in front of the boss. If he could leave a good impression on Lu Xiao, perhaps his annual salary next year might see another raise. President Zhang? Hearing Huang Shi's words, Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing. No wonder the voice sounded vaguely familiar, it was Zhang Qingwan's, whom he'd met in the parking lot yesterday. If Zhang Qingwan's family is in real estate, why would she need to lease office space? Lu Xiao looked curiously at Huang Shi. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Huang Shi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Boss, are you saying President Zhang also owns office buildings at home? Huang Shi tentatively inquired. No, Zhang Qingwan is from the Zhang family of Zhangcheng. Lu Xiao waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Seeing Huang Shi's expression, it was clear he had no idea. But just that one sentence alone completely stunned Huang Shi. If it were just the Zhang family, one might not immediately realize Zhang Qingwan's true identity. But add the word Zhangcheng before it, and there's no need to say more about which Zhang family this represents. The Mr. Zhang he had been in touch with these past few days was actually a member of the Zhang family? You see, even their sky tower is only worth 1.2 billion in market value, but the Zhang family, that's a behemoth valued at a staggering 40 billion. At this thought, Huang Shi finally understood why his boss was so curious. The Zhang family, as Zhangcheng's largest real estate developer, owned countless office buildings. They could just pick any building to move into. Why on earth would they possibly choose her place if nothing unusual happened? Please show her in. Seeing someone already knocking at the office door, Lu Xiao called out to Huang Shi. If it was Zhang Qingwan visiting, then having Huang Shi receive her while he was present would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Oh, sure. Huang Shi quickly stepped forward but hesitated halfway and turned back. Boss, when Mr. Zhang comes in later, should I honestly reveal your identity or? This was his first time meeting Lu Xiao, and he genuinely didn't know Lu Xiao's temperament. If he messed up, his standing in Lu Xiao's eyes would plummet straight away. Though asking directly might make him lose some face, it was still better than completely ruining things. Just be honest, Lu Xiao said with a smile. There was nothing shady about his identity, all the businesses under him were legal and compliant. Besides, he had no conflict with the Zhang family, and even they wouldn't target him for no reason, right? Moreover, in Lu Xiao's eyes, the Zhang family wasn't all that intimidating. If pushed too far, he could simply sell Sky Mansion to cash out 700 or 800 million and then spend $1 billion within days for an upgrade. According to the system's previous description, each level upgrade would essentially multiply the acquired assets by 10 times. The guaranteed daily check-in reward had been 20 million in cash, meaning after the upgrade, the check-in cash would likely reach 200 million. If he got absurdly lucky like today and hit a massive jackpot, he could directly obtain industries worth over 10 billion. Even with average luck, getting 200 million in cash per day from check-ins would still be an astronomical sum. Not to mention the Zhang family, even if they teamed up with the Lin family, Lu Xiao wouldn't bat an eyelid. Both of these companies are publicly listed. If someone were to dump 200 million into the stock market every day to short their shares, it probably wouldn't even take half a month to blow a huge hole in their market positions. Of course, that's just the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, no one in their right mind would go out of their way to make enemies for no reason. Lu Xiao was no exception. The Zhang and Lin families naturally felt the same way. With Lu Xiao's reply in hand, Huang Shi immediately felt more confident. He walked to the door and pulled open the office door. President Huang,
can you lower the price for the 60th floor a bit more? As soon as Zhang Qingwan saw Huangshi, she urgently brought up the matter of the rent for the 60th floor. This was something she was genuinely anxious about. The phone negotiations hadn't gone well, so she had decided to come in person today. But the next moment, just as she stepped inside, Zhang Qingwan spotted Lu Xiao rising from the sofa. Is it you? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao in surprise, momentarily stunned, the words she had just spoken freezing at the corners of her lips. You know me? Lu Xiao was also taken aback. What's going on here? As far as I know, I shouldn't have had any interaction with Zhang Qingwan before, right? No, I don't know you, but I saw you yesterday in the underground parking lot of Qingdao Mall. Zhang Qingwan shook her head. She had always been observant by nature, and while handling the parking lot incident yesterday, she had taken the time to size up the several dozen people present. Her claim about the surveillance footage was a complete bluff. The cameras had broken 2 days prior and hadn't been repaired yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to go through such elaborate mediation. As for Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian, the strikingly handsome man and beautiful woman had made a particularly vivid impression on her. Lu Xiao, that handsome guy, was fine, just strikingly good-looking enough to make her keep stealing glances. But Wu Qianqian standing beside Lu Xiao had genuinely stunned her with her beauty at that moment. Wu Qianqian's looks were in no way inferior to her own. Lu Xiao nodded in sudden comprehension. Back then, amidst so many people, the two of them had been standing in a relatively obscure spot toward the periphery. After the people behind had left, not even the security team leader noticed, but who would have thought Zhang Qingwan actually did notice? Her eyes were really sharp. President Zhang, this is the owner of our Skyline Real Estate. Huang Shi seized the moment to introduce. Miss Shang, hello, I'm Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled and greeted Zhang Qingwan. There were too many people yesterday to see clearly, but today, from such a close distance, Lu Xiao could easily take in Zhang Qingwan's full appearance. Her hair was dyed a light blonde, falling in soft waves down her back. She wore gold-rimmed sunglasses with no lenses, complemented by hazel gray-colored contacts. Her makeup leaned slightly reddish, even extending as a soft pink tint down to her neck. She was dressed in a black bodycon skirt, sheer stockings running all the way down, paired with pure black high heels. The 5-inch heels accentuated her stunning figure flawlessly. And it was obvious that Zhang Qingwan wasn't very old yet. There was still a touch of youthful innocence on her face, giving her an extra layer of adorable sexiness. Her skin was genuinely flawless, with not a single blemish to be found anywhere. Well, no blemishes anywhere on the parts that were visible, at least. If Wu Qianqian remembered correctly, Zhang Qingwan was also a sophomore, just 20 this year. Lu Xiao made his assessment of Zhang Qingwan almost at first glance. Stunning beauty. P.S. First day trying to find love through book transmigration. Chapter 57, Zhang Qingwan's Investment. A hint of astonishment flashed across Zhang Qingwan's face. The moment he saw Lu Xiao, his first thought was yesterday's incident, followed by the assumption that Lu Xiao might be Huang Shi's subordinate or relative. But it never crossed his mind that this sky tower could belong to Lu Xiao. It wasn't that the billion-yuan fortune was something she couldn't accept. After all, while Jiangcheng had few with tens of billions, those worth $1 billion were a dime a dozen. But at Lu Xiao's age, there's no way he could have amassed such a sizable fortune, right? However, Zhang Qingwan reacted swiftly. Her expression shifted only slightly before quickly returning to normal. Hello, President Lu. Zhang Qingwan took the initiative to extend her hand toward Lu Xiao. If this was the kind of Lu Xiao she was seeing, then he was already worthy of her showing sincerity. After all, having such assets at this age meant either formidable family backing or extraordinary personal capability. Whichever it might be, becoming friends would be beneficial. And if his character proved trustworthy enough for deeper friendship, he could become valuable support in the future. This was precisely the importance of building the right social circle. Lu Xiao smiled and shook Zhang Qingwan's outstretched hand. Lu Xiao had originally refrained from reaching out, as some women dislike physical contact with men. Gently clasped his fingertips. Very smooth. Huang Shi, standing nearby, perceptively ushered the two to sit down and went to pour a glass of water for Zhang Qingwan. President Lu, since you're here today, shall I get straight to the point? Zhang Qingwan took a sip of water and sat down opposite Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded gently. Previously, President Huang quoted me 20 yuan per square meter per month. Later, he reduced it by 1 yuan to 19 yuan, but I still think it's somewhat expensive. I hope to get it for 15 yuan. If possible, we can sign a long-term lease agreement. Of course it's possible, but logically speaking, President Zhang, shouldn't you be above worrying about such petty sums? Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Whether it was Zhang Qingwan's status from the Zhang family or her help yesterday in coordinating matters with his Bugatti, offering her discounted rent was naturally inconsequential. To be honest, even if we didn't charge a single cent in rent and just earned Zhang Qingwan's favor alone, this deal would still be an absolute steal. Therefore, the moment Zhang Qingwan made her offer, Lu Xiao only hesitated briefly before immediately responding. 2,000 square meters, $20 per square meter per month, so just over $1.2 million a month, hardly a big deal. The daily leftover change from the lottery winnings far exceeds this amount of money. Moreover, Zhang Qingwan was only asking for a 5 yuan discount, which translates to just 300,000 yuan less per month, nearly the cost of one meal for Li Tian, making it even more negligible. Zhang Qingwan opened her mouth, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She had been negotiating with Huang Shi over the phone for 2 days, but he never agreed. She expected a heated debate today, but to her surprise, Lu Xiao accepted the proposal immediately after her first sentence, leaving all the arguments she'd prepared stuck in her throat. However, no matter what, the goal was achieved. Zhang Qingwan let out a long breath before answering Lu Xiao's final question. President Lu, if I were representing the Zhang family right now, of course I wouldn't lack such a small sum, but for a company I founded myself, an extra 300,000 each month could mean salaries for quite a few employees. Zhang Qingwan gave a bitter smile and briefly explained her current situation to Lu Xiao. In her view, Lu Xiao was most likely the direct descendant of some prestigious family, someone absolutely qualified to hear such things, so sharing this information didn't matter. The Zhang family, apart from her, had 2 other direct descendants in this generation. However, the Zhang family couldn't simply split into 3 parts, which was why they had established an inheritance system. After the patriarch reaches 50 years of age, the direct descendants must begin competing for the position of next family head. The rule is that each person starts with 10 million in initial capital to establish their own company. There is a 2-year evaluation period, and the final decision is based on each company's market value at the end, with the strongest contender winning. Of course, during this process, they cannot use family influence to seek personal benefits, doing so would immediately disqualify them from the assessment. Minor favors like those Lu Xiao gave her, knowing she was from the Zhang family, are acceptable, but outright rent waivers or benefits significantly above market rates would also result in disqualification. Family members would later audit all transactions within the 2-year period. Similarly, publicly flaunting their Zhang family identity to deliberately attract investments would also lead to disqualification. Thus, at the family level, all potential loopholes for alternative approaches were effectively eliminated. And this year happens to be the final one. The company she founded is an internet company. Their previous office lease had just expired, and with significant staff expansion over the past year, the original space had become too cramped. They were planning to relocate to a larger office, which was why she came to inspect Sky Tower. Moreover, they were currently negotiating a major project these past few days. To make a good impression on potential investors and secure the funding, she immediately set her sights on the 60th floor. The only problem was the exorbitant rent. Her company's current cash flow couldn't support such expensive leasing costs. Lu Xiao suddenly understood after hearing Zhang Qingwan's words. So that's why someone of Zhang Qingwan's family status from the Zhang family would personally come here to rent a place. President Zhang, here's to a pleasant collaboration between us, Lu Xiao said with a smile, casually glancing at Huang Shi standing nearby. Huang Shi, draft the contract. Understood, boss. Huang Shi nodded and hurriedly stepped out of the office. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, we're about the same age. You can just call me by my name from now on. Zhang Qingwan shook her head with a light laugh. Alright then, don't stand on ceremony with me. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. A name, after all, is meant to be called out loud. Qingwan, you just mentioned your family gave you 10 million last year? Out of curiosity, how big has your company grown in these 2 years? Lu Xiao asked curiously. About 50 million, but that's just the current estimate. If I can secure that investment in the next couple of days, it should rise to around 80 million. So overpowered? Lu Xiao was astonished. Having spent over a decade in the financial industry, Lu Xiao knew exactly what this represented. Generally speaking, if investment funds can appreciate over 20% annually, that's considered excellent performance. For larger capital pools, say billions, maintaining steady growth above 15% would already qualify someone as an absolute prodigy in finance, making them fiercely sought after by major investment firms. For a startup company, doubling or tripling its assets within 2 years is fairly normal. After all, we're only talking about a modest capital pool of 10 million yuan. But to multiply it by 8 times? Now that's the real deal among the elites. This time, Lu Xiao's gaze towards Zhang Qingwan carried a different nuance. If it's already 80 million now, what if this company continues to operate in the future? Perhaps by this time next year, its market value will reach several hundred million. Chapter 58, The Operating Model of Elite Families. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you might think. Internet projects have had good prospects in recent years, so this level of growth is fairly normal. Hearing Lu Xiao praise her, Zhang Qingwan waved her hand modestly, feeling a little embarrassed. Besides, her current valuation was only 50 million, whether it could reach 80 million still depended on whether the upcoming negotiations went smoothly. After all, she had started with a small principal, so a significant growth rate wasn't exactly outrageous. But if you end up winning, what will happen to the next generation of the Zhang family after you inherit it? Lu Xiao asked with a bit of gossipy curiosity. That's easy, just pick one or two from the kids. Zhang Qingwan gave Lu Xiao a somewhat puzzled look. Men and women actually don't differ much in this regard. If it's a man, the children born after marriage will carry the family name. But if it's a woman, she can simply have one or two extra children when the time comes, then change their surnames to inherit the family business here. With today's medical standards, having 4 or 5 kids is really no big deal. Moreover, the older generation in the family may have retired, but they're not dead yet. When the child grows a bit older, just hand them over to be raised by the elders. Even if we can't bear children later, there are still plenty of collateral branches in the clan. Selecting a few from among them wouldn't pose any problem. This is how most major families survive. The business belongs to the clan, not to individuals. People merely serve as stewards of the company. Lu Xiao instantly broke into a cold sweat. That question was indeed a bit foolish. However, this family-style business model is something Lu Xiao finds rather unfamiliar. Take Zhang Qingwan for example. While running her own company, she still has to handle affairs for the Zhang family, like yesterday's incident at Qingda Mall, which was essentially her moonlighting for them. Keep in mind, Zhang Qingwan is just a young woman barely 20 years old. Compared to his peers, he was indeed shouldering an unusually heavy burden. But if he ultimately failed, he wouldn't gain anything. At most, he'd be given a few million to play with. It must be said, this model was truly brutal. Huang Shi knocked on the door at that moment. Boss, President Zhang, the contracts have been printed. Huang Shi handed the contract to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao glanced over it briefly, focusing mainly on the breach clauses. It was a standard rental agreement with no issues. Cheng Wan, take a look. Lu Xiao passed the contract directly to Zhang Qingwan. Huang Shi gave Lu Xiao a strange look. Just moments ago, he'd been respectfully addressing her as President Zhang. How did switching to Qingwan happen after being outside for just 7 or 8 minutes? Could there be something going on between his boss and Zhang Qingwan? Huang Shi carefully surveyed his office. The potted plant was still the same potted plant, the desk remained unchanged, everything was precisely where it should be, so this couldn't be the source. He glanced toward the lounge area again, the door remained shut, and the key was still in his possession. The nearby sofa also appeared immaculate, without any signs of spilled liquid. But aside from this, what else could quickly heat up the relationship between a man and a woman? Could it be that he was mistaken? No problem, I'll transfer all the funds this afternoon when I get back. Zhang Qingwan glanced at it as well, then put away the contract. After signing these contracts, she still had to go back and stamp the company's seal before mailing 2 copies back here. After seeing Zhang Qingwan off, Lu Xiao was still feeling somewhat emotional. The Zhang family had indeed been firmly established in Jiangqing for a long time. Their current level of influence was undoubtedly tied to their unique succession model. It was remarkable that Zhang Qingwan, still only a sophomore in college, could already be this capable. What about those 2 brothers Zhang Qingwan mentioned? Judging by Zhang Qingwan's nervousness, it seems these 2 are equally remarkable. Still, being an heir in such a family can't compare to starting your own business. Lu Xiao shook his head and muttered. He wasn't very accustomed to such restrictions. Toiling away for a lifetime, only to have everything eventually revert back to the family, wasn't that just absurd? He stayed at the company until the afternoon, briefly acquainting himself with the business operations. A little past 4, Lu Xiao drove over to Jiangcheng University. All the guys in the dorm had already gone home. Lu Xiao wasn't sure whether his roommates had succeeded in getting girlfriends or not. This time, he was heading there to retrieve his USB drive from the dorm. Those 3 years' worth of study materials absolutely couldn't be lost, such precious stuff was better kept in the study. But just as he reached the dormitory building, Lu Xiao suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing in the corner. Yueshi? Lu Xiao stepped forward and curiously patted Gu Yueshi's shoulder. Gu Yueshi was startled, but relaxed when she turned around and saw it was Lu Xiao. Yueshi, what are you doing here? Gu Yueshi flushed crimson, stammering as she spoke. Her sole purpose in coming here today was to check whether Lu Xiao was on campus. Seeing his dorm room dark, she had already decided to leave when unexpectedly turning around brought her face to face with Lu Xiao himself. Completely unprepared, the sudden encounter startled her. After several seconds of steadying herself, Gu Yueshi regained her composure. Lu Xiao, my younger sister is scheduled for surgery tomorrow. Would you have time to visit? She said she'd like to see you. If you don't have time then never mind, I'll go talk to her myself. At the end, Gu Yueshi kept waving her hands nervously, afraid that her request might inconvenience Lu Xiao and make him feel uncomfortable. Actually, the situation between her and Lu Xiao still hadn't been properly resolved. She'd been feeling too hesitant to approach him these past few days, but then her younger sister suddenly made this request. Her sister would be going into surgery tomorrow, and wanting her to stay in good spirits beforehand, Gu Yueshi hesitated for a while before finally deciding to give it a try. She also saw this as an opportunity to settle those unresolved matters she'd been meaning to address. She'd been feeling these past few days that if she kept delaying like this, things would really become problematic. Sure, I'm free right now, no problem. Lu Xiao agreed readily.
Just 2 days ago, he'd mentioned to Gu Yueshi about transferring her younger sister to Jiangcheng First Hospital. He originally thought the doctors from the capital would take some time to arrive, but unexpectedly, they came so quickly.
Thank you, Lu Xiao.
Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, who had agreed without hesitation, her eyes slightly reddening. In this matter, Lu Xiao had truly helped her too much.
Hey, no need to be so formal. We've known each other for 2 or 3 years, you know exactly what kind of person Lu Xiao is. Lu Xiao smiled and patted Gu Yueshi's head.
It really wasn't easy for a girl to handle so many things alone. Since he had nothing urgent to do anyway, he might as well help her.
Wait for me a moment.
I'll go upstairs to get something, then we can go together.
Lu Xiao said this, then walked toward the stairwell entrance heading upstairs. But at this moment, Gu Yueshi's face turned slightly red behind him. Gritting her teeth, she followed Lu Xiao into the dormitory building.
Lu Xiao thought Gu Yueshi would wait for him at the entrance, but after climbing another floor, he noticed she was still following behind.
Yueshi, this is the boys' dorm.
You don't need to follow me, I'll just grab something upstairs and be back in 5 minutes.
Lu Xiao looked at her, both amused and exasperated. Did she really think a grown man like him could just wander off and get lost? You're already following me up to the 2nd floor, sis.
I asked Pan Xingwen and the others before coming, they said they've already bought tickets and gone home. I told my sister we'd go tomorrow morning.
Besides, the dorm supervisor isn't around right now.
Gu Yueshi blushed but still shook her head slightly.
Chapter 59, Gu Siyu's upcoming surgery.
At these words, Lu Xiao was instantly dumbstruck.
Oh my god, is this even possible? Gu Yueshi's words couldn't have been more straightforward. If he still didn't understand, he'd have to be a complete fool. Yet seeing Gu Yueshi's resolute expression, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He knew Gu Yueshi had made her choice. Under these circumstances, how could he, the one who posed the question, possibly disagree? Of course, he had to accept the offer. Glancing around, he noticed several students already walking toward them from behind. Afraid of ending up as tomorrow's campus headline, Lu Xiao quickly grabbed Gu Yueshi's hand and dashed back to his dorm while the 3rd floor was still empty. With a click, he shut the dorm door firmly. Gu Yueshi blushed as she walked over to the balcony and drew all the blackout curtains shut. Then, she gently wrapped her arms around Lu Xiao's waist from behind. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Lu Xiao only had time to send Wu Qianqian a text message saying he wouldn't be back for dinner that night before sinking into infinite tenderness. Early the next morning, Lu Xiao went to the hospital with Gu Yueshi. Lu Xiao, is that a Bugatti you're driving? Gu Yueshi got into the car, curiously examining the interior of the vehicle. It was the first time she had seen Lu Xiao's car. Yeah, it's a limited edition from Bugatti. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. But Yueshi, you'll have to change how you address me from now on. Xiao, brother Xiao. Gu Yueshi's face turned bright red, but she managed to say it. Lu Xiao let out a hearty laugh as he stepped on the accelerator, causing the Bugatti to roar to life before speeding off toward the hospital. Last night, Gu Yueshi also opened her heart to Lu Xiao. She had no intention of becoming Lu Xiao's subordinate, nor did she plan to accept his help. She still wanted to live the life she was originally meant to have. However, unlike her previous goals, the job she chose now would keep her by Lu Xiao's side, never straying to another city. And she would choose a fixed place to settle down, so that Lu Xiao could visit her anytime he wished. She would never have another man again. From now on, she would live well with her younger sister, work hard to earn money, and repay Lu Xiao the 800,000 yuan. Lu Xiao had originally planned to arrange housing, a car, and a job all at once, but in the end, he respected Gu Yueshi's choice due to her insistence. He didn't like imposing his will on others or forcing them to do things they disliked. Though he felt somewhat regretful, no matter what, Gu Yueshi didn't leave for the capital to seek her fortune. She stayed by his side in this lifetime. Though she's chosen not to accept help now, there's plenty of time ahead. Once they become more familiar with each other, things will naturally work out. After all, Jiangcheng was just a small place. He could visit her anytime he wanted. Besides, even if she refused financial assistance, he could still offer physical help. And he'd keep whispering sweet suggestions into Gu Yueshi's ear. Such things accumulated bit by bit. With enough repetition, she'd eventually come around. He simply couldn't believe that when they reached the stage of complete mutual understanding, where you and I truly merged, Gu Yueshi would still keep him at arm's length. To quote Zhang Yan's words, even if it's just a stone, he insists on warming it up himself. By the way Yueshi, I still don't know your sister's name? Walking down the hospital corridor with Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao asked curiously. My younger sister is named Gu Siyu. Gu Yueshi limped slightly as she walked forward. Seeing Lu Xiao holding her hand, she guiltily glanced around. Lu Xiao's prowess had truly exceeded her expectations. In her current state, anyone with eyes could tell what she'd been up to last night. If the hallway hadn't been relatively empty at this morning hour, she might have already shaken off his hand and bolted. Gu Siyu, that's a lovely name. And Yueshi, is there really a need to be so guilty? Lu Xiao chuckled as he pulled Gu Yueshi's hand over, holding it firmly in his own grip. It's not good if people see us. Gu Yueshi unconsciously struggled a few times, but after realizing she couldn't break free, she instantly grew more nervous. What's the problem? If people see us, they'll only have the privilege of feeling envious. After receiving a fierce glare from Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi finally stopped resisting and allowed him to hold her hand. Due to the scheduled surgery today, Gu Siyu had stopped eating since yesterday afternoon and was only receiving glucose supplements. However, due to the adequate medication dosage these past few days, although his complexion remained pale, his spirits were at least decent. Seeing her elder sister being led into the ward by a man, Gu Siyu's eyes instantly lit up. "Siyu, how are you feeling today?" Gu Yueshi walked to the hospital bed and habitually glanced at the ward round records hanging on the nearby rack. Lu Xiao also stepped forward to take a look. The document listed a series of physical indicators, all marked normal in red ink at the end. "Feeling pretty good. Is this my brother-in-law?" Gu Siyu widened her eyes as she examined Lu Xiao. To be honest, her brother-in-law was really, stunningly handsome. If nothing unexpected had happened, the man before her should be Lu Xiao, whom her sister had often mentioned. But according to what her sister had said, she shouldn't be together with Lu Xiao yet. "Siyu, after today, you'll be free to move around as you like. Aren't you happy?" Lu Xiao sat down on the accompanying chair with a smile. Gu Siyu was still young, and her pale complexion made her appear quite frail. Yet the contours of her face clearly hinted at her budding beauty. She simply hadn't fully blossomed yet. It must be said, the genes in Gu Yueshi's family are truly exceptional. Not only did they give birth to the stunning Gu Yueshi, a beauty scoring over 95 points, but also Gu Siyu, whose looks are just slightly inferior to her elder sister. "Very pleased to meet you, brother-in-law. Are you Lu Xiao?" "Yes, that's me. Your sister told me you wanted to meet me, so I came specifically to see you today." Lu Xiao replied with a smile and a nod. Hearing Lu Xiao ask about the surgery, Gu Siyu immediately nodded eagerly with excitement. After suffering from heart disease for so many years, the thought of returning to a normal life in just a few days naturally filled her with exhilaration. In fact, this surge of excitement even overshadowed her fear of the upcoming operation. Moreover, her elder sister had mentioned that the surgeon performing the procedure was an expert Lu Xiao had specially invited from the capital, which unconsciously eased some of her apprehension about the impending surgery. But what made her even happier was that her elder sister seemed to have truly found love. Although her sister's gaze toward Lu Xiao still carried traces of evasion, Gu Siyu could clearly see the truth as an outsider. In the past, almost all of her sister's attention in the hospital room had been focused on her. But today, aside from checking on her, the majority of that attention was steadily fixed on Lu Xiao, with every move he made unconsciously drawing her sister's eyes. Combined with the attitude her sister had shown when discussing Lu Xiao with her earlier, if anyone claimed her sister didn't like Lu Xiao, now that would truly be beyond belief. Even if the surgery had truly failed, seeing this scene now, Gu Siyu felt she was completely satisfied. Chapter 60, Let's make it 200. Please step aside, family members. I need to check vitals and draw blood. They had just been talking when a doctor-looking man patted Lu Xiao's shoulder from behind. Seeing Lu Xiao turn around, the man gave him a friendly smile, apparently aware that Lu Xiao had invited someone over. Got it. Lu Xiao stood up and nodded in agreement. By the way, doctor, what time is the surgery scheduled for today? Lu Xiao glanced at the doctor beside him. At around noon today, I'll send the blood sample for testing and then proceed with some routine checks. If everything goes smoothly, the anesthesia will commence shortly. The doctor responded, then turned his gaze to Gu Siyu lying on the hospital bed. "Siyu, the surgery today will be performed by a top professor from Beijing. It's virtually risk-free. Just relax and stay calm." "Thank you, doctor." Gu Siyu looked at the doctor with gratitude. She had been hospitalized for some time now, and this doctor had genuinely taken good care of her. Knowing about Gu Yueshi's financial difficulties, he almost always went out of his way to use his internal staff discount when getting her medications from the pharmacy. It wasn't much, but it was kindness nonetheless. Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi didn't stay long in the hospital room. Seeing that Gu Yueshi wasn't in the mood to go out for a meal, Lu Xiao specifically called a nearby restaurant to order delivery. Then he discreetly went to the front desk to book a premium ward for Gu Siyu. During this time, he also took the opportunity to meet with the chief surgeon from Beijing. By the time Lu Xiao returned with the purchased meals and led Gu Yueshi into the premium ward, she finally realized how much he had quietly accomplished behind the scenes. "Brother Xiao, why did you spend so much money on me again?" Gu Yueshi was genuinely helpless. The premium ward at First Hospital cost at least 2 to 3,000 yuan per day, yet Lu Xiao had paid for an entire month up front that was nearly 80,000 yuan gone. If this continued, when would she ever be able to repay him? She had originally planned to wait until her younger sister's condition improved a bit before transferring back home to take care of her. "What do you mean spending money on you? I just got myself a room, surely I need a place to eat, don't I?" Lu Xiao smiled as he placed the purchased meal on the table, then gently pulled Gu Yueshi into his arms. "You haven't eaten all morning. Here, have some kanji first, red bean and barley." Lu Xiao scooped a spoonful and brought it to Gu Yueshi's lips. Gu Yueshi was immediately exasperated by Lu Xiao's sophistry. Just grabbing a meal and suddenly taking a month off?
A meal costs $50, but the place to eat costs 70 or 80,000. Who on earth can afford to be that extravagant when dining out? But the room had already been booked, and she had no choice but to accept reality, silently adding those 70 or 80,000 yuan to her mental bill.
Brother Xiao, let me feed you.
Gu Yueshi took a sip of the porridge, her face slightly flushed as she closed her eyes.
Lu Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but then happily accepted this peculiar gift of feeding. Indeed, this is what life at its pinnacle truly feels like. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao finished his meal with satisfaction. Glancing at the door, he couldn't help but feel an extra thrill in his heart. Brother Xiao, this one's free, but if you want to come again next time, it'll be 200 a pop. Gu Yueshi's face flushed red. She had truly reached the point of no return now. First it was the dorm yesterday, and today they'd ended up in the hospital. She genuinely felt like she couldn't go on like this anymore. When did she become so bold? And now the debts were piling up to the point of becoming unmanageable. Originally, she hadn't planned to charge him, but this way, she'd probably just owe more and more. It was better to swallow her pride and take some money. 5,000 per session was out of the question. But with her figure and looks, charging 200 per session shouldn't be too much, right? If she could do 15 sessions a month, that would cover 3,000 of the debt. Lu Xiao couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry upon hearing Gu Yueshi's words. You silly girl, even if you wanted to charge, you're seriously undervaluing yourself. If I were to set the price, I wouldn't even bother for anything less than 10,000 kuai. Gu Yueshi's looks and figure were absolutely top tier by any standard.
Pan Xingwen had been paying a base rate of 300 yuan just 2 days ago when taking care of his homeless good sister.
I'll just take 200 yuan, she said.
Gu Yueshi blushed and shook her head, then picked up a bite of food and placed it into Lu Xiao's mouth. Though she knew this amount of money meant nothing to Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi still spoke her mind firmly. Perhaps in her heart, she also wanted to use this method to create a little novelty for Lu Xiao, ensuring he would often come to keep her company.
At this thought, Gu Yueshi's face couldn't help but grow even redder.
It was already past 11 in the morning by the time the meal finally came to an end.
Lu Xiao was comfortably full, but Gu Yueshi was so exhausted she could only sit there panting.
Brother Xiao, I'm going to check on my younger sister. It's almost time for her operation.
I want to give her some last-minute encouragement.
Concerned about her sister, Gu Yueshi decided to go see how she was doing, but Lu Xiao directly reached out to stop her. If the surgery is at 12, you must already be under anesthesia by now. Going over there won't let you see anything, so just stay calm in the ward.
Lu Xiao shot Gu Yueshi a glare. Someone under anesthesia has no consciousness left. What kind of morale booster would that be? It's just self-comfort at this point. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a moment before sitting back down,
but her eyes kept involuntarily darting toward the door.
Coronary bypass is major surgery. It'll take at least 5 hours. Get some rest if you're tired.
Lu Xiao was playing Tetris on his phone.
Noticing Gu Yueshi's constant tension, he could only offer gentle reassurance. Lu Xiao understood this sentiment. After all, the person undergoing surgery now was Gu Yueshi's only remaining family in this world, and it was such a major operation. It was only natural for her to feel uneasy. Gu Yueshi shook her head slightly, still sitting there blankly staring at the hospital room door. Helpless, Lu Xiao had no choice but to let Gu Yueshi do as she pleased. At any rate, once Gu Siyu was safely out of surgery, Gu Yueshi would probably return to normal. The surgery took longer than originally estimated.
By 7 p.m., the operating room lights were still on.
Gu Yueshi could no longer sit still in the room and went to wait outside the surgery ward. By 8 p.m., even Lu Xiao began feeling uneasy.
Only now did he truly understand how family members feel while waiting outside the operating room. The real fear is when a doctor pushes open the door, holding a document, and says, "Sign this critical condition notice." Fortunately, at 8:30 p.m., the surgery room's light abruptly changed, and within moments, several nurses emerged pushing a gurney. Congratulations, the surgery was successful. The patient should mainly consume liquid food for now. Please pay attention to their diet. The doctor emerged from behind the door, smiling as he removed his mask.
Upon hearing the doctor announce the surgery's success, Gu Yueshi felt as if all strength had been drained from her body.
As her entire being relaxed in relief, tears already welled up in the corners of her eyes.
Lu Xiao promptly caught Gu Yueshi from behind as she swayed. "Thank you, doctor. I really appreciate all your hard work during this time." "Nothing. It's what we should do."
"But you still need to take good care of your girlfriend. She's really exhausted these days, and judging by her complexion, she seems a bit anemic, though not seriously."
"Dietary supplements should be enough."
The doctor smiled in response, gave Lu Xiao a nod, and quickly walked away in the opposite direction. Doctors from the capital certainly have that level of expertise, so Lu Xiao naturally trusted their words. He silently committed these words to memory. Following the nurse, they wheeled Gu Siyu into the ward and transferred her to the bed. Gu Siyu was still under anesthesia at this time, and according to the nurse, it would take at least a while longer before she woke up. Brother Xiao, I can take care of things here. It's getting late, so you should go back and rest early. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao. Why would I go back? It's 2,800 yuan a night, I should at least stay for a few nights, right? Lu Xiao lay down on the accompanying cot nearby, smiling as he glanced at Gu Yueshi standing beside him. There's no denying it, high-end hospital rooms really are different. The hospital bed and the accompanying bed are both 6 feet by 5 feet. One could say they're quite spacious. What's more, there's a small balcony and a private bathroom, with fresh flowers arranged everywhere you look, giving the place an invigorating vibe. Compared to the chilly color palette in other areas of the hospital, staying here would undoubtedly lift anyone's spirits. Chapter 61, Brother-in-law, you and my sister, everything alright? Gu Yueshi's mouth fell open in bewilderment upon hearing Lu Xiao's words. There were only 2 beds inside. She certainly wouldn't dare to squeeze in with her sister who just underwent surgery, but if she didn't share with her sister, that would mean having to squeeze into the other bed with Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao chuckled as he pulled Gu Yueshi toward him. No, absolutely not. What if Siyu wakes up at night? Gu Yueshi gasped and quickly jumped out of Lu Xiao's embrace. What are you thinking? It's just resting. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi's rear a playful smack in exasperation. Was he really the type to lose all self-control at the sight of a beautiful woman? Well, perhaps he was. But he still had some self-restraint, damn it. After all, he's also a man surnamed Lu. Moreover, the reason he stayed wasn't to take advantage of Gu Yueshi or anything given the hospital conditions. It really wouldn't be convenient to attempt anything improper anyway. Lu Xiao intended to help Gu Yueshi take care of Gu Siyu, just to ease her burden a little. Although nurses are quite capable too, they ultimately can't match the attentiveness of family. Wait until Gu Siyu wakes up tomorrow and returns to normal, then I can leave with peace of mind. You watch her for a bit, I'm going out to grab some food. Lu Xiao cradled Gu Yueshi and laid her down gently before getting up to leave. He returned with several takeout dishes and made sure to order extra blood-nourishing ones. As for soup, Lu Xiao didn't buy any. Drinking meat broth is worse than eating meat itself, it's just full of free proteins and purines with little nutritional value to begin with. What's worse, some vendors even add additives like evaporated milk, making it even more unappealing to drink. After spending the night at the hospital, Lu Xiao finally felt relieved the next morning when he saw Gu Siyu had woken up. Brother-in-law, are you leaving? Gu Siyu watched as Lu Xiao climbed down from the bed and teasingly looked at him. She had actually woken up over an hour ago, and the first thing she saw was Lu Xiao and her sister beside her. She had originally thought her sister had just gotten together with Lu Xiao recently and probably hadn't done anything yet, but when she saw how intimate the two were acting, she realized she'd been too naive. Lu Xiao's hands were anything but well behaved. After watching the two of them like this for over an hour, just when her eyes were nearly scorched from the sight, she finally saw Lu Xiao wake up. This is really live broadcasting. Seeing Gu Siyu's gaze, even Lu Xiao couldn't help but blush. He always loved placing his hand in that position while sleeping, a habit he couldn't break for years. He never expected Gu Siyu would see it today. Don't ask, if you must. Can't I just admit to having an Oedipus complex? Keep asking and we'll just arrest him directly. As for being a lecherous old man, that's something he'd rather die than admit. Siyu, let me adjust your bed to sit you up a bit, alright? Lu Xiao noticed Gu Siyu lying uncomfortably and gently adjusted the hospital bed to raise it slightly. But I didn't dare shake it too much, just a slight curve. How are you feeling today? Lu Xiao asked softly. The wound hurts quite a bit, but other than that, everything else is fine. Apart from the pain in her chest, Gu Siyu felt an extraordinary sense of comfort throughout her body. Before the surgery, even speaking for a short while would cause her chest to ache, but now she couldn't feel that pain at all. There was a noticeable difference between the pain on the surface and the pain deep within her organs. Gu Siyu was in the highest of spirits at this moment. Although she still needs to avoid strenuous activities after recovery, she can now engage in basic exercises, and the difference between her and ordinary people in the future has become minimal. Does the wound hurt especially badly or? Lu Xiao asked. If it's exceptionally painful, it might not have been stitched properly. That's something to pay attention to. No, it's just normal pain. Gu Siyu shook her head, then grinned mischievously at Lu Xiao. Brother-in-law, could you help me check my wound? You little minx, what nonsense are you saying? Lu Xiao teased with a laugh, pretending to lightly tap Gu Siyu's forehead. That area, it's fine if a doctor looks, but it'd be illegal for me to inspect, okay? Moreover, Gu Siyu is only 16 this year, still a high school student. If anything were to really happen, chances are he'd end up in jail. Gu Siyu immediately burst into giggles. She had just seen what happened in the morning and couldn't resist teasing him about it. After all, she was already 16, she probably understood a thing or two about matters like this. Stay in the hospital and focus on recovering these days. Call your brother-in-law if you need anything. Lu Xiao picked up Gu Siyu's phone from the side and saved his own contact number into it. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was still sound asleep, Lu Xiao chose not to disturb her and went out to buy breakfast for both of them. He opened a packet of millet porridge and began feeding it to Gu Siyu. Siyu, your sister didn't sleep well last night. Let her rest more. If you need anything, just press the call button for the nurse. I'll head out now. Lu Xiao yawned and placed the remaining breakfast on the table. Got it, brother-in-law, don't worry. Gu Siyu nodded with a cheerful smile. But brother-in-law, my sister didn't sleep well last night, were you two up to no good? Lu Xiao turned his head to glare at Gu Siyu. Such a little troublemaker, focus on recuperating. But speaking of this, Lu Xiao clearly felt somewhat guilty and practically fled the hospital room. It was just adding 1 spoonful of Manhwa evaporated milk. And only 1 spoonful, definitely not exceeding the limit. He guarantees it. Chapter 62, Successful Check-in, Fading Technology. On the way back, Lu Xiao casually checked in to the system. I had too many things going on yesterday morning and forgot to check in. This check-in is for 2 days worth, wonder what I'll get this time. He'd missed the morning check-in yesterday. By noon, Lu Xiao had considered checking in then, but decided to hold off until today. After all, a 2-day check-in would yield better rewards than 1.5 days. While driving, he diverted part of his attention to his mental interface. In less than 1 day, unless it's a critical hit, you'll get cash 99% of the time from check-ins. Between 1 and 2 days, the probability of getting cash versus assets is roughly 50-50. For periods longer than 2 days, the chance of acquiring assets increases significantly while the likelihood of obtaining cash decreases considerably, though it's not entirely eliminated. From yesterday until now, exactly 48 hours have passed. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100% shares of Fading Technology Company. All legal documents for Fading Technology have been placed in your Bugatti. Please proceed to collect them at your earliest convenience. Soaring Technology? Lu Xiao had never heard of this company before, it probably wasn't any well-known corporation. Lu Xiao proceeded to check in twice more. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in rewards you with 1,500 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You've received 80 yuan in cash. Sigh, I really should have checked in directly when I was in the hospital room. Seeing the items that came out in the next 2 attempts, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh in resignation. He didn't know if Gu Yueshi was just born lucky, but there was no doubt her luck was significantly better than his own. Day after day, I'm just scraping by on the bare minimum. Returning to Yulong Jingyuan, Lu Xiao casually brought up the Fading Technology documents. Qian? He glanced into the master bedroom. It was neatly tidied with the bed already made, but no one was inside. After searching around the house, there was no sign of Wu Qian. That little girl, could she have already gone to the company this early? Lu Xiao was quite surprised. It's not even 9 a.m. yet. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wu Qian. After waiting just 1 minute, her reply came through promptly. Lu Xiao felt utterly exasperated. Just as he'd suspected, that girl had actually rushed over to the company first thing in the morning. Since Wu Qian was willing to take it on, Lu Xiao decided to let her handle it. After all, it was just a small venture, giving her something to tinker with might actually be good for her, keeping her occupied. Once the system leveled up to Tier 2, he could invest some more cash into it and maybe even move the company to Sky Tower as well. Carrying the documents for Fading Technology, he stepped into the study. Market valuation of 70 million, specializing in network technology. The business scope includes program development, app development, data storage, system maintenance, network security. Lu Xiao watched for a while. Wow, this business scope is really all over the place, a full 60-some items. On the other hand, the business scope listed on a company's operating license can actually reflect part of its capabilities. From this, it can be seen that Fading Technology's capabilities should be quite respectable. However, a market value of 70 million can only be considered decent, hardly impressive. After all, if Lu Xiao were to check in consecutively for 2 days, he could easily receive 40 to 50 million in cash. While it might seem somewhat less, it certainly isn't far off from the 70 million market value, and the key advantage is the freedom cash provides, allowing him to do whatever he pleases. The company is located in the old district, not too far from where Lu Xiao lives, just around 2 kilometers away, roughly a half-hour walk. Put the materials for Fading Technology and Sky Tower into the desk drawer together. Lu Xiao was just about to head to the company to find Wu Qian when, upon standing up, his phone pinged with another notification. Wan Lei from Fading Technology has sent you a friend request. Lu Xiao immediately clicked agree. The next moment, the phone chimed with another notification. Wan Lei from Fading Technology invited you to join the group chat, Fading Technology Core Management Group. Wang Lei from Fading Technology has transferred group ownership to you. You are now the group admin. Why is every company like this? Couldn't they just make a phone call? Lu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
At the Lijiang Hotel, although he hadn't joined the workgroup chat initially, Zhao Ku added him immediately after their meeting. Similarly, Huang Shi from Sky Hotel directly pulled him into their workgroup as well. Today's situation with Wang Lei was no different. Including the groups from his own Jianglu Real Estate and the shareholder group of Wu Qianxian's family company, he now had 5 chat groups to manage. Lu Xiao felt an instant headache coming on. Wu Qianxian's family business didn't require his involvement, but for the other companies, all major decisions needed his final approval. Take the leasing business at Sky Plaza for example. All contracts ultimately required the boss's signature, his, and he had to regularly review Huang Shi's reports on rental income. As for Jianglu Real Estate, although Wu Qianxian is in charge, all documents requiring a signature must ultimately be sent to him for approval. As for Wu Qianxian's family business, although operational matters don't require his attention, he still needs to review financial reports and similar documents, another workload to account for. 5 companies are manageable for now, squeezing in just an hour or 2 daily, but what if assets keep growing? Could he really handle everything then? No good, I must hire a secretary during this period. This issue must be resolved before the companies multiply beyond control. Lu Xiao instantly made up his mind. After all, he was here to enjoy life. For decisions that required his input, it would be better to have his secretary investigate first and then report back once everything was clear. That would significantly reduce his workload. As for the candidate for secretary, Wu Qianxian was definitely out of the question. She had her own career to focus on, and Lu Xiao was grooming her to be the company's general manager. Originally, Lu Xiao had planned to let Gu Yueshi take on the role, but she refused his help, so he had no choice but to find someone else later. Boss, there's a major project to discuss today. Are you available? We need you to oversee things. In the workgroup chat, Wang Lei tagged Lu Xiao and then posted a project proposal in the group. Even after getting a second chance at life, I'm still stuck with a hard-working fate. Seeing Wang Lei's message, Lu Xiao sighed helplessly, further cementing his determination to quickly find a secretary. As for recently, damn it, he wasn't signing in for assets anymore. Cash, it had to be cash. P.S. Anyone playing LOL? You play Ash and I'll be Soraka. My Soraka is super adorable. Chapter 63, the collaboration partner is Zheng Qingwan. Since fading technology wasn't too far away, Lu Xiao didn't drive and simply hailed a taxi right after stepping out. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao had already arrived at Fading Technology's office. Mr. Lu? Wang Lei wasn't entirely sure when he saw Lu Xiao step through the door, tentatively asking to confirm. Yes, it's me. You must be Wang Lei? Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at the young man before him. Although he appeared young, he was actually already in his early 30s, just slightly younger than Huang Shi. That's me. Wang Lei chuckled and quickly invited Lu Xiao into the office. Boss, here's the situation. Our company, Fading Tech, recently took on a major project involving remote collaborative control of a precision instrument. The client offered us 80 million for it, but due to staff shortages and their tight deadline, we're considering partnering with another company to complete development jointly. That's no problem. You mean we're having a meeting with them today, right? Lu Xiao nodded. Collaborating between companies of similar types on software projects is a standard business practice. Yes, boss. Today's mainly about evaluating this company, seeing if they're qualified to partner with us. If they are, then we'll discuss profit sharing and development project matters. Wang Lei quickly responded. The entire Fading Technology was only worth 70 million in market value. Securing such a major deal would undoubtedly push the company's market capitalization above 100 million through this project. However, a decision of this magnitude was beyond the authority of a general manager. It required the boss's personal approval. But the former boss had informed him just this morning that the company had been transferred to Lu Xiao. Although the new boss might not be fully aware of the specifics, there was nothing he could do at the moment but try to explain things as clearly as possible, hoping the new boss's vision for the company's future aligned with his own. Alright, let's go take a look then. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Wang Lei was instantly overjoyed. He had originally thought that the new boss might be dissatisfied with the previous strategic plans and work, but to his surprise, just by mentioning it, the new boss completely agreed with his views. Lu Xiao didn't stay at the company for long. Before 10 o'clock, he was invited by Wang Lei to visit the other's company. Is the other party in the high-tech zone? Seeing Wang Lei drive toward the high-tech zone, Lu Xiao was somewhat surprised. The high-tech zone in Jiangcheng had only recently begun its development, with relatively few companies currently established there. Most internet enterprises, like Fading Technology, were still clustered around the university district. Yes, boss. The company in question hasn't been established for long, so they chose a location in the newly developed high-tech zone. Wang Lei replied with a nod and a smile. As Lu Xiao gazed at the increasingly familiar road, a vague sense of foreboding suddenly crept over him. Damn it, isn't this the way to Sky Tower? I thought back. My company had taken on an 80 million yuan project and was scheduled to meet with another company today. Then, the day before yesterday, Zhang Qingwan had also told me they wanted to rent the 60th floor of Sky Tower because of today's meeting with an internet company. Within minutes, watching Wang Lei park the car in the underground garage of Sky Tower, Lu Xiao was utterly speechless. At this point, unless Wang Lei wasn't here to meet Zhang Qingwan, it seemed nearly impossible, right? Is their company on the 60th floor? Lu Xiao turned to Wang Lei. Oh, boss, how did you know? Wang Lei was stunned but then nodded. The address the other party had given him was indeed the 60th floor of Sky Tower. Alright, let's go upstairs. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly but didn't say anything more. They took the elevator straight to the 60th floor. Sure enough, the first thing Lu Xiao saw upon entering was Zhang Qingwan standing at the doorway to greet them, dressed in a sleek black suit. It was obvious Zhang Qingwan had put considerable effort into her makeup today. Though she wore professional attire, it couldn't conceal her striking beauty and exquisite figure. Originally waiting for the boss of fading technology, Zhang Qingwan froze in place momentarily when she saw Lu Xiao enter without reacting immediately. Yet the next instant, Zhang Qingwan spotted Wang Lei following closely behind Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, what are you two? Pointing first at Lu Xiao and then at Wang Lei behind him, a flicker of confusion flashed across Zhang Qingwan's face. Shouldn't Lu Xiao be the owner of Sky Mansion? How is he connected to Wang Lei from the internet circle now? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem like friends or anything. Instead, it gave her a superior subordinate vibe. Qingwan, we meet again. Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Zhang Qingwan. Boss, President Zhang, you know each other? Wang Lei behind them was also somewhat surprised. Now he finally understood why his boss had reacted that way when he mentioned the Sky Tower earlier. So his boss had actually known the other company's CEO all along. Old Wang, there's no need for further vetting of the potential partners. Go ahead and discuss profit sharing and project allocation with their business team. Lu Xiao signaled. Got it, boss. I'll head there right away. Wang Lei was quite pleased by the scene before him. Zhang Qingwan's company had already met his expectations, and today's visit was merely a routine inspection coupled with persuading his own boss. Little did he expect there to be such a personal connection between the two of them. In that case, the future cooperation between the two companies will undoubtedly become much closer, and this project can progress perfectly. Qingwan, shall we talk in the office? Lu Xiao blinked mischievously at Zhang Qingwan. Sure thing, I just brought a can of premium Da Hong Pao from home today, perfect for brewing some tea. Zhang Qingwan smiled faintly at Lu Xiao and made an inviting gesture. She was genuinely curious about Lu Xiao now. Wang Lei had just addressed Lu Xiao as boss, which meant this fading technology must belong to him. And now, Zhang Qingwan's heart truly settled at last. Lu Xiao had just agreed to the collaboration between both parties, so the rise in her company's market value was already a certainty. Although there was an element of luck involved, luck itself is a form of capability after all. Zhang Qingwan led Lu Xiao into the office and casually closed the door behind them. Qingwan, your efficiency is truly impressive. Just the day before yesterday you rented the space, and today you've already relocated all the personnel here. Lu Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Sky Tower only handed over empty units to tenants, with nothing but painted walls and bare floors. But today, as he arrived, the entire 60th floor had already been fully furnished by Zhang Qingwan, with nearly all facilities in place. What am I compared to you? You clearly knew our companies were collaborating, yet when we met the day before yesterday, you didn't mention a single word about it. Zhang Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. She had even analyzed her company's strengths and development prospects for Lu Xiao back then, even emphasizing today's collaboration discussion. She didn't believe for a second that Lu Xiao had been unaware of the impending partnership between their companies. You've really misunderstood me. I'm just a hands-off boss. If Wang Lei hadn't dragged me here today, I probably wouldn't have even known about this deal going through. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. When we met the day before yesterday, I wasn't even the owner of this company yet. Chapter 64, from now on, you've got my back. Go ahead and tell me whether I believe you or not. Zhang Qingwan shot Lu Xiao a glare and handed him the freshly brewed tea. Lu Xiao shrugged. Well, there's no explaining this mess now. Even if you don't admit it, I'm still grateful for this gesture. With this cooperation agreement of yours, my company should have no problem reaching an 80 million market capitalization by year's end. Zhang Qingwan thought Lu Xiao was trying to avoid making her feel indebted, so she replied with a smile. But she had always been a sentimental person. Lu Xiao had helped her so much in those last few months, it was something she would surely remember in her heart. Moreover, with a market value of 80 million, if nothing unexpected happens, her first place is completely secured, and it's absolutely compliant. Even if her two brothers possessed extraordinary capabilities, it would still be impossible for them to increase the company's market value eightfold within just 2 years. Owe me a favor? Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Zhang Qingwan. This is a favor from the Zhang family's eldest daughter, the future head of the Zhang family. It seems I can do whatever I want in Jiangqing from now on. Dream on. If you really want to do whatever you please, you'll have to wait until my dad retires. Right now, I'm just a nobody. I carry some weight among the younger generation, but in front of the older crowd, my words don't mean much. Zhang Qingwan covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Except that her father had initiated succession evaluations after turning 50. If she truly wanted to inherit the Zhang family business, she'd have to wait until her father retired. Alright, how about this? Until you inherit the Zhang family, I'll only offend the younger generation. Once you've taken over, then I'll do whatever I want? Lu Xiao tentatively asked. Sure, but I'll only handle the formal introductions up front. If anyone tries anything under the table, that's beyond my control. If you're not afraid of being hunted down the moment you step outside, I have no objections, just don't come running to me for refuge every day. Zhang Qingwan shrugged her shoulders with a smile. Lu Xiao was clearly joking, and of course she could tell. To be honest, for someone as young as Lu Xiao to already possess so many businesses yet remain unheard of in Jiangcheng, it was clear she must come from a prominent family. In terms of influence, she might very well be on par with, if not greater than, Zhang family of Jiangcheng. Moreover, although they hadn't interacted much, she genuinely respected Lu Xiao's character. At the very least, he conducted himself far better than those good-for-nothing rich second-generation heirs who spent their days loafing around and stirring up trouble. If she hadn't seen Lu Xiao's girlfriend at the Xingda parking lot that day, she might even have considered him boyfriend material. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao is already taken, and she wouldn't do something like stealing someone else's boyfriend. To be honest, Lu Xiao's little girlfriend isn't any less attractive in terms of looks or figure. If she really tried to steal him, it's not certain she'd succeed. But by all means, being friends wouldn't be a bad choice either. Lu Xiao, this project will likely take about 3 months to complete, and there'll definitely be many issues to address later on. Why don't we exchange contact information? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao. They had known each other for several days, yet hadn't exchanged contact information. Normally, it should have been Lu Xiao who brought it up, but she had waited for quite a while with no sign of him mentioning it. Left with no choice, she had to broach the subject herself. Sure. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Qingwan described her influence in Jiangcheng as somewhat limited, that was merely modesty on her part. Not to mention being a direct descendant of the Zhang family and a future candidate for the head of the family, just the name Zhang alone was enough to send shivers down many people's spines. In other words, if Zhang Qingwan revealed her family background, the prestigious Zhang name, who in all of Jiangcheng would dare refuse to show her deference? Moreover, someone like Zhang Qingwan naturally has her own social circle. If she needs something done, she only needs to ask within her circle, and plenty of people would be eager to assist. Of course, none of this really mattered to Lu Xiao, since he didn't have anything that needed doing anyway. What was more important to him was that Zhang Qingwan was a beautiful woman. Even if someone of her status might be out of his league, there was no harm in admiring her beauty. But it was precisely because of this that Lu Xiao had little interest in Zhang Qingwan. A woman like this would never accept his approach to relationships. Given that, it was best not to even entertain the thought of getting involved with her from the start. He spent the afternoon at the company, waiting for Wang Lei to handle some affairs. In the meantime, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan grew a bit closer, moving from polite formality to occasionally exchanging lighthearted jokes. Moreover, Lu Xiao noticed that although Zhang Qingwan was a strong and capable woman, she had an innate cuteness about her, making their interactions genuinely pleasant. At exactly 5 in the afternoon, Lu Xiao finally left the company with Wang Lei. Old Wang, how's the situation going? Leaning back in the seat, Lu Xiao lazily yawned. Boss, the agreement has been signed here. Tomorrow, the business personnel from both sides can communicate and assign the specific matters to them. Currently, half of the project tasks have been allocated to their side, and the profit share assigned to them is 35 million. While driving, Wang Lei reported to Lu Xiao. Originally, he had planned to give only 30 million as compensation. However, because of Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan's relationship, he added another 5 million to the amount. After all, the money was supposed to be shared anyway. He had just been trying to lower the price before. Lu Xiao nodded. Nothing extraordinary, just standard procedure. Moreover, whenever the topic of earning just tens of millions over several months came up, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel somewhat disinterested. The profits from the company were practically pocket change to him. By the way, Lao Wang, take me to this address. I won't be heading back to the company today. After leaving Sky Tower, Lu Xiao gave Wang Lei the address of Jianglu Real Estate. It had been 2 or 3 days since I last saw that little girl Wu Qianqian, and I honestly felt a bit lonely without her. Since I had nothing better to do at the moment, I might as well swing by for a visit. Got it, boss. Wang Lei glanced over and saw that it wasn't too far away, so he drove Xiaolu directly over. P.S. Not feeling well today, just 2 chapters for now. Chapter 65, The Desk. Brother Xiao, what brings you here? Wu Qianqian stood up in pleasant surprise as she saw Lu Xiao walk through the door. Of course, she was well aware of Gu Yueshi's situation. She had originally thought Lu Xiao might stay with Gu Yueshi for a while, especially since Gu Yueshi's sister had just undergone surgery and would undoubtedly need someone to take care of her. Since I had nothing better to do at home, I thought I'd come find you. Lu Xiao closed the office door, smiling as he pulled Wu Qianqian into his embrace, then proceeded to tease the little firecracker with playful affection. Brother Xiao, there are so many people from the company around. Wu Qianqian blushed as she held Lu Xiao's hand, stopping him from going further but not withdrawing her own hand. Lu Xiao immediately grasped the implication. Rising from his seat, he first drew the office blinds shut, then gave a cheeky chuckle before striding over. With one effortless lift, he placed Wu Qianqian atop the desk. When a woman states the objective conditions without outright rejecting you, she's implying you should overcome the difficulties, not give up. Lu Xiao certainly understood this principle well. In such situations, one must push forward through difficulties and if none exist, create some to overcome. But just as Lu Xiao was about to take further action, his phone rang at that very moment. Who could be so oblivious to timing? Lu Xiao reluctantly pulled out his phone. The mood was perfectly set. Couldn't this wait for half an hour? Wu Qianqian burst into laughter. Brother Xiao, you should answer the call first. I'm not going anywhere, we've got all the time in the world. Wu Qianqian planted a loud kiss on Lu Xiao's cheek, then cheerfully hopped off the desk again, dragging a chair over to sit beside him. Hearing Wu Qianqian's words, Lu Xiao immediately felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Anytime you want, does that mean even when we're outside? If that's the case, then the office suddenly seems far less appealing. Just as he was about to hastily brush off the call and hang up, Lu Xiao suddenly froze when he glanced at his phone. Brother Xiao, who was that on the phone? Wu Qianqian curiously leaned her head over to look. It's Li Tian. But hasn't this guy been busy with company matters lately? Since when does he have time to reach out to me? Lu Xiao showed Wu Qianqian his phone screen with a puzzled expression. Though he hadn't been at the company these past 2 days, Lu Xiao could still monitor Jianglu Real Estate's operations. Li Tian should have been having a pretty rough time recently. He originally planned to ignore it, but after some thought, Lu Xiao decided to answer, curious whether this guy might have stirred up some new trouble. The moment the call connected, Li Tian blurted out from the other end. Brother Lu Xiao, is Jianglu Real Estate your company? Hearing this, Lu Xiao was instantly startled. He first covered the receiver and cautiously glanced at Wu Qianqian beside him. Although Jianglu Real Estate had been snatching projects from Tiantian Company, none of the business personnel had ever used the Jianglu Real Estate name. Moreover, to be extra careful, several senior staff members including Old Wang had specifically registered a small company just to set up Li Tian. Moreover, Wu Qianqian was constantly keeping an eye on the company, so how did Li Tian suddenly find out? Wu Qianqian repeatedly shook her head at Lu Xiao. She was utterly bewildered at the moment. She was certain Li Tian couldn't possibly have known, yet now he'd called Lu Xiao directly. Pretending ignorance at this point would be sheer self-deception. Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian's expression and realized she likely didn't understand the situation either, so he could only reply helplessly. Yeah, bro, just tossed in a few million for fun, small potatoes really. There was no point hiding it anymore. Once Li Tianyi checked Jianglu Realty's corporate records, he'd immediately see Lu Xiao listed as both legal representative and shareholder, a situation where lying simply wasn't feasible. Should have had someone else register the company upfront with private equity agreements from the start. Lu Xiao muttered under his breath. This way, the company would still be his, but neither the legal representative nor the owner in name would be himself. It was just more troublesome to set up this way. Back then, Lu Xiao had chosen the simpler option. Still, Lu Xiao remained unfazed. Just a few days ago he needed to resort to such methods to bring down Li Tian, but now he could bankrupt Li Tian through sheer strength even if they truly fell out. Assets worth over $1 billion and nearly 200 million in cash are no joke. It's just that this brute force approach lacks the ruthlessness of the previous method. After all, the earlier groundwork was laid to ensure Li Tian would be saddled with massive debts after his company's bankruptcy, giving Wu Qianqian proper satisfaction. Lu Xiao was already brainstorming ways to utilize his current resources and cash to bankrupt Li Tian in the shortest time possible. But the next moment, Li Tian's voice came through the receiver again. Ah, little bro, you're really not being honest. I offered you a chance to invest and join, but you refused. I truly thought you weren't interested in this industry, never expected you'd secretly come here to establish your own company. Li Tian burst into laughter. If it weren't for the fact that I just saw you going upstairs, little bro, I really would have been fooled by you. Ha! Lu Xiao froze for a moment. So this guy actually had no idea what was going on and just happened to spot me? But Lu Xiao quickly snapped out of his daze. Brother, you flatter me. Your words that day inspired me greatly. I'm just dabbling with starting a company for fun, how could it compare to yours? Since fate brought us together, I'm already at your company's reception. I'll come in now so we can chat face to face. Li Tian spoke with cheerful laughter. Lu Xiao glanced at Wu Qianqian sitting beside him. The entire company occupied a single open-plan floor, with offices constructed entirely of transparent glass. Unless the blinds were drawn, everything could be seen clearly from the outside.
But even though nothing could be seen from the outside now, since Li Tian had already arrived outside, it would be difficult for Wu Qianqian to leave without being noticed.
And Wu Qianqian happened to be the last person Li Tian should see.
If they were to see this, the entire plan would be completely ruined. Wu Qianqian clearly realized this as well, looking around in a fluster for places to hide.
But the whole office was empty, there was no way to hide behind the sofa, right? Wouldn't that be like burying one's head in the sand?
On the other end of the phone, Li Tian was already communicating with the front desk.
See, this is your boss's number.
You just heard our conversation, so I'm going in now.
Very well, sir. Our boss's office is the first room on the left inside. You'll see it once you enter. Hearing the voice coming through the phone, Wu Qianqian immediately panicked. The reception desk was barely 10 meters away from the office. The next moment, Wu Qianqian suddenly noticed the adjacent office desk.
The desk was made of mahogany with a deliberately hollowed-out central section for legroom. However, for aesthetic purposes, the outermost edge featured a thin wooden panel to discreetly conceal the legs. Hearing the footsteps outside getting closer, Wu Qianqian had no time to think. She hurriedly pushed Lu Xiao aside and then slipped right inside. Chapter 66, She Really Pinches Hard. Just as Wu Qianqian had hidden herself, the sound of a doorknob turning came from outside. When Lu Xiao had entered earlier, he had merely closed the door without locking it, so it could still be open from outside. Normally, company employees would knock before entering to report matters. Whether the door was locked or not wasn't really important. But who could have anticipated such an uninvited guest barging in? Hearing the voice, Lu Xiao hastily adjusted his sitting posture, completely shielding Wu Qianqian from view. Ah, brother Lu Xiao, didn't expect this, did you? Fancy running into you here. In the next moment, Li Tian's square-shaped body squeezed through the doorway. Bro, I gotta say, your office is seriously well decorated. You definitely know how to live better than this old man here. Li Tian examined the decor of Lu Xiao's office with great enthusiasm, his face filled with admiration. Lu Xiao enjoyed life far more than he did. The office was filled with greenery everywhere, making the air inside feel entirely different. Cough cough. Wu Qianqian, who was hiding underneath, accidentally bumped into Lu Xiao's calf while adjusting her position, knocking it against the corner of a nearby table. Lu Xiao involuntarily coughed a few times to mask the sound. Bro, my back's aching a bit today, feel free to take any seat. I won't be moving from this spot. Lu Xiao opened his mouth to speak. Although the desk wasn't small, it was still somewhat difficult to realistically hide someone behind it, especially since he needed to conceal Wu Qianqian there as well. Li Tian nodded, completely unaware that anything was amiss, and casually plopped down on the sofa on the other side. He grabbed a teacup, poured himself some water, and took a huge gulp in one go. A slight twitch tugged at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth. It seems this tea set that cost over 10,000 yuan is ruined. With Li Tian's face like that, he really has no appetite to use anything he's touched. Besides, who drinks water without using a teacup and instead uses the teapot for brewing? Originally, tossing out 2 cups would have sufficed, but now the entire set can't be kept. Look, young man, I'm telling you this for your own good. At your age, you really shouldn't be so obsessed with women. Take a page from my book, you've got to find balance in life. Take a look at me, full of vigor and vitality. Li Tian chuckled and gave Lu Xiao a teasing wink. Hard pass. I don't want to end up in jail like you. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Li Tian. Li Tian's old face immediately flushed red as he recalled the incident from a few days ago when he was publicly escorted away. His chubby cheeks involuntarily trembled twice before he hurriedly forced an awkward smile at Lu Xiao. It was an accident, just an accident. By the way, buddy, what brings you here today? I thought your company was located in the Old Town area? Lu Xiao looked at Li Tian with curiosity. Ah, just out here running business errands. Speaking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Don't laugh at me for saying this, brother, but that project I told you about the other day, lately, for some reason, several people have been relentlessly targeting me, driving supply prices down to where there's not a cent of profit left. On top of that, I've actually lost quite a bit in the process. He had been truly miserable these past couple of days. Borrowing 5 million from Lu Xiao, in less than 5 days, over 3 million had already been sunk into it. The reason told him he couldn't pour any more money into this. If he continued and the 5 million lent to Wu Qianqian's family ran into trouble, he genuinely wouldn't be able to repay Lu Xiao's 5 million by the deadline. But he refused to accept it. After finally securing the project, it was secretly sabotaged behind the scenes. Now he's forced to cut his losses to survive? If he were to truly concede and withdraw, abandoning half these projects in his hands, all the money he'd intentionally lost to eventually turn a profit would be completely wasted, and his assets would plummet from 20 or 30 million to just over 10 million in an instant. Although it may seem like merely a twofold difference, the disparity in social status between the two figures is immeasurably vast. An asset worth 30 million, applying for a few million in loans at the bank, is enough to warrant a personal reception by the bank president. But wanting to meet the bank president just by having assets worth 10 million, that's nothing but a pipe dream. After barely managing to grow the company to its current scale, the mere thought of reverting back was unbearable. Such a colossal setback was beyond what he could endure. So now he was gambling, betting on just how far the other party could be pushed. But with only 1.5 million left in hand, even someone with nerves of steel would feel a bit panicked in this situation. So today's outing was about running around at the bank for a loan, and it turned out fairly successful. They managed to secure 2 million. Now with 3.5 million in cash on hand, Li Tian's heart had settled somewhat. He refused to believe the other party would spend 7 million just to sabotage his project. Lu Xiao chuckled inwardly but kept his expression neutral, pretending instead to show concern for the 5 million he'd lent Li Tian. Old buddy, didn't you say this business was a sure win? How come you're losing money now? The 5 million I lent you is due in a few days. Don't tell me you'll have the money locked up and can't get it out by then. Hearing alias Xiao say this, Li Tian could only say helplessly, "Ah, you have no idea, this business has been giving me such a headache lately. As for your 5 million, you can rest assured, young man, I still have another 5 million in cash out there that hasn't been collected yet. Even if the investment doesn't pan out by the due date, I'll return every penny of your money." Li Tian slapped his flabby chest with a resounding smack. This was indeed the truth in his eyes. A friend like Lu Xiao, who could provide him with virtually interest-free loans, was far more valuable than risking his credibility for a mere 5 million. Who knows when he might need Lu Xiao's help in the future? He certainly wouldn't risk incurring Lu Xiao's displeasure over such petty gains. That's good. The Lijiang Hotel still needs to purchase quite a few things early in August. If this money doesn't come back, my cash flow will also be cut off. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, deeply moved by Li Tian's gesture. See that? This is what a true brother looks like. Even when his own cash flow was about to collapse, he could still take out 5 million to lend me, with interest rates practically equivalent to an interest-free loan. Even blood brothers might not treat him this well. Now that you've started a real estate company, kid, remember to keep your big brother in the loop on any good projects. Once I get past this rough patch, I'll invest a hefty sum in your ventures. Li Tian chuckled slyly. You free tonight, kid? I've got connections. How about I line you up with a car model girl for some fun? He still remembered the promise he made to Lu Xiao at the time. Car model girl? Lu Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. Don't worry bro, she's absolutely clean. Seeing Lu Xiao's growing interest, Li Tian quickly added another remark. He knew that girl Gu Yueshi, and he also knew that Gu Yueshi was extraordinarily beautiful, definitely outshining any car model. But let's be honest, men are all creatures tempted by forbidden fruit. Even if their wives are wonderful, they'll still likely be intrigued when an opportunity to stray comes along. This is a common issue. And isn't it during such moments that camaraderie between men grows stronger? Moreover, for him, the cost of such social interactions wasn't particularly high. A woman with decent looks and figure merely costs 15,000 in social expenses. Compared to the 300,000 spent on treating Lu Xiao to a single meal, this cost is practically negligible. Just as Lu Xiao was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his waist. Then, a delicate yet faintly murderous hand, soft as if boneless, instantly pinched the tender flesh of Lu Xiao's thigh. The next second, a sharp pain surged through him, making Lu Xiao involuntarily suck in a cold breath. That damn Wu Chanxian, she really knows how to pinch hard when there's flesh to grab. But the problem was, simultaneously, where the hell were his pants? Chapter 67, I'm not interested in this matter. The next moment, Lu Xiao understood why his pants had disappeared. While Li Tian was taking a drink, Lu Xiao shot a fierce glare downward, only to be met with Wu Chanxian's grinning face. In this situation, Lu Xiao found it hard to protest or make any moves, forced to helplessly endure Wu Chanxian's mischief. Come on, forget about it, bro. I'm just not interested in those women. 3 seconds later, Lu Xiao shook his head, though his voice suddenly turned hoarse. This isn't the kind of unease he wanted to feel right now. Hey buddy, what are you talking about? We're all men here, who doesn't understand these things? Li Tian burst into laughter, completely unconvinced. Then, Lu Xiao felt something sharp jab he coughed mercilessly, the pain nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Damn it, Li Tian was the one talking, so why is it always me who ends up suffering? Alright then, next time there's a chance, I'll treat you to a visit to the clubhouse. Whether you want to take things further is entirely up to you. Li Tian thought it over and eventually came up with a compromise. He needed to further solidify his relationship with Lu Xiao. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Xiao would become his strategic partner in the future. They absolutely had to stand united. He's had no mood lately to chase girls, with piles of company matters demanding his attention. What's more, Wu Chanxian had clearly agreed to meet him earlier, but for some reason, her phone's been unreachable for days. Though furious about it, he's been too preoccupied these past 2 days to deal with the matter. It would have to wait. Alright, next time when there's a chance. Lu Xiao managed a strained nod, his hands unconsciously bracing against his lower back. Seeing Lu Xiao sitting there in discomfort and repeatedly supporting his waist, Li Tian realized his back pain seemed genuinely aggravated. For a moment, he felt too embarrassed to press the matter further. Alright, little brother, I came in a bit of a rush today. Once I wrap up some pending matters in the next few days and repay you, I'll treat you to a good time, my treat. Today, I'll head out first, bro. There's still some company business I need to go back and take care of. Seeing Li Tian stand up, Lu Xiao's heart immediately tensed up, fearing that Li Tian might accidentally catch sight of something. Given the current situation, a single desk couldn't conceal everything completely, but since Li Tian wasn't particularly tall, Lu Xiao couldn't be certain whether he'd actually see anything. But immediately after, an exhilarating thrill took hold. That's when he realized he was feeling somewhat perverted. He quickly suppressed the thought rising from the depths of his heart. I won't see you out, my back pain is acting up again, all sore and numb. Lu Xiao hastily replied. Hey, don't push yourself too hard. Take a break and better go to the hospital. At such a young age, it might not just be back pain, be careful there's nothing wrong down there. Li Tian let out a hearty laugh, giving Lu Xiao a teasing wink before quickly walking out. Only after confirming Li Tian had left the company's entrance did Lu Xiao finally relax completely. He yanked Wu Qianqian out from under the desk in one swift motion. Brother Xiao, how was it? Wu Qianqian pursed her lips, picked up the nearby cup to take a sip of water, then looked at Lu Xiao with a playful smile. You're asking for death. Seeing Wu Qianqian's swallowing motion, Lu Xiao glared at her fiercely before involuntarily gulping himself. This little girl's getting bolder by the day. If not for my iron willpower holding strong, imagine being caught, wouldn't that be instant public humiliation? Of course I don't want to die. So brother Xiao, can we continue now? Wu Qianqian giggled as she settled snugly into Lu Xiao's lap. When others are already knocking at your doorstep, not fighting back would definitely not be Lu Xiao's style. So, amid Wu Qianqian's startled cry, Lu Xiao simply scooped her up in his arms. Then, he went to borrow something from the 2nd Battalion commander. A minute later, remembering there were still employees outside, Wu Qianqian instinctively covered her small mouth again. On the way home, Wu Qianqian was driving the Ferrari while Lu Xiao sat in the passenger seat, thoroughly enjoying a cup of red bean milk tea. Brother Xiao, didn't you drive today? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of curiosity. The distance between the high-tech zone and the Imperial Dragon Garden wasn't exactly close, though not too far either. She had originally planned to leave the Ferrari at the company and drive Lu Xiao's Bugatti back home. No, I came here to handle some business. An employee from another company drove me over. Lu Xiao shook his head. Wu Qianqian suddenly understood. She knew the Lijiang Hotel belonged to Lu Xiao, but she was also aware Lu Xiao must possess more assets than just that. It was perfectly normal for him to have other companies. As for what those companies were, she hadn't considered asking. All she wanted was to properly manage this real estate company entrusted to her by Lu Xiao. He soon returned to Yulong Jingyuan residence. Qianqian, let's stop by the property management office first. I asked them to help find a housekeeper days ago, but haven't heard back yet. Let's check on that. Lu Xiao motioned for Wu Qianqian to park the car in the surface parking lot. This wasn't Lu Xiao being lazy at all. An indoor area of over 600 square meters, plus an outdoor space of more than 300 square meters, totaling 900 square meters. With such a vast space, he could certainly clean it thoroughly if he had to, but spending every single day tidying up the place was out of the question, wasn't it? Handing the task over to a cleaning lady would make things much easier. After all, that's exactly what professional cleaners are trained to do. 900 square meters, with the end cleaning once every 3 days. It's a staggered cleaning schedule, averaging 300 square meters a day. Add in cooking for herself and such, then drawing a salary of 5 or 6,000, it's really not that strenuous a job. Wu Qianqian was also a bit surprised. Logically speaking, such a high-end residential complex shouldn't have made this kind of mistake. With so few property owners, their requests should have been clearly recorded. Wouldn't the over 100 grand paid annually in property fees be for nothing? The two entered the property management office together. Hello, Mr. Lu Xiao. The moment they stepped through the door, a property manager immediately recognized Lu Xiao. When noticing Wu Qianqian by his side, a flicker of surprise momentarily crossed the manager's face before quickly vanishing. It made perfect sense for someone living in the largest villa of their Yulong Jingyuan to have a girlfriend like Wu Qianqian. It's Xiao Li. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. When the villa's interior was being furnished, it was this Xiao Li from the property management who helped arrange for people to move things in. Her professional skills were excellent, and she was genuinely capable. Lu Xiao was quite satisfied with her. Mr. Lu Xiao, is there something you need help with today? Xiao Li led Lu Xiao to the reception room, then brought 2 glasses of water for them. It's like this. A couple of days ago, I asked your property management to help me find a housekeeper to clean and cook. Since I didn't get a response these past few days, I thought I'd come check on the situation. Lu Xiao briefly recounted what had happened at the time. Please wait a moment, let me check the records. Xiao Li was somewhat surprised too. Their property management had specialized partnered companies. Normally, finding a housekeeper should take at most half a day before she could start work. Xiaoli took out her phone, logged into the system, and briefly searched for Lu Xiao's name, quickly locating the service request record from that day.
The processing result shows it's still under search?
Xiaoli froze for a moment before checking the property records for Lu Xiao's request.
One housekeeper, responsible for daily cleaning and cooking.
Requirements, preferably young and pretty, outgoing personality preferred, willingness to accommodate minor employer requests preferred, discretion a priority, price flexible.
Chapter 68, Property Manager Xiaoli, I want to apply for this job too. No problem with that at all.
Lu Xiao nodded deeply in agreement. That's exactly what he had said back then. This person had indeed recorded everything meticulously, almost word for word. Besides, what he said was all literal meaning.
It's actually not that hard to understand, and it shouldn't take several days to figure out, right?
If you're hiring someone to cook and clean at home, obviously the younger the better, the prettier the better.
At the very least, it's pleasing to the eye, isn't it?
And having young people around would at least provide someone to chat with occasionally when feeling bored.
As for being cheerful in nature, surely nobody wants to stare at a housekeeper's expressionless face all day at home? Of course, it's better to have someone who smiles naturally. Then what about accepting some small requests from the employer and being discreet with sensitive matters? Wu Qianqian gazed at Lu Xiao with resentment in her eyes.
She didn't care if he fooled around outside. But with such limited intimacy, could she alone truly satisfy Lu Xiao's needs?
Whenever he wanted something, couldn't he just come to her? Besides, when it came to that aspect, even though she was still a novice, she had been trying her best, hadn't she?
She'd even been practicing diligently before returning.
Celebrities train for 2.5 years before debuting. She hasn't even had 2 months yet. How skilled could she possibly be?
Hearing this, Xiaoli suddenly sensed that the atmosphere in the room had grown somewhat strange.
Mr. Lu Xiao, let me first find out who attended to you that day.
With an awkward smile, he hastily retreated from the reception room as if fleeing.
There's nothing wrong with me either.
Lu Xiao immediately broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Wu Qianqian had misunderstood him. When I said I could accept some small requests from the employer, I meant that if I occasionally want to order extra food or need specific areas cleaned separately, she shouldn't refuse.
As for keeping tight-lipped, I meant she should be discreet.
After all, when the two of us are having fun together, if we get a blabbermouth who spreads everything around, soon the whole neighborhood would know about our mischief. I wouldn't be able to handle that. Lu Xiao helplessly shrugged his shoulders.
Moreover, he clearly noted at the end that the price was negotiable.
As long as the 2 additional requirements could be met, a salary increase was entirely possible. The other party wouldn't lose out at all. 1 or 20,000 a month was trivial to him. What he cared about was quality. As long as the cooking was delicious and the cleaning thorough, adding another few thousand or even tens of thousands wouldn't make much difference.
As for women, no matter how desperate he was, he wouldn't go looking for romance among middle-aged cleaning ladies, would he? How insane that would have been. What the hell are you people thinking about all day long?
With a sigh, Lu Xiao finally understood why the property management hadn't been able to find him a housekeeper for days.
Wu Qianqian's face suddenly turned beet red. What did he mean by saying she usually played quite wild? She was a proper lady, thank you very much. But thinking back, it really does seem to be just as Lu Xiao explained. Xiaoli, come in for a moment. Lu Xiao called out to Xiaoli, who was standing guard outside the lounge. He shot Xiaoli an irritated sidelong glance. This level of incompetence was obvious to anyone with eyes. What colleagues? Clearly just dodging the showdown, aren't you? Xiaoli, there seems to be some misunderstanding about my requirements.
Let me clarify, please take notes again.
Lu Xiao signaled. Understood, Mr. Lu Xiao.
Please proceed, I'll report it immediately. Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. To prevent the property management from misunderstanding again, Lu Xiao directly stated his requirements from the outset. Female, no older than 30 years old, with above-average looks and figure, at least 1 year of work experience, preferably cheerful and outgoing in personality, willing to accommodate certain reasonable requests from the homeowner. Most importantly, she must be tight-lipped. What she sees in the house must not be spoken of outside. This must be explicitly written into the contract as a breach clause. Lu Xiao deliberately emphasized the phrase reasonable requests. All right, understood. Xiaoli agreed without hesitation. These requirements were quite standard. I believe we could find someone within half a day. Oh, and make sure to look for candidates with a monthly salary expectation of 20,000. Lu Xiao added another remark. He had always believed in one principle: only cold hard cash could buy good service. If a boss only knows how to draw empty promises, about 80% of the employees will comply verbally but resist inwardly.
And if those promises are too grandiose, the employees won't even pretend to agree. They might even curse your family behind your back.
Only by paying sufficiently, balancing kindness with authority, and establishing clear rules can you truly earn subordinates' respect. The same principle applies to this auntie's line of work. With a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, far above industry standards, she'd follow her employer's requirements meticulously, if only to cherish such generous pay. Of course, while bestowing favors, one must also be careful to maintain appropriate boundaries, for human greed knows no limits.
20,000 yuan?
Xiaoli was instantly dumbfounded. The wage level in Jiangqing City meant that a full-time housekeeper would typically earn only around 4 to 5,000 yuan. Whether older or younger, the price is basically the same. The older ones have experience and know how to take care of people, while the younger ones are pleasing to the eye and good at conversation. The difference isn't that big.
20,000 yuan is 4 times the normal salary.
Instantly, Xiaoli's face flushed red. With this much salary, not to mention reasonable requests, even if there were any unreasonable ones, they could be discussed.
Mr. Lu Xiao, do you think I might qualify?
What's this called? This is called seizing the opportunity and volunteering one's services. Being a property manager has no damn future, just scraping by on 5 or 6,000 a month.
Auntie here is living the dream. Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian were also stunned. Wu Qianxian was the first to snap out of it.
To be honest, this Xiaoli really fits the bill quite well.
Aged around 25 or 26, her looks and figure couldn't be called outstanding, but weren't bad either. She was quite a pretty girl.
Keeping Xiaoli at home, she had absolute confidence that Lu Xiao wouldn't take a fancy to her. After all, Lu Xiao's standards were right there for all to see.
Xiaoli probably couldn't even reach the bare minimum of Lu Xiao's standards.
He's quite perceptive too, you can tell from how he immediately found an excuse to leave after speaking earlier. As for keeping secrets, it's unclear for now, but judging by his displayed personality, he might actually be pretty tight-lipped. Only unsure about his professional competence though. After all, most aunties undergo company training for a period before starting work. Mr. Lu Xiao, rest assured, I'm quite experienced when it comes to cleaning.
I often work with those aunties, so my standard definitely won't disappoint. Moreover, my parents run a restaurant. Since childhood, I've learned to cook almost every type of dish.
I wouldn't dare call myself a master chef, but I can certainly handle everyday homestyle dishes with no problem. Seeing Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian hesitate slightly, Xiaoli quickly spoke up. After all, this was a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Working at Lu Xiao's place for 1 month equals 4 months at a property management company. If she could work here for 10 years, wouldn't she practically retire on the spot? Whoosh, we're soaring. P.S. I caught a slight chill yesterday and felt foggy-headed, so I wrote one fewer chapter.
Who was it spreading rumors that I'm always playing League of Legends instead of updating? My reputation is at stake here.
Step forward, furious with rage.
Finally, many thanks to Hammer and Mr. W817 for the master verification, much appreciated.
Also, thank you all brothers for the other gifts.
You really shouldn't have spent so much. Chapter 69, a sign-in worth 70 million.
10 minutes later, under the respectful gaze of the property manager Xiaoli, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian walked out of the property office.
Yes.
Watching Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian walk away, literally jumped 3 feet in the air.
20,000 yuan. 20 grand.
With this, I'll be marrying a hottie and reaching the peak of life in no time.
Manager, I quit. 2 minutes later, Xiaoli pushed open the manager's office door and got straight to the point.
Property management matters were never too demanding, and she didn't have much work to hand over. Once she completed the paperwork tomorrow, she'd be free to leave. Still, Xiaoli felt it was a bit late. Since she had nothing to do in the afternoon and it was already dinner time anyway, she decided to head straight to Lu Xiao's villa, planning to cook a lavish meal for her soon-to-be boss and impress them with her culinary skills. But just as she crossed a tree-lined path, approached the villa gate, and was about to ring the doorbell, she suddenly noticed slight movement. The villa's front door was swaying ever so slightly.
Meanwhile, faint voices seemed to drift over from another direction.
Imperial Dragon Garden was a high-end residential area where the villas were spaced apart, each standing independently with its own private entrance. A small pathway led to the main gate, designed precisely to safeguard residents' privacy.
If one were even slightly farther away, these sounds would be nearly inaudible.
But now, standing right at the doorstep, she could hear them with disturbing clarity. In just an instant, Xiaoli's face turned beet red.
She was no young girl anymore. How could she not recognize that sound? It was clearly the sound of exercising.
For a moment, Xiaoli could barely hold herself together.
No wonder one of the requirements was to be tight-lipped. These people really go wild.
Xiaoli muttered quietly to herself, immediately abandoning her initial intention to ring the doorbell as she turned and walked away instead. If Lu Xiao found out she'd overheard their unconventional activities, he might change his mind about hiring her.
This wasn't cowardice, what would you call it? Circumspection. This is called emergency avoidance. Half an hour later, the noise at the entrance finally faded away. Lu Xiao carried the completely exhausted Wu Qianxian into the room. Brother Xiao, how's my progress? Not bad, right? Wu Qianxian rolled over in Lu Xiao's arms and looked up at his face with a playful smile. Not bad. Next time I'll recommend you some action movies.
The fight scenes in these are quite intense. If you observe closely, you can still pick up a move or two.
Lu Xiao chuckled and nodded.
He had already retrieved the USB drive from the dorm, although it's just a few gigabytes of files.
But these few gigabytes are torrent files.
These are also all the fine films Lu Xiao has collected over the years, especially those films depicting everyday life with a dash of mystery and thriller elements. They're truly captivating.
For instance, The Grave is Too Large, Ms. Kozuka. Surely you wouldn't want Mr. Kozuka to lose his job over this, would you? The moment the actors opened their mouths, the suspense instantly escalated to its peak. Most crucially, the actors' performances were genuinely superb.
Though the foreign language was incomprehensible, their masterful acting conveyed meanings that needed no translation.
The fact that the entire movie has almost zero negative reviews speaks volumes. I don't watch those kinds of things. Wu Qianqian was sharp enough to grasp Lu Xiao's implication, flushing red as she scurried to another corner to play with her phone. Seeing Wu Qianqian's bashful reaction, Lu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter.
After working all day, Wu Qianqian was genuinely exhausted. Xiaoli wouldn't be coming to work until tomorrow afternoon, so Lu Xiao had no choice but to prepare the afternoon meal himself.
Early the next morning, when Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian had another intimate moment, he pressed the system's check-in button.
Congratulations, host.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host.
You have received a cash reward, 70 million yuan. Cash reward has been issued.
Please check your account promptly, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a cash reward of 200,000 yuan.
70 million?
Lu Xiao was pleasantly surprised upon seeing the system check-in data.
As expected, critical hits only land with regular attacks. Brother Xiao. Noticing Lu Xiao's movement, Wu Qianqian immediately pouted and coquettishly snuggled into his embrace. You little minx. Lu Xiao exited the system interface and couldn't help but chuckle while cursing.
Wu Qianqian, that little rascal, truly remained steadfast to her original nature. She would never give up until Lu Xiao was completely drained of energy each day.
According to Wu Qianqian, this was to prevent Lu Xiao from having spare energy to cheat outside.
After quickly arranging everything for the little girl, Lu Xiao could finally focus his attention on his assets after breakfast. My cash assets have already reached 240 million, and I estimate it won't be long before they reach 1 billion. Seeing the figures, Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. When the amount was about to reach 1 billion, he immediately established an investment company and invested all the money into shares. Moreover, he had also discovered the pattern. As long as he was with Wu Qianqian, he could somewhat benefit from her exceptional luck. If he could average 40 to 50 million per day, he would be able to level up in just over 10 days. This efficiency was remarkably high. After getting up, Wu Qianqian went to the company as usual to handle her work. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao decided to go check on that little rascal Gusiyu. Just after the surgery, the little one really needs proper rest, and I wonder how well she's been recovering these past 2 days. First, he made a call to Zhao Ku. Boss. Upon seeing Lu Xiao's caller ID, Zhao Ku immediately answered with respectful deference. Old Zhao, didn't you recently hire a new chef? Have him prepare 2 meals now, one mainly liquid-based for a post-operative patient, and the other with extra blood-nourishing ingredients like carrots. Make it generous enough for 2 people.
I'll come pick them up in about half an hour. Lu Xiao instructed. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. Zhao Ku nodded repeatedly.
These were just trivial matters to him, but the fact that the boss entrusted him with such daily tasks showed how much he valued Zhao Ku.
Naturally, he was delighted.
Half an hour later, Lu Xiao drove to Lijiang Hotel. Boss, this is liquid food with various nutritional supplements mixed in, but rest assured, the effects are quite mild. This one has some blood-nourishing ingredients added, with just a tiny bit of ginseng in the soup.
You can have a small amount.
Seeing Lu Xiao enter, Zhao Ku promptly greeted him with a cheerful smile.
Both meals were fully packaged, yet appeared substantial enough to contain plenty of dishes.
Old Zhao, you've gone to great trouble. Lu Xiao smiled as he took the meal from Zhao Ku's hands. The packaging was transparent, allowing a clear view inside. Although there were quite a few dishes inside, each portion was relatively small, just about enough for 3 people. Lu Xiao felt quite satisfied in his heart. Now that he had so many companies under his command, only Zhao Ku could truly handle things to his satisfaction.
By the way, old Zhao, what's your annual salary now? Lu Xiao placed the takeout on the passenger seat while looking at Zhao Ku. My current annual salary is 400,000 yuan. Zhao Ku laughed. This was precisely why he cared so much about this job. These days, not many people could earn an annual salary of 400,000. Given the current property prices in Jiangcheng, after taxes, his salary was almost enough to buy a commercial apartment in just 2 years.
Alright then, from now on your annual salary will be doubled to 800,000.
We'll re-sign the contract in the next couple of days.
Spend time studying management recently, I'll give you an opportunity soon.
Lu Xiao nodded in agreement.
Zhao Ke was stunned for a moment, but then went wild with joy in his heart.
An annual salary of 800,000 yuan, how many employees in Jiangcheng could possibly earn such an income? And the most crucial part was what Lu Xiao had said afterward, giving him an opportunity after some time. He was already in his 40s and had thought his career peak had been reached, yet never imagined there could still be room to climb higher. Don't worry, boss,
Zhao Ke repeatedly assured him.
Having worked in management for so many years, Zhao Ke naturally had his own insights.
Under his leadership, Lijiang Hotel flourished like a fish in water, and if promoted another level, he was confident he could handle it with ease.
Moreover, Zhao Ke could now declare with confidence, "Who says bootlickers are useless?
Only those incompetent bootlickers who know nothing but flattery are useless. But for someone like him, capable and observant, getting promotions and raises is a piece of cake."
Chapter 70, Gu Yuexi's Plan.
Carrying 2 portions of food, he arrived at the hospital.
In the hospital room, the Gu sisters, Yuexi and the others, were chatting and laughing.
"Well, Siyu seems to be in good spirits today." Lu Xiao pushed the door open and smiled at them. "Brother Xiao, you're here."
"Brother Xiao."
Gu Siyu sat up slightly and greeted Lu Xiao. She had originally wanted to call him brother-in-law, but her sister stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, insisting there was no official relationship between them and demanding she change how she addressed him. Though she knew her sister was just being coy, there was no choice but to comply for now. Besides, calling him brother Xiao felt oddly natural to her, despite it being the first time she'd said it out loud.
"How's the wound been healing these past couple days?"
Noticing Gu Siyu's back wasn't properly supported, Lu Xiao adjusted the hospital bed to raise it slightly higher.
"Not bad at all. In a few more days I should be able to walk normally again."
Gu Siyu chuckled playfully and flexed her arm, signaling that she had plenty of strength now. Gu Yueshi, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and took the 2 meal boxes from Lu Xiao's hands.
"That's good then. Just press the call button if you need anything, the nurses here are very responsive. Let's have lunch first."
Lu Xiao stepped forward to open Gu Siyu's meal and laid out the specialized tools for eating in bed. Although he'd never taken care of anyone before, these things were quite simple. One look was enough to understand how to arrange them.
"Brother Xiao, I can handle this."
Gu Yueshi approached somewhat sheepishly, took the cutlery from Lu Xiao's hands, and promptly set everything up for Gu Siyu. Lu Xiao was indeed a bit too good to the sisters, so good that she was genuinely afraid she'd never be able to repay him in her lifetime. But now, she simply couldn't refuse him either. This inner conflict left her feeling almost dazed.
"Come on, I can do it myself. I'm not disabled, I just shouldn't move around too much."
Gu Siyu reached out and snatched the spoon back from Gu Yueshi's hand. She's just temporarily bedridden and can't exert herself due to the chest wound, but handling a spoon to eat porridge and take a few bites of side dishes is completely fine. Scooping a spoonful of porridge from the bowl into her mouth, she smiled at Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, signaling that she was perfectly capable. As for her sister and Lu Xiao, she'd rather leave them to interact on their own. Right now she just wanted to fade into the background. Seeing that Gu Siyu could indeed manage independently, Lu Xiao felt reassured and let her do as she pleased.
"Yueshi, come over here, let's have our meal too."
Lu Xiao placed all the dishes on the table. Gu Yueshi hurried forward to set out bowls and chopsticks for Lu Xiao. Seeing the lavish feast spread across the table, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but sigh helplessly in her heart.
"Well, now I owe even more."
Having stayed in the VIP ward these past few days, she had originally prepared herself for a period of hard work caring for her sister, only to find there was simply nothing for her to do. Every few hours, a nurse would come right on schedule to check in, and there were 3 fixed daily examinations of the wound and recovery progress. Every half day, they'd also check vitals to ensure everything was returning to normal. As for using the bathroom, just press the call button and professional caregivers will come to assist.
Moreover, this bed is so high-tech that going to the bathroom isn't awkward at all. The caregiver's service is simply impeccable. She initially thought the VIP ward's daily rate of over 2,000 was too expensive 2 days ago, but now she realizes you truly get what you pay for. These services really are worth every penny. This has resulted in her having absolutely nothing to do now. Every day, all she does is chat with her sister to cheer her up, and the rest of the time she spends playing with her phone. Although enjoying these privileges, she is well aware that all of this was given to her by Lu Xiao. If Lu Xiao hadn't arranged for this VIP ward, she and her sister would now be crammed into a noisy 6-bedroom, enduring the clamor of other patients and their families beside them. Nurses would make irregular rounds once a day, and if any issues arose, she'd have to scramble to find doctors or nurses. If medication was needed, she'd be running back and forth between doctors, nurses, and the pharmacy.
As for using the bathroom, that would be even more of an ordeal for both her sister and herself. Money may not always be decisive, but there's no denying that in most cases, it plays a crucial role.
Yueshi, what are your plans for next semester? Lu Xiao took a bite of his food and then turned his gaze to Gu Yueshi. The summer break isn't particularly long, just over a month, around 30 to 40 days. When the new term starts next year, some will continue lazing around, but most will either start job hunting or prepare for graduate school or civil service exams. Gu Yueshi wasn't the type to just idle around in the dorm doing nothing. That would be me. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. About 10 days ago, her initial thought was to find any possible way to gather 800,000 yuan, whether by selling herself or any other means, to cover her sister's medical expenses. Then take her sister to the capital for treatment. As for anything beyond that, she had never dared to imagine. But she felt that, had she followed through with that mindset, she would likely have stayed in the capital to work hard and earn money. After all, the capital city is much larger, offering far more opportunities for someone like her studying finance, whether in terms of earning potential or career growth. But just a couple of days ago, she had already promised Lu Xiao that she wouldn't leave his side. So, when it comes to her next steps, she genuinely doesn't have much of a plan in mind yet. I suppose I'll look for a job in the financial sector here in Jiangcheng, Gu Yueshi said with some uncertainty. Jiangcheng University is also a top-tier university, and graduates from there don't have much difficulty finding jobs, especially in the financial industry, where there's been a shortage of professionals in recent years. With enough effort, one can always get in. She was quite confident in her own abilities. Why don't you just come work for my company? I'll give you an annual salary, Lu Xiao said with a laugh. He had just offered Zhao Ke 800,000, and now planned to offer Gu Yueshi the same, enough for her to pay back what she owed him within a year. But your company is a hotel, would I be working as a server? Gu Yueshi chuckled and shook her head. That's nonsense. If you really came over, you'd definitely be at the director level. Besides, who told you I only own one company? I'm planning to start a venture capital firm recently. If you join, the general manager position is yours. Lu Xiao patted his chest confidently. Gu Yueshi's current abilities might fall short, given that she's only just completed her junior year after all, but there's no denying that her learning capability and talent are absolutely top-notch. Most crucially, Gu Yueshi is someone who's been in close contact with him, a person he can trust without a doubt. In this industry, a trustworthy general manager puts a boss's mind at ease far more than a highly capable one. If Yueshi Gu could become the general manager of future ventures, that would absolutely be the best outcome. Brother Xiao, while you've inherited quite a sizable fortune, you should still spend wisely. I'm already yours, there's no need to keep spending so much just to benefit me. Yueshi Gu shot Xiao Lu an exasperated look. She thought Lu Xiao had deliberately opened a venture capital company just to keep her by his side. Starting a financial company, whether in terms of construction costs or manpower expenses, wasn't something that could be done with just a little money. She didn't want Lu Xiao to be so wasteful with his family fortune. Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Lu Xiao shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this teaching her the tactic of being neglected right after getting what she wanted online? Chapter 71, My heart has long grown cold as steel. Lu Xiao didn't elaborate further after that. After all, it won't take long to save up $1 billion anyway. Might as well wait until the company gets properly established before inviting Gu Yueshi over. Then we'll see whether this little lady's fear of owing me more favors matters more, or whether her man's words carry more weight. Of course, if Gu Yueshi dared to choose option 1, the spiked club he was holding high would absolutely teach her a lesson. He had always been a very democratic person. When making choices, he fully respected the other party's wishes. Very democratic, extremely democratic. But this stubborn little brat's temper is truly unyielding beyond words, yet it's precisely this temperament that made Lu Xiao particularly fond of her. Having strong self-esteem is not a bad thing. If women were all just vases, then one would be enough. Why would you need so many? Beautiful things can become tiresome to the eye when seen too often. But an interesting soul is the true essence of a human being. Well, of course, on the condition that the interesting soul is housed within a beautiful shell. Otherwise, I'd feel bad. You're a good person. This is the most basic respect for someone who appreciates beauty. Moreover, in Lu Xiao's heart, he holds an appreciative attitude toward every woman and hopes they can all have their own careers. After the meal, Gu Yueshi took the initiative to clear out everything from the room. However, there were too many boxes and disposable tableware, making the trash bin by the door a bit too full, so he simply carried the garbage outside to toss it in the larger trash container. Lu Xiao also took the opportunity to step out. On the way back, Gu Yueshi noticed a frail-looking patient who was queuing alone to pay, struggling to scrape together money from a thin wallet. Uncle Liang, Gu Yueshi shouted over there. It's Yueshi, right? I heard your sister had surgery. How is she doing? Uncle Liang turned around from the front, smiling at Gu Yueshi, but his face looked alarmingly pale. The surgery went smoothly. She should recover fully in a bit more time. Uncle Liang, here's some money I earned from part-time work these past few days. Please take it for now. Gu Yueshi seemed to notice the man's awkward predicament and quickly rummaged through her bag,
pulling out all the 1,000+ yuan she had brought with her to hand over to him. Apart from the money Lu Xiao had lent her, she had also earned some from part-time jobs over the years. With the major expense of the surgery now covered, her current living situation was relatively comfortable. As for this Uncle Liang, he was admitted at the same time as her younger sister, and the two families had maintained a good relationship. But unlike Gu Siyu's illness, Uncle Liang has terminal stage cancer. Without any relatives left, he's barely clinging to life with medication now. Don't do that. Your sister needs the money more than I do. I don't have many days left anyway, save it for Siyu. Uncle Liang shook his head with a smile and took out a little over 100 yuan from his wallet to hand to the reception desk. Uncle Liang, just take it. This is Yueshi's way of showing her care. Lu Xiao smiled as he tucked the money into the man's bag, then quietly slipped another bundle of over 10,000 yuan in cash from his own pocket into another fold of the man's clothing. Perhaps Uncle Liang had truly reached the end of his rope, for he didn't notice Lu Xiao's gesture of slipping him the money at all. Fortunately, Lu Xiao didn't need to explain anything. After handling the matter, Lu Xiao grabbed Gu Yueshi's hand and hurried back, playfully winking at her over his shoulder as they ran. Brother Xiao, you're truly a good man. Having witnessed Lu Xiao's gesture, Gu Yueshi instinctively hugged him upon reaching the hospital room door. I was never a good person to begin with, I just felt sorry for you. I've been gutting fish at RT Mart for 10 years, my heart is as cold as the blade. Lu Xiao shook his head and patted Gu Yueshi's dark hair with a chuckle. From the moment Lu Xiao met Gu Yueshi until now, he realized that beneath her scheming nature, the girl was genuinely kind beyond words. To borrow a widely circulated saying online, their own lives are already in complete disarray, yet they still can't bear to see the suffering of others. Hearing Lu Xiao's teasing remark, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. What do you mean killed fish for 10 years? Were you killing fish at 11 years old? Lu Xiao immediately rolled her eyes at Gu Yueshi. Didn't she understand internet memes? Even if not 10 years, at least say 2.5 years of fish killing experience. Brother Xiao, I'm out of money. What should we do? The next moment, Gu Yueshi blushed and raised her head to look at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then remembered the 200 yuan per time arrangement Gu Yueshi had mentioned to him a couple days ago. But Yueshi, it seems I've already given out all the money I have. Lu Xiao shrugged helplessly, signaling there was nothing more he could do. I don't care, figure something out. I'm short on money right now. Gu Yueshi buried her face in Lu Xiao's chest, blushing fiercely as she clung to him stubbornly, refusing to let go. I really don't have 200 bucks, but 300 million? That I can give you. Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Gu Yueshi. Ugh, get lost. Gu Yueshi pinched Lu Xiao's arm hard, making him grimace in pain. Damn, is pinching now an exclusive skill for girls? How come everyone knows how to do it? How about I owe you first, and bring the money next time I come? Lu Xiao tentatively suggested. Gu Yueshi let out an almost imperceptible in response. Half an hour later, Gu Siyu in the hospital ward grew puzzled. Why had her older sister and Lu Xiao taken so long just to go throw out some trash? The next moment, just as Gu Siyu was about to press the call button for a nurse to help look for them, the hospital room door suddenly opened. Ahead walked Lu Xiao, his forehead dripping with sweat, while behind him followed Gu Yueshi, her face flushed crimson. Brother Xiao, sis, what's wrong with you too? Gu Siyu looked at them curiously. Even though it was midsummer, they really shouldn't be this overheated. What's with this state? Looks like you just got into a fight. Could it be you ran into some troublemakers, dunked on them, and then ran back here? Lu Xiao suddenly burst into a fit of tuberculosis-like coughing. After what felt like half a day, they finally managed to deceive Gu Siyu, that inexperienced little girl. Hearing Gu Yueshi mention Uncle Liang's matter, Gu Siyu's eyes couldn't help but turn noticeably redder. Lu Xiao stood to the side, utterly perplexed. This was now the third time, but why had none of these occasions been serious? First it was the dorm room, then the hospital ward, and now the bathroom. Could it be that I have some special attribute? I stayed at the hospital for a while. It must be said, although Gu Siyu was young, she knew quite a lot. Her jokes came one after another, keeping the two of them in stitches. In the afternoon, just as Lu Xiao was about to go out to buy some food to eat at the hospital, he suddenly received a phone call. P.S. Thank you all for the tips and comments, guys are truly too generous. Words cannot express my gratitude, so here's a bow from me. 10,000, word update, tomorrow. Chapter 72, Zhang Qingwan's Ruthlessness. Lu Xiao stepped out of the hospital room and glanced at his phone. It was a call from Zhang Qingwan. The call connected quickly. Lu Xiao, are you free this afternoon? Nothing much. What's up boss Zhang? Planning to treat me to a meal? Lu Xiao teased. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhang Qingwan's voice came through again. If you're free this afternoon, I'd like to take you out top floor of Tianlai Houting. Lu Xiao was somewhat astonished. He initially thought Zhang Qingwan had something to find him for, and his earlier remarks were just playful banter. After all, they'd only known each other for a few days, though they were friends. Lu Xiao didn't believe their relationship had reached the point where she would proactively ask him out. Though he didn't know what Zhang Qingwan meant, Lu Xiao felt that her invitation couldn't possibly be just for a simple meal, there must be some purpose behind it. Could it be that he has some project he wants to share with me? Lu Xiao thought it over and finally agreed. Great then, at 7 p.m. this evening, Tianlai Grand Court, Penthouse Suite 4001. I'll be waiting. Deal, I'll be there shortly. Lu Xiao glanced at the time, it was already 6 p.m. Tianlai Grand Court is a well-established 4-star hotel, one tier above Lijiang Hotel in terms of star rating. However, whether in terms of luxury or sheer scale, Tianlai Grand Court is incomparably superior to Lijiang Hotel. After greeting Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao drove straight toward Tianlai Grand Court. When Lu Xiao went upstairs, he discovered that room 4001 had already been prepared. Pushing open the private room door, I was instantly taken aback. Before me was an extravagant table of dishes. Behind Zhang Qingwan stood a bodyguard-like figure, though a woman, she had an unusually muscular build that clearly indicated formidable strength. This wasn't surprising, after all, for someone of Zhang Qingwan's status, not having a bodyguard would be the real oddity. But Zhang Qingwan's forearm was wrapped in a long bandage, with faint traces of red visible underneath, clearly a freshly stitched wound. Yet due to its severity, it was still seeping a little blood, slightly staining the bandage red. And on Zhang Qingwan's face were several abrasions, looking like they'd just been disinfected, still flushed with an angry red hue. Qingwan, what happened to you? Lu Xiao hurried forward and asked. Zhang Qingwan gave Lu Xiao a bitter smile and simply shook her head without speaking. I've thought about all the people I've known since childhood, but in the end, I realized that apart from you, it seems I don't really have any friends. You don't mind such a hasty invitation, do you? Looks like I'm quite lucky to be your only friend. Lu Xiao smiled, pulled out the chair next to Zhang Qingwan, and sat down. To be honest, he was genuinely surprised. After all, when they were together yesterday afternoon, Zhang Qingwan had been perfectly fine. So how had she suddenly ended up like this today? This didn't look like an ordinary fall or scrape. The injury on his arm was quite long, more like something caused by a sharp blade. Would you like to have a drink with me? Zhang Qingwan picked up a bottle of red wine from the side and looked at Lu Xiao. With your injuries, you probably shouldn't be drinking, right? Lu Xiao shook his head. It's fine, the wounds have all been stitched up. Zhang Qingwan ignored Lu Xiao's words and used her other hand to pour herself and Lu Xiao each a small half-glass. Then she raised her glass, lightly clinked it against Lu Xiao's, and downed it in one go. Lu Xiao had just picked up his glass. Why did this scene before him feel inexplicably familiar? Wasn't this exactly how things were done when I was with Li Tian back then? Zhang Qingwan was doing all his work for him. Lu Xiao hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately raising his glass to drink with Zhang Qingwan. But no sooner had this cup been drained than Zhang Qingwan poured another for Lu Xiao. This time, abandoning all pretense of the just a splash rule for red wine, she filled both Lu Xiao's glass and her own to the brim. Cheers! Tilting her head back, Zhang Qingwan downed the entire glass of red wine in one swift gulp. Stop, stop, stop. You called me over, you can't just keep drinking without saying a word, can you? Lu Xiao snatched the glass right out of Zhang Qingwan's hand and plopped it onto the table, visibly annoyed. I don't want to talk right now, I just want to drink. Zhang Qingwan kept her head lowered, her eyes slightly red. Lu Xiao furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze to the female bodyguard standing behind Zhang Qingwan. What's going on? The female bodyguard noticed Lu Xiao's gaze directed her way. After a brief hesitation, she decided to speak up. After all, since their young lady had invited Lu Xiao over, it meant she hadn't intended to hide this matter. But Zhang Qingwan currently didn't feel like speaking. Should they really just let Lu Xiao sit there in silence? That's how it happened. Miss was ambushed on her way to the company this morning. She took a slash to the arm. I held off 2 attackers, but the other bodyguard was stabbed in the artery while protecting her escape. He lost too much blood by the time we reached the hospital, couldn't be saved. As she recounted the incident, the female bodyguard couldn't help feeling that sorrow of shared mortality. When one sees a companion fall, one's own fate comes to mind. Although she had anticipated this outcome before becoming a bodyguard, the reality of seeing her comrade die right before her eyes was still hard to accept. But after all, she had undergone professional training. Even though she was now alone, she still had to stick close to her employer, providing personal protection, especially since they had just escaped an ambush and were still in danger. Her nerves remained on edge every second. They had just finished giving their statements to the police, but Zhang Qingwan couldn't seem to face reality. Lu Xiao, too, fell into silence. He thought Zhang Qingwan had at most encountered some thugs or the like, but hadn't expected it to be a targeted ambush with fatalities. No wonder Zhang Qingwan was in such a state. You go out first and find somewhere to rest. This is a downtown area, and Tianlai Grand Court is also your Zhang family's property. It's very safe. Lu Xiao signaled the bodyguard to take a break. He knew Zhang Qingwan must have something to say today, otherwise she wouldn't have asked him to come. In that case, let's create a quieter environment for Zhang Qingwan. The female security guard hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Qingwan, do you know who sent those people to ambush you?
Only two people remained in the room. Lu Xiao turned to look at Zhang Chengwan. Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a moment, sighed, but still spoke up. When I left home today, only my family members knew my precise itinerary. Zhang Qingwan picked up her glass and drained it in one gulp. Lu Xiao immediately furrowed his brows. He knew about Zhang Qingwan's family situation. Her parents and two elder brothers. And no matter how cruel Zhang Qingwan's parents were, they wouldn't go so far as to kill her. So that means the only possible people who'd want to kill Zhang Qingwan are her two brothers? Considering Zhang Qingwan has recently been competing with her two brothers for the position of next family head, this really isn't beyond possibility. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Such is the twisted nature of these major families' competitive mechanisms, there will always be some deranged individuals who choose to take this path. He finally understood why Zhang Qingwan was in this state now. Did you mention this when giving your statement to the police? Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhang Qingwan simply shook her head. Even if she had really spoken up, it would have been useless. When handling the matter, they must have already found someone to take the blame, so no matter how much you investigate, you can only trace it back to that fall guy. What pained her the most was that her longtime bodyguard had suddenly died right before her eyes. Although the woman was just someone she had hired, after all these years, she had come to regard her as a sister. She truly couldn't accept it. Want revenge? Lu Xiao instantly understood Zhang Qingwan's intentions when he saw the slightly ruthless expression on her face. His heart couldn't help but tremble. He had originally thought Zhang Qingwan's sorrow stemmed from being bound by familial ties, but now it seemed she was no simple character either. Chapter 73, A 200 million Investment. Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao, then gave a solemn nod. So what if he's her elder brother? The moment he chose to ambush and kill her, this person had already severed all ties with her. The injuries on her body would heal with time, but what about her departed sisters? Lu Xiao couldn't help but secretly click her tongue in amazement. Zhang Qingwan's temperament was truly the strongest among all the women he had ever met. After all, those were her parents, dear friends, and beloved relatives. Yet Zhang Qingwan was barely 20 years old this year. At such a young age, being able to make such a resolute decision was truly remarkable. Are you calling me here today because you want my help in taking action? After a brief silence, Lu Xiao smiled and looked at Zhang Qingwan. Let me make this clear, although I consider you a friend, I won't involve myself in your family's internal conflicts, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. Lu Xiao made his stance unmistakably clear. Friends are friends, and boundaries are boundaries. He wouldn't help Zhang Qingwan with these matters simply because she was a beauty, thereby putting himself and those around him in danger. Of course I wouldn't ask you to do it. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhang Qingwan didn't take offense. Instead, a forced smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her mouth. Only now did she realize that Lu Xiao was actually quite adorable. She and Lu Xiao had only known each other for a few days. No matter how much influence she had, she didn't believe Lu Xiao would help her unconditionally with these matters. Of course, unless Lu Xiao genuinely wanted to take things further and have something happen with her. But Lu Xiao was clearly not that kind of impatient or lustful person. Even when he saw her covered in injuries, his expression only shifted slightly. This alone proved that Lu Xiao's mental resilience was extraordinarily strong. I never said my way of getting revenge was to gather a group of people and ambush them in return. The ambush on me failed, so he's definitely on guard now. If I make a move at this point, there's a high chance I'd just be handing myself over. Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a moment. Because I'm unsure whether the attack involved one person or two, I'll first conduct covert investigations during this period. In the meantime, I want to secure this air assessment with absolute dominance. If I can become the Zhang family's successor, I'll gain greater authority to act. Handling matters then would be effortless. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. Under these circumstances, with Zhang Qingwan's current track record, her succession appeared virtually guaranteed. What do you need me to do, and what benefits will I get after doing it? Become my investor. Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao and spoke directly without hesitation. Lu Xiao, we were having a serious conversation. How did it suddenly turn into dirty jokes? And this kind of humor completely caught me off guard. Besides, given Zhang Qingwan's current physical condition, is investing in shares really appropriate? He still remembered Zhang Qingwan mentioning that she seemed to have never had a boyfriend before, right? What are you thinking about? Zhang Qingwan blushed instantly when she noticed Lu Xiao's reaction. I'm talking about investing in my company, you pervert. Lu Xiao quickly coughed to conceal his embarrassment. What are you thinking about, Qingwan? I was just wondering why you'd need me to invest. Lu Xiao retorted stubbornly. In situations like this, whoever backs down first proves they're the one with a dirty mind. Of course he couldn't possibly concede now. Zhang Qingwan shot Lu Xiao an exasperated glare. If Willow Xiao hadn't just been thinking dirty thoughts, she'd immediately chop her own head off and let him use it as a soccer ball. However, Zhang Qingwan had no intention of elaborating further on the matter. If they came to ambush me, they most likely already know the specific financial details of my company. To be honest, if they were to act on other schemes, just 80 million might not guarantee my complete victory, especially since they could also suppress me through various channels. And if those two were to collaborate, I'd stand no chance of winning at all. And you have no inherent connection to our Jiangqing family nor to any major local factions. If I secure investment from you, it would simply constitute standard commercial practice. Zhang Qingwan spoke with earnestness, even a tinge of hopeful expectation in her voice. The Zhang family's evaluation explicitly prohibits soliciting investments from people or entities related to the Zhang clan, a rule established to prevent leveraging personal ties or underhanded dealings. But Lu Xiao clearly fell outside these restrictions. She had only known Lu Xiao for a few days, treating him as a business partner, and her Zhang family's network had no overlap with Lu Xiao's connections at all. In Jiangcheng, while there were quite a few people like him, Lu Xiao was the only one capable of investing in her. After all, the Sky Tower's assets spoke for themselves. And securing Lu Xiao's investment, as Zhang Qingwan had put it, was just standard business practice. No one could find any fault with it. How much do you want? Lu Xiao nodded. He understood Zhang Qingwan's implication and asked directly. Zhang Qingwan thought for a moment. Do you have 200 million? She currently has 80 million, and if she could add another 200 million, the company's valuation would be heading straight for 300 million. If it reaches that level, she might even be able to apply to her family to conclude the assessment ahead of schedule. There is indeed. But what's in it for me? Lu Xiao smiled as he looked at Zhang Qingwan. He currently has 240 million in cash on hand, and this substantial amount was always intended for investment. There's not much difference between waiting to invest until you've saved up 1 billion versus investing now. Upon hearing Lu Xiao say he genuinely had 200 million, Zhang Qingwan was immediately overjoyed. As long as you can invest in me, any benefit is possible. Zhang Qingwan repeatedly assured him. But then, realizing that she truly had nothing to offer Lu Xiao at the moment, her face flushed slightly before she spoke with renewed determination. Even if you really want to invest, I accept it. But, hearing this, Lu Xiao almost spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk again. Look at this, just look. What the hell are women saying these days? What kind of outrageous words are these? Lu Xiao was absolutely certain he hadn't misunderstood this time. What he'd heard meant exactly what he thought it meant. But to be fair, Zhang Qingwan really took ruthlessness to another level. He was sure there had never been much emotional foundation between him and Zhang Qingwan. Yet just for revenge, merely because he'd misinterpreted her earlier, she'd seized the opportunity without hesitation, offering her body as casually as handing over a gift. Glancing at Zhang Qingwan's curvaceous figure with ample bosom and hips, though injured, Zhang Qingwan's innate beauty remained strikingly evident. She was undoubtedly a top-tier woman. How about this? I'll invest 200 million in you, and as for the conditions, let's just owe them for now. Sometime in the future, whenever I ask for help, just do what lies within your power to fulfill my request. Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. If Zhang Qingwan succeeded, then a future promise from the Zhang family's successor would be worth far more than mere 200 million. Including that aspect? Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then blushed as she looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao immediately rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingwan in exasperation. Why did this girl keep steering her thoughts in that direction? If you want to include it, then sure, let's include it. Besides, I'm not interested in your current condition. We'll talk after you've recovered from your injuries. Chapter 74. Who's the capitalist now? To be honest, Lu Xiao's mind was still in a daze as he stepped out of Tianlai Grand Court. At the very last moment when he agreed, that girl Zhang Qingwan, who knows what came over her, suddenly threw herself into his arms with a thud. That sensation of physical contact. If it weren't for staying active these past couple of days, I might have really embarrassed myself in front of everyone. In the end, although nothing happened, Zhang Qingwan still handed over her deposit. Sitting in the car, Lu Xiao couldn't help but wipe away a trace of redness on his face. It wasn't lipstick, it was a faint streak of blood that had seeped from the wound on Zhang Qingwan's face. Ah, this girl, even though I'd been drinking, she didn't ask anyone to escort me. Seems like what happened today really hit her hard. To be honest, Zhang Qingwan truly had it rough. If it had been orchestrated by anyone else, it might not have mattered much after all. Such things weren't exactly rare. But the ones who did this were the very relatives she lived with day in and day out, and from the moment they acted, they never intended to let her survive. Lu Xiao could only helplessly take out his phone and call Wu Qianqian, asking her to come pick him up. Then, Lu Xiao proceeded to call Wan Lei. He transferred 200 million from his personal account to Fading Technologies account, and then directly signed an investment agreement with Zhang Qingwan's company in the name of Fading Technology. He was always a man of action. Having decided to invest, he wanted to get things done quickly to avoid a heap of troublesome matters later on. Wang Lei worked efficiently, notifying Lu Xiao within half an hour that the funds had already been invested. System, check panel. Lu Xiao focused his mind on the system. Host, Lu Xiao, exclusively bound. Available funds, 50 million yuan, including 7 million yuan in company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 230 million/1 billion. Check-in available, any asset. Hint, the host can check in infinitely.
The longer the interval between check-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets from signing in, with the maximum interval being 7 days.
Hint, current check-in probability, assets below 100 million yuan 99%, assets above 100 million yuan 1%.
Another big step towards the goal. Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. What he lacked now was cash, and his main goal next was to quickly earn it through sign-ins and invest it for rapid upgrades.
Just as this was settled, Wu Qianqian happened to open the door of the Bugatti. Brother Xiao, didn't you go to the hospital today? Wu Qianqian was genuinely curious.
Just this afternoon, he had called saying he was at the hospital, yet here he was at Tianlai houting for drinks by 8 or 9 in the evening. I had some business to take care of with Zhang Qingwan, so I came over to handle it. Lu Xiao smiled as he fastened Wu Qianqian's seatbelt, casually running his fingers over the Givenchy fabric's texture. As expected of designer clothes, the material quality is truly substantial.
Zhang Qingwan?
Wu Qianqian shot Lu Xiao a glare and pressed down on his fidgeting left hand.
Just a few days ago, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan hadn't even known each other, right? That's how it is.
Lu Xiao didn't intend to hide anything from Wu Qianqian and briefly explained what had happened over the past few days.
Of course, Lu Xiao naturally omitted unnecessary details like acquiring shares. So that means, Brother Xiao, you invested 200 million into Zhang Qingwan's company. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. 200 million in cash. If all that money were withdrawn, wouldn't it practically pile up into a small mountain? Still, considering Lu Xiao had exchanged those 200 million for Zhang Qingwan's promise, Wu Qianqian suddenly felt it was quite a bargain.
Besides, it's not like he just threw out 200 million outright, investing that sum will yield positive returns in the future.
Gaining returns while also earning personal favors, isn't that an absolute win?
What shocked Wu Qianqian the most was the sheer scale of Lu Xiao's assets. Never mind all those companies, he could casually produce 200 million in cash at a moment's notice. You know, her family was still struggling to scrape together 5 million in cash not long ago.
No wonder Lu Xiao was so generous when shopping at the mall. From the current perspective, a few million really isn't a big deal for Lu Xiao. By the way, how are things on your end now?
Wu Qianqian slowly started the car and drove off, while Lu Xiao asked beside her. It had been about 6 or 7 days since setting the trap for Li Tian. Mentioning this, Wu Qianqian immediately burst into laughter. Just yesterday, I saw Li Tian at the company. He mentioned borrowing another 2 million from the bank, so I immediately had old wine cut a few more projects his way. According to today's feedback from the project side, Li Tian managed to hold on to this batch of resources. Right now, he probably has no more than 2 million in cash on hand.
Lu Xiao nodded.
There are still 3 or 4 days left. With a bit more effort, even that 2 million in Li Tian's hands shouldn't stay there for long.
But hasn't he contacted your parents these past few days to take the money back? We've been in touch once, but he's still holding on to me.
He didn't lay down harsh words, just gave a final deadline, the day after tomorrow. Wu Qianqian stifled a chuckle. If this had happened a few days earlier, she would have been extremely anxious by now. But seeing Li Tian in such a state, all she felt was amusement. No matter how much Li Tian jumped around, he couldn't lay a finger on her now. Every inch of her was already claimed by someone else. And once the 10 days are up, Li Tian's fate will be entirely in my hands.
That's when he'll pay the price for what he's done. Besides, I should actually thank him. Wu Qianqian blinked playfully at Lu Xiao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met Brother Xiao, right?
You silly girl. Lu Xiao chuckled while scolding her affectionately. When Lu Xiao drove home, he discovered little Li was already waiting at the door with a pile of groceries. Lu Xiao smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that Xiao Li had mentioned starting work this afternoon. Since Wu Qianqian wasn't back from the company and Lu Xiao had gone to Tianlai Grand Court, there'd been nobody home.
My apologies, I got caught up in things and completely forgot. Come in, come in.
Wu Qianqian hurriedly ushered Xiao Li inside. He mentioned arriving in the afternoon, so Xiao Li probably showed up around 5 or 6 o'clock, but since no one was home, he must have waited at the door for at least 2 or 3 hours. Mr. Lu, Ms. Wu, I just finished my resignation procedures and arrived not long ago. Seeing Wu Qianqian being overly polite, Xiao Li suddenly felt a bit flustered.
Do all wealthy people have such good temperaments? Would you like me to make some late-night snacks? No need, we've already eaten out. Since you're here today, let me give you a brief introduction.
Lu Xiao smiled and invited Xiao Li to take a seat. You've worked in property management, so you're familiar with the building's layout.
I won't bother explaining that part.
Let's start with your working hours. You just need to arrive before 11 a.m. each morning, and your regular shift ends at 7 p.m. You can arrange the timing for cleaning and cooking yourself in between. You'll also have 5 days off per month, which you can take whenever you choose. Of course, if I come back late and need you to work overtime preparing dinner, I'll pay you your daily wage each time.
Is that acceptable? Working overtime only pays a single day's wage?
Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat. You know, she currently earns a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. If calculated based on a 30-day work month, that would be nearly 700 yuan per day. Of course, we'll calculate it based on the daily wage.
With 23 working days per month, your daily wage would be 870 yuan. Lu Xiao nodded. What?
Xiao Li was a bit dazed.
Is Lu Xiao calculating daily wages based on statutory working days here?
Comparing the previous property company boss with mere millions in assets, then glancing at Lu Xiao who drives a Bugatti and is worth at least hundreds of millions. For a moment, Xiao Li genuinely couldn't tell who the real capitalist was anymore.
Chapter 75, The Art of Investment.
Under such terms, Xiao Li would naturally be 10,000 times willing. I'll keep some cash in the living room drawer, just take what you need for groceries and such.
Then give me a detailed accounting report at the end of each month.
Oh, and feel free to pick any guest room on the first floor to rest whenever you need an afternoon break. My only request is that the house stays spotless at all times, and that the meals are a bit more delicious. Lu Xiao smiled and said, casually handing over the villa's gate access code to Xiao Li as well.
He wasn't afraid that Xiao Li would embezzle any money or anything like that. First and foremost, his monthly salary was already generous enough. There was absolutely no need for Xiao Li to jeopardize his future over such trivial grocery money. This was essentially the principle of using high salaries to discourage corruption. Secondly, Lu Xiao also came from a humble background, so he had a good grasp of prices and expenses. At the end of each month, he would review the detailed accounts. Even if someone tried to cook the books, they couldn't possibly fool him. Mr. Lu, rest assured, I'll make sure everything meets your expectations. Xiao Li eagerly agreed without hesitation. To Lu Xiao, these requirements were practically non-existent.
And the working hours are shockingly flexible, with several days off each month.
This is even more relaxed than working in property management. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can head back today. Consider this your first day on the job.
Lu Xiao nodded slightly at Xiao Li. There's still important business to attend to tonight.
Alright, I'll come by tomorrow morning.
Xiao Li walked out of the villa gates, practically floating with joy. She now secretly wished her future boss would spend more time out enjoying himself every day, preferably not returning home until 10 or 11 at night.
If I could get overtime pay for 10 days every month, wouldn't my salary be pushing towards 30,000?
1 month equals a toilet's worth, 1 year buys a living room, 2 years gets you an entire apartment.
Even if I spent 2 years accompanying some other rich person, I probably wouldn't earn this much, right?
Now this is what you call the mindset of the wealthy. The cheapskate boss at my previous company was practically a modern-day Zhoubapi. Xiao Li let out a light hum, then chuckled and bounced excitedly toward the exit of the residential area. Brother Xiao, the salary you're giving Xiao Li is already higher than what I pay old Wang.
After Xiao Li left, Wu Qianqian nestled into Lu Xiao's arms and teased him with a smile.
Old Wang held a master's degree in civil engineering from Beijing Institute of Technology and had worked in the industry for 7 or 8 years, a seasoned veteran. Yet the salary she offered him was only 15,000 yuan per month. Old Wang's job kept him running around construction sites all day, and in terms of hardship, even 3 young Lis combined couldn't compare. The world was never fair to begin with. Lu Xiao shrugged with a smile. He didn't care about such things, nor did he care about precisely how much anyone's services were worth. With a daily check-in reward of at least 20 million, he certainly didn't lack such a small amount, whether it was giving Zhao Ku a raise or offering Xiao Li better terms.
Moreover, in Lu Xiao's view, being kind to those below him wasn't a bad thing at all.
As long as they could follow the rules and understand their place, Lu Xiao was more than willing to pay not just 20,000 a month, but even 200,000 monthly. Brother Xiao, tell me what exactly is investment?
Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with curiosity. Although her family had some money, it couldn't begin to compare with Lu Xiao's fortune.
From what she knew, Lu Xiao's current business empire spanned 3 major industries: internet, real estate development, and hotel operations.
Moreover, all the companies seemed to be operating quite well. Today, he even invested 200 million yuan into Zhang Qingwan's venture. That's 200 million in cold hard cash. With that amount, you could buy 6 or 7 of her family's companies outright. Just hearing Lu Xiao mention it made her heart race uncontrollably.
If it were her, she'd rather keep those 200 million firmly in hand than risk investing it. Because investments inherently carry the risk of losses, but leaving 200 million in the account can earn interest, which adds up to a substantial amount each year. Investing is essentially about casting a wide net.
Lu Xiao shook his head with a smile. There's no real trick to it, it's all about luck.
The reason Penguin became an empire is precisely because of its vast investment scope. Whether domestic or international, as long as the project could be invested in and showed some promising outlook, they'd pour money and traffic into it without hesitation even if only 1 out of 100 succeeded.
How could they not achieve success? Cast a wide net? Wu Qianqian seemed a bit confused. Let me give you an example.
Lu Xiao paused to think. In ancient times, there was a young lady who sheltered a poor scholar seeking refuge from the rain while traveling to the capital for examinations. Upon discovering his exceptional talent, she pledged herself to him. The next day, the maiden tearfully bid the scholar farewell. Before his departure, she gifted him 100 taels of silver for traveling expenses, urging him not to forget her should he pass the imperial exams. The scholar vowed never to betray her trust, then took the money and departed for the capital.
And then? Wu Qianqian asked curiously.
After the scholar left, the young lady had her maid record the scholar's name in a ledger. Upon flipping through the pages, she found over 50 names already recorded.
Lu Xiao said with a smile, "This is what venture capital means in finance."
Then, after the scholar departed, he instructed his attendant to record the young lady's name in his own ledger inside. This makes 50 now.
That's what financing is.
But what neither the scholar nor the young lady knew was that after they parted, their respective attendants, the scholar's servant and the lady's maid each secretly jotted down the other's name. And then, without prior arrangement, they both sighed in admiration, realizing this was co-investment.
Wu Qianqian burst into laughter.
"Brother Xiao, your analogy is truly fitting."
Wu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Xiao's way of putting things was truly straightforward. That's just how reality is.
When it comes to investing, wins and losses are natural.
If you only invest in one thing, you'll be on edge all day. But if you invest in 100, even if 90 fail, you won't be panic-stricken.
If you divide 100 million into 100 portions, even if 95 fail, as long as 5 succeed, you succeeded.
No one remembers the losers. People only erect monuments for the winners.
Wu Qianqian nodded somewhat understandingly. She seemed to have grasped how she should proceed from now on. These days, most businesses are frantically expanding their own operations, and few take the initiative to invest large sums of money.
Even when they do invest, it's mostly in real estate or fixed assets. This is essentially the limitation of the era. Lu Xiao was not short of money.
If he couldn't find suitable investment projects, Lu Xiao would put all his money into Mutai once he saved enough. After all, the rise of this thing has hardly slowed down. Investing $1 billion now, who knows how much it would grow 10 years later.
Brother Xiao, would you like to invest in your little secretary Wu then?
Invest now, and you might just receive a special October gift package. Wu Qianqian leaned against Lu Xiao and blinked playfully at him.
How about 300 million? Enough? Lu Xiao pulled Wu Qianqian into his embrace, smiling as he grasped the corner of her Givenchy dress. 300 million won't do, it's got to be at least 600 million.
I don't have that kind of fundraising target, so I'll just have to trouble Brother Xiao to work a little harder.
Wu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with amusement. Then she bent slightly at the waist. Chapter 76, Purchasing the Property Management Company. The next morning, Lu Xiao still routinely pressed the check-in button as usual. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining cash, 52 million. Cash reward has been issued, please claim it promptly, host.
52 million? King of Luck is the GOAT.
Lu Xiao was overjoyed in his heart. He pulled Wu Qianqian, who was still sound asleep from exhaustion, into his arms and planted a loud kiss on her little face. Adding this 50 million and deducting yesterday's 200 million investment, the cash on hand now exceeds 100 million again.
Good luck. Wonder if I can hit the jackpot again.
Lu Xiao first rubbed his hands together, then placed them in the proper position, before silently pressing down on the check-in button once more.
Congratulations, host, check-in successful.
Cash reward obtained, 10,000.
Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8 fully paid Mercedes-Maybach vehicles. All vehicles have been placed in the parking lot near Jiangcheng University. Please claim them as soon as possible. Holy shit, it actually exploded? Lu Xiao stared in astonishment at the reward displayed on the system panel. Of course he knew about the Mercedes-Maybach series. Those cars were mostly business-oriented vehicles, primarily SUVs.
Lu Xiao had actually wanted to buy one for a long time, but the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jiangcheng only stocked the most basic models, and there hadn't been any recent shipments, so he hadn't seriously considered it.
But now, he'd actually won the entire Maybach lineup in the raffle? Xiao Go, what's wrong?
Wu Qianqian, who was sitting beside him, was woken up by Lu Xiao's sudden movement. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she looked over drowsily. She's now realizing that Lu Xiao gets particularly excited every morning around 8 or 9 o'clock and always tries to do something to her.
It's gotten to the point where she can't even sleep in.
Nothing much, just that the full Maybach lineup I ordered a while back has arrived.
Lu Xiao grinned mischievously and planted another loud kiss on Wu Qianqian's cheek. Even the term luckiest person alive couldn't describe Wu Qianqian anymore. In Lu Xiao's eyes, she was practically the goddess of fortune herself. This luck just keeps pouring in endlessly. Maybach full lineup? Wu Qianqian froze for a moment. Yep, 8 cars in total. They couldn't fit in the home garage, so I've parked them all at the private parking lot I bought at Jiangcheng University. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. Regular production models wouldn't have that many. If it's 8 cars, does that mean there are concept cars among them? Probably a few, right? Lu Xiao wasn't entirely sure either. But he remembered that Maybach didn't have many models available for regular sale, just 3 or 4 types at most. Brother Xiao, how did you manage to get one? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with exaggerated surprise. Lu Xiao's Bugatti is actually a concept car variant, with approximately only 10 units produced worldwide. But that's just one unit. If you inquire around the market, the chances of obtaining it are still somewhat feasible. But if he could obtain the entire collection, the concept would be completely different. To put it simply, without formidable backing, it would be absolutely impossible. A friend gave it to me. Lu Xiao shook his head with a smile. Forget it for now, I'll deal with it at noon. Seeing Wu Qianqian's attractive figure exposed to the cold air, Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle before lying back down again. Even if he did nothing else, the sheer pleasure of hugging a beautiful woman while sleeping was an unmatched delight. Originally, they had told Xiaoli that arriving before 11 a.m. would suffice, but fearing delays with lunch preparation, Xiaoli showed up as early as 9 a.m. This being the first meal cooked for her employer, Xiaoli poured her heart into it. In addition to the groceries bought yesterday, she had specially brought over plenty of extra ingredients. By the time Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian woke up again, Xiaoli was nearly ready to serve the meal. Mr. Lu, Ms. Wu, please take a short rest first. The meal will be ready shortly. Wow, you've made so many dishes. Lu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw 4 or 5 cold dishes laid out on the table. The portions are all quite small. Since it's my first time cooking, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I made several dishes for you to sample. That way we won't have any waste in the future. Xiaoli blushed slightly upon seeing Wu Qianqian and Lu Xiao dressed in their pajamas. She could clearly see that Wu Qianqian's pajamas were unmistakably empty underneath. Moreover, Wu Qianqian's figure was so striking that even she, a woman herself, couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight. She truly couldn't fathom it. How could Wu Qianqian, also a woman, be blessed with such extraordinary beauty? When Manhwa created humans, could it be that she just flung a handful of mud and wound up making someone like me? Thank you for your hard work. Wu Qianqian nodded slightly at Xiaoli. Compared to Lu Xiao, she still found this kind of lifestyle somewhat more familiar. After all, Wu Qianqian had always lived a life where servants took care of everything while staying at home. Lu Xiao took a small bite of the food, and his eyes immediately lit up. Xiaoli truly wasn't exaggerating. The meals he had prepared were genuinely delicious. Of course, it couldn't compare to hotel chefs, but it had the genuine charm of home cooking. To be honest, aside from the dishes at his own hotel, he rarely eats at other restaurants. As everyone knows, national standards set the baseline, but many merchants treat them as the ceiling. Who knows what additives might be in this stuff? Eat too much and you might really foam at the mouth. After lunch at home, Wu Qianqian had originally planned to head to the office. However, Lu Xiao insisted on dragging her to the parking lot near Jiangcheng University instead. Driving is much more enjoyable when 2 people do it together. Brother Xiao, looks like you're gonna need a bigger parking lot. Entering the garage and seeing the space packed with cars, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her mouth in quiet laughter. The parking lot only has 10 spaces in total, with 8 Maybachs already occupying them. Adding the one just driven in makes 9 spaces already taken. As for the underground parking at home, it can accommodate 4 or 5 cars at most. It really is time to build a new parking lot. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Though we could still stop here, the parking space near Jiangcheng University was purchased for convenience during school days and couldn't serve as his regular parking spot. It's not like I'd have to drive the car over from home and switch vehicles every single time I wanted to take it for a spin, right? I remember the Yulong Jingyuan Property Management still has a batch of parking spaces available, don't they? Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. The property management does have public parking spaces, and quite a lot of them indeed. But Brother Xiao, aren't you worried your car might attract crowds again if parked there? Wu Qianqian chuckled. Could this possibly stump me? Lu Xiao chuckled with a sly grin. If it's a public parking space, then why not just turn these spots into private ones? He took out his phone and dialed Huang Shi directly. Huang Shi, look into the shareholder information of the property management company at Yulong Jingyuan, then get in touch with them. I want you to buy the entire company outright for me. Chapter 77, The Maybach Excellence Edition. Brother Xiao, you. Wu Qianqian was genuinely stunned when Lu Xiao hung up the phone. Just to park a car, he wants to outright buy the property management company? Although the property management at Yulong Jingyuan isn't a particularly large company, it's still a first-tier service provider. Combined with the fixed assets within the community, acquiring it all would cost at least over 10 million yuan. Seeing Wu Qianqian's expression, Lu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just over 10 million, and this amount can even be counted as investment spending, so why not do it? Brother Xiao, you're really squandering money like crazy. Wu Qianqian helplessly looked at Lu Xiao, regretting having brought up the topic in the first place. Well, there goes another 10 million mysteriously spent. It's alright, we need a place to park after all.
Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively and stepped forward to inspect the row of parked Maybachs. Vehicle information won't follow a strict timeline due to lack of research materials. After all, the author only drives a Lamborghini Hermes anyway. The first things that caught his eye were the three base models of Maybach. One is a Maybach S-Class, another is a Maybach GLS, followed by a Maybach G-Class. Just barely passable. Lu Xiao nodded. Compared to a Bugatti, Maybachs are already considered quite affordable. Compared to the base model Bugatti Veyron, which starts at 25 million, the Maybach S-Class is priced at 4 million, the Maybach GLS at 3.5 million, and the Maybach G-Class around 3.6 million. The combined price of these three vehicles barely surpasses 10 million. Wu Qianqian wasn't very familiar with these cars, only comparing them through online pictures. The Maybach SL Class, this car is a concept model, with an estimated price around 16 million. The Maybach EQS SUV, also a concept car, has an estimated price tag of 12 million. Wu Qianqian gasped inwardly in awe. Just these two cars alone are already worth more than her family's company. The Maybach project is Mercedes sports car concept vehicle, rumored to have a pre-sale price exceeding 20 million. Then there's the Maybach by Mercedes, also a sports car concept, with an estimated pre-sale price around 30 million. I actually like this one the best. Lu Xiao smiled and patted the hood of the last car. This one was Maybach's ultimate luxury concept car, an SUV design in a striking red finish, radiating grandeur. And most importantly, both the front and back seats emphasized an exceptionally spacious interior. If memory served, the pre-sale price of this car was roughly around 30 million yuan as well. That means the combined price of these 8 cars is just over 100 million yuan. I think this one looks the best too. Wu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Forget about the two sports cars, Lu Xiao's Bugatti Vision is right here, and no matter how you look at it, they pale in comparison. However, the Maybach car overall emphasizes grandeur and length. Such cars are clearly unsuitable for her as a female driver. Lu Xiao didn't feel particularly drawn to the other vehicles either, ultimately settling on the Maybach's Ultimate Luxury Edition. Despite its price tag of over 30 million, the car's design is understated, with luxurious interior and ample space. Lu Xiao tested the car's chassis and found it exceptionally stable. Even if something were to happen inside the car, there'd likely be no noticeable movement from the outside. Qianqian, you drive the Bugatti, and I'll take this Maybach. Lu Xiao picked out the ultra-luxury edition and settled in for a test sit. Although the Bugatti is more expensive, in terms of ride comfort, it's undoubtedly inferior to this Maybach. For now, I'll drive these two cars and park them at home tonight. After Huangxi purchases the property, I'll arrange to have all the other cars transported back. Xiao, I think you should drive this SUV from now on. After all, your Bugatti is way too eye-catching, it's even hard to find parking spots that won't draw attention. Wu Qianqian said with a smile. Every time they took the Bugatti out, they had to park it in some hidden corner of the lot, never leaving it there for too long, otherwise, it would inevitably attract a crowd. And parking it on the street? That was even more unthinkable. The sleek and streamlined exterior of this car is an absolute killer for both men and women. In comparison, this Maybach Ultimate Edition is much more low-key. Although it still looks quite imposing, those unaware would probably just think it's some unfamiliar Maybach model worth a few million at most. Lu Xiao nodded deeply in agreement. And considering this car's shock absorption and soundproofing, even if we park on the street to do certain things, we might not necessarily get caught, right? The two drove straight to the company. Old Wang spotted Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian heading upstairs and promptly knocked before following them into the office. Boss, President Wu. Here is the project record for the past 8 days. Based on feedback from the business team, I've summarized the current project progress. Lao Wang reported on the project follow-up situation over the past few days. Currently, we have identified 13 projects from Tian Real Estate, including 4 large projects, 5 medium-sized projects, and 4 small projects. The 4 small projects have already been abandoned by Tian Real Estate and are now being handled by us, with supplies provided at the lowest market price. The next 9 projects are still locked in a bidding war with Tian Real Estate. During yesterday afternoon's negotiations, I threw in another 1.5 million, directly driving market prices down to their lowest point. Lu Xiao glanced at the documents and nodded. How much is left of the 10 million on the books? There's still about 6 million remaining. Before old Wang could speak, Wu Qianqian spoke first. Since she was the one on the offensive and could deliberately underquote without fulfilling orders while waiting for Li Tian's response, the financial drain on Jianglu Real Estate wasn't too severe. They had only spent around 4 million. And what about Tian Real Estate? How much is their estimated spending so far? As for Tian Real Estate, they've probably already poured in over 6.5 million. Lu Xiao thought to himself. So that meant Li Tian might only have 500,000 left in hand? But it didn't matter anymore. With just 2 days remaining, as long as Li Tian didn't have 5 million left, he would inevitably face breaching their contract. Had Li Tian been given a month, he might have recouped his investment from the project. But now, it seemed Li Tian was truly finished.
You've all worked hard these days. Once we get through this busy period, everyone in your project team will get a 10,000 yuan bonus. And personally, you'll get a 50,000 yuan bonus.
Lu Xiao added another sentence behind him.
Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Old Wan was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, boss. 50,000 yuan, that's 4 months of his usual salary.
Looks like he really picked the right boss to follow. What generous hands this man has.